And we are live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NRG Series here live at Madison. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall XP. And I'm joined by one of my favorite people in Magic, the Gathering. You might know him from Mining Modern. It is, of course, Corbin Hostler. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well this morning, Will. Excited to be on here with you for the tournament this morning. Doing great. Of course, we're going to be watching some
I'm
of
never
my favorite Magic players and some of my favorite Magic formats. So it's going to
I'm
be
never going to get used to everybody saying morning. I'm like, it's three in the afternoon. What are you talking about? It's not in the morning. It's crazy. But that's because we are obviously live in America right now. 8 rounds of modern action coming to you all today. So strap in, sit down, get ready for an amazing show. But let's kick off what's happening today. What are we going to be seeing throughout this weekend of live broadcast Magic? Well, today we've got the 5K Modern. Tomorrow we've got the 10K Team Trio. So if you're a fan of Standard, Modern, or even Legacy, well, tomorrow's a show for you, I promise. We've got a lot of prizes on the line. We've got a lot of players in the room, but we've got players sat down ready to go in their feature match. So we're just going to go straight down to it, and then we'll inform you as we go along. So let's get down to the match.
Yeah, we're going to pop straight in to Modern, what everyone loves to see, right? That's what you want when you tune into a Magic stream. You want to see Magic, and here we go. Look at that, immediately off to the races. Aintrazi on your left.
Yeah, I like Joseph. So I me have like become like mates over the last year or so. We met at actually where I last saw you last over at MagicCon, where I vaguely remember leaving you in a bar of some description. It was a lot of fun that weekend. But yeah, I was hanging out with Ali quite a lot, and it was playing this deck at that tournament as well. And up against Flynn here. Flynn, same sort of sketch. Both players are going to use one of the new cards now for Modern Horizons 3. Give me a quick reminder of what that one is. It's the Destiny, isn't it? The Devour of Destiny. So the Devour of Destiny says you may reveal it from your opening hand. If you do at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top of your deck. The rest go into exile, which you think, okay, I'm going to lose 3 cards, but there's some other cards in the deck that later on that can be an advantage using. Also has 7 mana, enters the battlefield, exile target permanent, 6/6 body. So a little bit of extra text to go along with it. How key are them in these decks?
Yeah, and that's one of the other cards you mentioned. It's leading into there is the Labyrinth, which of course can add mana, but can sometimes add additional mana, and that's kind of the backbone of these Eldrazi, Tron decks and the engines they produce. And of course, on the other side, Ollie on Colorless Tron is not too different, maybe just with slightly less of a Eldrazi vibe to it here, but. This looks like a pretty decent of both players with 2 very powerful lands pretty early on. Look at that, and not a color to be found.
No, we don't need them in this matchup. This is all going to be about who can get the biggest mana the quickest. And at the minute, Flynn on the draw, still up to 4 mana on turn 2. So let's have a look what we could follow this up with. This looks a bit more like the prison version that we've become apparent to now. So we've got options like we could just play a 1 ring on turn 2. Pretty good. Trinisphere. Here's the 1 ring coming down. Oh, nice art as well. This is one of the storybook art ones. I'm pretty like these quite a lot, but trying not to use it straight away. There's no rush to use it as we pass the turn to Ali, who, of course, has the turn 3 Tron and his own 1 ring. This game's going to be sat going for a while.
Yeah, choose your warrior here, both in the game, in the tournament, in the art. You got the showcase scroll there. You got the whatever, the borderless or the 1 art on the other side. But you said it. Both players settling in here. Flynn drawing cards on taps. Going to start drawing more cards. I mean, the thing is too, before there's any sideboards involved here, of course, both players are just going to try to go as big as possible, as fast as possible, and it's going to be about who can lock out the other one. And I think I spotted in hand there a Karn. Yep, looks like Flynn sitting on Karn. Now that, of course, is going to be one of the biggest breakers in the matchup. But Ollie, of course, not being on just the Eldrazi version, is going to have access to some different stuff of his own, and will have access to plenty of cards due to his own the 1 ring. Here we go, 2 additional cards for Flynn. Hits land expedition map, and now I guess you decide just how best to spend your mana, because each of you is going to get, I guess in Ollie's case at this point it's a lot more, but you're going to get, the 10 or so mana you're going to get to spend over these first few turns, and what you do with that is what is going to decide the game. So not a ton of necessarily game actions to happen over these first couple turns, and compared to some of the other decks you might see in Modern doing that. But the end result is extremely important, and we see Flynn opt to go with the Karn here.
I'm having a look at what are some of the big hitters that they can cast. We're talking about mana and how they can how this can be used. Obviously, Khan going to go find a Haywire Might here that can get rid of the ring on the other side if we can produce green mana at some point. But going back to Ali, who by the way doesn't look like Ali was on the play here, but does have obviously Tron going. Can't activate that one ring, not in the face of the Khan. But look at some of the big hitters. We've got some Ulamogs floating around. We've got some Emrakul the Promise Ends floating around over here on Ali's side. 2 Emrakuls. Also, what is this? A Forsaken Monument. Haven't seen that since I don't know, Draft All-Star back in the day, maybe, but like, that seems like it could be pretty cool in these Tron matchups. Anything else big mana? I suppose we have to talk about the Kozilek's commands and how this card in itself is basically single-handedly pushed these decks to having an instant speed bit of interaction, a bit of ramp, a bit of card filtering, and if needs be, against some matchups, can also exile a bunch of cards from graveyards. So, okay, they're flipped. Let's go back. Flynn has got natural Tron. Ali has got the 5 mana on the battlefield and the ring. Got you. Right, we're working there. So now over on Flynn's side, Flynn's the one that's got
okay, understood. Yes, we are
we've got it working now. It's all good.
Okay, here we go.
So who'd say is advantaged here as a monument is found? That means all spells are going to cost an extra 2, and at the end of every turn, 1 life point will be drained from Flynn. The only thing about this is an extra 2 mana going to make much of a difference in this matchup right now?
Well, yeah, the first one certainly it's going to get this big. You nailed it. That the command is going to go big here, and the tax is not necessarily going to stop that. So it is a nice card. It's a nice piece. It slows people down. The tax maybe not the biggest thing at the end step, but the mana tax on this card is huge, right? So look, it's a nice play. But Flynn with that command is able to just really load up here and is going to have some options if he's able to untap with this. And here we go. Lots of mana.
I haven't looked at what's in the sideboard that could have been found. Like we had the option that turn. We could have got a Stone Brain and activated it in that turn. I feel like that would be a really good key piece in this I'm going to call it a mirror. It's not a full 75 mirror, but it's pretty close. Mm-hmm. I feel like that would be a really good card for it. But how much mana is being spent here? And is this for an Ulamog? That's a good one to play. I told you this is going to be one of the big hits in this matchup. Cash trigger. We can exile 2 permanents. And then we'll just count and make sure we've got enough land there. Because we've got to pay the extra 2, remember?
Yeah. Ultimately, it comes down to how many of these Eldrazi tokens are you going to lose? Because you have the mana to pay. Let's just make sure we count it up right. And then we'll go from there. Because so I would not say that is necessarily the end of things here.
Well, if we take out these 2 lands over on Ali's side, the 2 labyrinths, that's 4 cards we actually get. Because the cards underneath it don't go back into our hand or anything like that, right?
That's right. Yeah, and it basically puts it to Ollie to have sort of like an immediate answer. Which, hey, look, you're drawing a ton of cards with the 1 ring. I don't want to put it past him to find something here. Oh. But, of course, it is obviously a challenge when you are the one getting Ulamogged first. We talked about who could spend the most mana the most efficiently. And while Ollie's slamming that statue, hey, pretty strong. It's nice, but not quite as much as that Ulamog is, even through the tax there. So, all right, what does Ollie need to do here? You need to find an exile effect, I would say.
It's his own Ulamog or it's a Karn Liberated. There's 1 copy of each in his deck and needs them now. I'm quite surprised we didn't go after the mana there. Like, I feel like we were winning the board state no matter what anyway, but maybe we want access to our ring again. Ali's going to go play a map, crack this map, still have 1 mana floating. I guess we go find the extra Tron piece that we're missing, which is Power Plant.
Yeah, step 1 in Tron does, usually just find your Tron piece and go from there and whatever else that means. So in this case, it doesn't necessarily produce a lot of mana in the sense it normally would, but it at least allows you to keep going. You play your land here, and now we sort of get back to original question after treading that water of how to answer Ulamog.
He's got the One of Calm Liberated in hand, so he's able to cast it. That is the answer to the Ulamog. That is one of the two we've got in the deck for it to happen.
Huge.
That is a huge find, especially as we're going to probably potentially lose 20 of our cards to exile next turn if we were able to turn that sideways. But Ali's in the tank. Ali is one of a really good players in the room, because there are a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen, which we will be seeing throughout today's broadcast. But Ali, it's in his name. Ali Eldrazi's got to play Eldrazi, right?
Well, and I think he's trying to figure out here. Is there any way where I don't have to take that? Could we maybe hit the ring so you don't get to draw cards and then we'll get it next turn? Safely opts to just take Ulamog out of here. Does pass back though. And this is sort of the problem though of getting put on the back foot is all he did there. Flynn still has the one ring, still draws a ton of cards, still has all of the mana available. And as you can see, just a massive grip. You just got to decide what to do with it. So if you're Ollie, you're really in need of fading, another payoff here so that you can try to untap and spend your own mana. And that's going to be the challenge, because here we go. Flynn is counting them out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We've actually got 20 mana this turn. including those Eldrazi spawns, we've got 20 mana this turn that we can spend. Remember, every spell is taxed by 2 if that becomes relevant at all. If somehow you can slow down someone that's got access to 20 mana as again, I think this is a draft card, but here we are. We're seeing it cast in Modern. It is Breaker of Creation. So this is an 8 mana, going to cost us 10 for an 8/4. Whenever you cast this spell, gain 1 life for each colorless opponent you control, has hexproof from each color, and has Annihilator 2. So we're seeing a lot of Annihilate effects coming back in with the last MH3 set.
Yeah, and what a interesting inclusion in the deck, right? And also just like what an interesting design card. 8/4 on an 8-drop is certainly, an allowable set of stats, I guess, but it's not very common. Now, hexproof from each color, not doing you a lot of work in this matchup. However, the life gain can help you in some matchups where, look, you kind of get pinged, obviously, from your opponent's decks, but the one ring can kind of wear on you over time. Just having a little bit of that incidental life gain on a creature that happens to have Annihilator is, I guess, not the worst here. And, it's a one of in the deck. It allows you just a piece to, to in the right situations. And in this case, which is a scenario where it's maybe certainly, I wouldn't say not at its best or even close to it, it's not the end of the world. What Flynn needed was a payoff. And what Flynn got was a payoff. And that payoff wasn't as good as Ulamog. But on the other hand, it is a body to attack with. It is a threat that Ollie will have to answer as he opts to use the Karn on
Urza's Tower.
The negative, to take out the Urza's Tower there from Flynn. So, Ollie doing everything he can to climb back in this. And I guess if you're Ollie, you're not unhappy with how things turned out. It could have been a lot worse when your opponent had actual 20 mana to spend, and all you're scaring down is an 8/4.
That Annihilator 2 is going to be a problem for him. Obviously, now we've just used a couple of opponents on the battlefield to get rid of some on the other side. One of them knocking Flynn off Tron, but there's so many cards been drawing. You got to imagine there's ways to kind of fix that. All Ali's got going now is a bunch, a land, and the command. We're going to see Flynn casting a command end a turn here, though. And one thing I learned in one of the recent tournaments I was playing is Annihilator doesn't care about ring protection. If you can attack, if they got ring protection for a turn, you can still attack. Annihilator still happens. The new Ulamog, we've been in like 8 counters on it. Sacking 8 permanents on the board is pretty rough for a lot of decks in the format. We find a Karn that's going to go on top. We're going to draw that. That's going to turn off potentially that map on the other side at least. And now we've got access to, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana for the turn, unless we can hit our missing Tron land.
Yeah, and the important thing here is that Karn gives you any payoff you want, right? And it's relatively inexpensive to deploy. And as you said, the Annihilator, it'll happen no matter what you do. And it just says defending player. Ali said defending player. That triggers on the stack. We're going to respond, though, with a command of his own. I guess this is pretty good. It'll certainly give you lots of fodder to sacrifice for the Annihilator and I guess for the block if you need it.
Yep, 11 tokens can be generated here. Plus, I'm guessing we're going to look at the top 11 cards of our library. Am I getting that right? It's 2 to cast, So, it's 9. Yeah, I'm an Impact player. I can't count past 10. So yeah, it's going to be 9 tokens generated, top 9 cards to look at. Now, what can we find over on Ali's side? Let's have a look at this deck list. An Ulamog is probably the best hit in the deck at the minute currently. Another Ring can't hurt because that's going to get us more cards deeper in our deck.
Yeah,
We've used our one off Karn.
Yeah, Trinisphere, Chalice in there, Karn.
Emrakul?
Didn't see, so he's not just slamming anything, or at least he's taking a good long look at him here. It's a lot of cards to look at.
Choices of Karn Ring by the looks of it. Yep, okay. Can put them both on top. Interested in what order? Are we going to go Ring so we can draw the Karn, or are we going to go the Karn, do something big, and then get protection turn after? Okay. But we are going to block to start off with the Scion. That means we're going to go down to 8 tokens.
You're going to keep that one, Flynn. Okay, so Ollie's trying to set up a big turn here to untap. Like, this is interesting. Both players have set up these turns with the commands to try to untap with large amounts of mana to spend them. And Flynn had the best payoff early, but this payoff, it's not nothing, but it is possibly allowed Ollie to get back into it. Flynn's going to need another follow up here now. Should be able to come up with something. His deck is, sitting in his hand for the most part. And here we go with Karn to open up all of the options. Really, I think only gated by what mana he has available here, right?
What's that card that got put underneath the Labyrinth? I'm trying to work out what it is. Is that like All Is Dust, like an alternate art one, maybe?
Probably.
Chat will let us know. Chat knows everything to do with Magic. Even when they're wrong, they're always right. But this is a cool interaction, right? The one ring has been exiled. Karn can get things out of exile. So we can get that ring that was exiled back into the grip. And this is why I was talking about Stonebrain, where I feel like that would be a really good card in this matchup because you can just keep exiling everything each turn. It is an All in Dust secret lair. See, chat knows everything. I'm glad that I kind of guessed it outright. My powers of denomination is work out what that card could be from. It's got to be 7 mana, an art I probably haven't seen. Okay.
Yeah, if you don't recognize it, it's safe to assume it's a secret lair these days.
It makes our life even better in the booth. Let's put it that way, chat. We hope you're all enjoying us here today. We do have 177 players battling it out in Modern across 8 rounds of action, plus that top 8. And all that is coming to you live today here on the NRG Series Twitch. If you haven't hit the follow button, make sure you do hit that follow button, of course, to be, it's not just today we're going live, but also coming at you tomorrow with Team Trios. And here's that. I've got to say, to me, every card in Tron is a draft card, but I got to give it more credit. Ali knows what he's doing. This is the Forsaken Monument. So colorless creatures now get +2/+2. Not bad with a bunch of Scions. Whenever you tap a permanent for colorless mana, add an additional colorless mana. And whenever you cast a colorless spell, you gain 2 life. There it is on the screen. Production value is great, thanks to Norm working behind the scenes. What do you think about this card?
Look, this is a really fun one. People who are veterans of the arena scene might remember this popping up in the historic decks for a good long while, doing kind of what it's doing here, pumping up the small creatures, just kind of making all your random little rocks and stuff just work a little better. Now, this is kind of the fun of for Ollie. Flynn has their one of with the breaker. So both players kind of getting deep into the Tron tank here, right? We got the godforsaken monument in play. But really what this is Karn, right? These are dueling Karn battles. And interestingly, in this kind of pseudo mirror here where both players have all these Eldrazi spawns, not Scions, which are 1/1s, but spawns, the 0/1s. Look how much work that Forsaken Monument just did. It resulted in an attack that got the Karn off the board, giving Ollie Karn superiority on the board. And now all of those little tokens that were just mana before are huge threats thanks to that Forsaken Monument. This is the exact situation that you play this one of for in the deck.
And it helps us ramp out a little bit more. I like playing that one ring that Ali's just played for the turn as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, that monument basically put 12 power on the battlefield that turn.
Yeah, it's huge.
Subconsciously, it just added a bunch to the board. We're going to tap the ring. We're going to go another card deeper.
And you can pull that card out of course, the sideboard. There's another copy there with Karn. So really, you can see this is one of these deck building innovations that only comes deep into a format. Call them the Brad Nelson type innovations to a deck, right? Where you're like, I only need this when it comes down to what my 74th and 75th card in the deck is, right? Most of the time that doesn't matter. 95% of your matches will be decided by sort of the normal cards in your deck in your main game plan, but very, very rarely what your last couple choices are will matter. And you're seeing it right here. Both players having access to their one-ofs and their sideboards with Karn. Now, I think we might be working out.
Did you see what Ali drew for the turn? That's why they're kind of doing a bit of looking at graveyards, counting a bit of mana. Drew Emrakul. Like, that's a good one. If you can take your opponent's turn, it's probably a good way of messing them up. And there it is at the front of the grip. Now, how much does that cost? 13 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can pay 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could cast it this turn, but it costs us all these scions, right?
So there's 4 card types in Ollie's graveyard, right? Plus a land. So there's 5.
Does the command count as 2?
Yes, it will. The kindred spell will count as 2, I believe, assuming it works. Like
I believe it does. So there's 2 artifact, creature, planeswalkers. That's 5 types in the graveyard.
Right. So you'd be looking at, I think, 8 mana for that Emrakul, which would then on cast allow Ollie to take Flynn's turn. Now, what you can do with that when you have access to Karn tends to be quite a bit. In some situations, you can also throw away, of course, all their tokens, but really looks like that Forsaken Monument has been the difference here for just got complete control of the board by being able to remove that Karn on a crucial turn. And Flynn needs to come up with something here.
Well,
it's Bosejude there, down a land.
Yeah, draw step Bosejude to turn off the Tron mana on the other side. So that is really kind of taxing the mana in this matchup. All right, chat, tell me, what basic forest is that? I don't think I've ever seen that basic forest in my life. It's definitely a secret lair, but
it's got to be. They did the like those pixel ones, right?
No. It's definitely not one of them. I use those. I use the pixel basics and snow basics.
Well, that's what it's all. These so many options these days, right? There's you have hundreds of great land arts to choose from at this point. Dozens of full arts.
I love it. Right, Annihilator trigger going on the stack, even though didn't need to block there by Ali, though. I think he forgot it's got ring protection for the turn. So hopefully that doesn't come back to and bite him, losing an extra scion here, but that could be extra mana, could be extra creature if needs be later on. Ring protection for Flynn, and then the follow-up is a card on the other side.
There you go. Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually. We talked about, I talked earlier about it. This might go pretty fast. We play 4 or 5 turns. They're going to be highly impactful. And instead, we've ended up deep in this wild colorless mirror where each players probably spend about 90 mana so far. But Flynn with the ring now, Karn's in both on both boards, so no activations coming. Mm-hmm. But you know what doesn't need to activate? Forsaken Monument. So we'll see.
It's true.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, Ollie down to, I guess, just 1 token after all of that. So,
reverse on what I said. So when I said Ali blocked, chat pointed out the attack was probably happening at the Karn. That's why the token was blocked. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
great player, Davis in chat. Shout out.
So here we go. Karn gonna minus to get is that Cityscape Leveler?
Yes, that's the Cityscape Leveler. So this has got a lot of different things that this one can do. There's just a lot of exile effects floating around in this game, and I'm not entirely sure who's winning currently. There's a ring that is a 4/4 on the other side because the Karn got ticked up, so that is now an indestructible 4/4 to the end of or until the beginning of Flynn's next turn. But here comes the Leveler. We're going to make sure we tap our mana. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana floating. Here it is on the screen for you, the big 8/8 Trampler itself. I've cast a lot of these in my Pioneer Mono Green deck in the past. But because we get to cast it, we do get to exile a non-land permanent, being that Karn, because Karn's stopping us from using our ring, our map. Straight away tap us our own ring, go 2 more cards deeper. What's the chances that we end up milling each other out here? Like, what is the options? Because it looks pretty stalemate.
I was thinking, what are the options? This God Pharaoh statue just goes the distance. 1 life point.
25 turns. Let's go. Let's go. You play another
I mean, this was the Cityscape Leveler who was huge for Ollie, but this all goes back to that turn he was able to really even the board, and then pull out from from behind, right? Like he was the one behind. He was the one who got the bomb dropped on him. Ulamog was in play on the opposing side, and now look at it. He's got all of his stuff here, and the leveler is going to help finish it off. I think. I mean, this is pretty brutal for
I'm wondering
Flynn.
why Ali's not doing the playing the Emrakul. Like, I feel like, again, we had mana to do it last turn, but decided against it. Obviously got a game plan in his head. Like, thinks the leveler is going to be the better option in this match. Sacrifice permanence is going to be both of these two maps. Going to the graveyard, we're going to block that Scion, keep our life total nice and high up at 24. And then the follow-up is going to be a Destiny. Not great in this one. There's not really any permanents for it to hit, so it's just going to be a 6/6. But 6/6s turn sideways, they do add up over time. Let's be honest with you. We've all been beaten to death by Colossal Dreadballs over the years.
Yeah, Snapcaster Mage beatdowns, all of that. But here we go. We see what Ollie was holding the mana for. It's a massive command, and I think that is enough because it equals lethal, thanks to that Forsaken Monument.
Yeah, that Monument did work in that matchup. That was great. It's good to see. So they're going to go to the sideboards now, have a little look. This is a closed decklist tournament, remember, ladies and gentlemen. Until we get to that top 8, then I'm sure it will go public and you can check it out on all the different socials. But there's a couple of differences in the deck. It's not a full 75. So what do we see after that game 1 there? What are kind of the key cards that these players want to be casting ASAP? Or we'll get it on the screen for you so everybody can have a little look. There you go.
Perfect. Well, obviously, one of these players has more Eldrazi than the other, and that would be the Eldrazi Tron player. Thought-Knot Seers being a big one here, especially, I think, in the sideboarded games, right? Because you look at the Thought-Knot Seers, you can get access to their hands if you have 4 mana on turn 2. That used to be kind of the best thing you could do in Modern at one point, was to have 2 Eldrazi monuments, or Eldrazi temples, rather, and cast your Thought-Knot Seers on turn 2. Now, we've come a long way since then, but that's one of the differences, right? Is you just see this heavier Eldrazi focus, the breaker of creation as well, even a world breaker in there. That's what some of that green mana can be used for, you see, with the Avamaya. So with this, you really lean on some of that intermediate game, right? You don't necessarily just go as big, whereas on the other side, you're looking at the Trinisphere, the Chalice of the Voids, like
All the prisons
way different. A way different game plan, despite so many of the cards being the same, is that you instead want those plays instead of, I'll take 1 card from your hand. Well, how about you can have all the cards in your hand? I'm just going to make them cast to a point that you can't play them. That's what Trinisphere can do, making everything cast 3. Chalice of the Voids can lock out just giant swaths of Modern at this point, right? 0 mana does things. 1 mana does things. I guess maybe you could probably put it at 2 if you wanted somewhere, but 0 and 1 with Chalice of the Void will get you a long way as well. So yeah, lots of different, really like, I'd say, as you said, prison options, but a slow game kind of from Ollie, whereas kind of a more
I'm trying to take
mid-range creature-based game you can find at least possible out of the Eldrazi Tron.
I'm kind of taken away from this. There's a lot of dead cards in this matchup. They've clearly come this weekend with a deck in mind that they want to beat. I'm sure we're all aware of what deck that is that they're all trying to beat, and I'm sure we'll end up seeing it later on. But in this matchup, there's a lot of dead cards. We're playing Khans in our deck. That means, 10, 12, maybe even all 15 cards on our sideboard are sideboard cards. That we don't bring them in for that pure reason. So we're going to be stuck with things like Trinisphere, Chalices. All these are not good in a Tron matchup, but we don't really have any better cards to bring in over them. So we are going to have to leave some number of dead cards. Obviously, we could upgrade them. We could bring a leveler in, but then that one turn you've got a load of mana and you play a card and you want to find your leveler and it's not there. Yeah. It's going to be really awkward for both these players and how we want to move forward. Going up against each other in a mirror round 1, maybe not what they were thinking was going to happen, but that's Modern. That's how the cookie crumbles. I believe both players are finished sideboarding now and just shuffling up. So we're going to move back down to that match where we've got Ali Eldrazi 1 game up in the mirror. Can Flynn come back, level it out, and take us to a game number 3? Let's all find out together. And there's a lot on the line this weekend, as well as all. We've got 5K in prizes. That in itself, great. Add to it some regional championship invites. great. There's two of them, especially because players over on that side of the pond now, you can double queue for double RC. So, even if you've won one, you've still got, you might as well play the next one, try and get another RC. Double RC is great. So there's lots of chances for those players. And on top of that as well, if they get all the leaderboard points or able to take this down, they can get themselves on the NRG 2024 championship. Either get them on the leaderboard or get high enough on the leaderboard that actually go to the championship itself. And that is a 35k invite only tournament. Really hard to qualify for. Love to see it. I see so much hype about it. A lot of my friends are qualified for it. And I'm sure one of these two players here, Sam Farmers, would love to play in it as well.
That's where you want to go. That's where you play. I mean, that's not the only reason you play all of these events. We've got a schedule throughout the year, crossing the country, give you lots of great events to play in. But it is incredible, of course, that it leads somewhere, right? That's what's huge. Those end of the year events, we love them. That's why you can go to the website and check out the leaderboard, right? And that's what these players are playing for points on that leaderboard, which of course then does convert into perks on the tournament series as well. So, all right, looks like Ollie keeping here, Flynn going down.
Keeping. There's a lot of mulligans happen, right?
Yeah. You mentioned, I want to touch back on this. You mentioned, these players building their deck for something that they have in mind, right? Well, looking at the meta, the Nadu deck, as everyone is, of course, thinking about, it's about 20% of the field. So that's pretty high, of course, as you would expect. But you know what? That means that 4 of your 5 matches on average are not going to be against a Nadu player. So you can build your deck for whatever you want, but in Modern, you can still play against anything.
I guess in the earlier rounds, yeah. Like I don't know if you have you piloted, if you've played any of this Nadu deck. This Nadu deck is powerful. It's like someone I read it yesterday. Someone posted on Twitter about it. Like it's basically a Hodak without any bad matchups, though. Like this deck is powerful. So I do imagine the later on the game, the rounds go, the more we'll end up seeing it. There it is on your screen. Of course, when everyone says they want to ban the bird, I keep thinking it's Birds of Paradise. I'm like, I don't think it's done anything wrong. That poor little O1. But no, this one, this is going to be interesting. We'll see what comes on Monday. This might be the last time we ever see it on camera. Who knows? But I think we've got a mulligan down to maybe 5. Maybe it's a tricky 6 we've got here.
Yeah, tough decision here.
All right, what would you say is the best 5 cards that you could keep in your Tron opener?
It involves 3 Tron lands and 1 payoff. You don't need 5. 5 is greedy. All you need
is too much.
You need 3 cards in your Tron opener, right? You need 2 of those, and then you got to draw the other one. That's really all you need. And that's look, with the way the mulligans work, obviously over the last this change happened years ago now at this point, but it allows you to look at 7 and then put cards back on the bottom, which does help Tron a lot because you need so few cards and kind of specific cards, and not in the same way that like a traditional like combo deck might. So the mulligan's really not so damaging for Tron historically, and certainly not just going down 1 or 2 cards even in a matchup like this, and Flynn with an almost ideal start.
I was about to say, Tron famously can just mow down 2 as long as I got a lot of mana in my opening turns. I can top deck and potentially try and get there. Some decks just cannot deal with that. But this new card, Devour Destiny, really good at helping us with mulligans because we get to look at the top 4 cards of a library, put one of them back on top, exile the other 3. Both players using that as their opening start here. But Flynn starting off with Labyrinth and now 4 mana for an Eldrazi, if needs be, decides to pass the turn back and just hold up this command mana. And we're just more to start from Ali. Tron land go. I think we've got natural Tron again for Ali Eldrazi. That's not even fair. I'd be like, Judge, come on, what's going on? This. I'm getting beaten up here. Top 2 cards.
It's just a Tron is a deck that rewards you for trust, believing in yourself, as they might say, right? So many times you just tap the top of your deck, say heat check, and see what it delivers you. It's like if you're on basketball and you're on fire and you want to see if you can keep going or not. You just see if that Tron lands on top, and that's how it feels when you're playing Tron, and it just keeps serving you up Tron hand after Tron hand after Tron hand, and then you have all of your mana, and it makes that part of the game feel really, really, really easy. And that has been one of the big appeals over the years. It feels fun to have your mana and do it in a way that just goes over the top. And as you can see there, we talked about having to leave cards in. Maybe they're not ideal. It's a Trinisphere in hand that Flynn drew there, and that one just doesn't do much if your opponent's only playing on casting 7 mana spells. So has another Karn instead, though, which is obviously a much bigger payoff in this situation.
So Karn down before your opponent does, so you can go get liquid coating, liquid meta coating, and we know how good this can be because now this can just shut off one of these mana on the other side in the upkeep. And then next turn, we can literally just start stone raining every single turn by ticking up this Karn. So now Ali's only got access to 1 mana potentially. Does have that turn 3 Tron that we've seen, the towers pulled to the front. Does also have a Presagio in hand, but no green mana to deploy it. And yeah, this is rough. This is the power of good being on the play, I think.
Yeah, and this is the power of liquid metal coating, although I guess Karn
anymore.
Yeah, Karn answering back is one of the few things you can do. I was going to say that liquid metal coating and Karn is kind of the classic combo, but I guess maybe the most classic combo people might remember with Karn is Mycosynth Lattice, which would just block you out of the game, and the game would end. But on the other hand, the game would end, right? And there's something to be said for that. If you've ever been locked under liquid metal coating, turning your lands into artifacts, they get turned into 0/0s and die. You might just wish it was Mycosynth Lattice and it ended the game. But look, we talked about what kind of answers you could have if you're Ollie. This is picture perfect. Karn finding Pithing Needle, naming liquid metal coating. So
I think his name's Karn.
You're safe, or it names Karn if you feel safe about that.
Because if you don't name Karn here, you can tick up your Karn to make the liquid coating a creature and attack the other Karn, which is making me think that I would name the Karn in this situation. Yeah, it's double-sided. It means I can't use my Karn, but at this point, this start from Flynn has been so explosive. Bear in mind, this is a mode of 5, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Ali's ways of doing what needs to stop the game. Later on, as it goes, potentially we can get our own needle off the battlefield, or maybe even Flynn will deal with it for us. But I think you're right. I think it was named. And yeah, this is the line I was speaking about. Look, taking Karn down to 2 now.
Yeah, well, it keeps your land. What it does is it's going to unlock Ollie's mana next turn. Is what the hope is here, right? Because then you can, your land is not turned off. You have access to a bunch of mana here, and the one ring from Flynn. Sure, I guess you have protection. That doesn't mean that much to Ollie, who just wants to spend as much mana as possible on this turn. And it looks like the answer to that is 10 mana available.
That's a lot of mana unturned for. I've just never been that sort of gamer, you know what I mean? It's never been my play style of getting all this mana. Here comes the monument. We're going to tick that up. We're going to make it a 6/6. Now, this is an ability that Karn can turn off, so the tax of mana will happen, and the drain end of each turn will happen. And this is it's going pretty good, I would say, over on Ali's side, especially on Flynn. We just drawn this Trinisphere. It does nothing. And then we drew, was that the land we needed to make Tron?
Yeah, I didn't catch all of that, but interesting that the statue coming down second game in a row. And I was trying to think over last game how much mana it taxed out of Flynn over the course of the game. It had to have been what, 10, 12 mana at a very possibly 14 to 16. And that's what Ollie has here to spend. That 10 mana was not the most efficiently spent. You just have the 1 card payoff, but it's not bad. Now, Flynn's got a lot of options. You obviously can't activate the ring at this point, but what you can do is turn it into a creature with Karn. But look, he's got nothing in hand either. So that matters until activating this land. So this is a really sort of, I don't want to say desperation, but that's a nice play to have available when things are not in a winning position for you if you're Flynn there to deploy that.
Well, we're seeing this is the mulligan happening right now. Okay, so both players doing their thing. Board state's pretty stale, but Flynn, as you mentioned, 1 card in hand. It's a dead card. Ali on the other side still got a full grip and all this mana. We have an active Karn as well. Decided maybe want us to tick it down, turn it up. I think you've got this tells me I've got a redundant one, or you're about to find an answer to my Karn /ring. We'll see what he does. There's a trend of his. There's the chalices in the board, exactly where we thought they would be. And Leveler is the card we're going to find. Cast this. This is going to be 8 mana.
All right. Leveler has been just we saw 1 Ulamog cast. We've seen 2 Levelers cast. And the Levelers have been the ones that have been more impactful thus far. It's going to shoot down Karn, and Flynn's very much up against the ropes now.
So let's think. Why do? Oh, because Ali's got all land in hand and one command, but we sacrificed our own Karn. Right? Our Karn at this minute is turning off the ring on the other side, which obviously is probably the best way Flynn has got to get back in this game. So we've kind of given him a little bit of a lifeline here to get in. Not that I'm not saying anything's great, but like, if there's a line out of it, this is the line. So, Ali respecting the fact that Karn on the other side was too important, had to get it off the battlefield. Also, adding an 8/8 to the battlefield is pretty good. And if it lives, we can also start attacking every time a bit and getting all these extra triggers, potentially getting lands and rings and etc. off the battlefield. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this line pays out. Both these players clearly Tron players at this point, and aren't going to be surprised by the mirror. Chat's talking about the percentage of like Nadu this weekend. You did have a little look at all the different meta breakdown. This is like an unofficial. You looked for it quite quickly, but Nadu is clearly the favorite. But what else did you see?
Yeah, so very unofficially, we had Nadu around that 20-ish% of the field. After that, you're looking at energy. You're looking at honestly substantially less energy than Nadu, maybe 10-ish% of the field. Boros, another handful of Mardu decks, and after that, Jeskai Control becomes the most popular deck. So those are the big three, right? It's of course Nadu, energy, Jeskai, and or Boros Mardu flavors, and then you start hitting your Reanimator decks, your Atraxas, and then your Karn deck variants. But your big three this weekend, of course, it's Nadu, it's energy, it's Jeskai.
I like energy. Like that's the deck I've picked up in this this Nadu meta that we're in, which is weird because I'm a Yawgmoth player and I should probably gravitate towards Nadu because it's basically a better Yawgmoth. But that's just who I am. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go with that. Karn drawn and a Haywire Might. Now, how can we utilize this to great effect over in Flynn's side? Who, of course, remember every spell is going to cost an extra 2 currently.
Yeah, and interesting. Usually you play the Trinisphere to make spells cost an extra 2.
Yeah. Well, we just went bigger. We just went for a 6-mana version.
Yeah.
It's fine. This one at least drains for 1 on the end of every step.
It is an interesting tax here because Flynn, you're right. Activating that ring was a huge opportunity for him to get back into this game because he was in trouble before. But things like the Haywire Might, which would normally be a very easy answer to an opposing card on Ollie's side. 1, there's multiple cards on Ollie's side that need answered. 2, it's going to get taxed, and all of a sudden you're looking at what, 4 mana, 5, whatever the. It's not cheap just to get 1 card off of the field over there.
It definitely feels more of a resource battle than I initially thought this was going to be.
Yeah, agreed.
So here comes Karn.
Very fun.
Karn's going to cost 6 mana. Instantly ticking it down and finding an ensnaring bridge. That's the Lord of the Rings variant.
Good eye on that one. I was not aware of that one.
I'm all over. Like I'm pretty good with my alternate cards. That's what I mean. When a card pops up that I don't know what the art is, I'm like, ooh, okay, what's that? But yeah, that basic forest caught me off guard, and so did that always does. But yeah, bridge on the battlefield now. So that means we can't attack with the leveler, which is good news. That means nothing can get. It's not like a protection effect, and then the trigger would happen. It just can't be turned sideways yet.
Yeah, and that's a big turn from Flynn, right? Like 1 rotation ago, it looked like Flynn was in trouble, and then all of a sudden is able to, deploy 1 creature, big creature, activate the ring, 10, get another one, but a big command here from Ollie.
11, I think.
Big command.
We'll find out as the dice come across, but I think it's 11 if my math is right. There you go, 11. 11 0 1s that can sacrifice to add 1 mana. More importantly, we get to look at the top 11 cards and kind of decide what goes on top of our deck at this point. And
this is where the one-ofs come in really.
How about Mindslaver? Mindslaver found by Ali brought to the top, as well as the way to copy it. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking, Ali.
That's a different Tron deck, Ollie. You're supposed to have blue in your deck for that.
That's the Phyrexian Manamorph as well. So we can get what? Mindslaver take your turn. Yeah, so we're going to do that.
Mindslaver you, please.
Take your turn. Okay.
Oh wow, that's how you spend 10 mana historically, right there. 6 to play, 4 to activate. Take your turn.
Who have that on their bingo list today? Let me know. Oh, we can't be activated in the face of the Khan.
Oh
Khan
no,
has got extra text.
Well, that would have worked, Ollie. It you tried to fake us out as well. Didn't quite get there.
We went for the highlight moment. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Well, the game's not. I mean, that doesn't look.
It's
the
not
game
over.
Rather. It would have been over. I think if the Mindslaver loop lock gets going, or even just one activation in all likelihood. But in this case, it's very much not. That said, Ollie does still now have extra mana in play in addition to his creatures. And now if the Karn does ever go away, the Mindslaver suddenly becomes live. So it's going to be very powerful if it gets activated at any point. Of course, it's just that good. But what I was going to go back to was we talked about the one-ofs in the deck, and the commands are really good when you have all this mana. A command for 9 or 11. Yeah, you get all of these tokens. Okay,
That's a walking blister.
What's perfect when you have those tokens? Well, it's finding the one of Forsaken Monument, put on top of your deck, draw it, swing with your tokens, and win the game out of nowhere.
Right, so we take down the Khan this turn. We found ourselves a walking ballista. Remember that bridge is at the top of the deck, and at the minute we cannot attack with that Cityscape Leveler. We do not have 8 cards in our hand from Flynn, basically at any point, because we will discard on the turn. And Flynn's going to play and make sure he definitely doesn't have that many cards in his hand. Not going to activate the ring in Ali's turn, or at least before combat anyway. So just deploying the walking ballista. I think the key is keep this Khan alive at all costs. Currently.
So keep in mind here, Metamorph, which Ali drew, could allow him to copy the leveler. However, then that is what he's going to cast. And I want to verify here, but the leveler, I believe, is a cast trigger, right?
Is a cast trigger, yeah.
Right. So you can't copy that when it comes into play.
This is the judge question. Because it's got to enter the battlefield to copy it, and then by the time it's entered, the cast has already happened.
Correct. It won't work.
So, yeah.
That said, you can copy. So it's good that they're asking, because you actually make the choice once the card resolves, right? So if Phyrexian Metamorph resolves, and then you say, okay, what is it a copy of? And you will not get that trigger, but it's also too late to change anything at that point. So there are options for Ollie here, right? Obviously, you could hit the Pithing Needle, you could hit the One Ring, all kinds of things that can be done right? in this situation. You cannot hit Karn. It has to be a creature or an artifact.
Okay. So what do we call? We don't even do the Never Monument because that's legendary. I think this is just obviously we did that huge Colorless command, Kozilek's command. Sorry, looked at the top 11 cards, and the 2 cards we put on top of the deck was Mindslaver and this Phyrexian Metamorph, and we obviously had a line of sequence of plays in our head, but we weren't able to do that because we forgot the Khan was on the battlefield, and it's made it really these 2 lines, our next 2 turns, really awkward here for Ali. Now he's trying to navigate through this. How can I make this happen? This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to figure out what they want to do here. It's a tough spot because this Metamorph, you can copy a lot of stuff, but not all of it is necessarily that impactful. And that's the issue here is Ollie, even if you were able to get the leveler into the graveyard, to try to bring it back after that, it has to attack, right? So that won't do anything. He's kind of in a difficult spot here to try to find an answer easily, right? He's got all kinds of powerful cards, but they don't answer just the fact that he can't do anything against Karn right now. And another turn or 2 of the One Ring, and Flynn's just going to have the resources to pull away here. So this game at one point has been a very swingy back and forth matchup, but that ensnaring bridge went a long way here to locking up the game, the board for Flynn, allowing him to sit behind this Karn now.
Well, it's that mode of 5, right? Like I said, he was down on cards. It was that I think it comes back to that key turn where Ali decided to cash in his own Karn.
Yeah,
opening up the One Ring. The One Ring's drawn so many cards that we've now got a grip for the cards, a board for the cards, and a replacement ring on the battlefield. So yeah, I think we kind of opened the door a little bit too much on that turn. And unfortunately, Ali's at the minute not finding answers to close it. It's going to have I think we've copied the Pithing Needle. So the Pithing Needle can name Walking Ballista?
One ring, maybe?
One ring, maybe? But I feel like damage is already done, but then they're going to keep looking. There's the land.
They didn't activate in response, so I'm not sure actually what we're looking at here. We'll wait on it, but
we'll see if we can get confirmation from down at the table.
It's a tough spot for Ollie, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah.
That said, you find one way to get Karn off the board. All of a sudden, you can activate your Mind Slaver. Like, things can change very quickly here, but you are 100% at the mercy of whatever Flynn finds, and it's Haywire Might to
deal with the Pithing Needle that was originally on the liquid metal coating. Ironically, the turn that Karn's at 1, so we're all going to be doing it anyway is ticking up. So now we get to Stone Rain.
Yep.
Let's take out that mine.
So for people who are unfamiliar, the liquid metal coating can turn anything into an artifact. So that's what it does. Karn turns that artifact into a creature with power toughness equal to its CMC, which of course in the case of a land is 0, just dies. Or, as we'll put it, a Stone Rain. Much more eloquent way to say it.
That's more the card I'm used to casting is Stone Rain. I've been known to play a little bit of Ponzo in my day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I cast Fulminator Mages here and there. That's kind of my jam. Top deck. It is a Devourer. That is not going to be good on this battlefield. Just a 6/6.
The first time someone told me about Ponza, I was for sure that they were just trying to get me to name a deck after what they wanted to name it. I had no idea it was a historical Magic archetype. I thought they were just trying to sell me on their deck.
I'd love to get to that point where I make a deck and I get to name it like whatever I want.
Yeah. And so you've got to name it and then but importantly, slip through a name that will be allowed on coverage, right? That's always the
don't call it scam. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Call it,
yeah.
Can I get a deck name called the Experience or something? That'd be cool.
you go.
On brand. Replacement Karn coming down. I feel like we're just going through, turning the wheels at this point. Flynn's going to have the tools. It's got the advantage currently to close this game out. It's just going to take a few turns for that to happen. And how we go about it? Yep, as I said, with the 3 mana was cast. Here comes the Haywire Might, which is going to exile the other Pithing Needle that is on the battlefield, which now turns on the ring. I think you were correct. Either the ring or the Walking Blister, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Another land. Because it is an open deck. This is, one is right to see what's going on the other side of the battlefield. What else have you got in that deck? What else is coming out that sideboard with your Karn Wish targets? Get as much information as needed to potentially play around it more moving forward.
Yeah, I'd say that this one's about over. Ollie, I think, probably glancing up at the clock here. Interestingly, Flynn with nothing but lands in hand, so not actually able to push in or close things out until he chooses to do something else. So we'll see.
Well, there's the monument. That's giving everything +2/+2 and making our mana more. So we've now just gained a load of 5 2/3s on the battlefield. Which I suppose how many cards are in hand for Flynn at this point? Can 2 power creatures start getting in there? Maybe not. I think we've got something to do in response. And
so I was trying to figure out why Flynn, what Flynn was doing there. It looks like he chose to sink all of his mana into that Walking Ballista, and then was able to use the Walking Ballista to shoot down the tokens in response to the monument. So they don't actually get the pump, although it would have been a great one. So now we're back to sort of square one. Ensnaring Bridge, snaring down Ollie's hand with Karn. The Stone Raining is taking the land every turn. That was probably Ollie's sort of last gasp at it there, but Walking Ballista shuts that down. And I'd say we're getting pretty close now, right? You can see Ollie's lands just dwindling and dwindling.
How much mana is that over on Flynn's side? We are at the stage of the game where we are just going to keep ticking this Walking Ballista up, and this Walking Ballista is just going to keep shooting Ali until he's dead. Maybe as early as next turn. I think Ali drew his own copy, which isn't ideal. I don't even know how that math works. Is it 3 counters? Oh, because everything taps for an extra mana because of the monument. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 comes in. That gets under Trinisphere. So we do have a 3/3 Walking Ballista, which we're in response. Flynn will activate his, make his a lot bigger. So it's up to 7 counters now. If we can get it to 18, that will be GG.
Yeah, Flynn can spend a lot more mana here, and if he chooses to spend 3 of it to shoot down Ollie's Walking Ballista, well, that's really no problem. He can do that. So I think that we will likely be off to game 3 here very soon. But you can see the really old set of modern cards here. Walking Ballista was Magic Origins, I believe, 2015 or so, and that was when the Ensnaring Bridge lock with it kind of that became the best win condition with Ensnaring Bridge, because you're seeing it. You just sit behind your Ensnaring Bridge, you can't be attacked, and and to turn whatever spare mana I have, I'll just dump into this Walking Ballista. And when you're Tron, you have a lot of spare mana.
Yeah, and we're seeing now that's an always dusk again, not great right now. More Stone Rain effects happening. I don't want to know how much mana that is. Roughly a gazillion mana, enough for Ali to scoop it up and take us to a game 3. Interested to see how long's. I'm being told there's 2 minutes left on the round. That's what my next question was going to be: is how long have they got until they can battle out in this game 3? You don't want to be starting off an 8-round tournament with a draw, because then you're in that draw bracket. You're going against control. You're getting against these long grindy decks, and you want to be realistically. I guess you bring this deck because they think and especially how they've tailored it and what we've seen, these spicy cards. It's going to be good in against the Nadu meta. They want to be going against Nadu. They want to go against the energy decks. Saying that, no one wants to go against Nadu. Let's be honest. Even if I've got a deck that's good to get, if I've got 4 harsh mentors in my Boris deck, I still don't want to go up against Nadu. I still don't think I can win that game. It can be pretty crazy. But they are going to go to sideboarding a little bit more. We saw that the Trinispheres come out. We saw that the Chalices came out, and now they brought in things like Mindslaver. Arguably not great in the matchup, but it's a lot better than having a Chalice of the Void or something on these lines.
Yeah, it was a situation where if that Mindslaver had, if it resolved, it did resolve. If he'd been able to activate it, it would have won the game, right? So that certainly is doing you better than a card that's just kind of a general blank.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as taking a draw in round 1, not at all where you want to be for the reasons you mentioned, but also, right, you came to game, you've been here, you've driven to the NRG Championship Series, you are ready to play Magic all weekend long, you're ready to get going, and first round, it's a draw. It's just
we've got like 2 minutes plus 5 turns. Potentially there could be a winner if we can fire this off. We might see some speed Magic right now, so I'm aware that I talk very quickly. I might talk even quicker in this one as both players look at their opening 7. I imagine it's just, as long as I've got lands and spells, it's a keep on both sides. Stop the game actions. But yet again, both players turn 0 game actions. Look at my top 4. Put one of them on top, 3 into exile. Ali's having a little look. I think we've got lands. We've got Haywire Mites. We've got Khan there if we want to go with it. And I think it was the land that was taken. And then we're just going to go Labyrinth. Put this underneath. 2 mana. Play the Brainstone. Now, this is the one I thought. I thought this was what the game would come to.
Well, this would have been. It's interesting because at various points throughout these 2 games, they've Brainstone. You're right. They can.
No, it's not Brain. That's Brainstone.
Yeah.
Stone Brain.
Yeah. So this is Stone Brain. So this is going to allow them to take cards out of the deck. It's a good one for sure, especially when you're able to get out ahead. I saw a Thought-Knot Seer in Flynn's hand. If you're trying to end a game quickly, Thought-Knot Seer is going to be one of your best routes to it.
The dice is out. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. This is turn 1 for Ali. Yeah, look, this is a draw. I don't even know the sequence of perfect lines that need to happen right now for this to happen. I'm pretty sure that if the game went longer, this Stone Brain would be able to, do a lot of work, so to speak. But we're not going to have the time. Please tell me you named the One Ring. Khan maybe is the first thing you'd name.
I think it's just interesting because it's probably fairly dependent on the game state, but in this sort of early board state where your opponent has not hit 4 mana yet, and therefore you've not really had a chance to even Karn check them, right? You just get rid of it. It's the scariest card in the matchup, scariest card in the deck, and now you don't ever have to worry about it. But
I wonder if you like I'm trying to think, like, we're playing this out. Maybe they're doing it for coverage. Maybe they both are fully aware that I'm in the booth and how much I enjoy casting over these big mana decks. But is there a line to victory at all here? Is the like I can't see it.
No, there's
There's no
not.
smashes. There's
The
no
thing,
Fortnite.
Will, is that you got to see a lot of mana spent. Look, it's round 1, and you've seen hundreds of mana spent. Okay,
I
that's
have
a
spent
rare
so much
experience.
mana spent.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, both players here just unfortunately heading to the draw. Always something you got to keep in mind is the time considerations at the tournament. But hey, both of these players are going to. It's round 1. It's an 8-round day. If you think about it in context, if you win 7 rounds and draw 1 round, you will make the top 8. So both of while it's not necessarily where you want to start, it is by no means the end of the world. Now, this would have been a good line here,
Oh,
right? Flynn running out early Thought Knot Seers. We saw kind of how pressure mattered. Forsaken Monument's just been incredibly relevant all 3 games. Here it is getting taken by the Thought Knot as Ollie runs off the command. But yeah,
had a
I think
good
those
line
Thought Knots
though.
would have been really interesting had like you watch this matchup play out 10 times, which hey, we might over the course of the weekend. You can see I think those choices matter because the early pressure provided by a turn 2 Thought Knot would be pretty clutch in these matchups where you're kind of playing around these turn 3, turn 4 cards.
If you look at like Ali's hand there, that wasn't bad. So it was a stone brainstone, whichever one it was. Into it could have been a Kozlex, into another Kozlex, into the monument. So we would have had an army of 2/2s. That's a good way of closing down this matchup pretty quickly, especially when you know your opponent doesn't have Khans. But we're just not going to have the time here. Maybe we need to concede a little bit sooner. Time will tell. Having a little bit of mana scene. I've got an Ulamog. Can I get 2 hits off of that? It's going to be the handshake. It's going to be the ID. Kick it off the game with a draw. We've been there. We've all done it. No one likes it, but it's better than a loss at the end of the day, especially in a long 8-round tournament like we are doing today here at the NRG Series. So normally this is where we'd go back and forth, Corbin, and I'll talk to you about that game and that match. But I feel like we saw everything in that match. We saw a 1,000,000 mana cast, and we need to go get that camera fixed. So we're going to step away quickly for a short break, get the camera sorted out. Me and Corbin are going to get our coffee in us, and then we'll be back for round number 2 shortly. So don't go anywhere. See you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG series. If you just tuned in, well, you've missed round 1, but lucky for you, we've got 7 more rounds of modern action to come. I'm Will Hall, better known on the instance, Will Hall XP. That's Corbin Hostler, and we are going to be taking you through the first part today before I jump out, and then we're going to get good old Doomwake in to replace me. Let's be honest, do a better job than me. He's going to take you through to that top 8. But we've got lots to talk about to kick off today. Like, we've got a lot of prizes on the line that everyone is battling out. We've got 177 players. As I mentioned, 8 rounds battling out, try and get themselves their share of not only money, but also invites. So if we've got a slide for it, let's have a little look at that slide. And you can talk us through this, Torben.
Yeah, look, obviously the prize money is huge. You're playing in a $5,000 trial. First place getting 1,200, 600 second. Everyone in that top 8 making at least $200 and paying out all the way down to 32nd. And what you're playing for past that, though, you see that little magic symbol next to that 1,200. That's because that is an invite that you are playing for, not to mention those NRG series points that you can work on over the course of the season to get your way up on the leaderboard, like some of the players you're going to be seeing coming up in our next round. And that, of course, leads to the end of the year event.
We got a segue. Let's see who's on that leaderboard.
That's right. Well, we can check out the leaderboard here. There you go. Harrison Canfor with a pretty substantial lead, 112 points. Sean Gallagher in second place with 89. Work your way on down the field. You can see some of those players, of course, already qualified for the 2024 championship by punching their ticket directly. So this is the leaderboard you want to get on. This is what it's all about. This is check out an event coming near you, and you can end up on this leaderboard, which can get you to the end of the year tournament for a massive, massive prize pool.
Well, you're looking at like you see Harrison there, you see Sean. Yeah, they're at the top, but they're still battling out. They're still playing. There's still the MVP slot that everyone is battling for. Even if you qualify for the end of the year, if you're top of this leaderboard, you get MVP of the year. That means you get a year's worth of invites to all the events for free for the year. This is a grinder's dream. Not only do you get to see your name on the board, but also you get to go every event for free. So still loads to play for. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of these names throughout this weekend. But as you mentioned, this qualifies you to the end of year 35K invite only tournament. We've got a bunch of players registered for it already. We're going to send another one there today, another 3 there tomorrow, because that is what the showdowns do. And if you win one of these some of these events at the NRG series, you get tokens made of you, Corbin. Have you ever had a token made of you?
I have. And
Ooh,
at
what
first
did you get?
I have. And at first you're like, oh, I don't know if I'd want that. But then trust me, once you have it in your hands and you play it and you beat your friends with it, you're like, yeah, this is worth it. This is cool. And all showdown winners at the NRG series will receive a custom token by Inkland Customs. You can see some of them there on the screen. I mean, look how fun they are, right? Like there's just something really especially when you win too, right? Like, it's not
Oh, yeah.
the traditional trophy you put up on the wall, but man, is it cool to have something that really commemorates your win in a really special, unique way.
Yeah, we got some of the big hitters on there, like Nikachu, Dom's on there, May French on there. There's so many good ones floating around. But I do look. You told me you've got one. What was your token?
We had I believe I had a 1/1 Merfolk we made for the
Oh,
podcast at some
of
point.
course
So
you did. Of course you
it
did.
was fun. I'm a Magic boomer. I've been at this for a long time, and yeah, it's a little different to have your own custom Magic card that you get to play with. That's what these tokens allow you to do.
But we'll let
And you can use it for anything, as it turns out. It turns out it doesn't actually matter what the token of you is, because you can use it for everything, and that's what you want to do.
Well, here is our feature match here, and one of those tokens we're just seeing is from this man on the left of the screen, Mr. Dom Harvey, on everybody's favorite deck right now, Bant Nadu, going up against Benjamin Gruul Prowess. Now, if you want to beat these Nadu decks, going underneath them is a great way to do it, and Gruul Prowess is one of the quicker decks in the format to do it. I feel like play draw is going to be pretty dependent. We're going to give them the green light so they can kick off.
Yeah, this is going to be an extremely interesting match because Dom Harvey, one of the best players on the circuit, one of the most consistent players on the circuit, playing Brett's probably the best and most consistent deck on the circuit in Bant Nadu. So this is going to be sort of the boogeyman of Modern. It's what everyone's talking about. That said,
well, we're going to see why, I'm sure.
Yeah, we are going to see why. That said, though, this Gruul Prowess deck, it is presenting some questions that this Bant Nadu deck is not used to answering, at least.
Well, the dice with a 5 on it, I believe, means that Benjamin is down to 5 cards in hand off the mulligan, but is on the play, so that's pretty big here. Maybe knew what it was against and know that we have to, get the race going ASAP. Dom, I was actually casting with Dom last weekend, and he was telling me all about the Nadu decks and what he thinks about it, and why he thinks, you're basically, if you're not doing Nadu, you're doing it wrong at this point. And this is coming from a Titan player. This man is a through and through Titan master, but still at the current method side, this is the deck to play. This is the deck he wants to register. Obviously taking down round number 1, looking to do it here in round number 2 at the NRG, but blighting, a really fast start here for Benjamin on the right of our screens.
Yeah, the Gruul Prowess deck needs to go fast, and this is how you go fast. Swiss Sphere into Show Off. Boom, boom. We're calling it Gruul Prowess, of course, but it is almost entirely red, right? This is a red deck. So you're going to get hit with the 1, 2, 3, just like you're used to seeing out of every red deck forever, except this one can get really nutty with those Prowess triggers very quickly, and with Slick Shot Show Off involved, that may be what's happening here. Now Wall of Roots is going to get in front of Swift Spear. You can block, but that opens up the window here. What can Benjamin Ungar do to pump up this Show Off?
Well, I say a Galvanic Discharge in hand, another Swift Spear, and a Lava Dart. So lots of options here. Can definitely get one of these creatures, if really wanted to, can get both creatures off the battlefield and get in one huge hit. This is going to generate free energy. We can cash 2 of that in.
Yeah, this is how you just go faster than Nadu, right? Like you put Nadu to the screws early, and maybe mess up their mana by If they don't block, you can just kill them. Like these are the threats you have to produce early so that the deck doesn't just run you over if you just don't interact with it by turn 3 or 4.
So Domson wants to do anything in response. Could call a calling for 0 here, because the wall of roots and how it works is we can generate the mana and then tap it for itself. Doesn't work on Magic Online, as much as I keep asking them, being a Yargorth player. Hasn't been fixed yet. But that's what Dom is thinking about right now. And I think this is a sign. This is telling Benjamin some cards that are in Dom's hand. If we're tanking at that point, okay, I work out from the battlefield. Call to calling is what you've got. You're thinking, is it worth going to go get that Dried Arbor before damage happens? Decides against it. Draws Nadu for the turn. So if we play land Nardshuko, might just be the game. It might just be the game.
Which is wild because this has been an almost perfect start for Benjamin, right? But so he opted for just the Galvanic Discharge there. Keeps up Lava Dart in hand and mana. So it went a little slower than he, the absolute all out there. And we'll see if he is able to get a chance to make that decision matter. As you mentioned, it can just end out of nowhere because that's what Nadu does. And of course, by out of nowhere, we mean over the course of 10 excruciating minutes.
Yeah, we're going to have to earn our money, is basically what I'm getting at here. But, Benjamin's setting up, not playing to, stall the board or anything like that, not playing for future turns, is lined up, get a big chunk of damage in this turn. If it's just a dawdly turn or a couple of mana dorks come down, if we hit that extra land drop, we can go in Slick Shot into the Lava Dart, return Lava Dart. That in itself is about 11 damage. But we're going to go Safekeeper into Nadu. So this is where things are going to get a little interesting of how do we want to sequence this. And this is my problem. Well, not my problem with Nadu. I just think it's nuts that Nadu, I can go to kill one of their creatures like we're seeing now, and I could constantly trigger them having the win. That's the crazy thing about this deck. It's like, I'll kill your main card. Oh, I've triggered. You've now won the game. Awkward.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. It looked like the Lava Dart got sent at the Safekeeper there, throws away a land to protect it. You're right. That's, of course, what's just absurd. All right, another Slick Shot Show Off is coming in. Oh, that's not a bad one. The Bobble is going to give them double triggers on the Show Offs, which fly, and there's a Lava Dart in the graveyard.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Dom does have to block something this turn. Cannot let all this go through. Is dead on board if he does do that. That Lava Dart flashback does a point damage itself, but more importantly, adds 5 extra damage across all these creatures. I'm going to throw it back to just that last time. I think there's something like really sly that we missed. Dom sequenced the Safekeeper into Nadu, knowing that there was 1 red mana up and 1 extra energy left over from that first Galvanic Discharge. So if he went Nadu first and then Safekeeper in response, if there was a Galvanic Discharge for Benjamin's side, it could have used the 4 energy to take it off. So decided to do it the other way around, which actually played off a little bit better for Benjamin because it had Lava Dart, which could then get targeted at the Safekeeper, which inevitably cost Dom a land. I think it's very small detail, but it's interesting how that played out and what Dom was playing around. And Dom's now working the map out himself.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because depending on what's in Dom's hand there, he may decide that, okay, all that actually matters is that I untap with this Nadu, right? If I throw this land away, that doesn't matter because I sequence it this way. All that matters is that I guarantee untapping with Nadu so I can take the line that leads me to that. Or
this block's great, by the way. Yeah. This is a great block because now what you can do, you use the Lava Dart to target my Nadu, give me another trigger, and then I'm going to sacrifice a land anyway to give it protection. So that's not going to work for you. This is such an awkward position, but masterfully done here by Dom Harvey. Me and Dom go way back, by the way. I don't think enough people know. Me and Dom used to play together when he used to live in England. Like, he used to live in the same area as me, and we used to play all the time at all the local events together. And then he's moved to Canada and is now doing extremely well for himself. Here comes the Lava Dart. That's going to cost us a mountain. Going up to the face, so that's going to drop down to 12. Damage happens, going to drop Dom down to 2. Now, does 2 shut off anything in the deck? Does that make it any harder to combo off here?
I wouldn't expect so, but it's just it's all about whether Dom can get it going with enough mana here, right? Like that's what the Bant Nadu turns are all about is how you manage your mana as you go. And I think he may be settling in to think about this one because he played this game as you do against the red decks. We've made it to turn 4. You just try to survive. You do whatever you can do to do that. Here he is, untapping at 2 life. He played the game so that even around another Galvanic Discharge, he couldn't lose Nadu to give himself this window. That said, as you can see, he's counting it out here. He's kind of wincing and may not be mathing quite the way he wants it to math before he gets going. So I guess that's what you want to see if you're Benjamin. I don't know. If you're Benjamin, what you probably really want to get good at is
top decking,
calming your brain while your opponent does this, right? Like going into the zone, getting zen, like doing whatever you need to do while you're tapped out with 1 mountain in play and your opponent does this.
So Dom's got some options there. Doesn't have a great way of triggering Nadu at the minute. That's the problem, right? The only thing we've got is safekeeping, and we don't have many lands to do that. We've got a quarter cooling in hand. We also have the is it called Storm Drake? I can't remember the one that can swap something across. The the Storm Drake in hand as well. We've got a Shuko. No, not a Shuko. We've got a Natuko in hand. But and a redundant Nadu. That's our 4 copies. And now we're trying to work out how can we pilot this. And we're going to start off by floating mana and sacrificing a land, triggering the Nadu, which reveals a land. Of course it does. Always does hits. And it's an untapped source as well.
I assume that was big for Dom. He seemed pretty happy about that because that means the mana goes into the pool and that allows you to Court of Calling. X will equal 3 because you hit the land off of it, which allows you to get your Encore. That's the Outrider Encore, which can then for 0 mana target a creature. So now the engine is fully set up. I think it seemed like that was the big moment for Dom. Needed to flip a land off the top there to just make it easy mode and cord for 3 to set this up. And that's where we're at now. Now you can see he's sort of gone from I'm in thinking mode to I'm in combo turn mode. And look how practiced he is here.
You don't move this quickly if you don't have it. So every land that hits now is going to come into the battlefield untapped, and at some point we'll get this Shuko out. No, I keep saying Shuko. This I missed it. The one that makes snakes. Nantuko, thank you. The one that makes snakes. So every land drop makes snakes, which is 2 more triggers. So yeah, we're going through the motions right now. This is going to get a Dried Arbor, I imagine, which is another creature. There it is. Has to be played up front, of course, with the creatures. Shout out to Gabriel Nassif.
I remember there was once an event where there was a mistake made with it in the back, and did that cause some discourse that weekend?
That was the Gab turn. That's what it is. It was
I didn't realize that's where it came from specifically.
Yeah.
There you go.
Gab attacked and thought he had lethal, but the guy pulled the arbor out from his land and blocked.
Yeah,
and it was like that caused the kerfuffle. So now we've got to play that Dried Arbors up with our creatures.
Well, and they did the ultimate. Look, I can appreciate it from a certain level. The ultimate troll card, right, where they made a secret lair before it was a secret lair, as a Dried Arbor promo that looked like a basic land.
That was the art of it, though. That was the art that got used in that kerfuffle, and that art, because it was the only foil version or something like that at the time, or the easiest foil version, and it looks so. It is a basic mount forest at that point. It looks so good. Dom's still turning the wheels here. Every land's generating more insects. It's generating more looks at the top of our deck. Benjamin, I think Dom's demonstrating the loop basically to I'm going to keep doing this. This is what's going to happen. I'm willing to just show you my deck, and I'm going to tell you how I'm going to win this game. Are you happy to go to game 2?
Yeah, Benjamin has 4 cards in play. Just for context of, is it? I mean, this is where Modern's at. Dom is at 1 life.
Just how he wanted it. Just how he wanted it.
Looks like Dredge, honestly. It feels like when I walked into Magic, I saw someone playing Dredge for the first time. They had their entire graveyard fanned out in straight lines across their board, because it turns out what's in play doesn't really matter. My whole deck's in play, and it's kind of how it feels when you're at this point with the Bant Nadu deck, and eventually their whole deck is in play.
All right, well, this game's basically done. But let's talk about something else. What do you think on Monday? Monday, there's a ban and restrictions announcement. No one knows what is getting banned. There's a lot of talk about what potentially could get banned. So let's say that this deck, that Nadu is banned and out of the meta. What do you think the meta will look like once Nadu is gone? If Nadu is gone.
Yeah, like, so if that happens, I think what you're probably looking at is the energy decks, because the energy decks for the past, I don't know, month or so, 3 weeks or so, have been more of a metagame share than Nadu when you combine them, right? If you add Mardu, Boros, energy, they are more players than Nadu. And, you know, maybe that's because people don't want to play Nadu. Part of that's because it's online, where Nadu isn't as powerful, because you can't just shortcut all the actions that Dom's shortcutting right now. I get all of that. With that said, I think what you're seeing is that the energy decks are just extremely strong across archetypes, because there's the Boros energy, which is your more aggressive version. There's the Mardu energy, which is a more disruptive version. And then there's the Jeskai control energy decks that play out even differently. So I think that's where things start. But the thing is, it's almost impossible. It's really easy to look at Modern and say, well, these are the three most powerful decks after Bant Nadu. But everything's contextual, right? Everything is built around Nadu killing you on turn 3 and turn 4 through removal. And everything will change when that's gone, which then gives you the opportunity to actually see, well, are these energy decks really that strong when they're the cards getting targeted? That's kind of where I think we look.
So like, I'm looking at it from the other from the perspective, like, if you're telling me one of the best decks, or at least the most popular decks in the format, is going to be a deck where it's got lots of X1s, I just, as a Yawgmoth player, go bet. Like, bet. I took Yawgmoth to when it was at the MagicCon in Amsterdam happened, played the side K, the 100K side event there, or main event, whatever it was, one of the events, and I didn't drop a game to the energy decks. Like, it felt like I was doing it on easy mode. I was like, oh, I can just play this creature and I can sacrifice my creatures to kill your X1s and keep going forward. So keep an eye out for Yawgmoth moving forward. If energy does, you know, the Boros Mardu versions really do become prevalent, it's going to be.
And that's why I think we'll get back to our match here, as Dom took that one down, obviously. But that's why I think it's interesting, right? Because that's where things start, right? If energy is good, that's level 1, level 2 like Yawgmoth, level 3 is whatever. And the thing is, we can't really start working our way down that path while something like Nadu is so present at the top that just kind of restricts your ability to work your way down ABC, because A is still just so much better than B and C. So that's where we're going to end up.
And that's what I love. I love it when metas shift, right? Like, you know, I mean, like, especially because of online gaming now, and everyone posts everything online. Metas can get solved quite quickly, but because Modern is such a fast format, so many cards in it, it's really hard to just get that best deck continuously, right? Like, it's a best deck this week. Great. Well, this deck beats up on that week, so that the next week it shifts and shifts. Just at the minute, we are in a little bit of a rut where there is a deck that is got no bad matchups technically. You know, it's got decks that are better against than some others, but and I think that's why we see a lot of the Jeskai control deck turn up this weekend, because Wrath of the Skies is a house of a card. It destroys every deck I enjoy playing, basically. That's how I look at it.
It is extremely good. The entire shell is good. Honestly, Modern Horizons 3 has brought and reinvigorated a lot of archetypes. The Eldrazi decks almost feel like they haven't even got a fair shake, right? Because of it feels like everything's just kind of been paused. Like, Modern Horizons 3 released, we spent a week going, hey, this is a bunch of cool stuff we can do. And then we spent, you know, the next 6 weeks going, well, we'll get to do it one day. And maybe that day will be next week. But the point is, it feels like it's still going to be an exploration and exciting from there, because people haven't got to explore where things could go. So the next, you know, assuming we have changes next week, the next however many months of Modern in that circumstance, I think we're going to be, I don't know about wide open, because we do have a handful of decks, but I genuinely don't know how things are going to shake out. You can tell me that Yawgmoth will be tier 1, and I believe me. You can tell me it'd be unplayable because energy or such and such has pushed X out of the metagame, which has then pushed Yawgmoth out. Like, anything can happen, I think, once things open back up, because there's a lot of Modern Horizons 3 that shook things up.
Yeah. There's some cards that we don't even think are playable right now that might end up finding decks for them. There could be, you know, some standard sets that get printed that have some cards that work well with them. It's why I love Modern. I just love everything about it. I love the shake up that, you know, Modern Horizons brings. sometimes it's a little bit too much of that shaking. Slow down a little bit. Let's get back into it. But yeah, I love the idea of it. And I love seeing how it plays out. And I love watching the players bring all these different decks for it. Chat, let me know, what decks do you think are going to be good after Monday? I'm not going to say what potentially could get banned on Monday. I'm not going to ask you that. Just what decks you think moving forward for Monday are going to be good? Let us know in the chat as we move back down to game number 2 here. Dom 1 game up on the bird. Let's have a look. Actually, when me and Dom were doing commentary last week, we had a little hashtag going to ban the bird. And we're trying to name as many modern playable birds that we could name.
Ooh. Are coatls birds? Icefang coatl? It's the first one I think of. I don't know if it's a bird though.
I don't think we named that one. No, I was like Mockingjay, Mockingbird, the new one that came out. That one's pretty good. What else did we have? That and again, chat. This is something you can join in on with it. Obviously, Birds of Paradise is the staple bird
That's
of the
not
format.
modern playable.
Whoa, I'm a Jaguar player, dude. Come on. Card's great. Card's great.
Sadly, Icefang coatl, despite flying, is a snake, not a bird.
Okay, what else can we find? Gilded Goose, modern playable.
Very playable.
It's a bird. What else have we got? There's not much. It kind of get from there. It gets a bit slim pickings.
Mirror entity. Do we play changelings? Does that count?
Yeah, why not? I'll take it. I'll allow it. Chat's pointing out Stormcrow. Stormcrow's every archetype, every card in every format. We all know that. Come on.
Very playable.
Slick Shot Show Off is a bird? That can't be. Is that real?
Really? I thought it was.
Oh my god, it's a bird wizard. Well, we're seeing bird wizards go head to head in this matchup, and technically one of them is a far greater than the other.
Who knew? Who knew we were actually in the bird mirror wizard?
I didn't, but we do now. Do see though, coming out of that sideboard, this is the green splash. Pick your poisons coming out of it for Benjamin here. No turn one play, but does have pick your poisons in the grip.
I like that card. That's a good card. Chat also pointing out Ledger Shredder, by the way.
Oh yeah,
that one kind of cycles in and out of playability, but I love that card.
Shout out to Derek Davis, by the way. Again, all-star grinder, Pro Tour competitor, one of my favorite players to watch on the Pro Tour scene. It's been hitting up great results. Shame we're not seeing you here today, Derek, but appreciate you tuning in, my friend. Surveil Lands. The game went so quick in our first 2 matchups. When one of them was all colorless, the second game didn't know. We haven't got to talk about Surveil Lands and how good they are and what an impact they've made. This is a standard set, but making a huge impact in basically any format that has fetch lands.
Well, I was going to say, you're Benjamin there. You do nothing with your mana. And I was going to say, that's not what you want out of your Gruul Prowess deck. You want a 1-drop. You need an attack. And look, it's true you do. But when you fetch into a Surveil land and then you put the card you surveil into the graveyard, it feels like drawing. It feels like you did something powerful.
Oh, yeah. It feels like you drew a card. It literally does. And we're going to see it on the other side here for Dom Harvey. This is modern at its best. Fetch land, shuffle, surveil, pass turn. Like this is what I'm all about. Even Mind Sensor. Yes, that's a bird. But Dom was not happy when I mentioned that one. As a Tron player, he's like, no, we don't want to see that one anymore. Not a Tron player, Titan player, sorry.
Some OG birds right there. Even Mind. What a throwback.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've cast a lot of them in my time. Dom, 2-1 drop plays though. We're going to play Delighted Halfling. One of the best 1-drops we just have in general right now in Modern. And then the follow-up is out of the sideboard, I believe. That's the Forge Tender. So
Pro-Red Forge Tender from Lore One.
Now there's a really good reason that comes out of the sideboard, and I can't remember what it is.
It's got Pro-Red, and you can sacrifice to prevent damage from a red source, if I remember. That's a set I started playing in is around that time period. Yeah, prevent all damage to red source of your choice would deal this turn. Pretty good when your opponent's plan is to pump a slick shock
Harsh Mentor.
And you can't say that one at all.
I knew there's a set reason. I know it's good against a red deck, but there's a set reason why this card comes in, and it's so that they can combo through Harsh Mentor. Do wake in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some 07s for him. Going to see him in the booth alongside Corbin later on. because I've got to go to bed at some point today. So
yeah, we appreciate you casting. It'll be, well, at least be late for you pretty soon over on your side of the.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, I'm committed to the cause. I'm here for NRG. I'm here for everybody watching and having a good time. It's going to be amazing. And then tomorrow, actually, I'm kicking off tomorrow's show with Doomwake, and then I'm going to pass Doomwake onto yourself. So you got, the trio will be complete. We would all cast with each other. That's a good weekend for me.
Yeah, we appreciate all of you out there watching along, hanging out with three of us over the course of this weekend. It's going to be fun, even if it involves some Burton Forge Tinders and some Nadus. But yeah, Burton Forge Tinder is a sweet answer because it prevents all the damage that it would deal. So yeah, that Harsh Mentor won't deal damage to you throughout your entire combo turn. A really neat answer to the answer,
And I'm not seeing any Bone Crusher giants. So obviously Bone Crusher is a card that does see a bit of play in Modern at the minute, especially in the red decks, because it gets through Ring, but doubles up, can really get us through, can get through the Forge as well if we need to.
Yeah, that is a great point. So Shuko onto the Burton Forge Tinder. Not what either of those cards is meant for.
No, but look, you do what you need to do. Lava Dart. Try and shoot the Safekeeper here. Would you like to sacrifice a land, Dom? Dom says no. That goes to the graveyard. And again, normally you think, oh great, I've got a combo piece off the battlefield. Nope, this deck plays endurances, so all them will just get shuffled back in later, and I'll find them later on when I need them.
Endurance quarter calling loops have become a very interesting part of Modern, that's for sure.
What we got going? What's going to be something? We do have pick your poison. This could be sacrifice artifact. More importantly, is it prowess? It's not prowess. It's like super prowess, right? +2/+0 instead of the +1/+1.
That's correct. Yeah, +2/+0.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 points coming across.
Yeah, this is a bit of a turn. I mean, this is a tough spot for Dom. You've had the pick the poisons kind of pick you apart. You've had the aggro deck just aggroing you. Obviously, that can change in a heartbeat if you combo, but without Shuko being in play, things become just enormously more difficult for Dom, and he's way less likely to find a way out of it. That said, I don't know how many cards Ben has in hand, but it can't be many at all. So there's not a lot of he's gonna have to find something to
last
really
card in
follow
hand.
up. Is that a lava dart in graveyard?
Yeah, there's a lava dart in graveyard. That's what we cast to kill the Safekeeper. So we've got lava dart in graveyard, one extra card in hand that we played, which was with the Wood Foothills. And you're probably thinking, why are you not sandbagging that? Why are you not making Dom do think a few more things? Well, there is also Underworld Breaches in this deck. So the more mana we've got and the more cards in our graveyard, the better. But here's another powerful card that's in Modern. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's one of these my favorite film series. It's called The One Ring. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's in a lot of the decks in Modern. It's very ubiquitous in Modern these days. Not really as the defining feature of any deck, but just as a value card that can go in any deck. And if something costs 4 mana and doesn't win the game immediately, it has to be as good as the One Ring. So the One Ring slamming down here for Dom will give him protection from anything Benjamin can do, right? Like without, of course, as you mentioned, a Bone Crusher ring type or Bone Crusher type effect that turns off the protection. But this just means it just buys you a whole turn. It's almost a time walk in that sense. And when that involves Urza Saga, Dom can maybe you sequence things together where you're able to go ring into ring, and then your Saga hits 3, and your opponent, even having the cards to kill you, just can't get there because your ring bridged you through the difficult turns to when you had enough mana and the cards to combo. And that's just what it does essentially in every deck, whether it's leading you to a combo at the end or just, more removal spells to win the game or so on, right? Like it's just the advantage in the bridge it provides and the protection. It just gets there in every deck. And that's why you see it in almost every deck. So Benjamin, in this case now, is thinking this through. He's got pick the poison in hand. So this is an interesting spot. Pick your poison.
Yeah, it's each, so it's not target. I'm not entirely sure I would want to fire this off this turn. Oh, we choose enchantment. So it sacrifices the Saga. I like that play a lot more.
Yeah, that hits the lands. That's big there. That restricts the mana. That removes the lines we talked about of just trying to get the Saga up to 3 so that you can go pull something with it. So nice line there from Ben Ungar. And you see why I pick your poison. Just a really interesting little murder as a Karlov Banner common has made its way into so many modern sideboards.
Oh, dude,
even as a sorcery.
I remember the last Modern RC season. This was the most played card. There was like in Europe at the RC, it was like 990 copies or something crazy. Because back in that time, that was obviously with when we had a lot of ley lines floating around the format, and this just happened to be the best card in it, and everybody was running them in their sideboards. It was crazy. So chat's asking why would we do the land there over the ring? Like, I guess the reason we're doing it over the ring is because the ring can do damage to Dom over time.
Dom is at 4 life.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like, that's what I think the reason is.
Yeah. This is the other interesting part of the ring, and I know a lot of people talk about how many decks it's in and how strong it is. But the games that come down to weird, like, is my ring going to kill me before I can find a way to deal something about it? It can be a fun little sub game.
Right, Gardner in hand plus unknown, which looks like a bauble. That's a trigger. So lava dart in graveyard as well. Remember, I don't think it's lethal.
Big spot, yeah. That's because the bauble giving the extra trigger to the mage here makes things definitely a little worse. Like, it definitely is going to put things into a more awkward situation for Darm. Still sitting on that Birch and Forge Tinder, of course.
So I think he's gonna have to. This turns he sacrifices the Forge, but then is that even worth Ben tacking in this spot? So, because it's also going to mean that we have to use the lava dart in our graveyard. Are we going to do this before damage? Before blocks? Going to go face. So this is going to be Dom going down to 3. So we can just go double block sack. Ring
as far as I can
down to 1.
Yeah, I think this is the ring is the real problem here for Dom, right? Even if you find a way to survive the combat, you're looking at having to completely go off, which means you need to do this so that there's no way you lose Nadu. It's just kind of a difficult blocking spot for him, as you can see him trying to count it all out. We'll see where he lands here, but he's not just thinking about this combat or whatever, right? He's trying to figure out how, if I can get through this combat, is there a way I can untap with this Nadu and try to win? So block, and then we'll.
I think there is, because I think I saw a card calling in hand, and as long as all we do is sacrifice this forge, prevent the damage from the the other bird wizard, the slick shot.
Slick shot, yep.
Then that gets the slick shot off the battlefield. Only Raptor. We know the last card in the hand's Giganta. Card on top of the deck. Is this going to be? It's a galvanic blast. Discharge, sorry. And we've got the energy. Okay. How does this do?
Yeah. Well, and that's the other reason the bauble is important, is because it gives an extra card in addition to that trigger. So instead of Ben just having nothing and it being that, now Dom has an additional layer to consider, and that being galvanic discharge.
We're going to start off with another delighted halfling, because that's basically free, especially as I believe cord is the line. But if we tap out 3 here for a cord, that discharge could deal with the current Nadu. God, timing is everything here, isn't it? Like, when do you fire it off? Because if he just cords for free, he just goes and finds another one.
Yeah, that's right. This is a fascinating spot. But no one's, I mean, you saw how quickly Dom worked through his combo turn, right? Last turn, right? Like, he knows what he's doing with this, right? So he has considered the lines here, even if it's a pretty brutal spot to try to dig out of.
Yeah, he's the thing is that this is the hard bit about the deck, right? Is you've been put in a situation again, you're at 1 life again,
that's
and
right.
you now have to find the win again. But awkwardly, it kind of has to be this turn, or you've got to play another ring, because that ring is going to kill you next turn. Here comes the cord for free, though. Any responses?
All right, Benjamin.
Atlantic. Trigger. It's a 1 ring in hand. Dom not thrilled about it. Could go and find another Nadu here. But then what does that do?
Yeah, this was a huge play by Ben finding that discharge, so he's able to do this. Dom gets the trigger, but if he goes and gets Nadu here, he can't really do anything else. So he's going to cord for 3. I mean, we can take a look at his list to see
So I'm
what he
gonna have a
finds
little
here,
look.
but
What other options are there?
this is brutal because his plan was perfect. Look at that amazing crew behind the scenes here. Yes, your X equals 3. I'm not sure exactly what can get you out of it here
Oh, we
because
did.
you have to deal with the ring in play
Yeah,
and
but
your opponent's creatures.
if we
Tough,
left up
tough
green
spot.
mana, I think we left up the Hollow Fountain and not any green mana. We could have got a Haywire Mite to exile our own ring, so we could have blocked with it, gained 2 life, and exiled our ring. But I don't think we've left up the green mana, and we've played our land for the turn. This is going to be, yeah. See, we left up the blue-white. I think that might be a bit awkward tap in here. Maybe if we've got another chord. Well, I suppose obviously if we've got Shuko in hand, it doesn't really matter. We just get another Nadu and go. But the way that Dom's kind of in the tank here is making me think Ben's having a whale of a time. He's like, look, I've done my job. You tell me if I've won the game or I've lost the game. You know what I mean? Handshakes here waiting for you.
Well, that's exactly right because it's pretty 4 permanents in play again for Ben. You know, it's just
So,
nice and simple.
Outrider.
Yeah, Dom was not able to finish it off. Plays the Outrider. Is
That's
that 1
it.
life? Creature from Ben takes it down.
Taylor Swift spear getting there off the top of our deck, giving us that extra point that we needed. We're going to go to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. But Dom will be on the play this time, which is even more scary. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that galvanic discharge was huge there. You know,
Huge.
this is what people who you talk to the energy players, right? You talk to the Mardu energy players specifically, and they'll tell you, well, the reason I play Mardu energy is because I want more interaction against things like Nadu. And you saw how important it can be there. If you're able to provide a clock in addition to the pressure, it doesn't matter if Nadu is the most broken card in the format because your deck at least has ways to interact with it. Now, the flip side of that, as we may or may not see as Dom goes on the play here, is sometimes you just play out a normal hand and Nadu still just kills you on turn 3 because its ceiling is so much higher. So if you're playing the Gruul Prowess, you're hoping to catch those players stumbling and just absolutely punish them, put the screws to them, because any small decision point out of those players is going to be so magnified when they don't get to just set their combo turn up for 3 turns over the, you know, while you're sitting there trying to play, you know, a normal game of Magic, right? Those Prowess decks can really put the pressure on, and that's what you have to do when you're facing down an omnipresent combo deck.
Yeah, like you're not bringing the Gruul Prowess deck or any Prowess deck really. In fact, I'd say you're not bringing any deck if you don't think that you can beat Nadu currently in this meta. You know you're going to play against it at some point. You know how powerful it is. You've got to really tailor your sideboard for those options. And then we didn't really see any of them come apparent here. If anything, we saw Dom had the sideboard card in a pro red card, and still the mono red deck won. So it's Magic's amazing. This is why we all love this game, right? But we didn't see at the sideboard, I want to mention, is these harsh mentors and how key they can be in these sort of games.
Yeah, we saw the pick your poisons, which were nice there. We did not see any of the harsh mentors, which is kind of the premier anti-Nadu sideboard card, right? That is the one that just says, if harsh mentor is in play, you can't Nadu me because you're going to take damage for all of these triggers, right?
That's the word for word text as well, by the way. That's exactly what that card
no
says.
Nadu. Sun Cleanser says no energy, and harsh mentor says no Nadu, and they just printed them a little ahead of their Modern Horizons 3 time. That's all.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, look, so harsh mentor is going to be great there. The pick your poisons. You saw the flexibility of how much work they can do, and that's all it takes. It's just one piece backed up by your normal deck, and hope that your opponent is, Shuko flooded or what have you. So it's a game plan, and that's what you need. And here, just taking a look at this deck is that look at that deck as a whole. A bunch of 1-drops, a bunch of 2-drops, even some free spells. It is a straightforward, classic way to play Magic. And I do think that it's nice in a format as powerful as Modern, where you can play giant Eldrazi. You can play ridiculous combo decks. You can also just play, 1/2s for 1 mana and turn them sideways, right? It's nice for Magic to be when you have those options available to you. And who knows, maybe Gruul Prowess becomes one of the top decks next week. We've had periods in the past where Prowess decks were at the top of the field. It's very, very possible, very live we as we continue our conversation around Nadu is in the ways that people are attacking it and going around it.
So we had a little look at, you kind of had a quick glance at the breakdown of the meta of what everyone brought. I mean, we saw the Nadu, we saw the energy decks, Jeskai, Mardu, Boros, and a few of the Goryo's decks are floating around. One deck we're not seeing is the Necro Dominance deck. Like, that deck is extremely powerful. It's hard to pilot, I think, but it's extremely powerful. Utilizes Necro Dominance, utilizes the One Ring, utilizes Shield Dreads, Bowmasters, lots of interaction. It's got the Grief package in there as well. Is there a reason you think people aren't playing it this weekend? Are they priced out? Because one of those Soul Spike literally is worth some money now. Let's put it that way. It's spiked in price.
Yeah,
So,
it's both expensive but also difficult to attain. Like Boseiju is difficult, but for different reasons, right? But it can be literally just hard to find the soul spikes. But yeah, no, that deck, as you mentioned, it is very difficult to play. That is kind of from the Pro Tour and all the teams I know who tested it, was that they were like, the margins on this deck are very thin. It's very powerful, but it is not easy to play. And I think in a field where you can do something just sort of really proactively powerful, like play Nadu, or even just play a red deck that goes more aggro, right? Like those the mono black decks are kind of in a different class, just in terms of what it takes to bring it to a tournament and sort of the conditions that you need to find success with it, right? So you play Gruul Prowess, you know exactly what you're doing. Playing Bant Nadu, you know exactly what you're doing. You're playing Soul Spikes, I mean, you know what you're doing, but you are somewhat at the mercy. Everyone else is bringing bear.
I was talking to a Pro Tour champion, Seth Manfield, about it. So registered it, and all the different lines and interactions, and how hard he felt doing it. And literally one of the best to ever touch these small pieces of cardboard that we call Magic the Gathering. And if he's running it hard, I got no chance. That's enough for me to just go find another deck. Both players kept. It looks like we've got a Molder 6 on Dom's side. I think it's a Molder 5 on Ben's side. But Dom doing the turn 1 Surveil. Tony likes that card, and it looks like staying on top.
Likes it well enough.
Past Tomac. Oh, that's a nice one. I was hoping we get to talk about this Unstable Amulet off the top. I really, really love this card and all the different little incremental damage it can do over the course of a game, especially if you play it on Zeli's turn 2.
Unstable Amulet is a heck of a card, and it's one where I look at it and I think when they designed this card, like, this screams to me card we designed for limited, not card we designed to break open modern. But it just does so much.
Well,
2 energy when it comes into play. It just pings people forever, which makes it the perfect form of card advantage in the aggressive Boros decks. It is a heck of a card.
Well, it's the same as Amp Raptor, right? No one really thought Amp Raptor was going to see as much play as it does 2 mana for like a baby cascade effect at times. And the ability of it, along with, Aether Hubs or Guided Souls, that sort of stuff can mean that you can turn 2 Blood Moons now, turn 2 Fables, even turn 2 just getting a Flage out to get an extra 3 points of damage and get it in your graveyard. That's some of the real power of those decks moving forward. See if we want to deploy it here. We do start off with another 1-drop elf on the. Is it an elf or is it a wizard? What's the creature type? Let me have a little look. See, it is a human wizard of the Safekeeper. I think he got a ratted to human wizard opposed to just wizard.
Yeah, I think so, because I can see that nice throwback one there. Judgment, maybe? If I remember what set that's from. I might be completely wrong. Safekeeper, just a heck of a card, though.
Yeah, but again, it just came back into Modern because of MH3.
That's right. Yeah, it's a very nice reprint into Modern. This is kind of what the Horizon sets are supposed to are good for, right? Is giving decks some tools that they needed, like revitalizing, sort of updating, modernizing the Eldrazi type archetype, and then putting some cards into the format that are nice additions. Safekeeper, I think, has found a nice spot. We'll see, sort of outside of a Nadu context, maybe in the future, if it performs. But we're definitely watching Unstable Amulet perform, because you called it. Lands on turn 2, immediately gets going. Huge piece for Ben.
It flips, finds another amulet. We've got another amulet in hand. If this game goes long Every card that is not cast from our hand is going to do a free lightning bolt to Dom Harvey's face. But this Bant deck's pretty quick, I heard.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, Ben is what you named. He's got a long game plan set up, right? He is set. And so the thing is, if the rest of his cards, are just kind of magic cards that do stuff, then Dom might have a window. But if any of Ben's last cards are good interaction with Dom, then the Unstable Amulet allows him to just sit behind that and know that that will give you an avenue to win the game over the course of the next 5 to 6 turns to come. And you can just sit behind your mana and wait to try to interact with Nadu. Obviously, Safekeeper exists, but that's what you're hoping, right? If you're Ben, that's kind of what Amulet gives you. Is it's just so passive at doing everything you want it to do. You just put it on turn 2 and forget about it.
We see a classic Thoughtseize bug there for Dom Harvey. Pits the Windswept Heath in the graveyard off the Surveil, draws Windswept Heath off the top of the deck. Classic. Decides to play it for land for the turn, cracks it, going down 1 more life point, finds that forest. Basics are pretty good. Things that don't do damage to you in this matchup. Do see a Nadu in hand. That's brought to the front of the, and I see a cord as well, but decides not to do anything. Just pass the turn back. What could this be representing?
Yeah, I guess we're looking at cord for 1 if he wants it, and it does look like that's what he's got pulled to the front of his hand there.
Endurance is a good blocker, I guess. A big free
Yeah,
fall
I mean
body.
he's definitely got options because of that, right? And that makes, if you're Ben, that's something to think about, because you mentioned it, a blocker, right? Like that's a reasonable game plan when the way this particular game is going. Ben's on this slower amulet plan. He's not got a slick shot show off and you threatening to hit you for 7 or 9 in the air. Maybe you can play around a play like that where you're sitting at 15 and you're not just immediately dead.
Ben's got this problem that it's got too many cards in hand and not enough land. It's like the problem that every mono red deck wants, just not when you're trying to race a deck. And we're going to start off with a Dragon Rage Channeler.
It's a big turn, though.
And then we're going to fire live off, get that Surveil trigger. Do you like that top card? No, we don't. That's a Taylor Swifty going in the graveyard. Now, do you want to sacrifice a land, Dom? No, I want a cord first. Here he goes. This is Dom's game plan after all, and I think we're going to let the Lava Dart resolve. Maybe. Yep, here we are. So we've got...
I was going to say it would be huge for Ben to double spell this turn. That's why he wants that other land, but the Lava Dart kind of allows that. Dom is able to set up, though, here. He's able to do what he wanted to do that turn, and then he rips that Shuko, right?
Shuko off the top. Play that, slam that down, play this Nadu, and we are off to the races. As we get a nice little raid there from Mr. Dingo himself. Hope you're doing, my friends. But we really talk about Boris. Of course, if we talk about any sort of Boris energy deck, you have to talk about the man, the myth, the legend, who's, I think, racked up 5 or 6 challenge top 8s in the last 2 weeks. But yeah, Dom's going off on one now. So if we had that, can we roll that if we can just get that going production for the chat, that'd be great.
This was a fascinating game because we talked about how if Ben had a little bit of interaction for Dom's board, all he needed to do was sit behind his amulets and he's going to get there. And that's kind of how it played out. He had a good Lava Dart turn. He had a big attack. And while Dom had some life, Dom was still sort of sunk down in his seat, trying to figure out what was going to be next. And then, that Shuko off the top just made it all easy. But that said, Dom's lines here.
Oh, we missed.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say Dom's lines here were great. He set all of that up. So he was going to untap with the Forge Tinder and Nadu to play. He's going to have a protected Nadu there. And that was his first step. Finding Shuko was a bonus. Missing with Shuko was not expected at all. And that opens the window here a little bit. Maybe.
I think he's going to get another turn, unfortunately. Like, the fact that we can just, whenever we play a land now, we can pay 2 mana and make more pro-red creatures that we can sacrifice. If it was this case as like the last 2 games where Dom was at 1, 2, 3 life, I think this is great for Ben, but this situation, not enough land to do all the spells we want to do in 1 turn. But what else are you going to do? Pardon me.
Yeah, he can make an attack here. Doesn't swing with the Swift Spear because the Forge Tinder can block it for free, of course. Does go ahead and get in with both creatures that fly because that's artifact, land, spell, and creature in Ben's graveyard. So DRC, Dragon Rage Channeler, into the air. And I guess sinking through the Swift Spear here. But yeah, it's looking like Dom is, in all likelihood, going to be able to survive this attack, untap with Shuko and Nadu. And Shuko and Nadu does miss occasionally. You do have to recognize that there is a bit of a failure rate with the deck, but not likely when you have
in
that
quotes
much mana.
failure rate. Yeah,
the failure rate comes last turn, right? Where you have one or two limited triggers and you need to hit something to keep going, and they don't, and you have a window. And this was that window. Ben wasn't able to completely capitalize on it, and Dom's going to get untapped with just about everything he needs.
So by the time everything is done, we had a little bit of damage go across. 3 points. That was all. That is, it's so awkward, isn't it? It's like that's the best that we could do that turn, was get 3 points of damage across, and yet Dom's going to untap with the pro red creature, with a way to continue to make pro red creatures or snakes and Nadu with Shuko. And here we go again. Any land is going to make more creatures. One of our lands already makes creatures. This is extra triggers. It's another creature, more importantly. And here we go after the song and dance race again. Target itself, land, make a token. This is the first trigger. We're going to make a construct, is what I believe is.
Yeah.
Oh no! We're going to make a copy. We're making a copy of the Fortender. Because for 2 mana, 1 green, 1 color, so we can make a copy of whatever it's attached to. So we're going to make lots of copies of pro red creatures that can sacrifice to prevent red damage. Pretty good, even though I don't think it's going to be relevant here. But we're going to go through the motions anyway.
Yeah, the creatures are the creatures. That's all that matters, is that they're creatures in this circumstance. But it's kind of a nice flex, right?
Okay, more triggers. Last one. That makes 2. We're going to tap 1 Gruul. Am I missing? Oh, there's a Yavimaya on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was like, it's the land tucked under the bottom. So it's just going to make an insect now. So now we've got 3 pro red creatures. We can sack and go get another land if we want to, but I'm not so sure what. I think Dom's trying to work out, how can I show you a loop so this game is over? Nadu hand. Endurance.
Yeah, and Ben's thinking about what he wants for lunch.
So am I.
Fair.
More insect tokens. Yeah, just the speed that Dom is moving. Like any combo player that you play against, when someone moves this quickly, you know you're just watching them. I remember watching Tom Ross back in the day. Tom used to go so quick when he had those infect wins.
Yeah, that's a deck I imagine once you get comfortable with, you can fly with. But before then, you're like counting all your pump spells up 4 times. Make sure it counts to 10. Been on the other side of that one a few times.
Oh, I've been on the right side of that one a few times. That's the good thing. Okay, so we're still going. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, this is a great time to do it, because we might have a backup feature match for you all as well. Which look, if production will let me, I'll say, can we start getting that one rolled up? This game is over with. We're just watching Dom pick cards on the battlefield at this point. I'm very confident to say that Dom has won this game. And this is game number 3, so Dom will end up taking this one down and going to a 2-0 victory. Okay, we don't have time for the backup feature match because this is taking so long. We're actually in turns, so that dice in the front of the table there, this is turn number 1 of extra turns. So unfortunately, we won't get that backup, but we do get to see Dom. What is this? Is this a flex at this point? Is this showing up? Is this just showing the power of this? We might never see this deck played again after this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the last time, so let's soak it in a little bit. Let's just remind ourselves: was Oko really that bad? was what's the other one?
Was Eldrazi winter really that cold?
Yeah, was it that cold? I don't think it was that bad. What's the other green-blue card? It was Oko and Uro. Uro did nothing wrong. It's basically like Flage. come on.
I mean, what's wild is that we're talking about in modern functions, obviously different than standard. Oko was 69% of the Pro Tour.
That's crazy.
All right. Never forget how nice that card was. It was an extremely 70%, 69% of the field. Insane.
It's just, don't wrong. I've played through all those different matters, and I wasn't a fan of any of them. Let's be honest, But until
but
go on.
You're right about this thing in retrospect though. Like people fondly remember Eldrazi winner. No one brings up Eldrazi winner, and you're like, wow, I really hated Magic. They were the worst time of my life. You're like, I remember that. That was wild. That was crazy. And look, maybe we'll get a look back at Nadu that way. Maybe not. Maybe you'll once say I sat there for 15 minutes and watched that Eggs player play their turn, and that deck won a Pro Tour, and it was terrible, and then it got banned. But it was cool that Sifka won a Pro Tour with Eggs. Maybe we'll look at Nadu that way.
Are we getting an extra turn here? Am I missing something? It looks like we passed the turn back to Ben. Ben decides to activate,
If we did miss something here, it's that was there not a loop established at the end of it?
I think it was a loop of going like potentially infinite with tokens, or Dom just stopped and was like, I've got the win next turn. Yeah. There's nothing you can play that can save you, especially as Dom's got all these pro-red creatures as well that can stop basically every spell in Benjamin's deck. It's like, this is the easier way of doing it. Pass the turn, have a gazillion creatures. Next turn, I'm just going to turn them all sideways.
You can't get yourself, one, you save yourself some crucial brain cycles there. Two, can't get yourself any rules violations if you just pass the turn.
Yeah.
No missed triggers if you just pass the turn. But all right, here we go with some more of it. I guess this ends in a big attack.
Yeah, why not? Like, win in different styles. If you're going to win in style, I think, Dom's a showman. He understands, what it's like to be on camera. It's going to put us on a good show.
I mean, look at this board.
Oh, yeah. This is a caster's dream. Work out what's happening there. It's a handshake. I know what that means, and that means that Dom managed to win that game. Benjamin's going to drop to 1-1, but not out of it. You know what I mean? There's still a lot to play for this weekend. There are 8 rounds of modern action happening, and we're going to step away, have a short break because we need it now, and we'll be back for round number 3 momentarily. So don't go anywhere. See you shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG series. We're about to jump into round number 3 of 8. Modern is the format of today's choice. But first, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Mohan Wilhall. That is Corbin Hustler. And we are very happy that you're all here because I'm not going to lie to you, Corbin. This is my favorite format to cover.
Yeah, same. Modern is where I sort of made my my mark in the Magic content world originally.
Mining Modern, my friend. I loved the Mining Modern back in the day. It was sick. But maybe some people out there want to jump through some of the the events that are going to happen in potentially your area, or maybe you want to travel to them. So let's have a little look at some future events that we've got coming up here at the NRG series. Talk me through it.
That's right. If you want to get out and play like we do, Will loves Infect. I love playing Merfolk. We love Modern. That's the point. A lot of people do. If you want to get out and play some of that, you can do so. September 14th and 15th in Louisville. There is a 10K Modern Showdown coming on Saturday and a 5K standard trial on Sunday. And, of course, all the side events you could ever want. If you are around Louisville in the middle of September, the 14th and 15th of September, that is $10,000 you can win playing what will be possibly a refreshed Modern format.
Fingers crossed. It's also a showdown, right? So showdowns are the ones that qualify us for the end of year tournament. These are the points that we want to get on the board. It's pretty sick. But we've got another place that we're going to after Louisville.
That's right. After that, you can do the same. You can run back 10K Modern Showdown into Indianapolis, November 2nd and the 3rd, I believe, Saturday and Sunday. 10K Modern Showdown, and followed by Pioneer 5K on Sunday. So whether you are into standard, modern, pioneer, even legacy with the team trios that we have coming up tomorrow, NRG Championship will give you a chance to play them. We've got Louisville and Indianapolis coming up after our stint here in Madison, where we have 177 players battling it out in this modern event.
I'm really interested to see what happens to Pioneer on Monday. Like, I feel like everyone's got a lot of eyes on Modern, but I'm going to be interested to see if anything does happen in Pioneer. But we've got some players to watch. People that turned up this weekend to battle it out, to try and get themselves on the leaderboard, to try and take it down. These are some of the names that we are following here. Look like Eldrazi, we saw in round 1, picked up a loss, took that draw. We've got BBD in the house, ladies and gentlemen, and starting off at 2-0, and is actually going to be our feature match this round. I'm not going to tell you what deck they're on because I don't want to, spoil the surprise. Dom Harvey, we just seen him take it down. Sean Gallagher's going 1-1. And there's also a sealed event happening as well, and concurrent to the modern that's happening. And we see Zoe playing in that one, and is currently 1-up in that. So pretty sick to see a lot of players on the leaderboard in here as well, and a lot of players trying to get themselves on that leaderboard and get to the end of the year. 35k invite only. I could only dream of going to such an event because, as you mentioned, I only play Infect, and it doesn't go. it doesn't get us to those big ones, but we have fun along the way while we do it. So, as I mentioned, BBD, our main feature match. BBD is on the bird, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry about that. Look, it is what it is. The best players get gravitated towards the best decks, and he's starting off with a Shuko. But this deck, Rakdos Tempo, you think, oh, it's just energy. No. This deck is spicy, ladies and gentlemen. This plays a lot like the old sort of grief decks when the Fury was around a little bit. We've got Ragavans, we've got Cruxes, we've got Voidwalkers, we've got Nevergoyfs, we've got Dragon Rage Channelers, we've got Abrap. There's a lot going on this deck to break down, and I'm all here for it, especially at 2-0 and going up against one of my personal favorite players ever in the world in BBD.
This is a heck of a matchup. On the one hand, you have a former world champion playing the best deck in the format. On the other, you have, I'm just going to say, not a world champion playing not the best deck in the format. Yes. You have them playing the card Sign in Blood, and they're both 2-0 in this modern tournament. I love that.
Man, how did I miss the Sign in Bloods when I was reading that deck list out? That's sick.
Oh, yeah. This is amazing.
We do see a Wall of Roots, though, blocking and killing Ragavan, which, last pre-MH3, this was the talk of the town. This card's too good. It's a one-drop, blah, blah, blah. Now it barely even sees any play. There's better one-drops in the format.
Yeah.
But we're going to go up the board. Now we know what's going on the other side of the battlefield. Let's get down this Tuco. Every land is going to generate a 1/1 insect token, and fetch lands, really good at doing that because it can generate 2. And then we can make one of them a 2/1 as well if we really need to.
Yeah, this is a pretty great start over here for BBD, having the Shuko and the Nantuko, obviously both just powerful pieces, but also having access to that Saga. There's just kind of a lot going on over there value-wise, and maybe doesn't get much more value than the Ragavan that Craig had, unless it's a Surveil land. I guess that might be more value, to be honest. Both players have them in play, but just kind of immediately Craig falling, losing the dice roll and just kind of falling behind the 8 ball a little bit.
There's a lot of disruption in this deck. Kind of what you would think there is. There's removal. There's discard effects. There's lots of cheap creatures that can also generate us extra value. There's ways to draw cards.
Yeah.
Can we deploy any of that? As Swamp is the first start. Then we're going to go Dragon Rage Channeler. Okay. Love a Dragon Rage Channeler. Bauble. That's going to be the third card type in the graveyard. Abraptor. We left the card on top, remember?
Okay.
2 energy.
Thoughtseize. Double. Oh, well, wow. Well, now things are... First of all, that was a sweet turn by Craig. That's not... You don't necessarily want your Dragon Rage Channelers and your Baubles to be coming out on turn 3 or 4 or whatever, but it could be worse when your Thoughtseize shows 2 lands and your opponent's just on Shuko beatdown. Maybe there's something here. Looks like a pretty decent one off the top for BBD. Gave it a little bit.
Yeah,
of
I think it was.
There. Yeah.
I think that was a bristly bill off the top. So whenever a land comes into the battlefield, it can get a +1/+1 count on target creature. For 5 mana, you can double all creatures on each creature. I think that was what was drawn. My eyes might deceive me. I'm getting older these days, but I think that was a draw. But this is going to be the line. We're going to make ourselves a construct. Look at that pile of tokens. Just... like, come on. I know BBD didn't bring them. That's not his personal collection. That's definitely NRG's.
NRG table crew holding it down. by the way. Just
Always.
having the tokens is clutch. Imagine if we had people throwing out their, not their custom tokens. Those would be fine, of course, but just, whatever random thing they had next to them at the table when you're going through these Nadu things, you got to come prepared.
Dude, we got shout at the production crew. Like, we get to be like nice. We get to be the faces of this, take the credit for it. But there's more. I promise you, we do the minimum amount of work out of everybody to get this coverage going. Like, there's so many people behind the scenes that do so much good stuff out there, and we, if anyway, we need to appreciate them a lot more, protect them at all costs. So, shout out to Norman and the team for putting on these amazing events. We're going to equip the construct, so it's going to be a 4/3 now because there's 3 artifacts on the battlefield. Doing a good job at coming up the battlefield here for BBD.
Yeah, I guess if you're not going to combo, then this is where you want to be. You're at 19 life against the Rakdos deck. It's playing another amped Raptor to the sign in blood.
Oh, sign me up. Let's go. Okay, so Amp Raptor off the Arena of Glory card, I'm sure we'll talk about at some point. It would probably work really nicely with a Croxer. That's going to flip the Amp Raptor. 2 more energy generated. That's going to flip Sign in Blood. Cashes energy in. We're going to do 2 damage to ourselves. We're going to go 2 more cards deeper into our deck. I'm sold. I'm sold. Let's go. You're the hero we need, Craig. You're the hero we need. Inquisition is going to hit the Grizzly Bill, leaving BBD with 1 card left in hand, and it is a land. The last card is going to be a Ragavan, getting there for 3 points of damage and pass a turnover. Is this going to be Surveil landing to Nadu after all that hard work and those cool lines of play?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess as different as it might seem, I guess, to see some of those cards played in this particular order, Craig is now left with a board that is growing wider. BBD has tokens. Excuse me.
And they've got, these tokens, they're not great in the face of the first strikers, right? 2 ones. But
yeah, he's just got chump blocks to survive, right? And he's just trying to find a way to win the game and advance his own board. And the Surveil land is pretty clutch for that. It allows him to bin a card here and dig. But the window,
oh come on,
the window was wide open for Craig, but bird flew in the window.
Oh, it's just, I'm not even gonna worry. And that's game.
He picked his cards up before that bird even hit the battlefield.
By Craig, it was awesome to see. But the fun police came knocking, and it's in the shape of a 3/4 flying bird. We tried. We had a hero. He was there. And
imagine being a player who really likes to perform the Nadu combo, and you never get to. He picked his cards up before that Nadu even hit the battle.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not letting you do this to me, not on camera. It's cool. We all feel like that. But, luckily, we can potentially get the deck lists on screen. Let's not worry about BDD's deck. We don't want to worry about that. Let's not talk about the bird. Let's talk about this masterpiece, this beauty that we have on the play. One card I want to point out, and I think chat picked up on this earlier, is the Dalfi Voidwalkers. Yeah. Now, online, when you play Nadu, you play Oracle. Fastest Oracle because it's a gazillion clicks to do the loop. In paper, you just have to demonstrate the loop. So a lot of people don't play the Fastest Oracle line. So if they're going to demonstrate the loop, which involves exiling, reshuffling their graveyard into their deck to get the loop going, Dalfi is not a bad shout in that. It stops it.
Yeah, and it's also a card that interacts with other wide swaths of the format, right? Any graveyard deck, but also like dedicated graveyard decks, say Living In, which is a deck that still exists. It's a very powerful card to have access to, period. And that's kind of what you see, like we're calling this Rakdos tempo or whatever. It's almost Rakdos hate bears, right? You got just like small value creatures that interact with your opponents or advance your own game plan, and then you have a pile of removal and I guess sign in bloods. But they've once you've emptied your hand and your opponent's hand, which is the goal here with something like this, you really just need to reload. And it's a sign in blood is a reload that you can hit off of Amp Raptor.
Shout out to Villa in chat. I think you've just won Twitch today. This is basically Lureless. Like everything's under 2 before we get to that sideboard. The sideboard, though, does have some spicy ones. We've got Blood Moons. We've got Magus of the Moons. Are they going to take effect? In my opinion, playing a lot of Boros, this has been one of the better cards I've played again going against Nadu, is being able to Blood Moon them early. And if you can turn one Ragavan, turn 2 Blood Moon, maybe that would be enough to get through. We've got some more removal, we've got some more graveyard hate. I don't think this is the matchup for Trinisphere, but like, is there anything I'm missing here? Anything you think that's not good in this matchup that potentially Craig would not want to play in game 2 and maybe 3?
Yeah, I imagine he can kind of like just trim along the edges, right? Whether or not he feels strongly about, Croxes versus Ampharaptors versus Douthie, like the numbers he can trim on, right? To try to get the extra cards in there, to just slow him down. Because this deck is going to do a great job. And we saw that game, BBD had to, just like the game before, where they needed to draw out of it. He was able to draw out of it, but he needed to. And that's what the Rakdos deck can do, is put the pressure on you and attack your hand in such a way to make you draw out of it in top deck, as the Thoughtseize decks typically like to do. The Amped Raptor is a nice sort of, iteration to this deck that gives it a little bit more staying power along with those Sign-in Bloods. So yeah, once we hit the sideboard here, and you obviously Craig is ready for the Nadu matchup. He knows what he's up against. He knows how to play this deck against it. We'll see how he tries to interact. Inquisition
BBD kept one of the slowest hands I've ever seen. He's on the draw, kept the Surveil land as his only land, 3 mana dorks. Yeah. You know what I mean? If we don't hit land and hit him soon, if that was a turn 1 Ragavan, this is a different game. Don't worry about it. We drew Yavimar.
Well, that's a man who knows that his hand is going to get torn apart and that all you need are redundant spells, because the cards in your opening hand, I'm not going to say they're irrelevant, but you can maybe count on casting 5 of the 7 spells you see or whatever, right? By the time this deck is done with you. And that's what he had in mind there, I think, is, okay, well, this is slow, but it's got a lot of copies of the cards I need. It's as resilient as Thoughtseize as you can possibly get. And as we see now, he's been double Thoughtseized.
Season. Now we can actually look at the hand. Take the Nadu here. Would love something like a surgical follow-up, but does not have it, not in the 75. Drew another land. Look, this is why you keep one landers, because you're just drawing them off the top. This is what makes world champions. You know what I mean? This is how it goes.
That's right. He just tapped off the deck. But also he had the mana dorks, right? So he had the Surveil land. And he was on the draw. So he had 3 shots at finding a land there, right? And he was able to find it. And now he plays the game. But very quickly then the double Thoughtseize is now taking away his Bristly Build. It's taking away his Nadu. He's got a Shuko and mana. And that's it. He's got Shuko and mana. So he doesn't have tutors. He doesn't have Nadu. He's just kind of spinning his wheels right now, and has just got to find something. Now we'll see Craig with a big grin there on his draw. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but this game has progressed in a way such that Craig has it where it wants it. Now he just needs to try to turn the corner while he has a window. Ampharaptor into DRC is a pretty good way of doing it.
Yeah, that's the way of apply pressure. Ideally, you'd like to do it the other way around, right? Like apply the pressure, then have the discard, take the key cards. But we do what we must in this situation. We do not have Delirium just yet. That's double sorcery, instant enchantment, 1 fetch land away. But I think Craig's missing lands, and that's why it gave him kind of the awkward turn. Decided to go with the 2-drop in Ampharaptor when we had the option of going, potentially removal spell into a Nevergoyf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a wall of roots, and take that however you like, but there's definitely a wall of roots going on the battlefield right now. That might be the best pun I've ever said in casting, and it wasn't even that great, but I think that was amazing. I'm so happy with myself.
So I'm happy for you.
Look, it's all about having fun while we cast even harder.
There is a wall of roots, that is for sure. And if you are Craig, the only way to break through this wall is to try to fly over it, I think, with the DRC.
Navigate. Okay, there's the Dauphey, though. So Dauphey into Nevergrove. Remember, Dauphey has shadow mechanic. We don't see too much, but calling off the top.
What a draw.
It just hurts. It just hurts. like, those memes is like, I just can't compete. Like, this is float 3 mana, tap 3 creatures, leave 3 mana up. Craig's just smiling at this point. It's like, cool.
Look.
Chord. Wonder what you could get for free. It is exiled, though. It is exiled. Remember, this loop is kind of semi-stop, but there's lots of ways to keep it going. We could just generate a huge board and turn it sideways. We've got things like Otawara. We can use Otawara to bounce it. We can also, remember, steal it with the Storm Drake. So that's what I mean. There's lots of, this seems like a good card in the matchup. Is quite good in some situations, but right now it's not the do-all end-all. We've got lots of ways to kind of turn and burn through our deck to get there. Yeah, Craig just scooping it up. Like, Craig, I appreciate you bringing this deck, dude. It's a cool deck. It was lots of fun to see. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of it. Looks like the Blood Moons did come in, but luckily,
that is the state of Modern, though, right? Because he had everything he wanted to try to interact, and the deck sometimes you just find it off the top, and the combo is just you get Splinter Twinned out of the game, essentially, right?
Okay.
It's kind of what it feels like.
What if I tell you no more Nadu this round on camera? Would that make you feel happy?
This round.
Just this round. I don't have the power to say every round, but just this round.
I'll accept it for this round, provided you have something great for me.
I got something great for you. No one else. No one watching in Twitch chat. Just for you. This is for you. Our backup feature match consists of. It's going to be Boros Energy. That's cool. That's kind of my deck at the moment in a minute. But it's going to go up against Merfolk. Ooh. And I know there you go. You see the smile changing your face there? Look, Merfolk is Boros Energy. And I played this matchup the last weekend in an RCQ that I played in. It wasn't close. That's what I'm going to say. There's a lot of removal spells in this Boros deck, and if they can get them going far enough, it's going to be an uphill battle. But Merfolk, we know, has got the tools. We've seen Nikachu take down many tournaments. We've seen you absolutely crushing it. You're a huge ambassador for this deck. Let's see if we can get down to that matchup and see how it's going to pan out. Maybe our main feature match went too quickly. We haven't got it set up yet.
Well, yeah, but hopefully we'll get to check it out because, Fish.
I'm being told we're going to have to interview a world champion first before we can get down to it. But
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's great. All right, let us know, chat. If you've got any questions for BBD, you've got probably like a minute to get them in the chat for me to ask them to BBD. But we will be having an interview with him. And let's be honest, I'm about to live my little fanboy moment here because I'm a big fan of BBD and I love everything that he's done.
I'm thrilled that we got BBD in this tournament and we got to watch it play. Now we
didn't get to watch him caliber of these, right? Like there's so many good players in the room. We've seen Dom Harvey, we've seen Eldrazi, now we're seeing BBD. This just hit after hit after hit of the players turn up to these tournaments, trying to take them down. That's what the RC means now. Getting to the RC, and of course, we're sending players from this event to that RC. And then the biggest cherry on top is there's an end of year event that everybody's trying to get to as well. I'm so jealous being on this side of the pond. It is unreal. Like I just want to can I fly across and try to spike one of these events or something? I want to come across. I want to meet all the cool people there, hang out, and just live the NRG experience. The closer I get, I got this cool shirt, which
you're halfway there. I need to get a shirt. You need to get to the States. We both need to get
team event
to a show together. That's the trick here.
Team event, me, you, and Doomwake. Done. You know what I mean? All sat there, coverage shirts on, but not in coverage, not in the booth, just sit there. Which seat would you be on though? Like, you know,
I'd play a little. Well, I think I'd play a little Merfolk, and the beauty of it is it doesn't matter what seat.
Okay, so you can play standard. That's fine. We'll get. In fact, no, I think Doomwake would like to play standard. I think Doom would like standard. I feel like Merfolk's probably most playable in modern, so that means I would have to jump in the legacy seat. And as bad as it is, I'll just play Infect in Legacy. That's fine.
So you just play Infect. You're set. We're set.
Orcish Bowmaster's not a card. I don't have to worry about it. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Dude, we got the easies from Doom in chat as well, so that's gonna be sick. Right. It looks like we have got none other than a world champion sat down and ready for this interview. And it is Mr. BBD. How you doing, dude? You're talking to Corby, you're talking to Will. Congrats on winning that game.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It was
yeah.
Obviously, we know about the bird, right? We know that this card is good. We know this deck is good. It's I've been comparing it to like the Hodak deck and how dominant that was and how good that was. Except for this one doesn't have any bad matchups really. This one can still just like win out of nowhere. Even if I'm trying to kill you on Nadu, I can just trigger and make you win the combo. Where do you put this on scale of all-time decks that you've played? Because you've played a lot of them, over the years. Where would you put this on power level of decks that you've played?
Pretty high.
Good.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't know. I haven't thought too much about that. I would, it's probably on level of Hogak. Maybe it's probably a little bit even better than Hogak, but it's probably not that far off. I mean, I played a lot during the Hogak era, and I I was like a not playing Hogak kind of player. Like I was playing Urza, and when I played in that Hogak Pro Tour, I was playing Urza, and I had like Leyline of the Void and all these cards, and it was actually I think a slightly favorable matchup for me, and I won a lot in that tournament against it. And then like 2 weeks later, I was playing in an SCG Open, and I was losing every time to Hogak, and like same thing like 2 weeks later, I'm playing in these tournaments, and Hogak's now beating me. So the deck evolved from that Pro Tour and got better and better and better. And I kind of think the same thing is probably true for Nadu as well, where like people's lists have all kinds of random cards, and it's certainly not optimized. I know for sure mine isn't because I don't know what I'm doing, but
it doesn't matter when you still win though, right? Like you just, I've got Nadu off the top. GG's.
Yeah,
it's got to feel good, right?
Bird off the top.
Corbin, any questions?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that match, BBD. Specifically, that second game, the hand you kept, right? We were talking about how it was very slow with the surveil land and the creatures, but how the matchup might influence that. What was the thought process as you're playing a deck like that, and you're deciding what a good opening hand looks like? What was going through your mind in that one?
So, my hand was really slow. Turn 1 was I'm just playing that surveil land. But the reason I chose to keep that hand is because I had a lot of redundancy on getting into play. Like I had the double wall of roots, so I'm not vulnerable to any kind of a discard spell in that regard. Now, yeah, Nadu can get stripped away by discard, but like that's going to happen anyway. So, kind of my goal with that was like I'm hoping that wall of roots. Like, well, I need to draw the second land for sure, but against like a discard deck, like I want Wall of Roots to come down, be able to get my mana, and importantly too, I like a black-red deck like that's probably going to be targeting me with Blood Moon, so Wall of Roots is really good against Blood Moon. So that's kind of my logic behind keeping that hand, and like I'm expecting that there's going to be a removal spell or a discard spell for Nadu, but then the deck has so much redundancy. Like I'll eventually find a chord, which is what happened, or something like that, and I'll just put another one to play.
Yeah, so many ways to do it. I do need to say thank you to you. You gave me my best pun I've ever done in casting by saying that you had a wall of roots. And like I know you're a fan of puns, so I'm really happy about that as well. But I'm gonna try and move away from the Nadu deck. There's been so much talk about it, and there still will be for the next couple of weeks, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about like NRG series, right? Okay. Like you've done it all. You've started from the very bottom, of course, and you've gone up to the highest height there is in Magic Gathering. How important it is these sort of events, being able to turn up to a couple 100-player event with a lot on the line, with all the getting to the RCs, etc. How important is it as a newer player, maybe watching at home, to try and turn up to these events to improve their game and to get to where you've been, my friend?
It's very important actually. I think being able to play consistently at a competitive venture that's at a reasonably high level is like, it's the best like testing ground to level up your game. So these kinds of events are awesome. And like, for that reason, like they're really good at making players better by being able to play these constantly. And they're also just good for Magic as a whole by having, you develop a community around these kinds of events. You start going to these events and you see the same people there every time. All of a sudden you start building a friend group of these people that you see all the time. They're also competitive players that are like-minded. You can start testing together, working together. It really raises all ships. It's a really good bridge between like F&M level play and like Pro Tour level play, to have these kinds of events. And like, it would not shock. I mean, I know a lot of the players that play in these tournaments like also qualify for the Pro Tours as well. But it would not shock me at all if there was like a huge amount of people who are grinding this series that like 3 years from now are like top pros. Like would never surprise me if that happened. I would actually expect it to happen.
Yeah, that in itself shows you the importance of this, right? Like, you've done that path, you've stepped it. Everyone is fully aware of how it works. Any more questions, Corbin, before we let BBD shoot off?
I think we're good. I think this is we're looking forward to seeing you play the rest of the day? How are you
yeah.
feeling about your weekend here?
Well, I'm actually hoping to dodge coverage every round because
Nah, that's
I
it. You're
know
locked.
I'm gonna mess up the combos and like it's gonna be really embarrassing. So every time I get featured, I'm like, I hope I'm the backup match.
Is this
Well, we
like
will see how. Well, we may not be able to work with you all the way through
Sure,
today if you keep winning, but we'll see what we can do.
Sweet, bud. Have a good one. I'll let you yourself go get some food, have a little bit of rest before the next round, and we're going to head back to the booth. Man, it's always a gent. I love it. Literally love anything to do with that guy. It's great. Okay. As I mentioned before, we do have a backup feature match, I believe. So we're going to try and get down to that because I know I even made my background blue purposely for you. I was like, oh, it's Merfolk. I need everything to be blue. I see a Nikachu in chat. There's another Merfolker in there. There's so many people wanting to see Merfolk. We're going to get it on camera for you right now. And Jeff Schultz is going to be the hero for all you Merfolkers out there going up against Colorless Combo. That's not the name of the deck. It is definitely 100% a Bardu and a Boros energy deck. Clearly, trolling us a little bit when they registered the deck, but we'll get that changed momentarily because they are on the play. Unless Colorless Combo is now playing Ragavans on turn 1, I very much doubt
it. Not quite, anyway. Not yet. Yeah, shout out, by the way, to Nikachu, who took one of these events down with Merfolk earlier this year.
And you see him on that on the end of year. You see him on the leaderboard. You're going to see him at the end of year invitational as well. Love to see it. I was saying you last time I saw Nikachu in person. Me and him were playing in Las Vegas, and I was getting sunburnt. That's that's like the highlight of my Vegas trip.
Well, that is a staple of Vegas trips, I would say. Yeah, I spend most of them trying to hide from the sun and not go outdoors.
Well, we were literally outside. There was tables outside the venue, so we thought, yeah, let's just play some modern outside. Yeah, then I forgot I was English and I was sat in a desert, and yeah, it didn't go too well for me.
A little bit warm. Well, we're looking forward to, Vegas is always this year, though. It's nice to get everyone from around the world together, and that's what the Magic Cons of Vegas tend to be good for. All right, well, we're off to the races here in the game. At least Ted is with Boros Energy here. Jeff with the land tapped, which is a choice Merfolk has to make these days after Modern Horizons 3, and the ability to play Sink into Stupor, which can give you up to 12 counter spells now in the deck.
Yeah, it's not it's one of the slower draws that you want. You'd love it, like an Aether Vial or a 1-drop, especially in the face of a Ragavan on the other side. Because of course Ted is on this Boros energy deck that you have come to know and love. Does a lot of powerful things and does them very early. And one of those powerful things is Ocelot's Pride, the little 1/1 cat that has first strike, has life linking, but also makes tokens end a turn if you gain life. And then City's Blessing. Well, then we just start turboing out different things, and something like a Goblin Bombardment just ends the game ASAP as we hit a Merfolk Lord off the top. Quick fire question, Torben. Which one is that?
Master Pearl Trident.
There you go. Cool. See, just make sure you know. Just making sure you know. You say you're Merfolk Master. I have to test these things.
I think I don't think, unfortunately, any level of mastery over Merfolk allows you to beat Ragavan into double ramped or Ocelot Pride. This one is looking real rough here for Jeff. Merfolk actually does okay against Nadu. You have a decent amount of interaction, more than you might think out of Merfolk, but counter spells, you have some ways to play. What you don't have a lot of ways to do are catch up when your opponent plays a bunch of 2/1s and 1/1s. That's exactly what is done here. So this puts you way up against the back foot. Although Vidakian Hedgecatcher at the instep at least makes use of the mana.
Yeah, it's as if we did something like 2's the prime area for this deck, right? Like there's a lot of 2-drops that in unison make a lot of bigger 2-drops moving forward. But in this situation, it's not great. I do see a couple of lands. Do see a couple a couple of Tide Binders. By the way, if that card gets cast, I'm not going to say anything. Every single time that card gets cast, I get it wrong. Whatever it's targeting, triggering, how the trigger works, resolves. I like every single time I've always got it wrong. It's like my bugbear card. But one of my favorite cards right now is Goblin Bombardment, and that is what we see cast.
I can help you with this one. Tistana's Tidebinder can counter the trigger from Goblin Bombardment. However, or Raid Bombardment, whatever it is. However, it cannot prevent it from, it won't turn it off like it does creatures and planeswalkers and all.
It just stops the first kind of the first shoot effects, but all the rest afterwards.
In other words, it's not going to work.
Thanks that one. Everything gets turned sideways here. This is an attack for 8. Jeff, dressed in blue as well. Love to see it. Blue sleeves.
Yeah, you came prepared.
Blue sleeves, blue deck, blue clothes. And here it comes. Now, no trigger for this to kind of to stop right now because there's none on the stack. So it's just a 4/3 because it does have the +1/+1 from the Lord. It looks like it's going to jump in front of Oslet's Pride, which is the 1/1 first striker, remember? So we can just let the first strike damage happen and then sacrifice potentially 2 creatures. We could sack 2 creatures and then kill it. We can destroy the Lord if we want to. Lots of options here for Ted. Like, Goblin Bombardment is such a nightmare for combat math.
Yeah, I think the only one you might have missed there was Blue Mood, because Jeff's feeling pretty sad after that bombardment play.
I was looking at that, I was like, what did I miss? And then I was like, oh, okay. I love it. Let's keep these puns going, ladies and gentlemen.
I like him trying to get into combat there with the Tidebinder. You're not really going to get anything else out of this. And you may as well you're going to have to try to get something back in.
We're scooping it up
into play, but yeah,
that's it. That's just like, that's like the most ideal start that you can have over on Ted's side. Turn 1, you've got a Ragavan unchecked. Turn 2, you play 2 more threats. Turn 3, bombard. Yeah, it was just so much so quickly. But that's why this deck is so powerful and able to keep up in a Nadu meta. So we can go to the I think we can go to the sideboards at least. There we go. Starting off on, look, I'm leaving users. You're the Merfolk guy. What am I bringing in? What am I bringing out?
Well, this has become there's a couple of things here that just seem very obvious, right? You want to bring in your dismembers.
Which ones?
Subtleties, maybe you want the dismembers, that's for sure. These members, these dismembers. These I use the Phyrexian ones in my Merfolk deck, the Phyrexian language dismembers. But you have some options there. But here's the card I actually really want to call attention to is Harbinger of the Tides.
Love it.
2 mana. When it enters battlefield, you can bounce a tapped creature an opponent controls. If you pay an additional 2 mana, you can play Harbinger of the Tides with Flash. So that is a lot to ask 4 mana. But just asking 2 mana to play a Merfolk that'll also bounce one of your opponent's key creatures, say an Oscillate Pride or something like that, that you just really need to slow down and get off the field. The Harbinger of the Tides are, and I'm not sure how important they'll end up being in the match because it can be swingy, but that is a card that's made its way back into Merfolk sideboards after years out of them and can make a huge difference. Obviously, the Stern Scoldings here are also very, very important if you choose to go that route, because hitting power or toughness 2 or less on a counter spell hits a lot of the creatures you need to stop early out of the Boros deck. So it is a very tough matchup, I think, for Merfolk, but the sideboard has plenty of options to bring in. You're probably trimming on Lords, that sort of thing. Maybe Tide Shapers in this matchup.
How much respect do you give to Flage in this matchup? Like, are we bringing in Hearst? Because Flage is one of those cards that if you don't have any sort of interaction for it, it will run away with the game. Like, that card is great. Do we have to respect it and bring in the Hearst, or do we?
I don't. My personal opinion, having not grinded this matchup recently, but is that you can't really get away with that because you'll just get run over by the 2/1s if you try to mess around with the Hearst too much. It's possible you want one there. Maybe Flage is just so problematic you have to have a specific answer to deal with it. But I think that you'd rather play this game where you try to go around it if you can, or Tidebinder the trigger, that kind of thing.
All right, cool. Well,
Trickster is, of course, the biggest answer in any of these matchups is being able to Merfolk Trickster things away. It answers a lot of problems there. On the other side, Ted just wants to run back that first game, but as you can see, he does have a couple of answers. The Rending Volleys are almost certain to come in as the Bone Crusher Giant, give him more removal if he wanted another piece of that, although that might be for a different matchup. But those Rending Volleys are certainly going to do work against Merfolk.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I think that's like that. I mentioned before we went down this game. I think this is a great match for Boris Energy. Like it's just got so much cheap interaction and cheap threats that it can deploy, so it can double spell on most turns. It's really hard for Merfolk to keep up with it. So yeah, just bringing in a couple of extra, slightly better removal spells. We didn't see the Aether Vial, so I don't want any of my enchantment hate to, or artifact hate to try and slow him down. Just do my game plan. Maybe the Blood Moons get trimmed in this. I don't think this is the best matchup for them, but then Merfolk does play a lot of non-islands to generate blue mana.
Well, it's interesting, the Blood Moon question specifically, because this used to be kind of a thing where you could sometimes get got by it because you did play an amount of non-islands. It also was the consideration of choke, which makes islands not untap, which is a green sideboard card people used to play a lot of. So there's always sort of the island balance. These days, Merfolk plays Harbinger of the Seas for Modern Horizons 3, just tries to turn everything into islands. I generally think it's a trap to try to sideboard against Aether Vial or Mutavault or anything like that against Merfolk, especially when you're sitting on a deck like this. All you really want to do if you're Ted is play like 2 to 3 creatures and 2 to 3 removal spells, and you'll probably have what you need to win the matchup. You don't need to try to get too cute as I'm going to hit their Vial and just kill their creatures.
Do you know how many games I've lost to Harbinger of the Sea? Like I lose so much to that card because it's kind of tuned in my brain now that, oh, okay, cool, you've Blood Moon me. I can just lightning bolt your creature. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, cool. Let's go back down to the match. Let's kick off game number 2 of round number 3. Ted up a game here, starting off like we did game 1 with that Ragavan.
Yeah, Ragavan can sometimes be really annoying if you don't have an answer to it. But Jeff does, in fact, have an answer to it. It is a Dismember, able to take it down. So, all right, this is a much better start. You followed up with the Tide Shaper on your land.
Island for you on the other side. Like to see it. It's obviously a 1-drop normally, but it's a 2-drop. Love that there's the fact they got a little turtle to put on your land. Can we get Jeff every round in the feature match area, please? Anyone that brings little custom turtles, I'm all about.
That's a Merfolk player right there. Look at that deck. It's beautiful. We got the turtle token.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty cool. But we do have the second land, unfortunately. No greedy one-landers with, I've kept a few one-landers with Ragavan before.
Yeah.
And got punished for it. But Ted does have the second one here.
Well, as you can see, the dice roll, pretty important because this game looks way different than that first game looked. Now Jeff has the creature on board. Jeff's going to untap with the ability to try to, pull ahead. It looks like we're going to stomp down the Tide Shaper.
Yeah, that's the Bone Crusher out of the at the sideboard. Turtle token passed back. Don't want this anymore. Still got my mana back. Thank you.
Looks like a lot of lands from Jeff, though. So we'll see what he wants to do here. I see a Master of the Pearl Trident, an Otawara, a couple islands.
This is where things get hard for Merfolk, right? Like 2 mana to play a 2/2 against a deck that's got some powerful 1-drops, 2-drops, even 3-drops, and a grip full of them. Didn't have a good look at what Ted's got, but I'm sure we'll find out momentarily.
Just like awkwardly, this is where you miss a card like Silvergill Adept, which has been pushed out of the meta by Orcish Bowmasters. But this is the kind of where you want that 2-drop right there to be a Silvergill Adept to draw you a card and put you on board, and then you're really Merfolk gaming. Instead, as you mentioned, it's a Lord, which is fine, but it is a little underwhelming when it's not joined by friends.
So I think we just got a couple of lands in hand. We do have a
Stern
Scalding for the turn. 1 turn too late, some would say, but is what it is.
Imagine how good it would have been last turn.
Oh, it'd been great.
He would have gone Dismember into Tide Shaper into Master of the Pearl Trident plus Stern Scalding, and then hopefully another creature or whatever. But as it stands now, he's really on the back foot. Although I haven't caught what that third card is.
I think it might be an Otawara.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so we got Lightning Bolt down. So this is a rough spot for Jeff here.
Just going to get in there for 2, no shenanigans. And this is what's awkward, right? It's like you don't ever want to block the cat token because it'll flip the Ajani. And flipping the Ajani is just not where you want to be. That card is great when it gets flipped, especially if you've got a red permanent, which we do now in the face of Bone Crusher Giant. I guess Ted's probably thinking of maybe Subtlety is the card playing around here. Merfolk tends to play a few copies of that.
Yeah, they do float in and out. Here we got to play. What do we got?
This is the one that you're speaking of. So we're going to bounce the tap creature, which is a token. I don't know how this works. Does it die? Does it flip the Ajani or not? I don't know, Judge. This is exactly what judges are there for, in my opinion. You never be scared to call a judge. They are there to help the play be exactly what it should be. But what might happen here in response is Ted might Galvanic Blast his own token to kill it, to flip the Ajani. Interesting.
It's an interesting development here with that. We mentioned that Harbinger making things play out in a very interesting way. And there you go.
Galvanic's coming.
Yeah, look at that.
Flip the Giant.
Transform Ajani.
Leave it on 3 counters, but we've got this Bone Crusher to block if needs be. So if we could have we've got Otawara. We could bounce the Bone Crusher, but I don't advise that. It's not.
Yeah, this is a big turn. That's at that draw.
That's a great draw.
Trickster off the top means that Jeff can tap down the Bone Crusher if he wants. Won't even take damage from the trigger because it's an ability. Then he'll be able to attack the Ajani. And that's what they're going to figure that out there. And that it only triggers off of spells, not abilities. Ask me how I know. Now we read Ajani and find out that it's going to be pretty painful, though, that your Harbinger of the Tides has 2 power and not 3 and can't actually knock it off the board without a Lord in hand, which Jeff does not have. We know it's just that Otawara. So this is still looking like a pretty decent spot here for Ted.
Yeah, it's a very reactive hand that he's got going on here. It's a lot of, we've got the bounce spell, we've got the counter spell. These creatures aren't lords, which ideally is what we would want in this situation, so we could deal with that Ajani in one hit.
Yeah, like if you can't get rid of Ajani, it's possible. If you accept that, then you say, okay, well, what happens then if I wait until you're and he just goes for face, I guess.
I like it.
Is what happens to wait until the end step there to Trickster. Maybe the Bone Crusher attacks. You to use your life as a resource. You get a Trickster down 1, then Otawara another 1, and have 2 attackers for Ajani and or the life total. That's the kind of thing I would have been looking at there to try to turn the corner. As it stands now, you main phase the Trickster to get in a couple damage to their face. That's not necessarily getting you anywhere. Now, a second Bone Crusher is always going to be difficult in this situation, but yeah, you're behind the 8 ball for sure right now if you're Jeff, although
we get
still leaning on that Stern Skull.
We get to tick up the Ajani, right? Because we've got the red permanent, means we can do 3 damage because we've got 3 creatures to any source of our choosing. Yep. That source being the other creature. So just leaving Jeff with 0. Also, Bone Crusher is the only thing I think that Stone Scorn in the deck doesn't hit. Stone Scorn doesn't hit.
Yeah, kind of just brutal development here for Jeff. You had a tiny window there to try to do something, but obviously this is why Ajani is so powerful. This is what gives the Boros energy deck, ostensibly an aggro deck, so much staying power. That Ajani was just 100% the difference in that game.
It's brutal. Also, just cards lined up incredibly awkwardly there. Those Bone Crusher Giants are the only cards it doesn't hit. It also Bone Crusher is a removal spell because you're playing a lot of 2-mana 2/2s. So this lines up perfectly for me. It adds as another body. It's a 4/3, so it's going to reduce your life really quickly. It's the red source I need for the Ajani to tick up to do the extra damage. It just it felt like a house of cards literally there for Jeff. I did tell you this deck, when I played it at the weekend, it didn't even feel close. I felt like I just really ran over my opponent when I was on the Boros side, and we just saw it again there. So unfortunately, Jeff is going to drop to a 2-1 record, but Ted advances to 3-0. That's exactly how you want to start your day when you've got 8 rounds of modern action to battle it out in. And then you got the top 8 as well, because you want to take this down. You want to get that invite. You want to be at that invitation at the end of the year playing against the best players for $35,000. But you've got to get away through some of the best players we've got in the room, like BBD in the room. We just see him win. Right. We've got Dom in the room. We've got Ali's not doing too well, actually. Ali's not going doing too well on that old Tron deck, but there's still some amazing players happening in the room because this is a 2-day event. Today is modern. Tomorrow is team trios. Okay, I said Modern's my favorite event to coverage. My favorite one to play in is team trios. I love a team event.
Yeah.
Like, win or lose, I'm having the best time. I'm either watching my friends crush and burn and giving them stick for it, or they're watching me crush and burn and they're giving me stick for it. It's a load of bants, but at the end of the day, you get to go out at the end of it and have a nice little Nando's. And of course, we've already spoke about our team. It's me, you. It's going to be Doom.
That's
Doom's
right.
going to be on Standard. You're going to be Modern. I'm going to be Legacy. Easy. That's next year, 2025 preview.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be the dream team turn up because that's who we've got giving you coverage all weekend long, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be stepping out in the next round or two, and we're going to get Doom in here. He's going to close the show, and then I'm going to open the show tomorrow with Doom, and then we're going to pass it across to you, Corbin. So it's a great. This is my favorite trifecta of casters all going at it. It's going to be sick to see.
I'm looking forward to it, man. We're having a great weekend so far. We've seen world champions on camera. We saw some birds, but some other cool stuff.
Yeah,
we're off and running.
Maybe too many birds for my liking, but it is what it is. You need to put that message back on the screen. I did not manage to read what that said. No, I apologize. Okay, right, sweet. So that's going to be the end of round number 3. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back for round number 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NRG series. We're jumping into round number 4 of Modern Action. My name's Will. That's Corbin Hostler. No doubt. That's right. You know him from Mining Modern back in the day. Love to see that show. But we got a lot of players in the room, Corbin. We got 177, right? And they're all battling out. And they are trying to get themselves on some certain leaderboards. So we're going to start off by looking at that leaderboard and seeing what position everyone is at and who's already qualified. So everyone in yellow is already qualified. That means they've won a tournament this year to get to an end by invite. But talk to me about the rest of this board.
Yeah, this is where you want to be. This is the overall leaderboard for the 2024 NRG series. This is accumulated by playing events throughout the season. It sounds kind of obvious, but what that means is that you can get points and you can play for something even if you're not winning a tournament. Even if you don't top 8 a tournament, you can still accumulate something meaningful, and that's points to get on this leaderboard, which can then qualify you if you are able to climb it for the end of the year tournament, which is, of course, as you mentioned, a $35,000 prize pool, just an absolutely massive invitational at the end of the season. And you can see, as you mentioned, some of the players, they qualified directly for that event by winning tournaments. But these other players, no trophies this season anyway, but still very much in the running. And that's really, I think, the draw and the appeal of these tournament series, right? Is that you're able to build something and that your O2 drops, or even, I drew really bad in the last 2 rounds and it kind of wrecked the end of my tournament. Like, they don't feel quite as bad when you still get to take something home with you. And those are leaderboard points. And that is why you see so many players working so hard to get onto here, including some of the best up and coming players and just best current players, period, I should say, in the region.
Yeah, there's just so much going on. As you mentioned, basically, it rewards top 16 finishes, top 32 finishes, right? Things we like, I've been cash, but I managed to get those extra points I needed, which add up through the season. You don't know if that is going to be the difference between you getting in the end of year or not getting in the end of year. And of course, the winner on this leaderboard also becomes the MVP, also gets all year invites paid for, because they are the MVP. So, it's going to save you a bit of money. Let's have one quick look at just the players that are already qualified, who are already, we will be seeing in the invitation at the end of the year. That is a stacked lineup and some amazing photos of some great players. Who are your standouts here?
Yeah, we are working our way through that list. Now, obviously, I'm going to give my boy Jonathan Zakchek Nikachu a shout out for Mofolk. But look, that is a collection of some of the best players around. We've seen Dominic Harvey already this weekend doing very well. We've seen May French crush in the past of these events. Harrison Canfor is, of course, on top of the leaderboard right now. This is just Dykeman, of course, a master of the series. 12 seats remain. Everything you want is coming in this qualified. If you can qualify for this end of the year event, $35,000 prize pool. 12 seats remain, and we're going to get closer to rewarding some of them right now.
Yeah, let's get to see which 2 players we've got in our feature match ready to go. Of course, they are trying their hardest to get there at 3-0 records. Looks like we have got Gruul Prowess versus Esper Reanimator. Okay, now these are these are some decks that we haven't seen yet. I have been promised that there is no Nadu this round for everybody watching, so you're going to be happy about that. Gruul Prowess, is this just what we saw in the last round? It's basically mono red Prowess.
Yes, we are back to this. I think we're rocking Manamorphos in this list. Go ahead.
No, keep looking at that list. Keep looking at that list. There's 4 copies of a certain card maybe ready for this meta. There's 4 harsh mentors in the main of deck.
Oh. You know what, Will? That's a great call. I was like, what am I missing? I'm going right past the creatures. I just assume it's the stock creatures. You're right. It's 4 harsh mentors in the main.
It's really nice about it because it's also playing 2 copies of Wild Slash, which, of course, Wild Slash, once you have ferocious damage, can't be prevented. So that's another way of getting through the one ring later on in the game if we can get our creatures big enough. So this seems like a really cool deck, and about especially how it's built. But can Ryan kind of build this board state? Needs to find a threat, needs to turn everything sideways, because these are Esper Reanimator lists. Once they get one of the big 7-powered lifelinkers on the battlefield, it is going to be hard for Ryan to win this match.
Yeah, the Reanimator deck, I think, is probably, to me, the single most interesting deck design in Modern right now, because Goryo's Vengeance has existed in Modern since the very beginning. People were getting Gristlebrand's and stuff back with it, right? People were finding ways to make it work, even though it was very difficult, right? As a reanimation spell goes, it's more tricky. At the same time, these Esper control-ish, whatever you want to call them, decks also kind of existed. And then somewhere along the line, we just hit on, I guess it was Atraxa being the inflection point of the kind of being jammed together, and the resulting Esper Reanimator lists now have gotten to the point where they're not necessarily Reanimator decks that only exist to do the one thing and play a ton of like cards that, a bunch of faithless looting type effects only, just simply to try to power this one thing. They're just decks of value cards that, oh, by the way, have this Atraxa in them. Psychic Frog is a perfectly powerful card on turn 2 without the threat of it just ditching an Atraxa for you to reanimate it with Goryo's Vengeance immediately. And that's, I think, what's really fascinating about the Reanimator decks and where they've fallen into the metagame.
Yeah, like it is that value. It's kind of got like, the kicker is it's a reanimate this, but I've also got this value engine of Ephemerate plus Grief, Ephemerate plus Solitude. Psychic Frog gives us a whole new element now of being able to ditch my bad cards, make it bigger while drawing me new cards, especially in a format full of lots of damage-based removal. You see that, we got a couple of galvanic discharges in hand here for Ryan. Like, one of these gets targeted, cool, I'll just ditch 4 cards. I'm going to hit you for 4 every turn. I'm going to refill my hand. Like, Psychic Frog is probably one of my favorite cards printed in MH3. And then we're going to fire it off with a ending to get the Swift Spear out of here, by the looks of it. Don't know if we've got a replay, but the next thing I was going to mention, we're doing it to get energy. Okay. Is these Reanimator lists got a big upgrade when Surveil Lands got printed.
Yes.
The ability of turn 1 Surveil Land, turn 2 Goryos, boom.
It enabled the Dream Draw.
Okay, we're going to put this Giganto in hand. Do you have free energy?
There's been a couple interesting things here so far. I was going to say that those discharges for Ryan are pretty dead, and he recognized that as well. And that's why we pointed a discharge just to get energy at our creature as it got removed by the Esper deck there. So now as the things stand, it's Izaak's untapping, 16 life. Ryan, did what you could do when you get Thoughtseize, you kind of got some dead cards. But you're a little behind the eight ball just by your opening hand. And then I guess Harsh Mentor against Psychic Frog isn't nothing. There we go. He gets debates it out, I guess, if you want to look at it that way.
I love the flinch there from Izaak. Like the second that Harsh Mentor played, Izaak kind of twitched there. It was like, what? This is game 1, right? Is that main deck? He's like, yes, exactly. It is. But ditching that Atraxa, having the Goyos in hand, gonna return this. This is gonna be the big 7/7 Phyrexian General herself. Here comes the trigger. So we get to look at the top 10, pick one of each card type into our hand. And it's got haste as well, which is pretty good, being able to gain 7 life in the face of these aggro decks.
Well, interesting, Ryan. wasn't sure about whether he'd have a target for that discharge, and the Psychic Frog hits play. But the thing is, even if you kill the Psychic Frog there, hitting the Atraxa with the Goryo is like, this is all so devastating for Ryan, just in sort of a general sense, that it's not impossible to come back from, but almost the closest thing to it. Not least of which is because the life gain kind of matters, right? From Atraxa against your Prowess deck. One of the ways you'd want to try to win with the Prowess deck is if you can get some damage in, and then even if your opponent pulls off an Atraxa turn, well, I'll just try to finish it off the next turn. But gaining life matters.
We didn't find the Ephemerate. That's the card we'd really like to find here, right? Because then we can get a hit in with the Atraxa, then Ephemerate it, flip it a little bit. We've got a lot of cards in hand here. This could potentially be 6, but the damage is done. Like, you're sure? Yeah, you got my
little
frog.
Shrug there. Yeah.
Take the 7. That drop's going to drop Ryan down to 11. That's going to put Izaak back up to 22. Quick math, Will. Now, how can we rebuild? I think we've got another Goryo's in hand at least that I saw. So if we can get another fatty in the graveyard, we'll be good. Is that
well? And that's an interesting question here. And Ryan picking up the graveyard to look at that as well. I see the frog, but Izaak kind of did everything, but now Izaak has nothing, right? You did everything you wanted, has cards, and is in fact going to pitch Solitude here to hit the Harsh Mentor. So comfortable burning through cards. I see a Griselbrand in hand as well for Izaak, so may not actually have all that much gas.
Yeah, it's a full 4 copies in the main for everybody kind of tuning in, and that's why Izaak kind of saw it when he saw it. It was like, oh, what? I don't hate it. I like it. I think it's good. You know what I mean? In this sort of meta, this environment we're at, the last weekend, that potentially we're going to see Nadu. You're going to think a lot of people are going to be bringing it. Why not pick those cyber cards in the main and just try and carry yourself a few more free wins?
Yeah, never going to be better.
All right, this is when I have a look at a little graveyard. Normally when people do this, this isn't a sign of good news for me. I think we were counting all the different types, because if we do, we have the ability to discard a card. I think is what we were looking. We can draw 2, potentially discard 1 if there is less than 5 different mana values in the graveyard. But I'm pretty sure we're past that point at this point in this game.
And that Tainted Indulgence is one of the reasons that the deck doesn't have to play a lot of Faithless Lootings that are like fine, but it's inherently not card advantage. You get to play something like Tainted Indulgence, which comes out a little cleaner and can be played in a really fair way. But here's one. How about some Modern Horizons 3 Waterlogged Teachings? I believe that is. The backside of that is a land. The front side is going to go get an instant or sorcery, or I believe that is what it can get, and it's going to get Goryo's Vengeance. That is.
I just read that whole card as it's a 4 mana Goryo's Vengeance. Like that's how I read this card.
Yes, that is. It's a Mystical Teachings, right? It's a little riff on Mystical Teachings, I think. And
this is game 1.
So. Yeah, and so that's the power of having access to that in your land. Izaak was really not he just didn't have a ton going on. He wasn't necessarily in trouble, but was spinning his wheels a little bit, needed to get something, and that's essentially a land drop that he was able to use as a tutor to give him everything he needed. And now obviously Griselbrand off of Goryo's Vengeance, this should just turn it sideways and in the game. But what a Modern Horizons 3 ad. You get a land or a game-winning tutor when games happen to go weird.
So we're going to Lightning Bolt here before the damage is dealt by Griselbrand, because potentially you could draw another 7. Decided to discard this Force of Negation to put a +1/+1 counter on it, which will put it out of reach of that Lightning Bolt. One Sonny wants to do anything in response to to fire off double Lightning Bolt. You got to do what you got to do, but unfortunately, what you got to do is get hit by this Griselbrand, dropping you down to 6 life, letting my opponent gain 7 life, and probably a full grip of cards.
One, because also keep in mind Griselbrand drawing cards that you can then throw away to Psychic Frog. So.
Yeah. That's why we did it all before damage, right?
Good, right? As an addition to the deck. Like, keep in mind, everyone, like this is a new angle to the deck that it didn't have before. It's the power of Psychic Frog.
How about 14 cards?
Naturally assist with everything the deck already does.
40, like I was thinking, like we need a good way of getting some of these fatties into the graveyard. Well, if we just draw 14 cards, there's a good chance of it. We know about the last card in hand being that Giganta, so Grief ditching Grief is going to get rid of it. We're going to shock in the white source we need, Ephemerate the Griselbrand. It's going to come back. That's going to be game 1. Izaak taking this down. Okay.
Mainly.
It's, Harshmenta didn't look too great in that matchup, but this isn't the matchup for it. We've got sideboards for this exact reason. So let's see if we can start off over on Ryan's side, see what cards he does have. Any graveyard interaction. And I see 4 copies of Soul Guide Lantern.
I think those will be coming in because that is that's what you need. We saw the reason the Esper Reanimator deck is so good. It was able to interact with the board and with the hand while doing something broken on the back end, and that is what you have to interact with. If you're Ryan, is to stop from doing the unfair thing, and that's where the Soul Guide Lanterns come in, able to snipe the graveyard. Although it does require you, I mean, it is a cost. You might have to slow down a little bit, but we saw he galvanic discharged his own creatures in that matchup. You clearly have some cards that you can you go a different direction in with your sideboard slots here. So I don't know. He may also look to like the other new addition here, right? There's a Disruptor Flute. Is a new sideboard edition. There's the one Blood Moon you see, the Cinder Vines. So he's got a lot to look at here, but I really think it's just those Soul Guide Lanterns are where you want to be, and then maybe you start to consider like attacking their mana via Blood Moon. Or
I feel like Blood Moon's not a bad way to go about it either. This is a 3-colored deck, so it is very greedy on its mana. Doesn't say they don't play basics. They do have a 1 basic of each color, but Blood Moon 9 out of 10 times can kind of get them, and then they've got nothing else to do. But it's just going to be a hard matchup, right? Like we need to have our interaction to their game plan, and unfortunately, our game plan is playing creatures and turn them sideways. And if I'm playing a deck that's got Solitudes and Ephemerates, it is going to be a hard day in the office if your name is Ryan Overturf.
Yeah, that's a great point. Is that just, and I was thinking, I was going to say along the lines of, you can do Goryo's Vengeance tricks. It's instant speed. Like, you can do all kinds of tricky stuff with it that makes it hard to play against. But you're right. You can also just ephemerate a Solitude and decimate the red deck and then have lifelink, and that'll win you the game too.
Well, let's have a little look at the Goryo's list. Let's see what's going on here. So anything out of the normals? This looks pretty stock to me. Oh, there's one card we could talk about that. I'm seeing a bit more play in recent times, and that is this Emperor of Bones. So again, another MH3 card. Seeing a few decks pick this one up now. Is there's a few flex slots in this deck. They're using this. So this is a 2/2 for 2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. It's got 1/1 black, adapt 2. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exile with Emperor of Bones onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. It gains haste, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So it's like a 5th Goryo's Vengeance if you can get it right.
And it just naturally exiles, right? There are worse things in the world than in this. We talked about this Esper deck being a mid-rangey deck that can also do an unfair thing. Well, there's worse things than just playing a 2-drop that hates on graveyards that also is going to threaten something in the long game, right? So it's just a one of, right? It goes in there with the Priest of Felrites as sort of these flex 2-drop spots that give you additional flex reanimation ways, right? To interact, and that's what they exist there for. And they tie the deck together pretty nicely. Like I said, this deck has so many tricky ways to play, so many things to consider. I remember some high stakes matches I played against this deck. Just so many lines that you have to think about when you're playing against it, especially from a deck that has Force of Negation, right? So yeah, lots to think about here. But looking at the sideboard, right, we see Wrath of the Skies. You might want something like that. I think we'll probably definitely be interested in the Celestial Purges.
Oh,
there's
100%.
Additional remover with Prismatic Ending, right? So definitely just ways for this deck to play more or less a fair game of Magic, contain the red deck, and then try to reanimate it in Traxa.
That's the first goal, right? Is survive. Like we are the control deck in this matchup. A control deck that can turn to a Griselbrand. No biggie. No, it's not scary at all. Around the Pro Tour type time when I was speaking to a lot of the players, they thought this was the deck that was like had a good Nadu matchup. They felt like this. If I could redo it over again, knowing the meta that I was going into, this is kind of one of the decks that would be high on our radar to moving forward. So it's interesting to see that Izaak wanted to pick it up this weekend. It's currently now 3-0, 1 game up. Both players kept their opening 7. Ryan on the plate. Got a turn 1 play by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you made too about it having regardless of what the actual percentages of the matchup turn out to be, like conceptually, the idea of building your deck to interact with something while having this package of reanimation that more or less ends the game on the spot is very attractive, just sort of from a structural standpoint of attacking the format. Because you can do things like that. You just prismatic ending their Soul Score Mage on turn 1, and you're bridged for at least one more turn as you set up. You see Tainted Indulgence and Isaac's Hand. He's kind of got the game plan enacted.
Yeah, does have a basic in hand as well. It's gonna be interesting if they respect Blood Moon or not. But shout out about these shock lands as well. I've just upgraded to these shock lands, the retro bordered shocks. I'm all about that.
Retro bordered
Ryan's
cards
like, no.
are up there. They're great. I'm not gonna lie.
Ryan's on the OGs and signed.
So there's a few levels here, but this is the correct art in play for everybody. You know,
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Chat, let me know what's your favorite. What shocks do you use? What's the best shocks? And the flute came in, like you said.
I really enjoy expedition lands. Those are my favorite, or really like basically any full art version of a land. Like it's great. I love it.
Yeah, they are beautiful, especially when they first came out in like Zendikar type time. I was like, oh, what are these? I need them all and I need them now. And then I was like, I can't afford them. Cry in a corner.
I think the Galaxy foils from Unfinity are somehow actually my favorite. It's very kind of obscure, but they look really. It's the only thing in the set that's cool, but they're really cool.
Yeah, the Galaxy ones, they are top. That's a top tier shock. So tap 3, picture Gardner in hand.
This game is played out very differently, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's we've got rid of those harsh mentals and we've replaced it with flutes. End of turn, we're going to put that Griselbrand in the graveyard, exactly where we want it to be. No graveyard hate yet from Ryan. This would be a turn to get it out of the graveyard, and I do see a Goryo's in hand, but
yeah, also grief in hand for Izaak. Like honestly, a lot of options, and instead choosing to take control route here gets rid of the flute. Huh.
So these decks can play the explosive two mana, but just next turn, Izaak can just go, cool, I'm going to grief you, hard cast.
Exactly.
I've got a blocker. I can take a card from your hand. I know what's going on. Next turn, cool. I'll just get back my Griselbrand from the graveyard and run away with the game.
I'm very curious what's going on in Ryan's hand right here, because Ryan is playing, let's remember, Ryan is playing 1-drops that attack and Slick Shock show-offs and lots of things that don't involve playing 4 lands and passing the turn. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, obviously it's possible he's just turbo mana flooded here.
It's going to be all lightning
but maybe
bolts.
We'll find out, because here comes grief.
All lightning bolts and galvanic blast. Yep. That looks exactly the same as last turn. Looks like we've got the 5th land, the Giganta, 2 galvanic discharges, and 1 card I can't quite make out. That might be an unstable amulet.
It's another land, right?
Yeah. Oh, it was lightning bolt. I have all the cards I couldn't name. It was lightning bolt. Classic. Get back here's the Goryo's. Griselbrand's going to crash in for 7 points.
And this is now having seen Ryan's hand and knowing that despite how good Galvanic Discharge is, you still can't get the Griselbrand. It's
even if you did, you'd have to triple. You'd have to free for one yourself in that situation, which just isn't great anyway.
There's no good answers here. This is a Esper Reanimator textbook, by the way. Esper Reanimator. It looking like it might put Izaak to 4-0 here.
So let me have a little look at Isaac's list a second. Do we have there's some spicy lists running around with Ulamogs in the main as like one of the reanimation targets, but no, he's gone for the full 4 Atraxas, 2 Griselbrands. Sometimes instead of the 4 Atraxa, they play an Ulamog.
Yeah.
So you return an Ulamog with 7 exiled counters and just turn it sideways and get Annihilator 7, do 14 damage. It's pretty sweet to see that happen. Sucks to be on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, well, it does.
Here comes the Ephemerate, slamming that one down. So that's going to go. I was going to say on an adventure. It's not an adventure. It's a rebound. It goes to exile. We'll come back momentarily. And just going to discard this land in a turn past turn. How can we respond here over on Ryan's side? It's just land go. Not ideal.
Yeah, you kind of decide if you pick up your graveyard before your lands or your lands before your graveyard and you scoop. About the point of the game you're at with this Gristlebrand turning sideways again.
How do you do it? Do you do graveyard lands or lands graveyard?
I think I pick them up left and right and do a scoop them together motion.
A mush?
I'm thinking this through.
Well, that's going to be enough for Ryan. He's seen enough. It just turns out big 7/7 lifelinkers are not good when you're trying to, reduce your opponent's life total with just little baby Swift Spears. Here it is. It is what it is. This is Magic. It's fine. That means he's going to drop to a 3-1. Isaac's going to go to a 4-0. Halfway there, in 8 rounds today till we get to that top 8. So just being able to get to the midpoint now, you'll be happy with 4-0. I'd be happy with 3-1 to be fair, but 4-0, you've got to be happy.
Well, especially when you start talking about, this is a tournament, tiebreakers matter, you can get draws at the end. You say halfway there, you're really close, right? You can get to 5-0, 6-0, and you're really there. So excellent position for Isaac moving forward. We'll have a handful of those players, I imagine. We had 177 players in this tournament, so we should be, working our way down. You do the math there. And we're going to be getting to another one of those undefeated matches coming up. I believe our second match is ready for us.
That's the good thing about this round in particular. We wanted it to have to show both feature matches because there's no Nadu. No Nadu this round, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get down to our backup feature match, find out who's in there and what decks they are on. Looks like we got Ted on Boris Energy, saw them last round. And they go up against Brandon on Goryo Gruul Breach. That is not Gruul Breach. That is not the opening of Gruul Breach. That is definitely a Tron list of some description. Let me have a little look at this deck list. This is
I would say we like everyone are at the mercy of what players name their decks online, and online can be fickle. So instead of Gruul Breach, you instead get to watch an Eldrazi deck taking
through
on
the breach,
the properly named Boros
No.
Energy.
Technically, Gruul Breach works. It does have red and green lands, and it does have a card that's got Breach in it. So technically, I'll take it. It's not what I thought, but I'll take it. This is a Through the Breach version where they're trying to throw 15 Emrakuls at your face.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this deck list more closely now. Grove of the Burn Willows showing up in the mana base. I haven't seen that one in a while. This is kind of a throwback Breach list. Brandon MacArthur 3-0 with it here, and he's getting to stack how he wants things to begin. But yeah, look, we're talking Kozilek's Return. You remember what that one does, Will?
Oh, do I know what that one does? Oh, that is a good card. I enjoy that card a lot. I remember Groves of Lumberlu when we were playing that because Death Shadow was one of the best decks in the format. And the idea of giving them life was a disadvantage to them. So we're playing these lands, making sure that the Death Shadows aren't as big as they think they're going to be.
Yeah. What a heck of a card. But yeah, so this is going to be a fascinating matchup. And obviously it can do this Eldrazi stuff. You see the Talisman hitting play. So look, that's like access to a ton of mana. Dude, when Brandon untaps here, and he's just staring down and a Johnny. I guess
can breach Emrakul this turn.
Go ahead.
We can literally breach Emrakul. If we've got the land drop this turn, we just go land drop, breach, Emrakul, Annihilator 6, 15 damage. I don't think we've got both parts to come. I do see a 1 ring in hand. That could be a way of stopping the board state for a little bit, at least keeping our life total high. Let us go a few cards deeper to try and get to our combo.
And I've fooled around a bunch with breach decks in Modern over the years with Through the Breach decks, not Underworld breach decks. The 1 ring was massive for just the type of decks it goes into because you need something else in that sort of mid spot of your mana curve. But also it still just gets there. Like Through the Breach, if you're not familiar, and you actually do it on an opponent's end step, put your creature, your Emrakul into play, and then untap with an attack to get to play around your opponent having interaction on your turn. There's a lot of things you can do with it that gives the deck a lot of resiliency. However, right now it looks at a blood moon for Ted. That's it. To kind of change how things are going to work.
That is definitely going to change. That means that, Gemstone Caverns, so that's the one at the card you see at the top of your screen. That's again one of the alternate art of it. I think that's what the Lord of the Rings one.
Yes.
Again, but we do have that talisman, so that will give us colorless mana if we ever did need it to cast any of our spells. It just stops the ramp element of these Eldrazi decks. Our Eldrazi temples are now generating 1 mana. This Labyrinth 1 mana instead of potentially having 2 per card. Can we deploy more on the battlefield? We don't have any white sources on Ted's side.
Yeah, this is a really interesting board state, that's for sure. Fable the Mirror Breaker will eventually get him some white mana.
This card's so good. It's been good for so long. It was no one had this on their radar when it's first printed yet.
Sure.
It was dominant for so long in so many different formats, all the way up to Legacy. It even had, I'm not wrong thinking this one. It's got banned in one format, right? Did it get banned in standard, or am I just?
It's banned in standard, yeah.
Yeah, like it's that powerful. It does everything. It makes a creature. That creature makes mana. We can then loot a couple of cards from it. We bit the bad cards away, give us fresh looks. And then it turns into a Kiki Jiki. I can start copying all my good creatures. Really good card, really solid, 3 mana, play design, take your hats off. That is a good one. But you know what also is good? Is that Kozilek's return that you mentioned.
It sure will be against the red-white small creatures deck. That's for sure.
Oh, dude, it hurts.
Yeah. So no, Fable is also interesting and great because most cards in the current era take, for instance, I'm just going to pick one at random here, say Nadu. The community was able to look at it and instantly recognize that card was just busted, right? We were able to build that deck in a week because you just get millions of Magic players around the world. There's a lot of brain power. Fable the Mirror Breaker was not previewed and everyone just said, oh, that card's busted. That's way too good. That's going to be the best card in Pioneer. Like it, whether it's because it's a saga and we weren't as familiar with it or what, like it really slipped under the radar in the sense that everyone kind of played it and it felt like it took a long time for people to realize that, hey, this card isn't just like good and a filler. This is actually just the best card that makes these decks work.
Well, here's another one that we've, MH3 card that we're seeing here. This is a Sowing Micros one. So this gets to destroy a land on your opponent's side and also gain you a land if you use the kicker ability of it, which we do have the color spanner from it, from that talisman at the top. So we are going to see a land destroyed or a land gained from it, hitting us with 4 mana, 3 mana up. I keep thinking there's that Blood Moon still on the battlefield. But here's a nice little play. Raptor flipping over the Ajani.
Yeah, you mentioned no white mana, but don't need it if you play it with energy. Although with Ajani in play, it's not quite as devastating as it could be. But there you called it out.
Jeez, this is so. I think they're talking about the timing of this. Because the Ajani's on the battlefield, 2 Ajani's on the battlefield. One's going to flip when everyone sacks. Does the token get generated? Is what I think they were asking in that situation. It looks like it stays around, but still pretty good. 3 for 1 in that instance.
The Kozilek's return, absolutely huge. You called it out earlier as being huge in the matchup, and it was clutch right there. I think you were able to respond to the trigger, so Noah Johnny gets to transform into a Planeswalker, but then you get the token. But here's the thing: as good as that was for Brandon, and it was great, Fable's still going to transform next turn. There's still a Blood Moon in play. I guess for what it's worth, you just took 3 off the ring, right?
Yeah.
There's a bombardment from Ted to continue to point more damage at your face. You do kind of need to turn the corner here and get going before you find yourself in some weird situation where you end up getting burned out by a combination of your own ring plus goblin bombardment from Ted.
Yeah, remember the secret element of the Kozilek's return. It can come back out of that graveyard if we play a big Eldrazi at some point.
That's right.
We're just going to add another talisman there. Grip full of cards, though. Surely.
Yeah, when you cast a big Eldrazi, you can play the Kozilek's return from your graveyard, which then will resolve, I believe, the point.
It supercharges it, right? Like 5 damage?
Yeah, I believe it does 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that will of course happen before the big Eldrazi comes into play.
Brand's in the tank. So many options because we've got so many cards. Not as much mana as they'd like, though. You know, that Blood Moon is doing work right now. I'm going to play a mountain. Access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana left of the turn. 1 card in hand for Ted. So what are we thinking of here? Are we thinking of deploying more threats? Another ring, maybe?
I think he's probably counting up how he dies, right? Like he's got to be doing the math on how do I not take 11 damage through the rest of this game. I didn't just draw another ring, which would have made things easy, right? Like if that's the case, you know, I obviously we don't know what's in his hand, but like if you draw another ring, maybe it's easy. You just get to slam the one ring. You don't have to worry about getting burned from Ted or on your upkeep. But if that's not the case, then the math gets kind of wonky, and you want to think about it, right? So, that's what he's thinking through here. He's got a lot of cards. He doesn't want to screw it up. It feels like when you have the one ring at 4 counters, you're supposed to win the game. But how to do that through a Blood Moon? Not quite as simple.
Do we have any main deck answers to Blood Moon? I can see 2 Passages and all his dust.
He might be discarding.
So what? Oh, so if we're discarding, we're thinking
Pass
of
the
maybe.
turn.
Look, we would through the breach that turn if we had it, right? If we had through the breach Emrakul, we would have just done it.
Surely, yeah, surely. So, like his hand, we don't know what's in, but it's got to be some kind of awkward combination of cards that both allowed him to play nothing, or he's just going to. He does have access to 2 talismans, so that's 2 colorless. Could be firing off like a command or something here, right?
I do see a Emrakul in hand. That's at the front of the hand. Second Blood
He
Moon.
also might have been counting. At some point, you play command, and then you just cast your Emrakul with mana.
just the old fashioned way. Just tap 15 mana.
I think that point might be right now.
So 5 Eldrazi spawns. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think if we've got a land drop, we can hardcast it using these spawn now.
What a use for Kozilek's command, huh?
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, think about the Tron match we watched earlier. How much mana each player had, and how back and forth it went, even at that point. What's the best thing to spend your mana on? It's OG Emrakul.
So the only thing stopping Brandon winning right now is the blockers, right? Like if we had a way of getting these 2 blocks off the battlefield, we could through the breach the Emrakul to also attack with the sowing. That would be 18 damage.
Right, but the block on the sower would in theory keep Ted alive, and I guess the Annihilator 6 in theory would be enough, even if it's not technically enough. It's hard to see if that's what happens here. Brandon feels like he's in a great spot because remember, when you hardcast Emrakul, you take an extra turn, which is he's just going to untap and have all the cards in his hand again. He can probably get rid of the blocker.
There is, if we could maybe hear me out. We hard cast Emrakul. We take another turn. I was going to say probably die to our ring at this point, but we then untap.
That's the math, right?
We have an Ulamog. We hard cast the Ulamog, get the blockers out the way, and turn everything sideways.
I think we're going to get there. I see it through the breach in hand for Brandon.
Through the breach. 1, 2, 3, 4. And using our forest. Oh, okay. Ulamog. So there's 15. So it gets plus 15, plus 15, Annihilator 15. Yes. Let's do it. I'm so down for this. It's unreal. The fact when you need to get a D20 out to put the amount of counters on a creature, I'm here for it. Sack your board, hit you for 22 points of damage. We're going to a game number 2, doing it in fashion there over on Brandon's side. We're there talking about just hard cast Emrakuls like idiots. Why are we doing that?
I guess so. Look, they probably both accomplished the same thing, but we were still having to think about it when we were talking about hard cast Emrakul with what he did. You just got there. No questions asked. That was fairly impressive from the Gruul Breach deck, right? And he's 3-0. He's now up a game. I'm sorry, they're tied at a game after that. We're going to be taking you down into game 3 so we can see who picks that one up. But yeah, this is a big opportunity for a deck that was not necessarily on anyone's radar to move to 4-0.
Yeah, a lot of people were like, I think it was Jarvis Yu was playing this a lot a couple of weeks ago. Really tearing up the leagues on MTGO. Like it was just like back-to-back 5-0s all the time because people just weren't expecting something this explosive from a Tron deck. Normally, you think they're going to get a lot of mana.
Right.
I say a Tron deck, Eldrazi deck. They're going to get a lot of mana and play a lot of big. This one's just like, no, I can get it out as early as turn 3, maybe even turn 2. I'd have to work the mana out. I think turn 2 it can actually be done. Turn 2 and then record it someone. It comes out of knowing, like, oh, I wasn't expecting it. But let's have a little look at how it's going to go as we get down to game number 3. As you mentioned, both players want that 4-0 start to the tournament today. It is 8 rounds of modern action. Before we cut to that top 8, Ragavan, make a treasure, turn 2, Blood Moon, go. Ted,
pretty good.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, pretty good. Now, if you're Brandon, the silver lining is that you have a forest, so you can play some green spells if you need to, but you can't have any colorless, which is maybe what you need more. Has access to red. One of the nice things about playing it through the Breach deck, and I've done this many times with various brews, is that you can still cast through the Breach through a Blood Moon. What you can't do is stop this. This is just so ideal for Ted. Guide of Souls, Ragavan, Amperaptor. The beatdown is coming along with the Blood Moon.
This is the nuts. I'm pretty sure that energy should be gone though, right? It's free energy to cast the Flage. It might not. I don't think it's going to be relevant in this game. I'm just saying.
I didn't catch it. Sorry.
I think it's basically we did the perfect turn of Guide of Souls into Raptor, stack card triggers, gain the extra energy, gain the extra life. Then we hit the Flage with the free energy that we had. So we realistically should be 1 energy down. But this is a time warp match, so I don't think we can rewind it. I don't think it's going to take too much drama here. More importantly, is there's a Blood Moon on the battlefield, a Ragavan that's not been checked, and now a Guide of Souls and Amp Raptor. This might be the best free you could opening you can have on turn 3.
Yeah, I would say so. And interesting, there's been a lot of discourse, including us talking about it some of it earlier. How Ragavan is a lot worse than it used to be in the modern format. But wow, did it look good this game?
So we're going to go find ourselves a land. Chat pointed out, so basically the Flage comes into play to deal the damage. That also gains the extra energy. That's where it's from. Chat's so big brain all the time. Don't know what we do about your chat. Pass the turn back, but now there is a free blocker on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, Brandon going to try to climb back in this, still at 13 life. Not the worst as far as your life total goes. I don't see the hand to see what we're looking at here. Lightning Bolt's going to take out the blocker, though. So unfortunately, that unlocks Ragavan again to connect. Here comes Ocelot. Just full on Boros energy beatdown.
The awkward bit is you gain the life as well when it enters, so that bit's been triggered already. You get in there, you get your 5 points of damage in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, we've got 2 treasures. City Blessing's going to be on as well, so we're going to generate more treasures. We're going to generate more cat tokens.
Yeah.
And a Johnny this time would be disgusting. If that's
and what's wild is this is the part of the game where if you're the Breach player, you're like, wow, God, this sucks. I'm behind, blah, blah, blah. And you're always in this spot where you either have Breach in hand and you're like, if I draw Emrakul, I can still win. Or you have Emrakul. Well, I can always just still draw Breach and win. What's wild is that's actually not the case here because this is not maybe the modern a few years ago where people are always dealing themselves 6 damage with their fetch shock openers. On top of that, though, Ted just has enough permanence to sacrifice to the Annihilator 6 on turn 3 or 4 without it being a problem.
I think there should be an extra treasure token added there, but it's fine. It's not going to be too relevant in this. I think we are Kozilek's return, and we need like this turn. While there's no counters floating around, we need that one-sided sweeper ASAP.
Yeah, I am curious what Brandon's hand because look at the cards that have been exiled through the Breach and Emrakul. He could very easily be sitting on through the Breach. He just flips over that Emrakul and goes, I was right on top, but The mind games Ragavan can play on you. The psychic damage inflicted can last beyond the round.
I'm sure someone out there is probably like, cast a Emrakul off a Ragavan hit somewhere. I'm trying to think what's like the best. I've managed to cast a Khan before against Tron, like hit their Khan and play it.
Yeah, it's a very
Against
good
Control, I was able to hit a Teferi when I was on Murktide. Against Control. That was pretty good. It was like turn 2 Teferi. They're like, yep, cool, that's game. Right. We're thinking, of course, everyone's on the line for this. Both players have got one game, but they want the match. They want that 4-0 start. Flute is what's going to happen in response by the looks of it. Now,
I think that was probably Ted asking if he'd get priority after the reveal off of Ancient Stirrings. The answer is no. So we're going to Flute in response to Stirrings.
Well, Ring will buy us a turn. I'm going to have a look. Do we have... There's one Bone Crusher Giant, 2 Bone Crusher Giants I can see in the 75. So,
okay,
if they've come in,
yeah, we talked earlier about how important the Ring was to decks like this as a bridge. This is it for Brandon. This is exactly the situation where the Ring is good. The problem for him is that Through the Breach Emrakul, in fact, does not get it done right now. He's going to need to go a little bigger.
I think we need a sweeper first. Like the first step is a sweeper. So if we've got, I count 6 mana. If we can go land All Is Dust, and there isn't a Goblin Bombardment drawn for the turn or a Bone Crusher this turn, we might be able to get back into this game.
An Ulamog might also work, right? There's an Emrakul in exile, so it would get plus 15.
That's 20. That's 22 damage though.
Yeah, that would annihilate the board.
The Annihilator is probably the thing that wins you. That's true.
Yeah, like the Annihilator 6 from Emrakul doesn't get you there, but Annihilator, whatever, however Ted and for Ted's permanence might. So the game is in a really interesting spot here. The Ring was an amazing draw for Brandon to try to keep things going. And if you're Ted, I guess you just keep turning them sideways. You kind of have everything you wanted, and you just want to keep going. Now, we think the Flute is probably naming the Ring. Do we assume, or what do we?
Yeah, I imagine it's on the Ring.
Okay, so if you're Brandon, then you're just looking at the top of your deck then for an answer here. Yep.
Okay, land or is that
breach?
That's a breach.
Ulamog in hand, and we got a very interesting spot.
Named Kozilek's
Return.
But not All Is Dust. So here's All Is Dust. Sacrifice all colored permanents. That includes that Blood Moon.
Wow, what a
your
play.
Whole board. That one ring stalling for a turn was great.
Well, and the Flute we got info is named. It's naming Kozilek's Return because it's an activated ability from or a triggered ability. I guess from the. Maybe it's an activated ability from the graveyard. I don't know. That's what it's naming. Or maybe it just says it can't be cast. Either way, the Flute is taking care of the return. It does not take care of the All Is Dust. That was the huge play for Brandon right there. So he is in a great spot.
Yeah, but ring at the perfect time, right? Like literally the perfect time to draw that one ring. Stalls us for the turn so we can get to our 7th mana so we can then... Oh, and the kicker here for Ted. Goblin Bombardment was the top card. In that situation there, with we would have won the game or at least been very close to it, giving us a few more top decks. But yeah, this is pretty brutal. Land from the
fascinating game though. This one looked very much over. Brandon hitting the perfect sweeper, able to cast it. The Ring keeping him alive. And I guess if you're Ted, you're just trying to poke through 8 points of damage here. Flage is a pretty good way to do it.
But I say Flage, that's the second Flage in the graveyard. So there is lots of ways of being able to do it. That's going to drop Brandon down to 5. Fetch. I think we got basic planes. And the last card's Giganta, right? Oh, we got all the treasure tokens.
Yeah,
because they don't have a color source, so we can play it back out of the graveyard. Brandon going to go down to 2. He's been put in the situation, needs another answer to take this game or to stabilize this game. In fact, not even take it. We know about the Through the Breach. We know there's an Emrakul in exile. Can we hit an Ulamog. How many playing in the deck?
He needs something great too, because Flage, even just say removing Flage, whatever, Doomblading Flage, it'll just come back later and finish you off. So
Well, there's a
as
second
good as
copy in the
Brandon was,
graveyard.
the Flage was the perfect answer here for Ted to try to. We talk about the Flage it's great against other creature decks because it Lightning Helixes. It's great against, it provides reach in situations like this. It is a pretty incredible card for the modern format, and certainly for these Boros decks.
If we can rip an Ulamog here, I think that's what we need, right? And we can get a Stirrings to try and find it. That's a land. Kozilek's. Oh, Kozilek's. Do we have enough mana to do Kozilek's exile a creature, exile graveyard? 1, 2.
Okay, now you're talking.
Are these Eldrazi temples? So is that 4 mana, 5, 6, 7 mana? We need 8 mana to do this. Oh no, we need, it's 3 mana. We need 5 mana to do this. You're telling me there's a line. I love it. I get so excited when I kind of like watch these decks. They're so close. Like you're so close to winning. Can you get across the line, or will they be able to stabilize it? This is why I love live paper Magic, and that is why NRG brings you the best coverage there is, ladies and gentlemen. So if you don't hit the follow button, make sure you do, because tomorrow we've also got a team event, Legacy, Modern, Pioneer, but there'll be more talk about that throughout the weekend. See what else do we have to go. I don't think we're forced to go a card depot with Ring just yet.
Yeah, that's the big decision point, right? Left at this juncture for Brandon at 2 life is whether or not you want to activate that ring, because you're going to get 1 card with that ring, and then you're on the ring clock, and that ring clock is very, very, very short. So that is an absolute last resort, right? Doesn't mean you won't have to do it, but it is not where you want to be in this case, right? And that's why the ring is so for everything the ring is. It does make for interesting situations like this, where it can kind of be counted on occasionally to poke through a few points of damage. This is a big spot for both these players in the tournament, because 3-1 versus 4-0. You get to 4-0, you're getting very close to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
the back
7,
half of the
8,
day. There it
9.
is, the Kozilek's command.
So we're doing this for 9. One of the modes we're making. Have we got a second one in hand? Are we trying to go for the win this turn? We're thinking if we can find an Ulamog in the top 9 cards here, we can just breach it.
Soft several through breaches. Is there a ring?
That's a ring, double breach. Didn't get a good look at what that back card was.
Now, ring here, that having Kozilek's command here was just absolutely massive for Brandon, because this is going to allow you to reset a lot of things.
I suppose if you draw the ring, if you put the ring in your hand, you can draw with the ring that's currently on the battlefield and go card deeper, because you're just going to reset it anyway. And if that is an Ulamog, you can also have that option on the table.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, at that point, you've just played the ring and you get to try it all again next turn. It could be a lot worse.
Okay, so he likes the top 2 cards. So we did draw with the ring. It's an All Is Dust and the ring.
Yeah, so All Is Dust actually not good enough for Brandon here. If I, at least assuming Ted has enough cards to escape Flage again.
Okay, so we are going to cast the 1 ring, reset it. Protection is gained. That's the key part right now.
All right, so now we're kind of back where we started. Brandon spent some mana, is faced with a choice of whether or not he's going to activate the ring and play that game. And Ted desperately wishes that his deck still played lightning bolts.
I think he's still got a few in there.
Or rather, yeah, if he can find one, if his deck can serve him up a lightning bolt, he'll have it. That's what he is hoping for right now. And I guess Gigantha is a pretty reasonable option. Look at that. He's going to ping Gigantha with Flage to get the life.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. That might be apparent if double Emrakul gets thrown at you. Okay, we are going to tap end of turn. Go a card deep. That means our upkeep, we're going to drop down to 1 life. Another.
Yeah, and that's a big one there for Brandon, because obviously that puts him on the ring clock, but it allows him to get 1 card there, which means he gets 2 cards now. And you need to find another ring, or obviously a way to answer that.
I think we found a command, but that doesn't deal with the ring. Can we command again for a bunch to try and look at the X top cards of our deck to try and get this
Yeah.
Ulamog? But then Ulamog, we're at 32 now. 32 is not 20. 32, we can only do 22 damage.
Well, you're right.
the
And the
ring kills us.
Annihilator doesn't matter because the ring will still kill you.
Yeah. We're digging to try and find that other ring, I think. None of them are it.
No, he did not look thrilled about that. He's going to reveal an Eldrazi Temple.
That is 2 mana towards the Kozilek, though. So we can, if we can go deeper, leaving 4 mana up. What have we got? Well, the Eldrazi on the battlefield is ring mana, right?
Well, and that's and the thing to think about too is like there's only so many cards in his deck. He's now looked through five of them, plus he like drew 3 or whatever between the. So he's looked at 8 or 9 cards, and he has more mana this turn than he had last turn. Even that Ancient Stirrings ended up producing mana since it found a soul land. So like this next Kozilek's command to go look through his deck is going to be for a massive amount.
Yeah, the first one I think was for 9. So 9 put 2 on top, so that's 7.
Right.
Draw, so that's 9.
So by the time he's going to be through, like he's going to be looking at what 25 cards or so from the top of his deck, and he's looking for we thought Ulamog. Now I guess we're thinking the ring. But the point is he gets to see this gives these decks an element of not tutoring exactly, but you get to very reliably dig to find something that will be good for you. Look at that. Now we're up to 13 spawns.
Top 13 cards. Put them back in any order. Top, bottom of your deck. Then draw the top one. And we got a bunch of mana. We didn't hold up red mana, though.
Well, I think I saw a talisman in hand. He actually can't pay the life. Huh.
Yeah.
Huh. That is an interesting spot without a Blood Moon in play.
Did we also miss and not hit a ring?
I see a Kozilek's command.
I think we are going to die to our own ring.
Can't make red mana.
There's the Ulamog we've been looking for.
Can't make red mana without paying life. But he's already played a land. I think it's over.
There is a cost to the one ring. Putting them all to the bottom, leaving it to the top of his deck. Was it the ring? Was it? No way.
No way.
No. Flip it. Flip it.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh, the smile on his face gave it away. Oh, literally 13 cards to the bottom. Flip top card. It is the one ring. The card that saves you in this spot. For a turn.
What? Well, look, that's huge because now he's going to be able to do something with that mana. It was massive. And now the thing is, the ring doesn't kill him. He's not on the ring clock anymore. He is still on the flage clock as soon as he's a tap. But what a draw for Brandon. And we talked about he's going to see so many cards of his deck. He has to find it eventually, right? Well, he did. He put 13 on the bottom, and it was the 14th one. All right, well, here we go. Flage coming in. This will get rid of him, but Brandon still has another turn. Now, I just want to clarify, though. He needs specifically Grove of the Burn Willows, which he should have access to now. Everything else costs him 1 life to make red mana.
He drew another ring for the turn. So top 2 cards, a double ring. Draws off the first ring. That is an Ulamog.
Okay, so if he's able to play Ulamog and the ring here, he should probably get there, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, we've got access to 17 mana. We can pretty much leave Ted with no permanence. I guess Ted's got Mountain in hand. If it's Mountain Lightning Bolt.
It's Lightning Bolt or bust for Ted. What a game.
This has been extremely back and forth.
Well played by both players, of course, but I want to Brandon really, really got deep into the weeds of that one ring. And returns he didn't activate it early where he probably could have and save himself some damage. I think that Brandon played the one ring very well in this game.
How are we going to go about all in dusts in there as well? One rings, got all the tools. Just how are we going to deploy them to turn this into a W in advance? We have a 4-0 record as we hit the midway point of today's tournament.
I guess Goblin Bombardment, the second copy of Goblin Bombardment for Ted might be an out.
No, we're not going to have any permanents left.
Oh, you're right. If this ends in Ulamog, then it's nothing. Yeah, it'd be Land Mountain Bolt. Mountain Bolt.
Mountain is
Mountain
in
Bolt
hand.
is right, I guess. But yeah,
that's what I mean. I think, but then the ring will come down, so you will have protection. So it's going to have to be upkeeps. Here's the breach.
Through the breach.
Here's a 22-22 with Annihilator 15. Let's just count those permanents 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not even close.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and just pick all those up, Ted?
Get them out of here.
Ted actually, I guess, could have. Did Ted have an Arid Mesa there?
Hold on, so
I think it might have catch it.
So cast the one ring. So that puts us to 11. We cast the one ring, gain protection. Ted rips lightning bolt, goes land, passes turn, upkeep, lightning bolts, wins the game. Is that what we're doing?
I believe so. That's why I asked if he had an Arid Mesa there, right? I didn't catch it, but
no. I literally think it is basic mountain left in hand for Ted.
In hand. I meant in play. Yeah, to see if he had a fetch there to clear out the odds of your lightning bolt. The old one time where deck thinning would have been relevant, you know?
So,
all right, here we go. Brandon adding more to the board, but what an ending. Ted has an out or two, right? We don't know how many are left in the deck.
I think we've seen one lightning bolt, so I think it's 2 lightning bolts left in deck if none got sideboarded out, which is completely reasonable to board them out in this game.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I didn't. Here we go.
Big draw step. Didn't look at what it was. Is it a handshake or is it a land go?
All right.
Okay. I think it's land. But at 11 life, we're not dead just yet.
That's a good point. You might have another draw at this.
I see Talisman, All is Dust, and land in hand for Brandon. So just getting in there for 6. This is going to drop Ted down to 5, down to 4 with this fetch. Thin the deck a little bit.
There we go.
We've also got outs of Bone Crusher Giant with 2 land. Dash Ragavan doesn't get there.
Brandon had the Miracle top deck. Can Ted return it?
Amp Raptor flipping one of the cards that we've named to get there as well. Oh my god! It's lightning bolt! Oh my god! Oh my god! If you got what?
He flips it right off the top. No hesitation. He knows the stage he's on, and he gives us the perfect ending, the lightning bolt to save the day and win the game.
Whoa. That is a highlight game right there. I'm emotional. I don't know why. Why am I emotional about that?
Well, look, we went back and forth in game 1. We popped in for game 3. We had a Miracle top deck in game 3. We had crazy tight decisions with the one ring. What an amazing match. And it ends in the absolute highlight reel, movie scene moment right there. What a match. Great work, Will. Nice job to those players for an incredible match down there.
That is why we watch live paper magic. It is amazing. Right. I need a break. I need a break. You need a break. Production needs a break. Everyone in chat needs a break. Go tell your friends. Go watch that back on the highlight reel. That is amazing. So that's is the last match of round number 4. So we are going to have that break and come back for round number 5. Don't go anywhere. See you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series. I hope we've all had a little bit of a break. Calm down a little bit. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I need you to go back and watch the VODs. That last round ended in epic fashion, like highlight reel worthy fashion. It was amazing to see. Hopefully we can repeat that this round as well. As me, Will Hall, that's Corbin Hustler, are going to take you for round number 5 of 8 scheduled for today before we hit that top 8. So without dawdling, we're just going to go straight down to that match. I'm going to see who is sit down in our feature area and what decks they are playing. Looks like we've got Goryo's Reanimator again versus Mono Red, and it's not a typo, mid-range. When we say mid-range, this is a mid-range deck. We've got 4 Blood Moons in the main, 4 Fables in the main, 4 Enti in the main, 4 Ragavans, 4 Unstabled Amulets, and 4 is it how to pronounce that last one? Liana, the blade we forged. Is that how I pronounce the first name?
Layla.
Layla. Like,
I believe.
Let's go. This deck is mid-range.
This is crazy, right? Like, this deck is wild. If you were to say, hey, what are the best generic red cards printed in the past several years? You might hear things like, oh, I don't know, Fable the Mirror Breaker. Oh, I don't know, Unstable Amulet. Maybe Amped Raptor. They're all in this deck. You just get to play all of the fun mid-range red cards.
Dude, this looks like my the best cube deck I've ever drafted. Like, in the nicest way possible. This is what this looks like. I've drafted all these cards at some point, but yet Ben here able to take it so far to a 3-1 record, trying to get that 4th W in the tank. That first Raptor missed, unfortunately, hit one of the few spells that we can't. In fact, it's the only spell we couldn't have cast at that point. Well, oh no, we did cast it because it's a 3-mana Stone Rain, isn't it? Yeah, 3-mana Stone Rain. We did cast it. It just wasn't great. It did take out a Triumph though.
Yeah, got to cast. I mean, that's not bad though. And here we go. This is another card that's just generically powerful. Enti. This has been a pretty nice addition to red decks, kind of across the board. And here you go.
Exile our 1-drop. Do we have the follow-up land though?
It does not.
I think we've got A for Hub, right?
We sure do.
A for Hub, getting the 1 energy we happen to need. Use that to cast Ragavan. 1+2 equals value.
All right, this is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I know there's Nadu out there, but mono red mid range. That screams. I was there the weekend. Spread red top 8 at a GP. You know, that's what you tell me. Mono red mid range. I think it's just something cool like that. You know, just
people call me a boomer.
I'm definitely a boomer when it comes to Magic coverage. That's for sure. If you want to know about useless GP facts from 10, 15 years ago, I gotcha. But
sign me up. You tell me where to sign, I'll do it.
Enti, though, Enti is just a sweet card for this spot. But all right, here we go. Casey Ryback, of course, playing the more traditionally powerful Reanimator deck, seen as traditionally powerful. As you know, putting Atraxa into play is a little different than toying around with Enti and Amp Raptors.
You said it. There it is, straight into the graveyard. Do we have the Goryos to get it back out of there? Also turn 3 so we can have the land drop to potentially ephemerate
Sure do.
Well, when I said 1+2 equals value, here's another 1+2 equals value. Top 10 cards. One of each card type is going to go to the hand. The 7/7 Phyrexian General herself, she's going to gain haste and find 3 more copies of herself. What? And more importantly, I suppose this is the Leyline binding version. So this is the 5-color build with fetch lands these days. We can get triomes. We'll reduce these threats. This is a great 1-mana answer potentially to a lot of things in the format. And it's going to put 5 more cards to our hand. So that's instant, artifact, creature, sorcery, and land. Not bad for 2 mana.
Yeah, certainly not. And this is why mono red mid range is very often Rakdos mid range, because what did Ben need in this particular circumstance? Exactly 1 Thoughtseize to go along with his hand. So this is going to be the difficult spot here to try to dig back out of it from Atraxa. That said, we've seen games go on after these Atraxa hits multiple times. So we'll see if Ben's able to dig something back out of it. But for such an awesome sort of fun value filled start for Ben. Casey just made it all back up with one Atraxa hit.
Yeah, it's like style points, that's the right of your screen.
Yeah, that's right.
Powerful deck, that's the left of your screen. But, NT, it does a lot. That's Blood Moon off the top. Awkwardly in the face of a fetch land and already one basic, we can shut them off either white or black mana if that's how we wanted to go about it. Ragavan will generate a token if we do connect as well. So we're just deciding on Ben's side. Like, what can I do? How can I kind of lock down my opponent? How can I generate the most amount of value? NT is great at it. So is Ragavan. So here's the first NT trigger. That's going to get rid of the Unstable Amulet. That is definitely more of a grindy card than. Also works really well with NT Raptor, Flames in the Graveyard.
This whole deck is actually really sort of from a deck building level works together very well to just sort of explode value over the first 2 to 3 turns with red cards. Really neat the sort of the different angles of value it's lining up. It can always just go turn 1 Ragavan,
Solitude came down there, exiling white card. That got rid of the Raptor, though. Arguably the least important one of these creatures on the battlefield, but did have the biggest toughness. And the NT trigger was on the stack for it, I guess.
Yeah. So all right, here we go. The Blood Moon you called out. Casey's gonna fetch.
Do you get white or black here?
Depends what's in your hand, right? But if you are sitting on Goryos, you obviously should just grab black and go for it. And we do see him grab a swamp. What about these lands, by the way? We've been on basic land watch. What do you feel about these?
I own these, and I'm a patron to the artist. Ben makes stuff. Shout out to Ben. Does this cool digital art with a load of different basics, etc. These are one of my favorite basics in Magic the Gathering. I love these arts. They're really, really cool. And Casey decided to use them as well. I was about to say that comes into play tap. It doesn't because it's a Blood Moon. Okay, can we get any more advantage? Blood Moon is on the table.
I see Goryo's in hand, right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it would have just slammed that.
No, you're right. It is Goryo's in hand. Might be a sneaky little blocking detail happening here.
Huh. At 18 life, Casey is still in. Here we go. Just go ahead and thinks it through, but does go ahead and land on what is usually the correct decision: reanimate my Atraxa and look at 10 cards and take some of them into my hand.
Yeah. Top 10. One of each card type. We're going to see. We see this a lot. We separate it into the piles. Give us the best possible, options when I'm looking through.
Now, we've had some people ask in the chat about where's all the Jeskai today. There are some Jeskai players. It was represented. You will see them. That said, that's kind of what's missing. Like we're watching this Atraxa deck just kind of like going off on these more low mana cost value oriented decks. So you're missing the Azorius control or the Jeskai control just coming in with a Dovin's Veto in here to shut all of this down,
Yeah, there's a lack of spell snares. Like spell snares have been one of the on the uptick over the last couple of weeks, but because we're not really seeing many blue decks, not seeing many of that card being cast, at least in our turns. But then we're opening the show, right? We're opening the weekend. This is the time that we can pit the more interesting decks on the feature match area. When the longer the tournament goes, it'll be out of our control a little bit more because all the decks that are winning will make their way to the top, and inevitably that tends to be the more powerful decks in the room. But while we've still got people in the contention to get to top 8, playing cool decks like this mono red mid-range deck, we're going to do that. We're going to get it on the battlefield. Unfortunately, it's at the minute getting beaten up by this Atraxa.
Yeah, this is obviously a pretty impossible spot if you're Ben. I see Bone Crusher in hand. I see Fable in hand. Again, very, very powerful mid-range cards. Very much not equal to Atraxa. So,
but has the damage been done? There's 2 Goyos been cast, 2 fatties out of the graveyard, yet Ben still isn't dead. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Ben's life total, at least if we're looking, it seems to be okay. Here's an amped Raptor. He can keep playing. I mean, I guess he just keeps spamming value out and just force Casey to, have more. You're not just going to fall over dead or give up. You're going to force them to have something. And this deck can definitely keep spamming cards out of its deck, out of exile zones. It's got Unstable Amulets to deal damage. It's definitely got some options to try to push through. Here's an Ulamog.
Yeah, we went to discard end of our turn. So instead of playing a land drop or anything like that, we had 8 cards. So we're discarding down. Ulamog is the way that we're getting it in the graveyard. So that, again, end step. If we get this back out of our graveyard, it's going to have Annihilate at 7 because one of the Atraxes is exiled. I count 1, 2, 3. We don't currently have 7. We've got like 8 permanents maybe on the battlefield, maybe 9, depending on how the rest of this turn goes.
Yeah.
Cashed in that treasure token.
Yeah.
Fable
will take you up to 9.
Doing this before combat is interesting.
Oh, here we go. Goryos.
The third Goryos, 7 counters, Annihilate 7, 14, 14. Surely our life total has got to be below that. We've been hit by 2 Atraxes. So.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. But the Annihilator should
do it for the camera.
Yeah, more or less take care of it, right? There we go. I think that does it. Ben gives the game over to Casey Ryback, taking down game number 1 with Esper.
Yeah, but if my opponent's casting 3 Goryos at me in that turn, and that it's not going to go great for me. But that's why we have sideboards. Graveyards used a lot in Modern, a lot in Magic, so there's a lot of cards printed in them for all different colors. Looks like we're going with over on Ben's side here. We've got 1 Hearst and 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. That's not as much as I would like in this matchup.
Yeah, it's some options. It does seem difficult if you are a mono red deck, and you absolutely have some matchups you have to have cards for, like say those Harsh Mentors you see. Well, you don't necessarily have a lot of hate for everything else, and it looks like the graveyard hate consists of 3 cards. So that's where we're going to be. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I don't know that you want any of the rest of this, at least that I can tell. Now, maybe you have cards you don't want in the main deck, right? And you want to get rid of some of those, maybe just to bring in, say, your Bone Crusher, or your Chandra. I don't know. Maybe if you have dead cards, you have some things you can get a little better. But basically, you just need to interact with like 1 graveyard piece. Play your normal game. Hope that you have the key piece to stop the Atraxan from hitting you early.
Shout out Challenger Dress to Kill in the deck, though. Love to see that played in Modern. Let's have a little look over at the Goyos list. Obviously, we saw 4 Atraxes. We are playing the Ulamog instead of the second Griselbrand. That's also we've got 2 Priest Fell of Rights in this deck. Normally that's a 1 of. So we're floating around with a couple of the numbers here, but it was enough to get game number 1 done. Looking at this sideboard, is there anything you want to bring in against the mono red deck?
Yeah, what's interesting here is you see the lack of frogs in the main deck, right? We've got that Ulamog, we've got the 2 priests along with the Emperor Bones, you got the ley lines, all of this. You got the frogs in the sideboard. So do you want the frogs against mono red, against the Ragavan deck on the draw? Maybe, I'm not sure. You probably want your Prismatic Endings, your Wrath of the Skies, I would imagine. Leyline of Sanctity, perhaps. But you've got some options here, right? And the thing about the Esper deck is that if you think your opponent's going to board into a bunch of graveyard hate, you can kind of tailor your game plan that way. And if you think they're light on graveyard hate, you can kind of make your game plan that way. It's really up to Casey to decide what numbers you can trim on here to bring in the 4 or 5 cards. I think that the big question mark is whether or not you want frogs in the matchup. I don't know specifically what he has the frogs in the sideboard for here. We've seen them in the main deck of a lot of these Esper decks. But that's probably the biggest decision point I think you face. But you're certainly looking at those Wraths to try to help clean up the board in the Prismatic Endings.
Yeah, I told you, Wrath of the Sky ruins every deck that I enjoy playing that card. It's a nightmare, especially when they can do it as early as turn 2, and you're like, oh no. But we can get back down to the match, see how they're getting on shuffling up. Looks like they're coming to the end of it. So I do have to remind everybody, if you enjoy this live paper magic and these awesome tournaments that NRG have on, I need you to hit that follow button first off on Twitch, so you reminded every single time that we go live. And if there's any primers out there, we're getting close to September coming out. If anyone's got any primers they want to throw at the channel, help support it, more than welcome as well. You do get a bunch of emotes to go along with it, so you can spam them every time we see maybe a random top deck lightning bolt or a top deck 1 ring. As we start off with Ben, turn 1 Ragavan.
Yep, this is pretty good. In case he has to pass back, we watched Ragavan snowball some value earlier. it might just act like it's 2022 again and take over this game here as it gets in for Ben. Looks like it's connecting.
Blood Moon. Hits a Goryo's. That's not a bad one. Getting one of them out of the deck's pretty good.
Yeah, one down.
Okay, second land, Blood Moon. Let's go. Especially Blood Moon hurts a little bit more because this is the 5-color version.
That's right.
The domain build. But we're not playing a land.
Okay, well, light on lands, but there's a Soul Guide Lantern, so you do have to keep the Soul Guide Lantern open, right? Because I believe it takes mana to exile graveyards with it, or maybe it just taps.
No, it can tap. It's one mana to draw a card.
1 mana draw a card, right? Okay, so there you go. He's got that now for the rest of the game. Doesn't have to commit anything else to it. Just has to sit behind it, and has Ragavan. So just in 2 mana, has put both pressure and answer on Casey.
Did miss the land drop though. That's why we're seeing end of turn fetch, because we're not we're fetching in response to this Saga Lantern, because then it would be exile, because it has to exile something from a graveyard as long as it's got a target. Second fetch, and that was a quick fetch as well. That was like, I know what I'm doing. Right? So what are the turn 2 plays here we've got, especially for basic planes?
Basic planes means that Tainted Indulgence is not going to be a line. It means that Psychic Frog is not going to be a line.
Safest Mending.
Yeah, it means that your Mending is likely the card that is going to be played, or it could be something more simple, more generic, like say this 2-drop that's going to get cards off the top of your deck and put one in your hand.
Archaeologist, top 3 pit sorcery. I think it's maybe it's non-creature or non-permanent card. Some weird wording on it, but basically it gets ephemerate, which is the main the wording on that card, and it is a nice 0/3, so it does block Ragavan pretty well.
Yeah, that is an underappreciated point, as Ben reads it. I don't blame you. It does block the heck out of a Ragavan, doesn't it?
Blood Moon is in hand. I think that might have been what we drew for the turn. Really missing that third land, or second land in this case, third mana overall.
Wanted to connect with that Ragavan for sure here. Seeing on Fable in hand. This is going to be like block Bolt.
We do have a Arena of Glory.
Okay. We're good. Blood Moon live, Fable live.
Well,
but Blood Moon, right? That's 2 basics over there, so maybe it's Fable.
But that's something. Well, Blood Moon turns off the black mana. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Is it will turn off black mana, but then there's nothing scary in the graveyard yet.
That's
and for 3 mana, they can do it. They could do Ephemerate into black mana source, mill over something crazy, and then get it back. But it's a lot harder through Blood Moon. I think I would have slammed the Blood Moon there in that instance. But it depends what's been brought in on the other side. If it's prismatic endings now, and they've got prismatic ending in hand, that's terrible, because I've now given the third source. They're just going to prismatic end in the Blood Moon. So it's there's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Lots of
Ragavan. Certainly some choices to be made. I mean, the thing about that was the risk, right? The risk is that you get incredibly punished somehow, but that didn't happen, and now Ben is going to be rewarded because this Fable goes to chapter 2. You get to sculpt your hand a little bit. You're going to get attack with your token, even if Casey blocks. You're going to get a little bit of value out of the attack. You have your Soul Guide Lantern still to lean on. Like, you're kind of as safe and as ahead as you're really going to get for these early turns. So this is a window for Ben and keep the game from snowballing, because this is, if Casey is able to pull it off in the next turn or 2, then he's going to be able to turn the corner. But if not, I think Ben has the tools to keep Casey completely locked out of this one.
Jeez, if I could tell you how many times I've played Remnant Ruins back in that standard. Oh, I love that standard format. It was so good. But we're going to fetch in response to the Blade of Reforged coming down. Now, if anyone that doesn't play Cube, you might not be aware of what this can do.
Yeah.
It's a 3 mana for a 2/2 haster. Whenever it attacks, exile top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When 1 or more cards are put into exile from your library and or your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Now, I'm smelling some sort of like little combo here. What if I fill my graveyard up and then I exile it with the lantern and put like 10 counters on it? That seems pretty cool.
Even just play, or I think it's, I mean, there's certainly a lot to do. Loya is one of those new to modern additions that they made with Modern Horizons 3, and it was good enough that Casey deems it worth a leyline binding.
Yeah, it was a Leela. Treasure token made. Lightning bolt while tapped out, so no ephemerates happening over there. Did fetch up that swamp as well. So now Ben's not going to be, and a prismatic ending hits off the top. Might not be too happy that we kept that Blood Moon in hand. I passed the turn back, but we are getting chip damage in every turn. That's the key bit here.
And that Fable's going to transform. Casey's down to 9 life.
There's an Arena of Glory on the battlefield. That can give creatures haste for a turn. Raminat Ruins, that's 2 damage if we need to be later on in the game.
Yeah, a lot of like just kind of well, this is what we talked about with a lot of little value.
Surveil Land hit the Atraxa. Atraxa goes to the graveyard. We have a Goyos in hand.
All right, that gives Casey something to play around, right? There's still Soul Guide Lantern, but that does open a line. If you have a second Goryos, if you can untap, have 4 mana with a second Goryos, you can go around the Soul Guide, because they'll activate and you'll be able to reanimate in response after your first one is on the stack. Not where you want to be, but sometimes it's what you got to do. But all of that's like a best case scenario for Casey. In the meantime, Ben is still adding to the pressure here, and if he untaps at all, that Kiki Jiki is going to be able to make copies of things as well and increase even more pressure. And
I'm interested why we didn't give the NT haste. Oh, that's a great one. By the way, main deck, Scavenger Grounds. This is a desert. Remember, cut touch task mana, but for 2 mana, tap it, sacrifice a desert, exile cards from all graveyards.
Not just the Commander All-Star, also a Desert All-Star here for Ben. And Soul Guide Lantern bites the dust to take the graveyard out. Goryo's Vengeance into the bin. That was Casey forcing Ben to pop it. That Scavenger Ground's now exiled. The attack is coming in. Looking good for Ben to close this one out.
We're going to cast it. We're going to go 2 cards deeper in our deck. See a Ramp Actor and Enti. So we've got to discard. Enti's going to go to the graveyard. Does that not trigger the Enti that's on the battlefield? How's that interaction work? Let me get Enti up. Maybe we can get it up for you all as well. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile top card of your library. You may play that card into the end of your next turn. Yeah, I think
triggers once a turn, or
no, it's infinite. Because this is what we saw in standard the last RC. Like a lot of decks were using it to great effect, but it doesn't matter. Ben managed to get down that one little bit of interaction, gets us there, takes us to a game number 3, which in Magic, that is what I love. I love game number 3s. That means we get the most amount of it on coverage for all you beautiful people at home. And myself, I'm a little bit, biased when it comes to it. I do love watching this game. But we can look at the sideboards one more time. And I want to look at Ben's deck. Like, I don't want to stop looking at Ben's deck. This deck is sweet. So this is what it is.
That game looked great, right?
Well, it looks sweet in general. But yeah, that game, that one bit of interaction is all we needed to be able to get across the line. That means that we couldn't fire, some of our big spells off on the other side. Tomo Ragavan, though, still pretty good, it turns out.
That definitely seemed like it made the difference, that game, right? It gave that key treasure token so that when Ben did have land, you were able to deploy the Fable and get going. But it also, just provided pressure. It forced the block. That said, it becomes obviously far worse on the draw, which is where Ben will now have to go. And that means I think he'll be relying much more on having a Soul Guide Lantern. He had it that game, and it made the game, fairly straightforward for him. On the draw, without Ragavan, you really might need to lean on that Graveyard Hate to just not get run over. So that's the difference the play draw makes. And it's also the difference connecting with Ragavan makes. Even though it was just one hit, Ben was able to get in with Ragavan that game, and on the draw, that becomes much more difficult. So, it's going to be an interesting uphill battle for him here, but he was able to pick up the second game as he needed to, and now I see a Ragavan in hand, although I don't know if that hand has enough lands to keep it.
No, I don't see any lands in that hand. Maybe there's one on Ravenak, but the outback. But no, he's going to throw it back. And I was going to ask you, how low are you willing to mulligan down to hit one of your key sideboard pieces in this matchup?
In this matchup, if you're playing mono red mid range, I guess you could say it depends. Something like, well, does my hand have a raptor or something that'll give me a redraw, right? Like at a hate piece as early as the second turn. But after that, I mean, this 6, you see what you get for 6. But I feel like you cannot hope to play a straightforward fair game against the Reanimator deck with your mono red mid range deck and win, right? You have to have some piece of interaction. So you probably, I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And maybe you think Blood Moon counts, and that's the decision Ben is making now, is that's good enough. But we watch Casey fetch basics, and Ben goes down even further.
It was either like there was basically, I think it was Blood Moon and a bunch of lands, but I think one of those lands might have been the Scavenger Grounds, but a bit too slow when you're on the draw. I think you definitely want to start off with a turn 1 Ragavan into a turn 2 Scavenger Grounds. Something along those lines would be perfect, like literally perfect for Ben, I think. But we'll see how we get on. Running down to 5, not where you want to be on the draw, but both players 3-1 records. So, something's going well from today. Not everyone can win. There can literally only be one winner today, and we will find that out after 8 rounds. Cut to Swiss, go straight into that top 8. 3 more rounds for you. Then we'll be crowning ourselves a champion. One more person closer to the Invitational at the end of the year, which is a reminder is a 35k invite only. There it is. That's last year's champion. There's some of our winners. We've got Dom on there, Nikachu floating around on there. Lots on the line. Everybody wants that. Also, I don't think this gets spoken about enough. Everyone sees it on Twitter, but no one speaks about it enough. Everyone gets these cool jackets. Everyone gets these little plaques that are made for them with the cards that got them to that tournament. It's like the key cards that got me there. This is like that extra little flavoring that comes with this championships in general. Huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the series as well. So we can't do this without our sponsors. So please go and check them out. And if you just want to do your little bit at home, if you've got a spare Prime or something like that, throw your Twitch sub at NRG. Why not? Let's get it. But the more that they can put on, the better, in my opinion, as we are off to the races. Ben, remember, mold down to 5. No. Oh, Surveil Land, we kept it on top. It's going to turn to Amulet. Oh, we do have Scavenger Grounds.
I do spot that Scavenger Grounds, yeah. So
do we sandbag it? I think we sandbag it, right?
That's what he's thinking about, yeah. Just goes for it. Suck his hands, the other card in hand, the other land in hand.
Here comes Amulet. 2 energy is going to be gained.
Yeah, I think that's the right choice by Ben there. He was thinking, well, can I sandbag the Scavenger Grounds? But the odds of you specifically not showing Casey that you have it is changing Casey's play in a meaningful way is low. Whereas you're always going to play that Scavenger Grounds. You might actually end up wanting to make tokens with Sokazan if things go weird. So I think that just playing it there is ultimately the right decision. If that's what Ben was thinking about, it seemed like we took some time there. And Unstable Amulet now with Scavenger Grounds open. So you're starting to set up an engine and an answer.
I'd be like, pass. I'm not tapping out now for the rest of the game. I'm going to keep playing lands if I have them and try and always hold up this Scavenger Grounds with 2 mana. Draw for the turn.
And that's where Unstable Amulet comes in, because that line, if you only have 3 or 4 mana, is extremely difficult to take. If you have Unstable Amulet, just kind of things out all along, so you are still progressing your game plan while keeping up Scavenger Grounds, world of difference. And this is, you're going to see, I think, some real value coming from the Amulet here.
Well, the extra Aether Hub there gives us the second energy we need, so we can activate it one more time. Top card, Mountain. Not ideal, but rather it not on top of my deck.
That's right.
Means we can do what I was saying. We keep hitting our land drops. The scariest thing right now is that Goryo's deck bringing big things out of the graveyard, and I have an answer for it, that you cannot Prismatic Ending off the battlefield. You cannot Wrath of the Skies it off the battlefield. There is no way in your deck to get this off. I'm always going to have this graveyard interaction. So now I've got to go to my plan B. What is my plan B? Is it hard casting one of my 7 mana spells? Is it getting a Grief down and turning that sideways? I'm actually looking. I was like, there's definitely Griefs in it. Griefs, Solitudes as well. Like we're turning this into a more grindy game than Casey actually wants this to be.
And if you do force Casey into that game plan where Casey is playing 4 and 5 mana creatures to interact fairly, to try to win, well, then your amulet's just going to dig you out of that eventually anyway, right? Like you're getting an extra card every turn because of your 2-drop. And I say every turn, I guess it's dependent on your energy. So maybe it's not every single turn, but it gives you an engine. And that is what, if Goryo's is locked out and just keeps drawing reanimation spells and big creatures, all they can do is try to make land drops to cast those creatures themselves way later. So yeah, this is exactly the mid-range world where Ben wants to be in. And look at Scavenger Grounds. Just, I mean, obviously Casey is going slow here, resolving the water.
Well, no, we've got a judge call at the minute. Basically, we've cast a 4-mana spell and then tried to survey off the fetch land. So I'm not entirely sure which one went first or how this is going to work out. But there might be a case that we've put the instant into our hand and then we're surveilling, or we're surveilling and then landing. Yeah, so we don't have the mana for this, basically. So the judge is going to get involved, work out what needs to happen here. We'll rewind it, but that's cool. That's fine. That means that while this kind of gets resolved, we can probably show you some of the next events that we've got coming up here at the NRG series. Or is it, if it's resolved instantly, we won't do that, I guess.
We might be back in it soon. The judges will get it worked out. I mean, this is
I think it's going back to hand.
Yeah, this is a much different game than the fast Esper Goryos we saw in game 1, isn't it? Right? Like this deck definitely does slow down, and I don't know about struggle, but it is forced to function differently when you know your opponent's gonna have graveyard hate.
Chat saying, does this tournament have a day 2? This doesn't have a day 2, but we got you. Tomorrow we come back live on this channel. Team Trios is the format tomorrow. One person will be playing Pioneer, one player will be playing Modern, one player will be playing Legacy. It might be standard over Pioneer. I'll get that confirmed. It is standard over. There's no Pioneer tomorrow. It's Legacy, Modern, Standard. I have it wrote down in front of me and completely read it wrong. Production is now telling me in my ear. So yes, we are back tomorrow. It is a 10K. It is Team Trios. If you're a fan of any of those formats, you need to hit the follow button now. Make sure that little alarm bell is unticked so you're aware of when we go live, because when we start tomorrow, it'll be fast and sharp. And we're going to try and give you as much action as possible on this channel. Raptor coming down. Energy uses 1 for the galvanic discharge just to go back up on the 3, I guess. That hits around that ruins. More land. Now we'll do the play we tried to do last turn. Go find an instant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, talking about the just the value, right? The mid-range value from Ben's side here. That amulet gave him that land, which allowed him to play that raptor, which allowed him to get another card, which allowed him to keep up the scavenger grounds. And you couldn't do any of that if you didn't just play that little silly amulet on turn 2 and then just keep open scavenger grounds for the rest of the game, like you mentioned. This has just been a really nice kind of like demonstration, I think, of how what pressure means is not always the same thing, right? Mm-hmm. Because pressure often means your life total. I have creatures that are attacking your life total, that sort of thing. But pressure in this circumstance meant pressure's coming from the amulet, just the slow stream of cards. I've sat at Pro Tours and covered control mirrors where pressure meant making land drops, because all that really mattered in the matchup was who could make the land drops the most and have all their mana to play their spells when they got into an inevitable counterspell war. And that's what pressure meant, was the pressure was on the player who couldn't keep up with land drops. And so it's interesting how it changes in every matchup, but you can see how Amulet early in the game has just completely shaped how it's played out since.
Here's a Wrath of the Skies for 2. So 2 energy is going to get gained, then we're going to cash it straight in. Wrath of everything with CMC 2 or less, which in this case is Raptor and Amulet. So they're going to get destroyed. That ruins is going to go to exile. Stay there in exile even. Land drop for the turn. But again, we just got to hold up 2 mana. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like we can do this nickel and dime that you spoke about. These Blood Moons not looking too great, but
yeah, the threat of Blood Moon's been excellent. The Blood Moons themselves. All right, Sogazan does end up hitting play here, and we'll see what Ben opts to deploy. Fable.
Here comes a Fable, which is a really nice follow-up after they've Wrath of the Skies, because it's going to bring along 2 permanents. The Goblin Shaman token. I remember when that went to extremely large values of monies.
Yeah.
And brings on the enchantment, which, if it does survive, can get rid of these dang Blood Moons in our hand.
Yeah, really interesting game for Casey. We talked about how, the deck can kind of change up how it interacts and not just be a super fast combo. It's played extremely slow Esper control in this game. That said, I mean, you're trying to work your way through the scavenger grounds. You have 6 lands in play. I mean, you're not all that far from just casting in Atraxa.
Yeah, I think we're going to. That's plan C.
Yeah.
Plan C is just hard cast on our face, but then I don't think we've seen any. I think just a bunch of solitudes in hand. So here we go. Top 3 cards, grief, double grief, solitude.
Okay.
Would much rather they were in our hand. So it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Second one. Okay.
There's the Ephemerate and a Wrath.
I think Casey might have been holding on to some of this to try to get somewhere without having to burn all of his graveyard fill.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where we're at now. He's got a priest in there.
Is awkward we exiled the only other desert in our deck. That's means that we've got a one shot here of the Scavenger Grounds.
That's a good point. Yeah, Scavenger Grounds can in fact be more than one use, as opposed to all these other graveyard effects you'll see.
Looks like we're keeping one of these Blood Moons in hand. Find a Bone Crusher Giant Lightning Bolt. Got NT in hand as well. Lightning Bolt. Or Ephemerate check, as I like to call it. And I like this. This is going to force this, which means more cards are going to go to your graveyard.
Yeah, this is great in a lot of ways, right? Because it means, one, that Ephemerate's not getting pointed at in Atraxa later, and 2, because you have the discharge, that Ephemerate's not going to rebound.
And we've got the Bone Crusher in hand, so we can even attack into this one.
Wow.
Generate the treasure token. Go to blocks, block. Cool. Damage happens.
Stomp it.
Stomp. I love the name of that. That's just that card in general. Like, it's a Bone Crusher Giant that's got an extra bit. Stomp is the second card. Just so you can picture it.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant's honestly a perfectly designed Magic card.
End of turn, draw 2. Didn't get a good look at that one. Untap. We do have the 7 mana that I think we're missing a green source here to hardcast and Atraxa. Goryo was found.
Yeah. Well, there's Ketria in there, right?
Yeah, there's no fatties at the minute. There's no Atraxas, there's no Ulamogs, there's no Gristlebrand's. This is the side of the deck that we wanted to draw for like a fair game. Now we're kind of being, our deck's turning us into that we got to play this unfair game.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We got a land from Casey. I saw like a ley line binding in there. So I suppose we have an answer to the fable. There is a Goryo's Vengeance in hand.
I think it's double Leyline Goyos.
Wow, this is the downside though, right? Like, if this was an actual Esper control deck, you would never have been stymied by a land drop from your opponent.
No.
So this is a difficult and rough situation for Casey to try to, and kind of an unlucky draw, even after some of the hand filtering, to not end up with an Atraxa to play it by this point. But okay, you deal with what you got, and that means Leyline Binding, target Inti.
That's before combat, so the trigger won't happen. Go to combat, please. Nope. It's triple Leyline Binding we got in hand. I guess with a token. Right. Blood Moon.
1 card left. 2 cards left.
For both players. One of them is Blood Moon. I think it's Blood Moon NT, Leyline's Binding Goyos. Ending was found. 3 mana that can deal with the Fable on the other side. So that's what we're going to see cast now. Get that exiled out of here. So chat's pointing out that we can still play that Round at Ruins because it was exiled off the amulet.
Yeah, and that's interesting because it is obviously a desert for your scavenger grounds, which would allow you to do kind of like in a situation where you're just doing this sort of back and forth and you all have mana going to waste, you could preemptively fire off scavenger grounds on, Casey's instep or whatever, if you wanted, sacrificing Ramanap ruins just to clear it out and sort of reset. Because like we said, there's a Priest of Felrites in there, which has an Earth for 5, which can then reanimate something else.
Here's an Emperor of Bones coming down.
Lots going on here.
We spoke about this one and how cool this can be as like another way of getting things out of the graveyard, as well as itself. We can turn it into a 4/4. There it is on the screen for you all to have a little read of, and we'll see how this interaction happens, because it's not just your graveyard, it's also your opponent's. Do we have, I think it's Ragavan's the extra card that we've drawn for the turn.
Ben, I think Ben has,
I think
it might be.
Might be another Bone Crusher.
Bone Crusher is what I was thinking. All right, so here we go. We've deduced that the Priest of the Felrites in the graveyard is in fact important. We are reading it. That card has the ability to unearth and then reanimate a creature from your graveyard. So it is a really nice piece that you can just mill for value in these Esper Goryo decks, and then it becomes another reanimation spell.
Can we exile that in response though with the trigger on the stack? Because it's got to target something, right? So once it targets, we can then exile the graveyard.
Yes. Yeah.
Because at this point in the game, realistically,
it unearths and then has to activate. So you can honestly even do it in response to the unearth trigger. There's lots of ways to interact with it, but the thing is, it does represent a way to do something that isn't a card in hand for Casey. And now the Emperor of Bones represents a second way to do something. So it is starting to kind of make Ben, think about like, oh, well, how is this scavenger grounds going to work? And this is that period where you actually would want the Ramanap ruins to have an extra shot at this, if that was possible.
We can still play it now, right?
I believe that is where we've landed on that. Yeah. But here we go. This might work as well. We're going to lightning bolt the Emperor of Bones, which you're going to get an activation response, maybe, or perhaps something else.
Activation would make it a 4-powered creature. So then we can go Bone Crusher Giant in response.
Looks like Inti and that Blood Moon in hand for Ben. And now we've got a judge call on
the question is, can they activate it again? I believe, like in response to Bone Crusher, can I pay another 2 mana to activate the trigger, the Adept trigger, which would make it 4 power? I think the answer is yes as well. Yeah. So the way it would work is obviously the Bone Crusher would resolve, then the Lightning Bolt would resolve.
It'll still die at the end of this because the way Adapt works is if it doesn't have counters, it puts counters on it, but you can actually activate the ability as much as you want, if I understand it correctly. So what will happen at the end of all of this is it will survive the Bone Crusher Giant, but then it should die to the follow-up Lightning Bolt. I don't know if that will be relevant, but the end result should be Emperor Bones going away. Ben left with just the Bone Crusher in play and still having exactly enough mana up to do Scavenger Grounds.
Which he's done it since turn 2. I spoke about that. I was like, for the rest of the game, I'm leaving this up.
Yeah, you nailed it, Will. Like, it was turn 3, and you said, for the rest of the game, I'm never going to tap. And that's exactly what Ben's done, and it has been the key.
We put a little mic in his ear, and he heard me. The only thing we're missing is I think like it's a weird interaction. I'm not entirely. I don't think Ben has realized it, but it can play that the Ramanap ruins from the exile still for the land for the turn. There's a weird interaction there. Which doesn't come up very often, that, some people don't know about, but being able to have that second desert on the battlefield right now would be huge.
Yes, it really would be. I mean, and it's just a land drop, right? Think about how much you can spend mana over the course of a game. It matters very much.
So it does get the Raptor, which is the key. So that, we do have a 2/1 blocker that gained us 2 energy.
Okay, so here we go. At the end of this, we have 1 Bone Crusher Giant in play, another on an adventure. Casey has exactly 1 card in hand, does have the Priest in the graveyard. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 cards in hand after the land drop.
Can we go and get the Trier?
You have 2 ways to get through Scavenger Grounds, right? Like, Ben has not a ton of cards, has exactly that much mana open. If you can get through this twice, you got a shot. And this is probably... like, this works, right?
So we're going to sack this. This is 3 damage. And they're going to target the Grief, I think.
So if Ben goes for the activation here of the Ramanap Ruins, Casey can respond with the Goryos in hand.
But there's no targets for the Goryos. There's no legendaries in the graveyard, right? Like that's the problem.
Yeah. So it's a right. So if he has nothing in his graveyard, then he's in a really tough spot even with that. But this is like situations where if you're playing Goryos, you want to get into instant speed situations, but it is pretty rough to not have a reanimation target.
It's weird. We've gone through half the deck and we haven't found any. Raptor on the other side, though, that's going to find the discharge that we need to get that Solitude off the battlefield. And it gives us a threat. Still holding up this 2 mana. We can hard cast a Griselbrand. We can hard cast a Atraxa, I believe. So this is what I mean. Like, I don't even think the graveyard's good at this point. I think if we just draw the fatty, we don't need to get it in there. We just hard cast it.
Griselbrand's the one to check on. It's 4 black, right? So as long as Casey can do that, I believe everything would be unlocked in the deck.
Yeah. Can we cast an Ulamog? Ulamog's 10 mana. Have we at 10 yet? 1, 2, 3. We're 1 mana away from Ulamog.
Well, looks like a mana. Mill land, draw land.
The classic.
Yeah.
Play a land. Go. 9 is the life total. That was a red card, I think. It was an NT. Great draw, but there is a Leyland's Binding waiting for that. Casey just looks at his hands, has a little shrug, says, yeah, that's enough for me to fire it off. Takes the Raptor out, so no damage can happen this turn.
Yeah, full on just saving damage at this point. Not worried. Like it values that over, I guess, the long-term value you might get from NT. What a game here.
Here comes a fetch. That's going to find the Surveil land.
See, and how huge is that at this point in the game? We're in this is the top deck war. Whoever comes up with the best top is going to win. And all of a sudden, you can just fetch, surveil, get an extra shot.
Well, in this instance, all we need is a fatty. That's all we need.
True.
We can hard cast everything. That goes to the graveyards. Nice.
Okay, that's mending.
Let's have flashback. 3 mana, so we can draw another 2, gain 2 life, which is also pretty good in the situation.
Yeah.
Draw 2. Do we discard 2 still? We do that.
That's surveil land.
What did we find? Land.
There you go.
Goryo. So we found a card that we like. I think it's an Ulamog. It's an Ulamog. 10 mana, hard cast. What's the biggest thing exiled right now?
Hope your opponent doesn't play Active Treason.
Oh my god. Don't make me look at the deck. This is a mono red deck. I'm looking. 2 is 2 the biggest exiled thing we've got? Okay, there is exactly 0 outs to that card in the deck.
That's an Active Treason is what you need.
I'm just going to double read this card. Search slow for basic land. Nope. Okay. Well, good and bad news. It's Annihilator 2. It's a 9/9. Good news. It's 3 attacks for that to kill us.
Yeah, Ben's got some cards in hand. Here's a Soul Guide Lantern.
Great top deck. Right, just so I'm aware, if we exile cards now, the Ulamog doesn't grow, right? Like it's not a Murktide type thing. Enters the battlefield with a number of... No, it just enters. Cool. Okay. That's one less worry. So,
yes.
Yeah. Ben's also reading. I would also read that just to make sure as well. I don't want to be growing that any bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah, and you're right. The Annihilator, and you're at 24. It's not unbeatable, especially with NT giving you something to swing back with.
I think I'd like to draw a card here, though. Like now, you can use all your mana, right? Like you if you want to, you don't need to hold up Scavenger Grounds anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure here because like the thing is, at some point you also would have wanted to deploy that Bone Crusher Giant, and here we go. Yep,
that's exactly what we're doing. 2 mana left open. NT in hand, and
and I think this is right. Obviously, at this point, you have the Soul Guide Lantern anyway, in addition to Casey just being able to play whatever he draws. So at this point, the Scavenger Ground ceases to be relevant. Wow, and he just Casey just draws an instant, passes back over to Ben.
Double Goyos. Literally has drawn double Goyos.
Wow.
2 mana. Wrong, 3 mana. Blood Moon for whatever that's worth right now. I'm not even sure that's good.
I don't think it is. Doesn't it just turn off the scavenger grounds? That
That's what I mean.
You may not need it, but if he's got double Goryos, maybe you will.
I think I cycle the lantern there and go a card deeper, maybe. But we'll see. Maybe you can even probably get in there with NT to discard another card to it because you've got a replacement NT in hand. And
Yeah,
just makes you one card deeper.
Can't get anywhere.
And arguably, if you attacks with both, they're gonna block the NT over the Bone Crusher. But we're gonna do the line I spoke about. NT? No. It's got to be the land, right? Oh no, Jesus, so many lines here. Let's just let him play it
NT?
out. NT
Discard NT.
Finds a Fable.
Exile. Yeah.
Block. Now we play the Fable. We're going to generate a token. Going to pass the turn back.
Oh.
Oh, is that a track? We played Blood Moon the exact turn we drew a Traxxer afterwards. Oh my goodness. The big brain.
Yes, it worked out.
Hey, look, we say it worked out. It's still, this is still on the battlefield.
Well,
9 points of damage.
That's the Blood Moon. You can't get rid of the graveyard anymore. Your opponent can't cast the Traxxer. That's the trade-off. It worked out in this case pretty well for Ben, but he's still facing it down. So what does he need to do here now? He's got land in hand, so he's gonna have cards to pitch to Fable to try to find whatever it is he's looking for to close out 10 damage.
Are we dead on the crackback if we draw the perfects, though? Is that an ephemerate in hand? It's an ephemerate in hand.
Oh.
So now we do have a block it if needs be. That's the extra Blood Moon. Discard the Blood Moon and land. Get 2 more deeper. Lightning Bolt and Raptor.
That's got to be good. Right? Like 10 life for Casey.
Oh, I'm playing that Raptor. Yeah, let's slam that. Let's go up to 7 energy and start flipping. That's a haste threat. Okay.
That is a haste threat. Wow.
Which gets us another card deeper.
2, 4, 8. 8 with Bolt? Am I counting up to lethal?
Well, no, Ephemerate's going to flip.
Yeah, so but like he's going to force Casey to do something here because he's got lethal like presented. So
top card. It's a redraw if we want it later on. So this is 6. Yeah, this man, if we attack last turn. So Ephemerate this. Sure, it's going to happen. This still might be enough for Ben to be able to win over 2 turns.
Yeah, this lightning bolt makes things interesting as well.
What's this? What's exiled that now pits 10 counters on it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that he got through for 5 damage here, maybe, which would not be. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, 5 damage comes across behind, but the Ulamog got flipped, came back on the battlefield. What's exiled? That's 10 mana. Is it another? No, it's not another Ulamog. What am I missing? Gristle? No, Gristlebrand's not 10.
Comes into play with counters equal to the highest. I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Because there's only 1 Ulamog in the deck. And it's in play. We'll find out. Chat let us know. It counts itself? Oh my god, chat's so big brain. So, oh my goodness, that is cool. So you ephemerate it, it comes back in with 10 of its own counters.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. That's cool. Okay, right. Do we have 10 permanents or enough life? No.
I think so.
Hold on. No, we need permanents. Ragavan's a permanent.
Oh wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got enough to live. We can block.
Well, we need to see what life totals ended up, right? Like we need to see where Casey's at here.
Casey's at 5.
Okay, so if Casey's at 5, I think that the game's not over.
Isn't this game amazing? Traxxer drawn for the turn. But I guess if you sacrifice the Blood Moon here, we're just playing a Traxxer. Man, we've had some amazing rounds, back and forth, close nail biters.
Have. And like, there's also the consideration, right? There's still those Espers, the Goryos in hand,
2,
and Grief in graveyard. So like, he doesn't have. He could force him to burn through the Soul Guide Lantern.
6. Really valuing this Blood Moon, which I like, because doesn't understand how important that is right now. Raptor, no, Blood Moon's gonna go. Looks like Fable's gonna go. Lantern's gonna go. Do you have a treasure token we can sack?
Yeah, there's a lot to think through here.
Like, I don't even know what's right. That's the thing. I don't even know what's right. By the time this is all said and done, we've got the Lantern.
Like, if Casey's at 5, I'm wanting to keep the most power possible and a bolt, which is what Finn is somewhat done. But he's also opted to keep the Soul Guide Lantern up, but he doesn't beat this hard cast.
No. So I'm trying to think.
Now there's I guess you can't crack for a card now either. So I think Casey is probably going to end up with this one as a result, because I don't think Ben can get out of it. He needed to keep Blood Moon there and not Soul Guide Lantern.
I think there was so basically at the end of it, we got to keep 3 permanents. Okay. And one of them had to block, because that's a 20-power creature. So if we keep Blood Moon, Ragavan, Chump Blocker, or even, Forge, we can, if there's no follow-up plays, you can turn them sideways, attack, and Lightning Bolt as your last thing. I think there was a weird line. Bear in mind, so much has happened in this game.
So the problem is that when you go to attack, it depends on how that attack goes, I guess. But there we go. That's a handshake. Yeah, there's the Goryos in hand. Once you don't have the graveyard hate, can allow you to get back a blocker or a solitude or whatever. So there is still some more going on there. But yeah. There we go.
That was a close game.
Yeah, that was a wildly close match.
And that's like an off-meta deck. Like, no one plays mono red mid-range. And yet we saw it hold up against one of the best decks in the format. Yeah, there was a bit of a weird standoff at 2 points. Like, I've got my graveyard hate and I'm never not doing it. And then you've got your graveyard hate. You're not drawing your fatties and putting them in the graveyard. But it works out in the end. Goyas goes through. Still live for that top 8, because of course we've got 8 rounds of modern action. This is coming to the end of round number 5 now, which means 3 more rounds and that top 8 for you beautiful people out there in Twitch world. But for me, this is my last round. I'm stepping out. We're going to get none other than Doomwake in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get some hype going for that, gentleman? And also some, let's get the 07s here for my co-host today, who's still going to be here all rounds. That's 11 rounds of Magic today for this man in the booth. And that is a slug, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a part-timer. I can only do it for 5 and I'm out of here. I throw my toys out the pram, but we replace me with some amazing one. And Devin is going to bring some energy up here. I know he's going to, and he's going to revitalize it and bring this to him. He's going to carry on the amazing show, man. We can't peak anymore. We've already peaked. He's going to sit on that peak and keep going. So for me, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Corbin, I'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
That's right.
Kind of in the changeover bit. Maybe I'll see you in the chat as we go on, because remember, Legacy tomorrow, Modern tomorrow, and Standard Team Trios. I'm going to go for a break. It's going to be a slightly longer break while we get Devin in, ladies and gentlemen. So this is your point to go to the toilet. Go get yourself that cup of coffee. Strap yourself in until we're going to crown ourselves a champion. So for me, good night. Everyone else, see you back after this break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Championship Series. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are coming to you from the Maddison Showdown, where we are watching modern play happening. It has been a great tournament so far. We are through 5 rounds here today. I had Will Hall in the booth with me this morning, and we had a blast. We saw some epic games of Magic. If you've been following along, I know Devin was watching home. We had some incredible matches, and we've got more to come. So welcome in, Devin. Excited to have you on for the rest of the day.
You know, I gotta say, Corbin, I am very, very excited to be commentating some Modern today. I don't know that we're gonna be able to top what we saw earlier today, where we saw the blind flip one ring after bottoming 13 cards, and then turn later top deck lightning bolt like that. That was one of the most absurd games I've ever watched. But we will certainly do our best as we this is kind of a weird tournament where we're this is sort of the send off tournament or send off event for Nadu. I guess we have a little bit of Modern tomorrow as well. But yeah, Nadu is out in full force, and for better or worse, it is going to be in our feature match. And I believe our players are just about ready to get underway. So maybe we can throw it down there and see what we have working for you guys. As we have Ryan on the right hand side of your screen, sort of playing, I guess this is the good guy, right? Mardu Energy.
I guess so. I'm not convinced it's going to be the good guy a month from now, but for now, yeah, it's the okay guy.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like we may have the camera flipped a little bit. So yeah, Ryan, I believe, is on the left. That's the Mardu Energy deck. And then Sam on the right-hand side of your screen. Sam is playing the Nadu Menace here. And just taking a look at the deck lists, Sam looks pretty stock to me. I think most of the Nadu lists look relatively similar. The 4 Nadus, Summoner's Pact, Court of Callings, bunch of Mana Dorks, some one-ups. And then as far as Mardu Energy is concerned, this is kind of we've seen a lot of the Boros deck, but this deck is actually splashing a little bit of black, and it's dipping into black for Orcish Bowmasters and Thoughtseize, along with a couple of Ob Nixilis the Adversary, which is kind of a sweet one.
That's my favorite by far. If you think, well, you know what's like really good these days? Ocelot Pride, right? Well, it's pretty good against a bunch of little small creatures. Randomly, Ob Nixilis the Adversary. It's a 3 mana, but has Casualty X, where if you sacrifice a creature with power X, you get to copy it, and you get a token with loyalty, and then you get to make devils. And that's the big thing. It's just cluttering the board with little devils to ping all these Mardu or Boros energy creatures down. That's what Ob Nixilis is very good at. So that is what you get when you dip into black. And it works out pretty well. It's also obviously good against the Mana Dork type cards out of the Bant decks, the green base decks. So yeah, it is an interesting take on the energy deck, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then for just kind of glancing over this game here, both players have reasonable starts. Ryan had the sort of, I guess, the perfect curve is the turn 1 Guide of Souls, turn 2 removal spell plus Ocelot Pride that trigger the guide, make a cat. And Sam, it looks a little, maybe players who are not used to this Nadu deck or used to Saga decks in general might not, you might see Urza Saga on turn 1 and think to yourself, aren't you supposed to get full value out of that and make the tokens? Well, the Nadu deck doesn't really care about making tokens. It just wants to put a Shuko into play as fast as possible and set up that turn 3 Nadu win.
Yeah, turn 3 works. That's when your Saga hits chapter 3. You can add the mana and then go get your thing, and that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter that you lose it after that.
Yeah, Springheart Nantuko kind of setting up the perfect here. So Sam is, has the Nantuko in play. Next turn, that Saga's going to get the chapter 3, can float a mana in response. Saga go gets Shuko, plays a blue source, plays a Nadu, and then, the game might be wrapped up. And it's really unfortunate here for Ryan that that third land was tapped because he did have a copy of Flage. But because that third land entered the battlefield tapped, not going to be able to kill that Springheart Nantuko.
Yeah, what a wild sort of both players with near ideal starts here, right? Sam had a 1-drop, and then on turn 2, you were like, he had a 1-drop, and Ryan still has an overwhelming board that beat his 1-drop and did all of this stuff. That's completely like crazy powerful, right? Well, on the other hand, Sam says, okay, sure, that happened, but here's my perfect 2. I have my Saga going off on 3. I could just threaten a win on 3. And it comes down to Ryan actually needed a perfect turn 1, 2, and 3, and not just a perfect turn 1 and 2. If, of course, Sam has just the picture perfect Nadu hand over here. But that is high. Like when we've seen plenty, both Nadu and energy decks stumble around today. But this is the upside of both decks. When they look good, this is the ceiling that they can reach that really no other decks in the format can reach. And that's why you see so many players choose them. I mean, obviously, Nadu's ceiling is unlike anything else.
Yeah, and part of me sort of maybe wants to go back to the turn 2 where, Ryan had the turn 1 Guide of Souls and then turn 2 had the Ocelot Pride alongside Galvanic Discharge for Haywire Might.
Yeah,
And it's not clear that the Haywire Might was super threatening at that time because the Guide of
right.
Souls could still attack through it. The Ocelot Pride is going to generate tokens regardless that turn because you're getting the energy and the life from Guide of Souls. So, I mean, it is maybe possible that maybe, Ryan potentially could have held off on that discharge. And obviously he didn't know Sam was going to play the Natuko on turn 2. So it's sort of like you kind of have to think ahead a little bit and, maybe potentially got punished by that decision or, could have just hoped the top deck and untap land for that third turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when you have Flage as your follow up, you don't expect your opponent to have turn 3 combo through removal. But that is a possibility. I mean, that's a tough line there. That said, we'll see Sam getting preparing the stage here. I think here comes the tokens. There's the Nadu. We are off to the races.
Yep, we are ready to go. So we got 3 tokens. That's going to be 6 triggers. Every single time that Sam hits a land, that's going to be 2 more triggers. So yeah, we you can probably imagine that this game is very, very likely going to be over this turn.
It
Just
shows you
kind
just
of
how thin the margins are. Not, in competitive Magic, right? Like these players both had very good hands. They're both doing very well. They're 4-1 in a big tournament. And if you go back to that turn 2, you think about that. That seems to be the only possible really inflection point of the game. Using removal spells to push your damage when you have a super aggressive hand feels correct, right? But if that is really the difference in this game, because obviously we see now the Nantucko into the Nadu with the Saga, that's a tough thing to foresee coming. But even with a perfect hand, Ryan needed a little bit more, and it may or may not have been there. But this is just a clinic by Sam.
Yep. Yeah, this is the second Spring Heart Nantuko, so now every single land is going to get 4 more triggers. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really tough for, you would have to imagine Sam is going to be. And yeah, Ryan agrees. Ryan is going to go ahead and pack up the cards, and we are going to go to game number 2.
Hey, Nadu's not so bad when they just pick up the cards,
Yeah. Yeah. If you never make him go through the combo, then, I think Will was mentioning this earlier where it's a situation of, what if the Nadu player wants to do their combo, but they never get to do it because everybody just concedes and a little bit too
Yeah.
fast. But yeah, let's take a look at the sideboards because that is going to be where we are headed in just a little bit. So, taking a look at Ryan Reynolds' sideboard, you see 3 copies of Harsh Mentor, a Magebane Lizard, 2 Sun Cleanser, a Gigantha, 2 Surgical Extraction, a Rakdos Charm, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Unlicensed Terse, and a Damping Sphere. Got to imagine those Harsh Mentors, certainly for this matchup. You could maybe consider going towards Surgical Extraction, where you can. There's some weird lines where you Thoughtseize or kill a Nadu, and then you can surgical it. I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
little too narrow. And Rakdos Charm seems to be pretty good when your opponent makes, quite a few Springheart Nantuko tokens.
Yeah, Rakdos Charm has been the secret sideboard card that some people have told me this is not exclusively, but very nearly the biggest reason that they're playing energy, right? Mardu energy specifically for Rakdos Charm because it is instant speed graveyard hate when you need it, and that's relevant against a lot of decks. For instance, Esper Goryos, but it's also this thing where you just make them take 20 when they've made all their tokens, and they really don't have any way to interact with it, and it's a way to just kind of one shot the best deck in the format, right? And that's a big draw here. The main deck is pretty eclectic too, right? We got 3 Thoughtseizes, we got 2 Ob Nixilis, 3 Flages, 2 Fables, 2 Prisons, 1 Nightmare, 1 Bombardment. You certainly have some room around the edges to cut after sort of the base 20 card package that makes up the deck. So yeah, I'd say it's going to be, I think, uh, a sideboarded matchup where there's a lot of play coming from
Oh, yeah.
Ryan's side, right? And then it's going to make it back and forth of it very interesting.
Absolutely. And as far as Sam is concerned, take a look and see what Sam is working with. So we talked a little bit about the main deck, mostly stock. And then as far as the sideboard, we have 3 Besajus and then a whole bunch of one-ofs. 1 Forge Tender, 1 Magistrate, 1 Sun Cleanser, 1 Endurance, 1 Titania Protector of Argoth, a Colossal Sky Turtle, a Teferi Time Raveler, a Runafel, a Veil of Summer, a Force of Vigor, a Soul Guide Lantern, and a Vexing Bauble. Presumably, Sam is probably aware of the presence of Harsh Mentor, being quite a big presence in these Boros and Mardu decks. So probably going to want to go towards that Forge Tender. Sun Cleanser, notably, pretty good when your opponent is trying to assemble a massive supply of energy. Past those two, you could maybe if you expect the game to go long and be less about the combo, maybe you could consider boarding in the Titania.
Yeah,
Not sure if you want to go there though.
This is that's the card that stood out to me as something that says like you are deep into the format now, right? Like you don't
Yes.
just land on Titania Protector of Argoth in your initial draft of your 75. That is the answer you have found when your deck looks like this, and you've encountered some very specific sideboard plans to stop you from doing your thing, and it just becomes the perfect top end. Because if you aren't aware, the card actually is pretty powerful. It turns lands into creatures. It's pretty good as a top end when your opponents are pulling out all the stops to defeat your Nadu combo. So it's going to make for some real cat and mouse, some back and forth. Like an interesting sideboarded matchup for sure. Now, of course, the one thing the Bant deck can do that the Mardu deck cannot is just win the game on turn 3.
Yes, and so Ryan's hand might be a little prepared for that. I did get a glimpse, and we talked about during sideboarding that Rakdos Charm that is in the opening hand here for Ryan. So we will have to see if that is something that comes up. As far as the rest of the hand, I think it's a Static Prison, a Flage, couple of lands, maybe. I think that's mostly, and I think an Ajani as well. So
yeah, nice looking hand over there from Ryan. And now Sam had exactly what you want in game 1. When you're 4-1 in a NRG Championship Series and you're playing for the top 8 at this point, you're around 6. You just had a perfect turn 3 combo, textbook, no real thought required in the sense that like you kept your opening hand, you had a game plan, you executed on it, it worked. Your opponent scooped, and here you are in game 2. But now you've got to play through the sideboard, and you know that this Mardu deck can pull out all the stops for you, and you don't know what those stops are going to be, and that's the problem because there's a bunch of different colors. So if you're Sam, now or when things get interesting.
yeah, and this is kind of the ideal start. We saw game 1, we saw Sam have the turn 1 Urza Saga, and this game, it just has the Walroots plus the Shuko. It's actually kind of funny that Sam drew the Shuko this game instead of having the Urza Saga, because Ryan does actually have a copy of Static Prison in hand. So, you could imagine if that was a saga instead, that one gets, is able to dodge the Static Prison, but because we just naturally drew the Shuko, cannot do that. It's interesting that Sam did not equip. Oh, actually a really heads up play, because you don't want the token to die. So if you equip the Shuko, the token dies. That flips the Ajani. So very heads up play there by Sam.
Yeah, good note. And now we see the thought begins, because Ryan, he does have access to all of these really interesting sideboard cards. And now he's got to decide how he wants to play them because there's a lot going on here. It looks like step 1 is going to be Galvanic Discharge pointed at the Wall of Roots. And down it goes.
Yep. So discharge probably take care of the Wall of Roots, and then potentially the Static Prison to clean up the Shuko. And that will leave Sam on an empty board. So yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And then Ryan's still with a Flage and a Rakdos Charm for leftovers. So, not doing too bad. Ryan could potentially, if he wanted to, could maybe Flage his own cat token next turn to flip the Ajani and start generating more tokens that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, he even got to get the surveil land value there, put a Bloodstain Buyer into his graveyard. But no, that's a great point about Flage using it to flip the Ajani here. pretty rough if you're Sam. You probably felt pretty good. You had a combo piece, you had a ramp, you had Nadu, you had everything you needed. But I guess at the end, if you're left with Nadu of those 3 pieces, it's probably a trade-off you'll accept.
Yeah, and I actually took a look at Sam's hand. There was a copy of Sun Cleanser, but if you notice, there's not a white source of mana. Typically, with these kind of sideboard silver bullet targets, you want to have access to be able to Court of Calling for them. But it looks like, unfortunately for Sam, drew that Sun Cleanser without access to, the ability to cast it. As we see an attack here with both creatures. And it appears that, Ryan's willing to basically trade the Ajani and the Flage for that Nadu because, don't want to let that thing stay in play for longer than a turn cycle.
Yeah, accept that one if you can get it.
Oh yeah, I would take that trade all day.
He's got that Rakdos charm. He's got that Rakdos charm pulled to the front of hand. He wants it. He's ready. He's ready for this thing at some point. At some point, it's coming. I'm telling you.
Probably going to hold that one up for most of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if Sam doesn't block, what Ryan decides to do. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and ship it back, going to hold up that Rakdos charm. Like I mentioned, could have potentially flaged the cat token to be able to flip the Ajani. But then if you do that, you're going shields down on the Rakdos charm, and that's kind of awkward.
Sam hit a fetch land here.
Ooh, okay. So that turns on the Sun Cleanser.
Yep. And we went for the bestow. Yep.
Yeah, and turning on the Sun Cleanser is actually massive here because that's going to remove the energy from Ryan, which will sacrifice the prison, which will then in turn give back the Shuko with the Nadu and the Springheart already ready to go.
And then we, I think that would probably wrap it up, but
I have to see what Sam wants to do. I got a little bit of a glimpse at Sam's hand. I think it was a Delighted Halfling, a Colossal Sky Turtle.
Yeah,
the turtle, which I believe is 2 mana bounce a creature, I think. Let me take a look at it.
That's what I was just checking to see if he can bounce the prison with it.
So it's 3 mana to regrowth or blue and a colorless to unsummon. And both modes are channel, so discard the Sky Turtle.
Right. So you can only hit creatures with that, so cannot use that to bounce the prison to get back the Shuko and just win on the spot. Not going to be that easy.
Yep. Yeah, so Sam's going to go ahead and fetch for that Temple Garden. That's going to bring an insect and presumably is lining up this Sun Cleanser here. Yeah, there's the Sun Cleanser. And then, like we mentioned, that is going to remove that Static Prison, and it's going to give the Shuko back to Sam. Back to Sam. And Ryan's kind of in a tricky position here.
Yeah, the interesting thing here to note is that Sam is
down to Rakdos charm.
Right, Sam is down to 11 life, and Sam has 5 creatures in play. So, and Sam hasn't begun to combo. It does not take much.
Yeah, now there's an interesting thing where I'm trying to think of, okay, so let's assume that Sam goes for the combo, and Ryan's like, okay, fine, you can make a bunch of insect tokens. I don't really care. And at some point during the combo, once Sam puts the 11th creature into play, you cast the Rakdos Charm. Harsh Mentor is the draw. That's going to change things a lot. But I'm wondering if there's a way that Sam can sort of combo again in response, where you can go Court of Calling for 3 to get the Outrider, and then use the Outrider in response to the Charm. I think there's a way to do it. Maybe chat will let me know, but I feel
that is
like
certainly the power of Outrider, right? Because it can do it at instant speed, which Shuko cannot. Even Shuko can come off of Urza's enchantment. So they kind of obviously work in conjunction to make the deck as powerful as it is. But the Court of Calling instant speed into instant speed combo is certainly a very, very difficult line for anyone to interact with. Sam reading to Johnny, though. We've got this is on the combat here because you poke in for a couple with the cats, it makes you even closer on that Rakdos charm, not to mention the Harsh Mentor, now that Sam's also going to have to play.
Yep, so Johnny's being read here, and it looks like we are just getting in for 2 damage with that cat token. Gonna say no blocks here for Sam, and Ryan's kind of just chilling right now. Gonna, has the Harsh Mentor in play and holding up that copy of Rakdos charm. So it doesn't really have to do a ton here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not often your opponent has Sun Cleanser, Nadu, Nantucko, Shuko, and you feel okay about your position. But
Right.
Ryan actually did feel okay about his position. Now, the turtle bouncing the Harsh Mentor, maybe that starts to change things, but we still got the Rakdos Charm to give it a shot. So
Oh
we're
boy.
defense down.
Yeah,
On to the next.
It's so funny from Sam's position too, because there's no energy and the Sun Cleanser in play, so you know that Galvanic Discharge is turned off. Most of these Mardu lists don't play anything like, Go for the Throat or some sort of Doomblade type effect. So, from your position, you kind of just think like, oh yeah, I'm good to go. I wonder if Sam has Rakdos Charm on the radar.
Yeah, it's been the tech for a couple of weeks, I guess, because that's all. I mean, but it's the sort of thing where like you can easily miss it, and even if you're not missing it, you're on camera at 4-1. You're getting closer to the top 8 of the NRG Championship Series. So, by the way, we're here in Madison having an excellent time. There's a big sealed event going as well, but there's a lot of pressure here. It's very easy to just not think about something like, oh, how do I perfectly play around Rakdos Charm when I'm at 9 life trying to combo against my Mardu energy opponent. It's a lot to keep in mind. It's a tough spot for anyone. But here we go. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures in play now for Sam.
That's a lot. And that's going to be 2 more. That's okay. Sam's already up to 8. Now the question for Ryan is, when do you go for it? I'm guessing you go for it when it's exactly lethal. So, like, for example, you would let the 9th creature come into play, respond to the other Nintuka, because it limits what Sam can chord for in response. Like, remember how I was saying there might be this kind of line?
Right.
But then you also have to worry about if you do it for exactly enough, then Sam can chord for a Haywire Might, pop his own Saga, go up to 11, take 9, go to 2, and then your charm is no good. So there's like this weird balance. I think you probably wait a couple more tokens.
Yeah, the thing is, Sam doesn't have very many cards at hand. You don't want to let any more Nadu triggers resolve because you don't want him to put chord in hand. I think you just go for it at the earliest opportunity. And here we go. Rakdos Charm. Does it work?
All right. What do you got, Sam? We know that there is. There's the head nod.
You can tell. Look at the grid. Yeah. It's gonna work.
Yeah, like I said, I think there might be some kind of line if there was Court of Calling for Outrider and Core, but if that is not in hand, then I think we might be going to game 3 here in just a minute.
Yeah, it was that the court is the way to play around this, and that's the thing is you can actually, if you have to start comboing, you can only, you can't not make your tokens, right? When you can only go at sorcery speed. So this was pretty much impossible to play around if you're going to go for the combo here. Sam's going to go ahead and play the tutor in response. The Summoner's Pact, going to go see if he has anything, and I guess we'll all find out together.
Yeah, this is just Sam casting Summoner's Pact and being like, do I have any way out of this? Yeah, you see the look on his face, like,
He gave that look as soon as he said Rakdos Charm, and I was like, yeah, this is going to work.
Oh, chat brings up a good point. There is a Barenton Forge Tender. So if Court of Calling was in the hand, that would be the out. So
correct.
Yeah, like we mentioned, you want to make sure, Ryan wants to do it at the earliest possibility to not give Sam that opportunity to find the chord. And
that's right. You can't beat chord, but you can beat Summoner's Pact, I believe, and you should be able to beat Shuko. So I think this is going to work for Ryan Reynolds here to even up at 1 game apiece.
All right, hold on a second. I need to read the text on Forge Tender. So Forge Tender says, prevent all damage a red source of your choice would deal this turn.
Does it deal? Does
the text on Rakdos Charm? No, but the Rakdos Charm says each creature deals 1 damage. The Rakdos Charm is not dealing the damage. I see.
It doesn't work.
So it doesn't even work.
Instant speed combo should work? Question mark though. I don't know. This is a fascinating interactions, and here we go. Rakdos Charm. We're going to Endurance, I guess, is what we ended up getting there.
Yeah, looks like we pacted for Endurance. I think Sam, looking at the grip, I believe it's a Halfling, another Nadu, and a Springheart Nantuka, maybe? We're doing something.
I'm very interested if we're missing something here. We can crack a card with the Waterlog Grove if we wanted.
We can do that. Now, okay, let's assume that Sam does draw the the Chord of Calling. Chord, you, I believe, have enough to do it for 3, right? 1, 2, 3. I think there's exactly 6
So
creatures.
he endurance himself here, right? So you get to shuffle an additional chord into your deck. Is that what's happening? I am a little confused.
So it might be Endurance, shuffle the graveyard, crack the Misty to shuffle the Chord in, and then draw off the Grove.
Yeah, well,
No,
say
it
the
looks like
Grove.
Sam
The Grove
gets
is
cards.
tapped here, though. But that is a line. The Waterlogged Grove maybe is the thing that we did not see there. That would have given him an additional draw to maybe hit Chord of Calling in response to the Rakdos charm. So there actually was some continued play there. But there we go. Hey, that was what we pointed out in the sideboard, and it played out exactly as we wanted to see it. And it is going to give us a game 3, and I guarantee you Sam will have it in mind this time.
That one of Rakdos Charm. It's a card that when you lose to a card like Rakdos Charm, it kind of sits in the back of your mind basically throughout the rest of the match. And like you mentioned, I'm sure Sam will have that on his radar for game 3. But that was a pretty interesting game where it looked like, Sam had a pretty good draw, had the Wall of Roots shoot go.
Yeah.
Didn't line up that well against the Static Prison, but then drew the Sun Cleanser. Just an interesting game, and we'll have to see how game 3 plays out. As far as the matchup is concerned, I think I think most of the general consensus is of the opinion that the Nadu deck is favored in this matchup. But there are a decent amount of sideboard cards on the Mardu side of things.
Yeah, it's certainly the idea is that playing Mardu gives you more game against it than playing straight Boros, right? Having access to the black cards, as we saw. That was good. I haven't seen, and I saw some Rakdos charm kills back in the day against Splinter Twin, right? It lined up fine against Pestermite. It didn't work against against Pestermite, but it lined up well against Exarch, I should say. Anyway, it was nice to see a nice Rakdos charm kill. That said, we happen to know it is in fact a 1-of in the sideboard here for Ryan. So gonna have to try to find that one again if he wants to go for the same line. Other than that, it really did look pretty textbook for Sam. So we're gonna head into game 3, and Ryan's gonna try to take another one down. Just try to kind of, I don't know if steal's the right word, because obviously that's what the sideboard cards are for, and there is more than one sideboard card. But try to find the sideboard cards to carry the game here against Nadu.
Look, Corbin, any day where Splitter Twin gets mentioned is a good day in my book. So,
well, that is the closest thing I think that we're going to have in a minute, and who knows, we may not have it for much longer than a few minutes. So enjoy it while you can.
That is true. Yeah, but okay, let's go back down to the match here. So Sam is going to be on the play for game number 3. I mean, as far as opening hands are concerned, it's fairly textbook stuff. Sam is looking for the combo, looking for a way to find Nadu, a way to find Shuko, maybe some Mana Dorks. And then from Ryan's side of things, we kind of saw a little bit. It was interesting how game 1, Ryan had a more aggressive start with less interaction, and Sam was kind of able to, easily able to overcome that. And then the draw where Ryan had a little bit more interaction and slightly less pressure, that was the game that he won. So, maybe you figure from Ryan's side of things, like I'd say a hand that's like, maybe the perfect hand where it's Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, Antraptor, maybe a bunch of creatures and some lands, maybe not interested in keeping that, especially on the draw in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of familiar with that struggle. I play a lot of Merfolk, and sometimes you look at a hand of the perfect aggro hand when all you need is one counterspell,
Yep.
And that is the kind of situation you find yourself in. I don't spot a ton of lands over there for Ryan. Not sure what he's looking at. It looks like a reasonable,
I think it was a one-lander.
Reasonable hand for Sam. It looks like he's going to keep. So we've got Sam on the play here as well. So if you're Ryan, you succeeded in game 2. You did what you got your big Rakdos charm moment off on camera. In fact, by the way, go Ryan. You get to go tell your friends about that forever. Now the surprise factor is gone. Not that it may or may not have made a difference, but you're unlikely to just seal this game the same way. So what do you want to do here on the draw against Bant? Like, is it one piece? Do you need one piece of interaction? Is that enough? Do you need lots? Like, what are you looking for in an opening hand?
I think sort of the ideal setup here for Ryan would be something along the lines of maybe two pieces of interaction. Say something like a Thoughtseize and a Bolt for a Mana Dork, plus a little bit of pressure. And taking a look at Ryan's hand, I think he might have exactly that, where it looks like two discharges, a Bolt, or two discharges, and a Johnny, a Thoughtseize, and a Flage with only one land. But if he draws the second land, this hand is kind of juiced up.
Yeah, this is one of those. This is super reasonable. Look, I got this lesson. I don't even remember what pro told it to me, but one time I was doing coverage, and a pro told me that, hey, look, every opening hand needs something to go right. And while it can look really bad, and you can look silly on camera or on a feature match, if the thing that needs to go right doesn't go right, that's every hand. It's just more visible when what you need to do is draw lands, right? So in this case, if the hand is good, and we saw Thoughtseize, that's what he wanted. We saw interaction, that's what he wanted. You're on the draw. You've got 2 shots to find a land before you miss anything. And that's just the odds you probably need to play when you're on a mulligan, right? And that's fine. And if it works out, that's great. In fact, you have 3 shots thanks to this surveil land. So if it doesn't work out, it'll look terrible. You won't have a second land. Sorry. But I think this is a nice, a smart, disciplined keep by Ryan.
Oh, yeah. And that was actually something I was going to bring up, too, where it almost feels when you have surveil lands in your deck, you're way more likely to keep those 1-land hands because you just get that extra look, and that can be the difference between winning and losing. And Ryan did pick up a land here, so going to be able to, well, not the best Thoughtseize.
Wow.
Well, let's have a second one, though.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Ryan has had the fetch start. So he's able to Thoughtseize, and now he could Thoughtseize another Nadu out of Sam's hand. Sam instantly just pitched into the graveyard, as you saw. So I guess that's what you do if you're Ryan.
Oh, I missed that Sam already put one in the graveyard.
Yes.
I didn't see there was 3. I thought there was only 2.
Oh no. Sam threw his hand down and threw one into the graveyard instantly because Sam had 4 land.
Oh my goodness.
Halfling 3 Nadu.
Hand's good against Thoughtseize, I'll tell you that.
It is good against Thoughtseize. Hey, we interviewed BBD earlier after he won, where he kept a 1-lander, and he said, my hand was just resilient against Thoughtseize. And it was. And he won. And that is sure what this one was for Sam. All right, Ryan, you're going to go ahead and just bite the bullet and Thoughtseize the other one away? Yep, that's what you do.
Can you imagine if Ryan had boarded in the surgical there and just had the had the surgical in that exact spot? That would be kind of wild.
Sick. All right. Well, if you're Ryan, you are committing. Look at it this way: you're committing to facing down 1 Nadu thus far. But if you can find a way to get rid of that Nadu, there's only 1 left, barring endurance shenanigans.
And here it is. So there is the Nadu. No Shuko drawn up the top here for Sam. And
okay, it looked like he hit another land.
Okay, so
he could actually discharge if it's red, he could discharge both of them.
Discharge the halfling, get the extra energy, and then discharge the Nadu.
Yeah, the problem is that you give a lot of Nadu triggers away that way.
You'd give 2, but the upside is there's already 3 Nadus down, and there's no creatures in play for Sam. So, because 3 actual copies of Nadus are down, it's going to be Sam is more likely going to need something like a Chord or a Summoner's Pact to find that 4th copy. And, with no battlefield, it's going to be a lot harder to set up a Chord of Calling.
Could also, could also go for here we go. Okay, yep, there we go. Halfling down. Second, yep. This is the line. You just bite the bullet. It sucks, but you do it. It was 2 lands for Sam.
Well, Corbin. Remember how we said 3 Nadus in the graveyard? He's going to have to draw the 4th one. Well, we actually missed that there was a 5th copy of Nadu in the deck in the form of Shifting Woodland. Now, granted, there is only 2 types right now, land plus creatures. So, a little bit of ways.
If we can get this one up on screen, maybe. Yeah, this is what a piece of tech when you're deep in the. Yeah, there we go.
Can't activate that. Not quite.
Not quite, but he's showing it off. You can turn it into a copy of a card in your graveyard, which could be Nadu if you have Delirium, if I recall that card correctly.
Yep, for 4 mana. Yeah, Shifting Woodland is really interesting in these decks because you have a decent spread of types where, Chord of Calling and Summoner's Pact are instants, and then Urza Saga is 2 types. That's an enchantment and a land. And then Haywire Might, which you can fetch off of Urza Saga, is another 2 types. So if you just go Urza Saga for Haywire Might, that's 4 types immediately to already turn on the Shifting Woodland. As we see a Raptor here into a Harsh Mentor for Ryan. That's a nice pickup.
Big. That's big. That's very big, because now Sam needs to find that 4th Nadu, or, find a way to turn that woodland into a Nadu, and then get through a mentor. Really interesting game here.
Yeah, Sam is actually pretty far away, because you not only need to find an access to Nadu, which could mean Cord, Pact, or Nadu, or a way to get Delirium. You need to find a Shuko, and then you also need to find a way to stop this Harsh Mentor. So Sam is sort of like 2.5 pieces away from comboing off. So Ryan does have a good amount of time, and Ryan also has 4 power in play.
You know what Sam needs right now, Devin? He needs a Titanium.
Well, now that you mention it. All right, Sam. Oh, wait. Did Sam draw Summoner's Pact? He's looking through the sideboard. I wonder. I couldn't tell what it was. Is it an Endurance?
Endurance.
I think it's an Endurance.
Starts that. It gets us back into that situation. Not even, when you have the woodland, I guess it's not even something you want to do yet.
Well, it's interesting because Sam kind of wants to shuffle the 3 Nadus back into the deck, but also doesn't want to remove 2 types from the graveyard for that woodland. So it's there's a bit of tension there. But you can assume that if Ryan attacks with the Harsh Mentor, probably wants to fire off the Endurance just to be able to block the Harsh Mentor.
Yeah, just wants a surprise blocker.
Yep. And another thing that I want to bring up here, Corbin, is there is an Arena of Glory on Ryan's side and a Flage in hand with a bunch of cards in the graveyard. We'll have to see where this Endurance is targeting. Okay. Yeah, so it is going to target Ryan, which, Sam is aware of the presence of Flage, and because that Arena is face up, it does kind of make sense there. But this is going to take care of the Harsh Mentor.
And with the woodland in play, when you're getting rid of the Harsh Mentor in combat here, it really makes it attractive to just keep your most direct line to Nadu.
Okay, there's also something very, very interesting to bring up here, where if the Endurance dies, there is a chance that it's going to be really difficult for Sam to physically execute the combo, unless the other Endurance was kept in. Sometimes now they're looking at Sam's deck list, there is 1 Endurance in the main and 1 in the sideboard, but not 100% clear if Sam kept in the second Endurance, and that might have been what Sam was looking for when he went fetching through his sideboard.
Yeah, because that was a big decision point there, whether you wanted to flash it out in combat or not. You had to make that call.
Yeah, and it's not clear that Ryan can realistically beat just a huge board. Like if Sam says, okay, I can't fully infinite loop you, but I can make, 40 1/1s and gain a little bit of life. It's not clear that Ryan can just beat the short combo, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has been a really interesting game to watch. And now we've got, Ryan's down to just what? Is that 1 card in hand, I think? So pretty difficult for him to do anything but just kind of poke away and hope you get there.
Yeah, looks like there was a Surveillance, I believe, from Ryan, and I think we graveyarded it, so attacking him with the Raptor, and can't quite get a good look what the leftovers are. That's another Raptor. I could find something here for Ryan. Up the pressure a little bit.
I think is definitely one of the better draws. Just anything that increases your board presence. You just need cards, and here you go. Ocelot Pride it's a card. it's precisely that.
It is definitely a card. I don't know about you, Corbin, but that is one that shocked me of how good it actually was. I saw it during spoiler season, and I thought it was going to be kind of cool in more like Convoke style decks that want to go wide. But it turns out it's just a really, really powerful 1-drop. It just makes a ton of bodies. It blocks a lot of things well. It just kind of made Ragavan obsolete to an extent. Just a fantastic card.
Yeah, I was really excited about it for my Oloro Commander deck. And then I found out it turns out busted in Modern, and now it's expensive for my Oloro Commander deck. It's really unfair, I tell you. But yes,
Should have trusted in the Oloro.
The card's wild. Do what?
Should have trusted in the Oloro.
Yeah, it's some people might say that's what I get for playing Oloro, and you know what? I really couldn't argue with that point. But yeah, I mean, look at the when you can spam it out here in this deck full of other powerful 1-drops and 2-drops. We went from Ryan just needing, I hope I can poke through 13 damage. All of a sudden, look how much power is on his, and now he's untapping. He's going to get a chance to turn him sideways and see what happens.
Yeah, and I really want to go back to the first couple of turn sequences where, Ryan had the double Thoughtseize to take 2 Nadus, ended up killing a third one, and Sam just doesn't have a lot of Nadus left in the deck. I guess there's still the Chords and the Summoners packs, to be fair, but it's a lot harder when you can't just naturally draw it because you have to spend, 6 mana on a Chord as opposed to 3 on a Nadu, as we see a Nightmare here for Ryan, and that is... I can't tell. Is there a creature in the graveyard? I think there's the Harsh Mentor, right?
Yes, this is the one of Nightmare here. You bring back the Harsh Mentor if you just want an additional line, and we're gonna both Sage you it. Okay.
Oh. It's actually kind of funny because just for people at home who aren't familiar with the design of this card, it's kind of a throwback to Recurring Nightmare. And if you remember Recurring Nightmare, if you're as old as I am, that one did not have a trigger when it entered the battlefield. So you could not respond with a disenchant or any type of effect. And that's sort of the big difference between these, retrained older cards is now that they have an ETB trigger, you can actually respond because they're sorcery speed. And that's exactly what we see Sam do.
Yeah, that's a good note. And that's a nice little design quirk that makes that affects the power level in a non-obvious way. But it gives it a nice little break in constructed play, That said, I don't know if firing off Boseiju on that Nightmare is getting Sam any closer to winning the game. He's got a lot of lands. He's got 1 card in hand. He's got that woodland. I don't think he has Delirium still. I think we're still at no Delirium. I also think it's more difficult to even combo with the Endurance put into the graveyard. So this is kind of all around for the Nadu player here.
Yeah, we've been at, I think Sam has been at basically 2 types the entire game. So still only creature plus land, has not found any of the instants or artifacts or enchantments that are in the deck, and that's a Wall of Roots off the top. And I gotta tell you, Corbin, that is not going to help here, Sam. Here with 2 blockers, you block the 2 Raptors. I guess you can live on board, right? Where you block the 2 Raptors and take 4 damage.
Yeah, it's really interesting how bad the most broken deck in the format can look when you've actually worked your way through its Nadus, because you think about it, this deck has a bunch of Bandit Dorks. It should have bad top decks. It just usually doesn't. But in this case, Sam looking like I'm not sure he'll really have any outs at this particular junction.
The Raptor shouldn't die. It has first strike. Okay, don't think it's going to matter, but that is the Goblin Bombardment for lethal. Ryan Reynolds takes down the Nadu Menace 2-1. What an interesting match.
Yeah, Mardu Energy definitely lived up to, we talked it up before, and as being an interesting deck that was going to lead to fun and interactive gameplay, and it certainly did that, didn't it? That was great. Absolutely. But yeah, so I think we're going to get ready and try to get an interview with the winner of that match here in a few minutes. But yeah, well, Devin, you've come in, you've seen Nadu, and you've seen Nadu lose. I'm not going to lie. I hope that this becomes a theme of our day.
Some personal biases, huh?
Look, it is fun. I mean, look, we talked earlier in the stream about Eldrazi Winter, and do people actually hate Eldrazi Winter? Right? Is that a fun time? Is that looked at fondly in retrospect? It's certainly worth talking about, and people will certainly be able to do the I remember when. I would expect anyway, with Nadu, right, in the future, based off what we've seen. So, hey, in the meantime, this is probably the last weekend of it, as some are saying, the swan song to the bird. We're going to enjoy it while we have it.
At least the thing for me for Eldrazi Winter, which I did play a lot of Eldrazi during that time, but the games were a lot faster. It didn't seem like there wasn't like this infinite convoluted loop with combos
Yes.
and things like that. So the games were, you weren't there for a while, and maybe it was less enjoyable for some people depending on how you feel. But yeah, that's Eldrazi Winter was quite a time.
Yeah, this tends to be this is some kind of mix of Eldrazi Winter meets eggs that the eggs deck that Cisco won the Pro Tour with before it got banned. But that deck never got to
Yeah.
terrorize the world at large. It just kind of destroyed a Pro Tour and then went away quietly. So it's a particularly fun story. But yeah, so look, all of that said, we just saw how you beat Nadu. You can get him with a Rakdos charm. You can get him by just working your way through all the Nadus. Really, I guess if we talk about it, what we saw there was a power of Thoughtseize, right? That was double Thoughtseize, just picking apart the Nadu players.
Yeah, that game was really, like you said, all about those double Thoughtseizes, and it was not only the double Thoughtseize, but the removal spell for the third copy of Nadu, and
Yeah.
just really was able to limit Sam's access to the physical card Nadu. So, yeah, very, very, very interesting match there. And that Rakdos charm, oh boy, I'll never forget that one. We said in the intro we weren't sure if we were going to be able to top the top deck Lightning Bolt, but that was at least pretty close, right?
It was a good one. That's right. We've had a great tournament. Look, this is what people love about Modern, right? You get to see things you don't expect to see. I don't think we expected to see, these kind of wild top decks in Modern format that is more often defined by people turn 3 comboing each other, right? So fun top deck wars. And I think on that note, we are getting ready to go down to an interview with Ryan Reynolds, who just took down that match with Mardu Energy.
Yes.
Ryan, how's it going, man?
It's going good. I beat Nadu twice now, so I'm pretty happy. Having a good time. Definitely having a good time.
Having a good time. And you are, does that run your record to 5-1 now, I believe?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, does that run your record now? Are you 5-1?
5-1 right now, currently, yeah.
Yeah, and you said you've played against Nadu twice and beaten it twice.
Yeah. Both games, those game ones have been absolutely. I've had 2 pieces of interaction. Not as much that last one, but have the piece of interaction and they still get it on turn 3. So it's just been playing and hoping they don't have it. Just try to be more aggressive.
Yeah, we liked. We have to say we loved the Rakdos charm moment. Is that the first time you pulled it off, or what?
I've lost top 8 to get into a top 8 of an RCQ. It's on YouTube. It's going to be on YouTube through a Force of Despair and a Rakdos charm. He courted. Got the Nomad, started doing it at instant speed before they resolved, looped through his deck as many times, and did the whole combo on it. But when it's just Shuko, it's pretty good. You count. Try not to be as obvious. I'm like, hey, I'm counting all the creatures you have. I'm going to check to see when you have your life total worth of creatures.
Yeah.
Announce it, but I mean, they can play around it. So it is what it is.
So exactly. You mentioned that you beat Nadu twice today. Now, is that obviously this is a matchup that you prepared for coming in? Are you happy with the matchup overall, or do you think you maybe got a little bit lucky in those 2 matches?
I mean, if they don't have it turn 3, it feels a lot better. All the games I've lost against Nadu they've had it turn 3. Literally, they just combo out. I had 2 Bowmasters going into killing their Dryad Arbor the first round. First game, first round. 2 Bowmasters going at them to kill us. They ended up courting for the guy that gives sacks and gives the hexproof. And they still got it turn 3 through that. They sacrificed 2 lands, let 1 die because I had to. And I was like, yeah, they still got it. I was like, okay, I guess that's what it is. I just got it. I got it. Yeah. I might be a turn or land drop off, but it wasn't that far off from it. I had all the interaction. You still, It is hopes and prayers. It is hopes and prayers.
Yeah, well, it looks great, man. I mean, this has been a great run for you so far. You've got a couple rounds left to go. How are you feeling about the rest of the day?
I mean, I'm here. I'm here till the end. I think I'm timing out of the RCQ that they're doing. They had a 2-slot going on. So hopefully I don't get knocked out of the RCQ and out of the top 8 for the NRG. That'd be
Well,
it is what it is.
We appreciate you joining us and taking the time to chat with us. And thank you for putting on a great show for us in that last round. Good luck the rest of the way.
Good luck, Ryan.
All right, well, welcome back in. We are off and running. I'm Corbin Hostler with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are here for the rest of the evening to guide you through this tournament. But of course, this is not the only tournament we have here, the NRG Championship Series. You can earn points. And of course, if you win one of the tournaments, you can directly qualify for the end of the year event, which is a huge $35,000 NRG Championship Series event. You see right there, the MVP from last year, Steven Dykman, and that means he does not pay any entry fees for 2024. The ultimate dream to truly go infinite. You can do that. Play a tournament, do well, win a tournament, or do well over a series of tournaments coming across the country towards you, and you can qualify for the championship series at the end of the year. You see a couple of our qualifiers there already. That is where this is all building toward. I think we have, we're going to get ready for our next round here. But before we do, let's look at some of the players who are qualified for that championship, because it is filled with some of the best players you can find in the region right now, in the country, making their way across the series. You see him there: Steven Dykman, Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, Dominic Harvey, May French, Teju Hajali, Ken Minjo, Justin Brickman, Jonathan Zaxic, Harrison, Canford, Garrick Alford, and Theodore Young, all qualified, and that means 12 seats remain for the championship at the end of the year. This is what everyone is playing for today, and that is what it's all about.
Absolutely. And we have a lot of these players here today as well. A lot of people who are just kind of, we saw, I've seen Harrison Canford, Garrick Alford, Justin Brickman. So, and Dominic Harvey, we saw earlier on camera today. So a lot of these players just kind of want to come out and game a little bit. Like we said, this is the send-off tournament for Nadu. And I know Dom is somebody who's a big fan of that deck.
Yeah, it is certainly looking a lot of players, and I'm more of I like to play the rogue decks if I can, but a lot of players just like to play the best deck and be the best with the best deck, and that is an opportunity that they have this weekend, maybe for the last time. So for those players, I hope they're enjoying it. We're enjoying watching, even if it gives us a villain to root against. So we are going to head to break here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison. We will be back for round 7 of our Mardu Open. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the Nerd Range Championship Series. We are here in Madison. We are heading into round 7 of our Modern event today. This has been an excellent day of Modern so far. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doom, Mike O'Donnell. I was here this morning with Will Hall as we took you through the beginning of the tournament. We saw some very fun decks, some new archetypes, honestly, doing well in Modern. A mono red mid-range list that really caught our eye. And now we are into the stretch run of the tournament. Devin, it has been an excellent day so far, and we are getting closer to that top 8.
Yeah, and we have quite a bit of Nadu in our feature match today. We kind of can't avoid it at this point. Later into the tournament, we like to feature matches that are higher stakes and playing for top 8. But we do have a non-Nadu deck on the other side, and this is going to be kind of this is sort of the rest of the tournament for me. It's Nadu versus the world. Can anybody who didn't bring Nadu take down the Bird Menace? And we will certainly be finding that out in our feature match. We have a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, this is actually the first time this particular deck is going to be on camera today. Dimir Murktide. For whatever reason, we haven't had it yet, mostly because there's not as many people as you might think. It was, I think, in the top, I looked at the meta this morning, top 5 or 6. But honestly, it was about 20% Nadu. If you're just coming in, it was about 20% Nadu. And then you had energy variance in that 10 to 12-ish percent range. And then everything else was lower. Esper, Goryos was after that. So Dimir Murktide, definitely, a top 5 or 6 deck at this tournament. Not something that has been particularly crushing it, but as we head into this round, that all might change because we are going to watch it in the hands of Christian Valenti, who is 5-1 with the deck. And in fact, 5-0 with the deck since dropping the first round, Esper Goryos. So that is what's on tap. It's going to be Christian Valenti battling with Murktide against Adam Hawthorne on, you guessed it, it's Nadu. We get to see how the matchup between two of the most popular decks in Modern plays out, and we will see. We watched Nadu lose last round. We'll see if Christian's Dimir Murktide deck has what it takes. What is your take moving into this round? I guess on the state of Murktide as a deck. If I put you on the spot just a little bit, what you think of how that deck has kind of changed since the introduction of Modern Horizons and all of the last 6 months of Magic cards.
Well, it's a great question, and we actually do have Christian's deck list available for you, so we can kind of just take a look at that to show you how different the Murktide deck is, kind of from what its predecessors essentially, because it used to be a blue-red deck, but with the introduction of recent supplemental products like Horizons 3 and Lord of the Rings, you'll notice this is now a Dimir deck for Psychic Frog and Orcish Bowmasters, which are two of the best 2-mana threats in the entire format. Psychic Frog is a card that it's funny because Frog was like very spoiled very early. And I think it wasn't like people weren't talking about it maybe as much as they should have. But the reality is the Frog just in combination with all of the removal like Fatal Push and counter spells and Go for the Throats and all these kinds of things, you kill their thing, attack with Frog, draw a card. And every single time you do that, you're always up a card in the exchange. And not only that, that lets you kind of bridge the gap into a Murktide. And there's also this really weird synergy and this kind of cool thing that comes up where if you exile cards to Psychic Frog's flying ability, that actually pumps your Murktide as well. So you can kind of set up these weird like one-shot kills, and it's really cool. I do like this deck a lot.
Yeah, that's some nice interplay, right? It's an angle to the deck that it doesn't necessarily have before. Before it was just kind of like your generic blue-red spells deck. It was almost in many ways it looked like an arc-like Phoenix deck, except instead of Phoenixes, you were painted off with Murktide Regents. With the Frog, you get a little bit more of a synergy-based, very clear control slant on this in a really heavily black way.
Yeah, and it almost feels to me that the black cards sort of complement the blue cards a little bit better,
Yeah.
where those black threats like Bowmaster and Psychic Frog are, I guess you could kind of argue that maybe they're comparable to Ragavan and Darcy, but they are like Ragavan and Darcy are a lot more aggressive, and it felt like the
Exactly.
blue-red deck had more starts where it wanted to be an aggressive deck, but it feels like Frog and Bowmasters let you play the control mid-range game a lot better than cards like Ragavan and Darcy did, because they kind of help control the board, they're larger threats and things like that. So I feel like the black cards sort of complement the, counterspell Murktide force negation package a little bit better than the red cards did.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? Also, the deck, a lot of its power early came from just how strong Ragavan was, right? So as Ragavan got worse, that version of the deck got worse, but Psychic Frog complements the top end of Murktide extremely well. And I think you're right. This feels much more to me like a finalized version of what a Murktide deck looks like because it has all the pieces you'd want it to have, and it has game against everything. And it's a blue-black control deck with a nice package at the top end of it. It's very powerful. That said, it's now going against Bant Nadu, which is explicitly designed to be very good against removal spells. Because even if you have removal spells for Nadu and everything else, and they don't combo you, at some point you're playing a blue-black 1-for-1 removal spell deck, and your opponent is going to draw a bunch of extra cards. So it is certainly a challenge, I think, that Christian's going to be facing here, going up against the top deck in the format.
Yeah, remember that thing I said earlier about kill your creature, attack with Psychic Frog, draw a card, kill your creature, attack with Psychic Frog, draw a card. You're always up a card in the exchange. All of that goes out the window when you have a Nadu in play. I mean, to be fair, there are ways to trade 1-for-1, and I think Christians like this Murktide style deck probably has more ways to 1-for-1 a Nadu than any other deck, just because of the counter spells and things like that. But it'll certainly be a challenge. As far as, we have a little bit more time. Let's, we're here in Madison. It's a great weekend. But if you guys want to come down to some NRG action for yourselves, let's take a look and see what couple of events we have coming up for you. In September 14th, we're going to Louisville. We're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, and we will have a 5K Standard trial on Sunday. I know that there's been a lot of buzz about Standard lately, Corbin, and I got to tell you, I've been liking Standard.
Yeah, it's fun. And I've been saying that for a while now. Standard's been good for a minute, but now we're really getting some attention to it, right? Because rotation happened for the first time in 2 years, which people always enjoy. And of course, there was an announcement about more paper play coming, and that is something everyone likes to see. Obviously, you can come to Louisville and you can play Modern, you can play Standard, and then we have more events after that. All of this building towards the end of the year championship. But the point is, whatever your format, we have it. The side events this weekend, right alongside the big Modern event that we have going on right now, there's a big sealed event. So there is, whatever your format, you can find it at an NRG event. Starting next up with Louisville, September 14th and 15th. But yeah, Standard, honestly, it's been really refreshing. Is probably the best way to put it. And I think it's been really enjoyable to get to have it matter again, right? Like, so much of what Standard means is sort of what you make it, and having people be excited about Standard is half the battle, right? Like, that's fun to me. So yeah, I've been enjoying it quite a bit on Arena.
Absolutely. And then I think after Louisville, we have just a little slide for the event after that. November 2nd in Indianapolis, we're going to be doing Modern Showdown 10K on Saturday, and then a 5K Pioneer Showdown on Sunday. So, interesting to see what the Pioneer format's going to look like. We have, Duskmorn coming out right around when I think Duskmorn comes out a week before the Pioneer RC. And speaking of Pioneer, we've, been having some questions about what's going to happen to other formats, not just Modern, on this upcoming Monday, the Monday announcement. And there's been a little bit of chatter about Pioneer. Kind of tough to say exactly where the format should go from here. But I think regardless, with Duskmorn and Bloomburrow as well, some interesting things to think about for Pioneer.
Pioneer is in a really fascinating place, I think, because it's kind of feels like what, in a way, what Modern did before some of the Masters sets, or rather Horizon sets that were aimed at addressing particular things. What you have in Pioneer is several decks that are all very powerful at doing their own goldfish against each other, and that's the format, right? Like, there's a lot of it. And it's not just, people obviously are going to talk about, but it's Amalia and Vampires is just, it has a Sorin Vein Ripper that made it a deck that has a powerful early game that's hard to interact with. And obviously Phoenix is just, cycling through its deck, and then Nykthos is just making infinite mana. And it just kind of has a lot of decks that on the one hand, you could call them pillars of the format, but on the other hand, I don't know how many people like love them, right? So I would not be surprised. I guess like Pioneer feels like, Amalia feels like a difficult deck logistically, if I recall how it led to a 7-game Pro Tour semifinals.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. It's Pioneer feels like people want to be excited about it, or looking for a reason to be excited about it. And I think that there's new sets, and who knows what's going to happen Monday, but there's going to be, I think, more to come with the introduction as people start diving into it again, because Bloomburrow definitely added some stuff. All right, I got one for you. Here's a question.
Okay, what do we got?
let's swap over to Modern just for a minute. Assuming, if we live in a world where we believe Nadu does not exist next week, what do you think of the standout cards? Obviously, we've seen a lot of Modern Horizons 3. Do you think it's going to be that, or do you think it's like, is Yawgmoth on the comeback here? Like, what are you excited about in a post Nadu world?
Yawgmoth is a little. I'm not sure how I feel about Yawgmoth specifically. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be gravitating towards energy after Nadu goes, because it's kind of the easy. It's already one of the, obviously Nadu is in its own tier, but if you look at the tier below Nadu, there's some energy, some Tron, some Through the Breach, some, Mono Black was a deck that picked up a lot of popularity and kind of fell off a little bit. I don't know where that deck went, but my guess would be there's going to be a lot of energy. That's going to be the new deck to beat, or the new tier 1 deck. And then past that, it's going to be the decks that prey on energy, which I think the Eldrazi decks with All Is Dust have a reasonable matchup against them, because All Is Dust is just so good against the go wide Boros decks. I think it'll be a lot of those two decks. And then past that, maybe some Mono Black, maybe a little bit of, maybe Jeskai Control gets a resurgence too.
Well, that's what I think. That what's interesting is how good the energy package has been across decks, across archetypes, right? Because the energy control decks, and I don't, we don't have results in from today to see how everything's doing in the field. But they've been very good. And it stands to reason that they'll be very good in, some kind of hypothetical post-Nadu world. But on the other hand, Sun Cleanser is also a card. And now if everyone is taking 4 Harsh Mentor slots in their sideboard and turning them into Sun Cleanser spots, maybe things start to look very different. Like, that's the thing, is like things could open up and evolve in ways that we just aren't even thinking about, because we don't know what the top deck is going to be. If everyone gets to target energy with, you see it there, Sun Cleanser, you get to make them lose all their counters and they can't get them. It really, really is enough that it's, step 1 is energy, but we don't know what step 2 and step 3 are. And that's what's going to be really fun to watch unfold.
Yeah, and the other thing last thing I want to mention real quick about that is a lot of these, I guess more specifically red decks, but a lot of decks will sort of have to dedicate very specific sideboard slots to Nadu, where you have like the Harsh Mentors, and maybe there's that's the easiest one that I can come up with off the top of my head, because there's just not a lot of cards that are good against Nadu, to be honest with you. But it'll be interesting to see how those sideboard slots are now allocated now that you don't have to worry about it, assuming that it happens, of course.
Right.
Now that you don't have to worry about it anymore, maybe they can focus on, okay, well, I'm going to dedicate 1 or 2 more in sideboard slots to Jeskai, or maybe I'm going to play 1 or 2 more cards that are good against the One Ring, which is a card that Boros is notoriously bad against. So it'll be interesting to see how that, how that shakes out as well.
Yeah, it really feels like the entire Modern metagame kind of froze when we had Modern Horizons 3 come out. We played for about a week, then we had the Pro Tour, and it just froze, and we were just stuck in where we're at until we're not. But it just means that basically, like, all the excitement I had just kind of got delayed, and now I'm really excited to see everything get played out after this. We don't ever talk about Ruby Storm. I can't imagine it's going to get any better, because now no one's playing sideboard cards for it, and it's still not any good. But man, talk about a deck that a bunch of really good players played at a Pro Tour that just fell off the radar.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because I think that, I want to say it was,
Rhino?
I think it was it LSV that wrote an article or a tweet or something,
so.
where it was the win rate was about 33%, and I think he said it was maybe the worst deck he's ever played at a Pro Tour.
Yeah, I think he said the worst position deck he's ever played at a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard the story there. The little behind the scenes here is, and I don't know how much of this kind of stuff is exaggerated, but it's certainly a great story. As we watch Christian and Adam get off, as in the testing house, John Finkel was beating everyone with Storm, so they were like,
"Yep,
well, I guess we should just play Storm."
But it's John Finkel, right?
Yeah, that's the. Maybe they forgot to. John Finkel was beating everyone with Storm.
Yeah, John Finkel was beating everybody with a ham sandwich. Maybe it didn't have to be Storm.
It was amazing, though. Either way, the Pro Tour, of course, gave rise to Nadu, which you're watching. Adam Hawthorne pilot on your right. You got Christian Valenti on your left with Dimir Murktide, and we saw Spell Snare, an all-star in early Modern that's been making a huge comeback recently, hit that Walrus, and the Psychic Frog you were talking about follows up.
Yeah, Spell Snare is a card that we kind of didn't mention, in when we were talking about Christian's deck list, but there is, I think, 3 copies in Christian's deck. And, there was a period of time in Modern where maybe these control decks would play 1 copy of Spell Snare because it's good when you're on the draw. But I think the reality of the fact is, like, if you look at the 2-drops that people are playing, the Boros and Mardu decks are just loaded with 2s. Amped Raptor, Goblin Bombardment, Ajani, Orcish Bowmaster, Nightmare. There's just an endless number of 2-drops in these decks. And I don't think it matters. Like, the 2-drops in those decks are some of the best cards on turn 2 and turn 5 or turn 6. And you're not putting yourself in spots where Spell Snare is a dead card later in the game, similar to what it was in prior Moderns.
Oh, yeah. Well said. Here in the board is this, we're bestowing onto the halfling. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, this is a pretty heads up play from Adam. So typically, there's against the more like highly interactive decks you want to bestow, because if Christian has a removal spell and goes to kill the halfling, you would still get to keep that Spring Hardened into go.
Right.
So that's, something that Adam wants to, is keeping in mind. There is an interesting decision point, though, if you have Court of Calling, because if you bestow, that's one less body or one less mana for Court of Calling. So there's a little bit of give and take there. Love it. Psychic Frog getting in there. 2/3 halfling. You want to block? You want to bring it? I think Adam is content with taking the damage, most likely. I mean, it is interesting, though, because even if you block with Halfling, you get 2 cards out of Christian's hand, and you still get to keep the Nantuko. So Adam, you see he's laughing over there. But
yeah,
he's
I say this is they
block.
look like they're having fun at the table. I'll say that. So
yeah.
If you're having fun when you're playing Nadu, good for you.
All right, no blocks. Psychic Frog connecting, and Christian's going to pick up a new card. And I think I saw a Force Negation, a Sink into Stupor. Christian's hand got a lot of interaction. See if maybe he has a second threat to deploy here. A lot of fetching in Modern. That's just kind of the way it always has been, right?
We've been talking about... Ooh.
Speaking of fetching.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go take a break, talk about this. Harbinger of the Seas. That's my merfolk right there. Turns all your non-basics into islands, and what that means is Adam has 4 islands.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty funny. So Blood Moon is a tactic that these, Mardu and Boros decks frequently will turn to against Nadu. The problem is this is much, much worse than Blood Moon, because giving you access to blue mana means that, Adam has a bunch of islands and then can just make green off of the halfling anyways. Yeah. So does still have the ability to cast Nadu, so it's not quite as good as Blood Moon.
Yeah, and you also don't have the advantage of the deck where you most often see Harbinger of Merfolk, where you're going to Island Walk. We do see Force and Negation pitched to Psychic Frog, I imagine.
Yep, Psychic Frog got pitched to Force Negation, and that was in the Shuko. And that was a very heads-up play from Christian. Was worried about the possibility of Adam having that Nadu, because, again, as we said, the green mana from the Halfling, and if Adam does have the Nadu, you put yourself in a really bad spot if the Shuko does resolve. And presumably Christian's not going to get a ton of better targets for that Force Negation. So, is happy to just go ahead and make that trade. And we'll see what Christian wants to do here. There's some cards in the graveyard. Can maybe put that towards a Psychic Frog activation? Remember, I do remember that Christian had a copy of Sink into Stupor in the hand. Not exactly sure what is left over, though.
Okay, that's a good one to sit on. Shout out to chat, letting us know that Harbinger of the Seas is affectionately called Flood Moon.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. I actually hadn't heard that before today, but that is excellent.
The Flood Moon.
All right, block the Might on the Frog. It looks like Christian has like 3 cards in hand, I think. So definitely something to work with here. The Might hits the graveyard. And now we'll see what Christian does. It can certainly just pass if he's sitting on Sink into Stupor.
Yeah, Adam didn't want to give up the extra card from Christian, and, kind of assumes that there's not a ton of targets for that Haywire Mine anyways, so is content with just sort of gaining 2 life and effectively trading it for a random card, if that makes sense, because Christian would draw a card off of it and things like that. And, makes sense against this card too, because, it doesn't want to have it in play for the Orcish Bowmasters, but Christian does still have a target in the form of the Insect token. And that will bring along an Orc army as well. We'll see what Christian wants to do next.
Honestly, this is looking pretty nice and controlled from Valenti's side, right? Like, this is where you want to be. 4 turns into the game. You've got your Frog working. You've got some counter magic. I mean, you're kind of just drowning out Adam here, right?
Blue-black deck drowning out another player.
With the Harbinger of the Sea in play, of course.
No drowning the locks in Christian's deck, though. It's kind of a flavor fail.
It would be pretty good in this deck, huh?
One other interesting thing that I want to bring attention to is, the Magus of the, or Magus, Harbinger of the Seas. I'm just going to call it Magus of the Seas. It's fine. Chad knows what I'm talking about. That is limiting the access to green mana. So if Adam were to draw something like a copy of Court of Calling, that is currently not castable. Unless, even if there was, I guess there would have to be
Not
a
even
basic forest, where forest would give you a Spring Heart token, and that would give you, basic
Yes.
forest plus the 2 creatures. But
I was going to say he's not even close, but you're right that the landfall trigger would get you there. But he's going to need it fast because Valenti has deployed a Murktide Regent with 2 counters on it. So
still
this
good.
board is starting to fill up over here.
Yeah, and with Adam on 20, if we take a look at the damage that is on the board currently, the Murktide's a 5/5. The Psychic Frog can... Okay, I think there's only 1 card in the graveyard here for Christian. So if Christian, say, discards 2 to the Frog, maybe 1 of them is a spell, then you can exile 3 cards to the Frog. That will trigger the Murktide because a spell is leaving the graveyard. So the Frog will be 3, the Murktide would be 6, that's 9. It would be interesting if Christian could get the 10 in the air here to put Adam on a 2-turn clock, guaranteed. And we are going to go, okay. So we're going to go into the red zone. And I wonder if Christian is going to do what I said and discard cards to make it a 2-turn clock. It looks like we are going there.
Yeah, I think you might be right. There goes Lorien Revealed. There goes Watery Grave. 2 counters on the Psychic Frog. There goes the Toxic Deluge. 3 counters on the Psychic Frog. There go those 3 cards from the graveyard. There's counters on the Murktide. Here comes the hit for, you said it, a lot. Enough to knock Adam down to a life total that he is probably dead next turn. He's at 9, and that'll do it. He's just going to scoop them up. Christian Valenti taking down game 1 cleanly with Dimir Murktide.
Yeah, I mean, that game really all came down to Harbinger of the Seas. Adam's mana was a little bit awkward there, had a bunch of non-basic lands, did have access to the Delighted Halfling for green mana, but didn't have the Nadu. And yeah, really just kind of got buried under that. And then Christian was able to find a Murktide and close out the game with that. But yeah, let's take a look and see if we can get sideboards pulled up on screen, because we're going to go to the post board games and we'll see what Adam has to work with. So sideboard here for Adam: 1 Barenton Forge Tender. Is that a Scheming Fence? I think it is. Yeah, Scheming Fence, 1 Soulless Jailer, a Kitesail Larcenist. There's that Titania again, Corbin. A Teferi Time Raveler, a Run Afoul, 2 Spell Pierce, a Veil of Summer, 2 Dismember, a Vexing Bauble, and 2 copies of the One Ring. So against blue-black deck with a lot of counter spells and other interaction, presumably you would want this Veil of Summer, maybe Spell Pierces to fight over other counter spells. Teferi Time Raveler can sort of do a similar thing. And then I kind of think I like this Titania too.
I'm not going to lie, Titania does seem good here, right? You're going to fight over the first 3 or 4 things. You're both going to be kind of needing a big play, and Titania is a lot more impactful than drawing a wall of roots or whatever else, right? You just need to give your deck some other hits when you can expect nothing but a wall of interaction from a blue-black deck after boarding, right? After that, I don't know. I don't know exactly where you want Kitesail. Maybe it's just I'm sorry, Kitesail, wrong card. This is, you probably want to look at Teferi here as well, right? If you can get Teferi in play, bounce a frog, that's pretty good. There's some options for sure. What you want to cut is you just want to kind of board down them wherever you want to board down on your combo, but you need to be prepared now if you're Adam, and it's certainly being down a game is going to make things more difficult. It's going to be an uphill battle because the blue-black deck, and we can take a look at Christian's sideboard here, but we saw how much interaction it was able to put up in game 1, and that's just going to increase games.
Oh yeah, so let's take a look and see what Christian has to work with in his sideboard. So there are 3 Consigned to Memories, 2 Stern Scolding, 3 Break the Ice, a Glistening Deluge, 2 Mystical Dispute, a Toxic Deluge, 2 Nihil Spellbomb, and 1 Unlicensed Hearse. So Stern Scolding is interesting, where it can counter some of the smaller stuff, but doesn't fight over the Nadu, the Shuko, or any of the Court of Calling or Summoner's Pact. So that one, maybe you want that because just to fight over the Mana Dorks. And then past that, similar thing with Deluge, where it kills some of the stuff, but not everything. Mystical Dispute is pretty good at fighting over the card Nadu on the stack, so you might want to go towards that. And then as well as that Toxic Deluge has got to be a slam dunk here.
Yeah, this certainly seems like, even if you get 5 more cards in or whatever, if you're Christian, wherever you decide to trim, you're going to end up with a very, very high amount of interactive cards. So this is going to be, either it's going to be a very fast combo for Adam, or it's going to be a very, very grindy matchup, right? Because Christian is going to be determined to not get comboed out here. With that said, we've talked, and we had people on interview. We've told us we've had people obviously who have played this format and shared their stories. Everyone has the bad beats story of how Nadu won through X pieces of removal, right? Because it can just do that sometimes. So that is to set the stage. These players are 5-1 here in round 7 of the NRG Championship Series. The winner looking very good for top 8. The loser going to have a big sweat for their last round.
Yes, exactly. And one thing I wanted to bring up here is that we mentioned when we were discussing the preview of the match, where Nadu is very, very good. If you can get Nadu onto the battlefield, it's good against removal, because every time you use a targeted removal spell on Nadu, you're always going to be up a card in the exchange. Well, if Nadu is never drawn or Nadu never hits the battlefield, then you don't really have to worry about that.
All right, looks like Adam also going to start a card down, it seems. Christian looking good over there. Dimir Murktide making a comeback here. I don't know, what's considered to be favored in the matchups here, but I will say that Christian looked like he was extremely prepared for how the matchup played out and what mattered in that first game, and made it look pretty good from the Murktide side.
Oh, yeah. I think Adam has found a hand that he likes. We're going to start off with a Windswept Teeth and a Shuko. So interesting that we are going towards that instead of a Mana Dork. It's nice for Adam because it doesn't have to worry about something like a Fatal Push on his turn 1 play. And Christian also does not have a Force Negation. Now, looking at Christian's deck list, I just want to double check. I don't think there is any way to remove that from the battlefield. There is no Otawara. Okay, I lied. There's 1 Brazen Borrower and 2 Sink into Stupor. So those are that's what we're looking at here for Christian. If
technically answers is what I'd call those.
Yeah, temporary answers. See what Adam's follow-up is here. Maybe something like Wall of Roots plus an additional 1-drop to get more stuff onto the battlefield. Maybe setting up for a turn 3 Nadu.
Yeah, he's certainly thinking about it, right? Putting a lot of thought into it. And you might just think, oh, you have a 1-drop, you slam your 1-drop. But we went for Shuko on 1, and now we played the 1-drop creature on 2. The Might.
Beatdowns.
Put Shuko on it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
This is what we call beatdowns. 2-1. Christian, what's your life total? 20? 10 turns. I'll see you in 9 turns. Lovely basics here. What are you more of a fan of, Corbin? I want to get your opinion on this. Are you a fan of
for me in this case, it's these Zendikar ones. I'll tell you that.
Really? Okay.
I started playing around that time, and they were like the first full art lands I saw. And yeah, I think they're amazing. But we've been looking at that all day. We've had some nice altered lands. Will was saying from an Alterus that he enjoys earlier on camera. Like, what do you prefer here? Are you more of these new school, everything's awesome full arts? You like a nice clean? I'm not sure what set that is there for Adam. Is that?
It's Urza's Saga.
There you go.
Saga. I'm a big fan of the sort of more older like these retro lands.
Mm-hmm.
I have the one I've been using a lot of Portal basics. Portal, I don't know what it is, but Portal just has some really good basic land artwork. They're relatively inexpensive too. Maybe you can even find them from Nerd Rage Gaming as well. They might have some in their online store. Don't quote me on that because I don't know if they actually have them in stock, and Norm's going to yell at me if I say they did. But if they do, then you can go to the store and check it out. As we see a Nadu here from Adam being cast.
Wow,
and, with Shuko on the battlefield.
Just pulling the trigger on it. No fear into 2 mana.
See, this is what we were talking about. Christian doesn't have a counter spell, has a removal spell, but Adam is up in the exchange. And, Adam's kind of okay with that.
Actually, up even needed more. A target, couldn't hit that Haywire Might.
Right, up even more because I forgot about the initial Shuko trigger. So even
Yeah.
basically, Adam is up 3 cards in that exchange because he drew 2 cards and got the go for the throat out of Christian's hand. So really good exchange here for Adam.
Yeah, just a casual 3-for-1 against a control deck.
I know, right? Just
That's a counterspell check. I mean, there's a massive difference there between and counterspell, that's for sure. And just like that, Adam's hand is refilled, and there's a second blue for Christian. Go ahead and shocks it in.
that
Let's
might
see
as
what
well
the
be
play-
as good as Divination against Jund.
Yeah. Reasonable. All right, well, here we go. He just passes the turn back. So, all right, well, the damage was done. You got all the cards off of Nadu. Adam obviously comes out massively ahead in the advantage. That said, now Nadu is not in play. Christian has mana open. Keep the defenses up at the cost of your life total. Does Haywire Might beat down, which, by the way, is now up to 6.
Beats 6. Yeah, Christian's gonna die to the Haywire Might. That's what I'm saying. I think I
It
saw a
might just
copy
be
of
4, sorry, because of the shock, but it's getting there regardless.
close enough, Adam's hand's pretty good. Adam, I think, has Summoner's Pact, Endurance, Springheart, and Tugo. Got a lot of options here. You could go, if you have the 4th land, you could maybe go Summoner's Pact, play second Nadu, and try to draw some cards. Or you could just hold up the Endurance, which it looks like that's what Adam is doing. And I like this. You get Christian to fight on his own turn, make him tap some mana, and then maybe if Christian taps enough mana, you can figure you're safe to go for a Nadu. And if Christian doesn't tap mana, well, then you got 5 power, and he's at 14, so you're significantly increasing your clock.
All right, it resolves. Ships the go for the throat to the bottom. I did catch that Valenti just drew a spell snare there. Has a ton of cards in hand.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a land drop, right? Somebody did miss a land drop. No, Christian was on the
draw.
Okay. Oh, so Adam missed a land drop last turn. Okay, that's what it was.
Yes. So, and Christian, though, reduced to playing the Sink into Stupor, tapped as a land. Very on top of it with the untapping for Adam. Okay, Adam does hit a land there.
It's a fetch land, too. So you could even go Springheart Dantuko into fetch land. We're going to go for the wall. Yeah, you can go wall, then Springheart Dantuko, then play the fetch land. And this is good because that'll set up a really big Court of Calling here for Adam. But that's going to be met with a Spell Snare. So now this Springheart Dantuko is looking a little bit worse because now you have to play the fetch land first. So maybe doesn't want to go towards that. Maybe just... Okay, we are going to crack the fetch. Wonder what we're going here for Adam. And as I saw Adam thumbing through the deck list, I think I didn't mention this during the sideboarding, but the One Rings did come in as well, which yeah, those are pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're certainly not under a ton of pressure in this, as you can see in this sort of middle game here from Valenti on your life total. So if you could actually sneak a One Ring under, you're going to get some amount of value off of it, and the life total you can probably work with. So here we go. We had Spell Snare number 1. Then we go with Spell Snare number 2. The beatdown. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, Plan B is looking totally fine here for Adam. Just these these random beatdowns. Christian, if he takes 5, he's going to fall to 9, and yeah, we hit the fatal push. The Haywire Might.
I mean, that's actually a clutch fatal push for a bunch of reasons. One, that saving the damage is clearly not irrelevant at this point. You need all the life you can get. But also, it's a nice mana-efficient use of that 3rd mana there because Christian is now actually in a position to turn the corner. You're facing down just an Endurance. You're untapping into a minimum of 4 mana, possibly 5. This is the chance to turn the corner. I see a Sink into Stupor at least. So with a little bit of life total to work here, Christian on Dimir Murktide with that fatal push to give himself a little bit of a window, now has an opportunity to take control.
Well, you mentioned Adam only has an Endurance, but if we take a look at the mana base, there is that sneaky copy of Shifting Woodlands in the graveyard there for Adam. And if we take a look at the graveyard, we have Artifact, Creature, Enchantment, and Land with a Nadu ready to go and a Shuko in play. So that Shifting Woodland could spell the end, and Christian's going to tap out here, to play that Murktide, kind of has to put pressure in play, and we might just be going to game 3 here in just a minute.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Adam might have saw it. Now he's rereading it because he went very quickly, seemed to have a plan. There we go. You called it. Turn it on. Copy here. But you have to not miss. This is one of those positions where technically the deck could miss.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee for sure. There's certainly, you only have 4 triggers, so I would actually say it's kind of likely that the game's not going to be over this turn. Now that I think about it,
and look at that, very very much just no lands coming into play. That'll slow things down.
I think Adam might have a second copy of Nantuko, so you can go fetch Delighted Halfling. And then if you hit 2 lands off of the next 2 from the Halfling, that's 2 mana to cast Nantuko. That'll give you 2 more. So there is a potential for Adam to still win this turn, but he kind of has to he basically has to play the Halfling and hit runner lands off of the next 2.
Which is not, I mean, look, he just went 4 in a row non-lands. So there's definitely some in there. We're fetching one out now, but
there's a few.
It is well within the realm of possibility that Adam is able to get there here.
Thinking about what to fetch too, having a little bit of difficulty here. Basic count, there is only 2 basic forests in Adam's deck. So if he wants to get an untapped green source, it has to be a breeding pool. Or Temple Garden, I guess.
Sure.
Nonetheless, it's a shock either way.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the clock too much because the Murktide's a 6/6, and I think the fetch shock puts Adam down to 13, and 13 is not a multiplicative of 2, right?
Yeah, and what Adam is concerned about, Cord?
Ooh.
Cord doesn't do it either, right?
Yeah, Cord doesn't do a ton here because the only 2 creatures you have untapped are the Halfling and the Endurance.
There we go. The others were everything else was in hand. Just revealed so Christian could write it down with a lot of information. Now, this is where that Toxic Deluge you mentioned would be pretty clutch for Christian to clear out a couple of the creatures. But even still, I guess that Shifting Woodland is kind of difficult to interact with, no?
Right. Yeah, Christian can't really interact with the land that well.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me read the text on a card real quick. I forget the exact text. Now, Break the Ice is only lands that are snow or could produce colorless, and I believe the Shifting Woodland cannot produce colorless.
It makes green. Yeah.
Yeah. So never mind. I was thinking maybe Christian had it out, but I mean, it does have an out on the turn where Woodland is activated. Can then use a removal spell once it is a Nadu, but has to wait for it. And like you mentioned, Toxic Deluge being one of Christian's better cards here, that Woodlands does dodge the Deluge, and that is big.
Yeah. Instead, Christian just plays a frog, attacks with a Murktide coming in for some damage. This is a bit of an interesting game, I guess, as much as Nadu comboing off can be, but it is not often that you see them whiff that hard on lands. So all of a sudden this game's somewhat interesting, especially if Adam has to kind of do the same thing next turn to reactivate that and then hope to not whiff again. A little bit of tension here, taking a hit from a Murktide.
Yeah, so I don't remember. Did we update Adam's life total after the fetch shock? I don't think we did. Because I thought Adam was at 16 before the fetch shock. Because I mean, it's not going to change too much with the clock. Okay, we're debating.
Looks like Adam's considering the block here.
That is interesting. So, essentially, willing to trade 2 Nadu triggers for 6 life. Okay.
Well, the difference between this turn and last turn, despite looking obviously very similar, is that Christian now has access to 2 mana again, and I see a Fatal Push. So
2 sneaky mana.
Yeah, as you said, Fatal Push can target. So will it still have if it becomes a copy of Nadu, will its CMC be 3 or 0?
It would still be 3. Okay. But if Adam were to spend a bunch of mana on... Okay, what are we doing? We're going for the One Ring. Interesting.
All right.
Because I was going to say, Christian doesn't have the ability to get Revolt here, so would not be able to use Fatal Push to kill the Nadu, but could maybe use the Fatal Push to kill the Delighted Halfling. And there was also this interesting... Okay. Oh, right. Okay. The halfling made the ring uncounterable because, okay, that's what I was missing. So uncounterable ring, even, Christian's counterspell not doing a ton against the delighted halfling. And then following up with a wall of roots. I'm getting confirmation from production that life totals are currently correct. So Adam on 16, Christian's life total probably doesn't matter that much, to be fair.
Well, for a while, it certainly looked like it would, right? He was
That's
getting beat
true.
down for 5.
The Haywire might beat down.
Super relevant. This game has certainly taken a turn since then. Adam's spamming out the board. Adam has Cordon Calling in hand, and then we are going to get Fatal Push on Wall.
All right, so Walrus is going to get taken down. Adam is going to use the ring in response while Christian is shields down on Bowmasters. That's pretty heads up from Adam. And then looks like Walfritz is going to hit the graveyard, and then got a couple of halflings left over. And I think Christian's last card is Land Counterspell. And Counterspell not doing a ton against not only the delighted halfling making Nadu uncounterable, but also the copy of Woodlands, which can't be countered anyways. So Adam's got plenty of recourse against the card Counterspell.
Yeah, there's a lot of we kind of lumped delighted halfling in with all other mana dorks, right? But there's a lot of hidden power that comes in that little mana dork's ability, and it comes up whenever you forget about it. But there's a number in this deck. What is this?
That is a Glistening Deluge. From my time playing Standard, I know that card all too well. Glistening Deluge is 3 mana. It gives all creatures -1/-1 until end of turn, and creatures that are green and or white get an additional -2/-2. So it's a way to clean up all of the delighted halflings and make sure that Christian can keep all of his stuff. And that's huge because that means that if Adam goes for a Nadu next turn, there's going to be a lot less triggers that he'd have access to.
Yeah, that's massive. Not only is that the perfect answer just in general, it's a great piece of tech out of your sideboard. But in this particular circumstance, if he goes back to just activating the Woodland as a Nadu to try to go back through that line, it's less mana, not just fewer triggers, but also less mana to play with after. So we'll see here. Spell Pierce, though, entering the hand now for Adam, along with a Veil of Summer. So
it's
shields went up very quickly.
Yeah, it's also kind of funny that Christian has that counterspell as leftover, and Christian with the counterspell, seeing the Veil and the Spell Pierce, has got to be like, he killed the delighted halflings to turn on his counterspell, and now it's back offline. But as you said, the mana constraints here for Adam are going to make the Spell Pierce and the Veil of Summer a lot harder to cast on this combo turn.
Yeah, look, we talked about in the sideboarding that Adam better be prepared to go deep into this because Christian's deck's going to be a wall of interaction. I mean, I'd say this is going pretty deep, activating your Shifting Woodland multiple turns in a row to start Shukoing for value, not to win. So this is a really well-played and interesting game from both sides, that's for sure. Just a ton of cards in hand for Adam, but not really able to do much due to the mana constraints. He's kind of just spinning his wheels without finding lands off of it.
Adam hit a ton of Nadu triggers this game and just really, really bricked on a whole bunch of lands. We're going to discard.
Wow.
Yeah, we just can't play anything. Crazy.
Okay.
And now with Adam on 15, Christian can fly the frog. There's 2 spells in the graveyard, so the frog would be... Ooh, cantrip is nice. So every cantrip Christian finds not only is one more, go a card deeper with Frog. It's kind of break even with Frog, but it's one more point of damage for the Murktide because the Frog can exile 3 spells. That'll pump the Murktide X3. There's honestly a chance that Adam could take lethal this turn. Yeah,
and Preordain is a great one too. Just scry 2, then draw. You get a dig. We've seen already the power of digging and praying. This tournament has worked out very well for people. And Preordain lets you get pretty deep. Here goes the combat. Big hit. Players chatting about it here.
Yeah, doing a little bit of chatting.
Staring on the last 2 cards in his hand, looking over his graveyard. Maybe trying to figure out the math that you're talking about to figure out just what we can do with the Psychic Frog and the Murktide here.
So with 2 cards in hand, let's assume I didn't catch what the second card is, but if they're both spells, you discard 2 to the frog. That's +2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then there's 5 spells in the graveyard. 9 plus 5 is 14. That puts Adam down to 1, and the ring is on 1. So I think I think this might just be lethal. Yeah,
it seems like Christian's seen the same line you do.
All right, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, put Adam down to 1, and then he dies to his own One Ring. Crazy, crazy.
That's for sure.
Now, is there something that Adam could have on his upkeep with the ring trigger on the stack?
The might is in his graveyard. So no easy life.
Looking at the deck list. Larcenous wouldn't do it. Scheming Fence wouldn't do it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Endurance shuffle the might chord.
Okay, yeah, you could go. Do you have enough mana? I guess you could pitch cast the Endurance.
That was, yes. That's the only possible line, I think.
There's no mana.
You need 5 mana to chord and activate the thing. So that is, you're on. Yeah. But I guess that's how you don't die here if you're Adam.
Oh, no. Actually, chat brings up a very good point. So you can. Does that work? I don't actually know how this works, but if you. Right, if you woodlands to copy. Is there a One Ring in the graveyard? I don't think.
Yeah, you could legendary rule out the one with counters, and then when the trigger resolves, you take 0. Is that what we're looking at?
You could also woodlands the Haywire Might, use the Haywire Might to kill the ring, go up to 3, lose 1 down to 2.
What absolute work the land is doing this game, huh?
This woodlands has looked insane. This is the best woodlands I've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. You think they're limited cards until something like this happens.
Yeah, you think that the extra text on the card is just flavor text, but I mean, to be fair, Shifting Woodlands was a card that I think had a lot of buzz around it in spoiler season. A lot of people were talking about like copying Omniscience and all of these really, really big things that you can copy with it. And it turns out just copying 3-mana Simic cards is the best thing you can do.
Turns out, there you go. Check it out, Shifting Woodland Delirium you have to have, but once you have it, it's a Nadu, it's a ring, it's a Haywire Might, it's whatever you need it to be at the cost of all of your mana.
God, this is such a cool game. Where,
I agree.
Like you said, we've just had to see this. The Shifting Woodlands has done so much work this game. It's not only like allowed Adam to play around Fatal Push, it allowed him to play around counter spells, it allowed him to play around the Sweeper, the Glistening Deluge that one turn. Like it's kind of just done everything as we see Adam lining up some mana here. This is a very, very tricky turn. Have we not gone to damage yet? I wonder if we have. Not sure. Okay, I think we're doing stuff in phase. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll check it on the live totals, but safe to say one more hit will be lethal from Christian. So if we are, there we go. That's a handshake from Adam. Christian Valenti taking it down. Dimir Murktide moving to 6-1, looking very good for the top 8 right there. Very nicely done. What a match we just saw.
Yeah, that was a crazy match. Like, you know, we got to see the Shifting Woodland in action. That card just did a ton of work for Adam. But at the end of the day, like you mentioned, had a bunch of opportunities to hit lands off the Nadu triggers and really just missed on a lot of those lands. You can imagine if Adam had access to more mana that game, able to deploy more spells, likely would have been able to cross the finish line. But, you know, it turns out Nadu can brick.
It's a very rare, but it can happen. All right, moving on. I think next up we are going to hit some ads. As a reminder, all of our winners get not just the prizes, the glory, the points, the invites, all of that. You get a custom token of yourself, courtesy of Inkland Tokens. Check it out. All Showdown winners will get one. We saw Dom Harvey's on camera earlier. You see Nikachu's there on camera. All of these winners, you're going to see these people again later this year, of course, at the Championship Series. And we want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Ultimate Guard, for helping make all of this possible and for, of course, creating some great products for us to use. Well, that, I think, is going to wrap us up for round 7. Devin, we are going to be back for round 8, win and ends for the top 8. All of it on the line coming up next round. So make sure, everyone, to stick with us and hit that follow button if you can. If you don't mind using those Prime subscriptions you have available, hanging out with us all day on Twitch. We really appreciate your follows and your support. We'll see you on the other side for round 8. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We are in Madison this weekend, and it is time. I'm Corbin Hostler. I'm Devin O'Donnell, joined by Devin O'Donnell. It is time for round 8 of Modern, and this will decide who gets to keep playing into the evening for our top 8 after a great day of Magic. Welcome into the final round of Swiss, Devin.
Oh yeah, we have quite a bit of a banger here. We have Daniel on the left-hand side of your screen playing Colorless Tron, and Dexon on the right playing Boros Energy. One thing that you'll notice that is absent from this match, no copies of Nadu, Corbin. This
No
is
copies of Nadu.
Bit of a pair down. The way that the standings kind of broke down, it looks like the first 3 tables drew and there were 2 win-and-ins. I think this might not be a win-and-in, but depending on what happens, maybe Daniel's breakers are good. So we'll have to see what happens as we see a Ragavan on turn 1. This isn't 2022. What's that doing there?
Yeah, and also we have to say, look, if you are live for top 8, that's great. If you're not live for top 8, you're live for top 16, and top 16, top 32, all of these things give you points on the NRG circuit that accumulate. And if you accumulate enough, you of course qualify for the championship, the $35,000 championship at the end of the year. That's what both of these players are trying to do. And Zhang with Ragavan into Blood Moon. There you go.
I mean, pretty good start against the Tron deck. And so it's actually interesting because one of the Tron decks that we saw earlier on camera today was kind of the Through the Breach one. And Blood Moon, not as good against that deck because they still have, they can just cast Through the Breach through a Blood Moon. But the Blood Moon, much better against the Colorless Tron deck. They're, really relying on that fast mana, and especially that Ugin's Labyrinth. That Daniel is now down a card from the Labyrinth and now doesn't have access to 2 mana. So it's going to be pretty tough to come back from. As far as, now that being said, with the Talisman, Daniel still does have access to some good plays, has Karn the Great Creator. The Talisman also produces Colorless, so could potentially go to something like Thought-Knot Seer. And we can't forget about everybody's favorite card, the One Ring, too.
That's right. All of these cards are still very playable. I mean, the Blood Moon feels good, but if your Tron opponent then just goes, One Ring into One Ring or something, just starts curving cards that they can play because they did still get a Talisman out, that is still dangerous, right? It's still very scary. You have to be able to follow it up. Dano's only at 16. He's got a long way to go if you're Zhang to try to finish it off. Obviously, Guide of Souls is a little bit of added pressure. That'll get something. There's a Lightning Bolt. I guess that's some direct pressure. But that's the plan. You must just got to get there. You've just got to go face and get there. But it looks like, by the way, Daniel was not able to follow up with the land. So you were right. Very much counting on that extra man.
Yep, and there is another basic mountain here for Dexon. The hand leftovers, I think is that 2 more copies of Ragavan? Yeah, it looks like 2 Ragavans and a Flage. So, the leftovers for Dexon, not super great, but doesn't really need a ton of leftovers when you have the Blood Moon already in play with this Ragavan connecting. And funny enough, the Ragavan hit 2 Tron lands, which, Daniel kind of wanted to draw those given the current board state and the current situation. So Daniel's going to fall to 13. The Flage is going to put him down to 10. Get a little bit of energy off the Guide of Souls. And yeah, this is really just going to come down to, can Daniel find a land here, maybe to have something like a One Ring, and that, maybe can bridge him and buy him enough time to get to something like All Is Dust.
That's what he needs. A really textbook Boros Energy game here by Zhang. All right. Top of the deck. Daniel, did it help you? I see in All His Dust. That's where he wants to get eventually.
Doesn't have enough for that one.
I don't think we'll be getting there this time. Past the turn.
All right. No land here for Daniel. Dexon's going to untap. A lot of power in play. Doesn't quite have enough cards in the graveyard to get towards that Flage. So an attack for 3, that's going to put Daniel down to, I believe, 4. And Ragavan, usually, sometimes when you're on the other side of things, you're like, oh, well, I just want to draw spells. I don't
Right.
mind Ragavan hitting lands, but Daniel really just needs to find any lands here.
Yeah, and it's rough
Right.
too. It's brutal because if Daniel was able to get that land last turn, would have very much been live because he would have actually survived the turn that Zhang just took and then got to untap. As it is now, I think it may be just a turn too late. Although Daniel's perking up, thinking about it, looking through the hand, trying to figure out what we can do with 4 mana here. Thought-Knots here is a blocker, and wow, Ragavan flooded is Zhang. The game got more interesting, didn't it?
So there's 1 energy. Zhang could play the second Ragavan to go up in energy, and then
Drew
if
land.
he drew another creature, that would get him to 3 energy, and that would mean the Guide of Souls would be able to jump the Ragavan for lethal. But if there's not a creature drawn, there
No, it looks
might
like he
be...
drew. I think he drew a Marsh Flats. I think that this game is not over. Wow.
Interestingly enough, Dexon still could just put the Ragavan in the graveyard, not only just for the energy, but also just to have another card in the graveyard for Flage.
For Flage, yeah.
And it looks like this is kind of heads up because, ooh, yeah. See, Daniel knowing about that second Ragavan is just going to block the Guide of Souls. It's like, you know what? I'll take a
I love
Ragavan
this.
hit. It's fine.
Another land.
Okay, so what was that? 5 Ragavan hits, and 4 of them were lands. That's
that
tough.
time Daniel wanted him to hit a land, I think.
Maybe.
Bring Gigantha to hand. Well, he didn't want him to find anything he could cast, that's for sure. Gigantha to...
Yeah, we just have enough to cast the Gigantha from the treasures.
Wow, we've just been stacking treasures. Now Gigantha's in play, and it's a lethal threat. There's a land for Daniel. Up to 5. 6 with the Talisman. That is enough. Or I'm sorry, 5, because there's a card underneath the Labyrinth. But 5 is able to play something. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. That is, I think, a Sowing Mycospawn, I believe. Okay, so Mycospawn's going to fetch another land. Now we have 2 blockers. Another land gets Daniel to 6, and then if Daniel draws another land next turn, that is 7 for all his dust. Well, so there is still a way out.
No, this is, in fact, I mean, look, we don't have an advantage bar working here, but it might be ticking back over to Daniel's favor at this point because these blocks are fine. He can jump block Gigantha with his small creature while his big creature eats a Ragavan, but then he untaps and he's in the clear having ramped again. And look, we don't know exactly what's in his hand, but surely he can cast some spells now with this much mana.
Get a card off the top here for Dexon. What is it? What are we looking at here? Spending some mana. We found Amped Raptor. That's
okay, lots of outs.
Take a bolt. I mean, there's tons of cards that
4 lands.
4.
Discharge.
That is
should do
enough,
it,
right? Yep.
Yeah.
She can kill the Thought-Knots here, and then 2 attackers, 1 blocker.
Should be good enough. Math checks out. Great game.
Yeah, this was a funny one where, Daniel kept a pretty reasonable hand. Dexon had the nuts against Tron, which is the turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 Blood Moon. And, but Daniel still had some fight. There was definitely a spot there where after that turn, after the Mycospawn, if he had one more turn, could have found land number 7 for all his dust, but just wasn't quite enough to get there.
Yeah, I say great game. Daniel obviously stumbled early, but that was a result of how well the Boros player was able to come out. But then he fought back. He came back, and we're going to get another game to watch out of it because that was a pretty fun one. Now, remember, both of these players playing for key points on the NRG series, if not possibly a chance at top 8. And that's what is huge here because we are building towards that NRG championship, $35,000 championship, that is, at the end of the season. That's what these players are playing these events to garner points for. And that means that whether you are in the top 8 or just having a good day of Magic, how you finish matters. And both of these players heading towards the last games of Swiss. We can take a look at their sideboards to see what they will look towards to try and finish their day. Colorless Tron, Daniel Glownick, Walking Ballista, Haywire Might, Wormcoil. You see, of course, all of these Karn cards available, making it less of a sideboard and more of a Karn board. And what do you do then in this case? Devin, is really anything to be done? And you just kind of roll with what you have and grab your Karn?
There's not a lot here. I mean, there's some circumstances where, so if you're playing something like a Tron Mirror and you have enough just completely dead cards, something like an All Is Dust, for example,
Yeah.
where this card just doesn't have any text, you can maybe board in some of the weaker one ofs that you're not gonna search for as often. But I don't think we have that situation here. I think it's just you're gonna keep the deck mostly intact. And then real quickly, just we see the players down here. I just want to run over Dexon's sideboard, excuse me, real quick. 4 Harsh Mentor, 3 Sun Cleanser, 2 Celestial Purge, a Gigantha, a Soul Guide Lantern, an Unlicensed Hearse, a Magus of the Moon, a Blood Moon, and a Bone Crusher Giant. Sort of already pre-boarded for the matchup, does have the moons in the main, but there is more moons in the board, so we're going to bring in those two. Past that, I mean, Harsh Mentor is okay against like Expedition Map and some weird stuff like that, but it's maybe a little bit too narrow. So yeah, really just gonna bring in those Blood Moons, maybe not a ton else.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how things might look in a hypothetical post-Nadu world and decks that are using sideboard slots on other decks. Well, if you looked at it there, you saw 4 Harsh Mentors and 3 Sun Cleansers, I think. That's half your sideboard to 2 decks that just came out that's being devoted. And maybe that means you have fewer cards for, say, something like Tron. Although, as you said, the Blood Moon's a very nearly amount to all you need. But that said, we'll see what they're able to pull off here. You, of course, looking not just for sideboard cards in these games, but a general game plan. And that's what Dexon's looking for as you look over this hand and ships it to the bottom as well. I saw a Ragavan there, but I don't think it had the mana to make it work. So going to have to go a little deeper. You definitely want an aggressive hand here. You're going to be on the draw. So you want some amount of interaction, but not a lot because you just want to keep the pressure on as the energy player against the Tron deck trying to go over the top. Or you're just looking for a Blood Moon, right? Is that good enough? Any 6 and a Blood Moon?
Blood Moon and a Ragavan, maybe. How about that? No, that second hand, or the hand that Dexon was just looking at, was 1 land Ragavan, and I think that if the 1 land was not Elegant Parlor, Dexon might have considered keeping, but the fact that it was Elegant Parlor as a 1-lander means that your Ragavan is not connecting until turn 3 at the earliest. But yeah, I mean, Ragavan, we've talked about a lot how Ragavan has sort of been falling out of favor in the format because there's more stuff that kills 1 toughness. You have Ocelot Pride, which just sort of blanks it, doesn't even trade for it, it just kind of blocks it in combat. Orcish Bowmasters, Ragavan not looking so good against that card. So there's a lot more of these cards that are good against Ragavan. Now, that being said, there are matchups where Ragavan shines, and this is certainly one of them, because Daniel doesn't have a lot of spot removal, not a lot of ways to kill it, and Daniel just wants time to set up the mana, and, Ragavan is a card that gives you less time.
That said, Dexon doesn't have it. Found a hand that was acceptable, though. Has a fetch land. Will have what he wants. Daniel going to sneak a card underneath the Labyrinth. And just pass the turn back, ready to crack the map. So both players going a little slower here in the second game.
Well, we say slow, but there is still a Nuggets Labyrinth. That could still set up the 1 ring on turn 3. But doesn't quite have the ability to Tron. Daniel was certainly looking for a second Tron piece, but doesn't quite have that. We see an Elegant Parlor here for Dexon. I believe the hand looks like, is that just Amped Raptor and a bunch of lands? I think it might be.
That's a Plains, a Foundry, a Hub. It might be a Mesa, and that's Raptors. So
yeah.
That said, kept it on top with the Parlor, so let's hope it was a good one. It was a Johnny. It's a pretty good one.
Okay. So now if you're Dexon, do you go for a Johnny first or Raptor? I think you Raptor first just to try and high roll the Blood Moon.
Yeah, you just also just want to put as much into play as you can. That's not a Blood Moon, but it's not bad.
It might be the next best thing, as far as 3 mana is concerned. And, heads up play from Dexon, obviously, playing that hub to make sure he had the 3rd energy to be able to play that Fable. But that's kind of exactly why you play Aether Hub. The Boros deck does have a decent amount of 3-drops, right? Blood Moons, Fables, Flages. And every time you have turn 2 Aether Hub Amped Raptor, it just gives you that high roll potential. And now, we talked about last turn how Dexon had a bunch of lands left over in hand. Now he can convert those lands and try to find actual spells to help progress the game.
Yeah, that Amped Raptor just did so much work there. And you mentioned the heads up part of it, allowing him to get that Fable into play. And because that happened, the difference between discarding, rummaging with those cards this turn, like this coming turn, versus the turn after that, is if you had just drawn and played the Fable, it's just massive. It makes it so much more relevant. Not to mention, you're going to get the treasure from the token immediately. That amped up the pressure so quickly. And here we go. It's a good thought knot from Daniel. Going to get rid of the Ajani. You see all of those lands from Dexon, but Dexon's going to see 3 brand new cards on this turn.
Yeah, and imagine if that Fable was just kind of like some random other. I mean, there's a bunch of things it could have been, but I think a specific. Oh, and he found the Flage too.
Okay.
So the Flage is going to go to the graveyard, and with that Arena of Glory, that could spell a lot of damage here coming for Dexon. Now, graveyard count currently, I believe there is Flage and 2 other cards.
Yes.
It's interesting to me that Dexon chose to discard the fetch land instead of the basic. Because if you discarded the basic, you could then use the fetch to go +1 more card in the graveyard.
Right.
But I think that there's also some consideration to not wanting to discard the second basic planes in case he draws Blood Moon. So there's a bit of tension there.
Yeah, and given how important Blood Moon is, right? That's what he's going. And you might have even been planning, if he'd drawn it on playing it that turn, if he'd found it off of the rummage there, off of the Fable. So here we go, treasure token in. Just go ahead and makes combat into the Thought Knots here.
Love this attack.
Daniel kind of have to do a little double take here. I'll block this guy, I guess.
Yeah. You want to block? You sure you want to block, Daniel? You sure you want to block? And I think Dexon just kind of drew air. I believe it was land plus Guide of Souls. It's hard to tell what that other card is. I know one's a Guide of Souls. But if one is a Guide of Souls, could potentially just go land, Guide of Souls, pick up Gigantha. Was it a second Flage? It was a second Flage.
That's huge now. That makes that attack not just better, but actively great, because that removes the Thought Knots here. It gives Dexon another card in hand. Now he's left with a Fable about to flip an Amp Raptor that you could copy with your flipped Kiki Jiki at some point. Multiple cards in hand. All of that said, Daniel's mana, I would say, is unlocked, but it looks like he's on 2 Towers Labyrinth Forest.
Yeah, 2 Towers is kind of awkward here. Really wants to find, a second Tron land to help set up the Tron. And as far as Daniel's hand is concerned, I think it is Thought Knot Seer, 2 Karns, and something else. And Karn not looking that great on the battlefield when you don't really have as much mana to utilize it. As we see Thought Knot Seer taking a peek at a Raptor or a Guide, presumably takes the Raptor. Yep. So, and we'll have to say, like you mentioned, that Fable is going to be flipped. And 4 cards in graveyard for Dexon. So he's just a little bit shy of that Flage as we pick up an Aether Hub.
I spotted a Karn in hand for Daniel, which means we opted not to play it. We went with the Thought Knots here instead. So still trying to play to the board before just slamming that down. But as you mentioned, not exactly the ideal mana base out of your Tron deck. That's for sure. And I love the 2 Towers. Great film. Love it. Even better book. Not what you want here.
Not great if you're a Tron player. Maybe Daniel has read the book before, but not thinking about that right now.
All right, so the good news, if you're Daniel, is you do have a small window here, right? Kiki Jiki comes down. Well, that's not doing you any damage immediately. Guide of Souls isn't messing you up immediately. Gigantha to hand, again, not any damage. This is, a window to, in fact, resolve Karn if you want. Resolve any of those other cards in your hand if you might be able to cast them.
I gotta say, Corbin,
close to the vest here. There we go. Show him up, buddy.
I gotta say, Corbin, I've played a lot with these energy shells with various Boros and Mardu, and it is actually crazy to me how much more I feel like I've cast Gigantha in these energy decks than before MH3 came out. And I think a big part of that is Arena of Glory. We talked about Arena of Glory making Flage a hasty threat. Gigantha, as much as we like to, talk bad about Gigantha, and it has haste, it's not that bad. 5/5 haste for 5 it does get the job done relatively quickly.
Yeah, it's easy to look down or whatever on Gigantha or really any companion because a lot of times they're just sort of freebies, which means if you're doing it, it's means things aren't going great for you. But hey, that doesn't mean it can't be good. And it might need to be for Dex in here because Daniel, trying to dig out of it, is able to go and find a mine off of the Eldrazi, which also, of course, adds a body. And whether he's a step closer to Tron, but also just now has hit the 6 mana mark on his board, unlocks some more cards and combinations in his deck. So that said, Dexon, on the other hand, untaps with a whole lot of options because not only is there Gigantha, there's Ether Hub at hand to make another energy here, but we got Guide of Souls to consider, we have Reflection to consider, we have Amped Raptor, which can be copied to consider. A lot can happen here, and Daniel is just kind of set the cards down and just kind of
see what happens.
Yeah, just kind of watching it all go on.
So there is an interesting line here for Dexon where you could copy the Amped Raptor to get 2. That'll actually give you +3 energy because it's 1 from the guide and 1 from the Raptor. Now, you don't get the card because Raptor only triggers if you cast it. But the important part is the energy because then you could go use land. Yeah, he does have a land too. So you could go land, Reflection, copy Raptor, get 3 energy, use the arena, haste the Gigantha, and then pump the Gigantha with the Guide of Souls to attack for 7. That is a line available to Dexon. I don't know if we're going to quite go to that. The Flage would be nice, but doesn't quite have enough cards in the graveyard for it. Okay, we are going to cast Gigantha. I'm curious to see if he's going to copy the Raptor. Also, not sure if we're giving haste.
All right, Zhang working his way through this, has put Gigantha onto the battlefield. Here we go, activating Kiki Jiki, targeting Gigantha. Nope.
No, I think we were motioning to
Probably
target
don't
the
want
Guide
to
of
do that
Souls.
one. Yeah, probably don't want to do that one.
I guess the better way to do it would have just been copy Guide of Souls, get the energy from there, and then go 5 mana, play Gigantha, 2 more energy from the 2 Guide of Souls, and then you would still have enough energy to jump the Gigantha if you gave it haste. Now, I don't know if Dexon wants to do that because one of Daniel's best plays from this point is All Is Dust.
Right.
And I think that what Dexon might be saying is, okay, I'm going to have this board. If you All Is Dust me, then post All Is Dust, I still have access to Arena plus Flage because you'll have more cards in the graveyard after the All Is Dust. So I think that is something that Dexon might be considering. But I guess even if you wanted to do that, you could still go Reflection, copy the Raptor, and then attack with the other Raptor to hit for 4 after pumping with Guide of Soul. So that's a line as well. A lot of options here for Dexon.
Yeah, a lot more than you might consider when you have, Gigantha 1 card in hand. But there's a lot going on here. And the thing is, you do have to think it ahead and think it through because you're not going to win the game this turn. You are going to let your Tron opponent untap with the ability to complete Tron. Like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong here. So you really need to make this turn and these game actions count.
All right. Well, Gigantha's getting into the red zone, so presumably the arena was used this turn. Now, it's interesting to see, the Guide of Souls counters are going on Gigantha, and we're getting in with everything. So with one blocker, say the Sowing Mycospawn blocks the Guide of Souls, you're still taking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and that's going to put Daniel down to 7. I love the flying counter. Love it. Yeah, you can also block the Amped Raptor, I guess, and take 1 less damage, but you kind of really want to kill that Guide of Souls.
Yeah, that card
looks like Daniel is going to do that.
All right, these blocks make sense. It's going to be a big turn here for Daniel for his tournament life when he untaps here.
Yeah, we want to see an Urza's power plant off the top if you're Daniel. Don't know if a ton else would do it. Maybe a map. Yeah, you probably have enough with map. You can go forest, tap map. Use that. Use the labyrinth to crack it. And okay. Mycospawn works.
That gets you to that's 8 mana.
Yeah.
2 towers in a power plane is 8 mana, and he is going quickly. Like, he might have something here. So we might be in store for an explosive finish. Dexon Zhang playing the last round here to try and finish it off with Boros Energy. But Daniel Glownick at 5-1-1, round 8 here in Madison, keeps it up. We have Karn, which goes to the Karn board.
Karn with 4 mana floating. Yep, there it is. That lines up perfectly. And that'll give Daniel protection, guaranteed untap. That will allow Dexon to kill the Karn. Ooh, love it. I mean, you have protection anyways, so.
Does it have haste? Does that thing come with haste?
Oh, right. Yeah, one of those Micro Spawns should not be able to attack. I don't know if we can get a judge in there. Yeah, you're right. That did just come into play. One of those should not be able to attack. Not sure if we can get a judge over there.
Hopefully we can get on and catch that. The card might. I want to verify it doesn't actually have haste, but yeah. So
no, it doesn't have haste.
Okay, we'll check on that.
See if I can message production real quick and see if we can get on that real quick. But yeah, I mean, this is a very, very interesting game. We'll have to see, kind of what Dexon draws and what is able to. Okay, looks like the judge has successfully reached the table, and I believe one of those Micro Spawns should be untapped. Yeah, no harm, no foul.
Good, as long as it's caught before we get to combat, it shouldn't mess anything up. So Dexon is going to untap here. Look down at this.
The arena should also not untap, because the arena, remember the Giganta got haste last turn, so the arena should also be tapped.
Yep, we should make sure to get that note into them. This is it's going to be one of those what would find the line type of games. Those old puzzles where it's you can win this turn if everything goes right. Can you find a way to make everything happen for you? That's the puzzle that Dexon is going to untap into here, trying to figure out now that his opponent has finally assembled Tron how he can come up with 7 points of damage to finish things off. We'll let this judge call play out, but we want to make sure we get the note in about the arena.
Yeah, I just messaged the production, so we'll see if they can get on that real quick. But yeah, as far as this turn is concerned, yes, the arena on Dexon's side, that was used to give the Giganta haste last turn, and when you exert the arena, it doesn't untap on the next turn. So that one should be, I believe, should be tapped for this specific turn at least. All right, we're doing some rewinding. But yeah, I mean, as far as the rest of this game moving forward, Daniel had a really good turn, was able to find Tron, has the Karn for the One Ring, able to buy a turn, and it's really going to come down to whether or not Dexon can close out the game from here. Arena of Glory plus Flage is a good way to do that. Now, as we mentioned, not going to be able to do that this turn because the arena is going to be tapped, but maybe Daniel goes for something like an Allah's Dust, and the Flage in the graveyard has enough cards. Go ahead.
Well, and now all of a sudden, to think about it, that with Karn in play, Dexon's life is only 10. So the idea of not being able to use the arena this turn on the Flage really might matter, because you may not get another turn. You didn't expect when you had the things a minute ago, a turn cycle ago, that exerting it here might really come back to punish you. But since Daniel was somehow able to add both a body to the board and complete Tron and add a Planeswalker that then did even more with the ring, I mean, all of a sudden your life total is in trouble. I guess we're at 13 here, but the point stands, you're facing down a swing of 10 from Daniel plus whatever else he's able to accumulate. So yeah, all of a sudden, just like that, this game swung, and now it is Dexon Zhang who needs to find a way back. It looks like a Johnny is the draw.
Yeah, a Johnny Ocelot Pride in hand. Trying to think if there's anything fancy we can do with the Fable this turn. Not really, because you can't copy legendary creatures, so the Fable would not be able to copy the Ajani. But, and it's a question of how much does Dexon want to commit to the board, given the presence of something like All Is Dust. Presumably you probably don't have to commit a lot here, because with Daniel at 7, the Giganta is lethal by itself next turn.
Right.
So you could probably say something like, okay, the Giganta kills the Karn, and then you can hold back the reflection in the Raptor, which allows you to reflection copy Raptor, and that actually gives you a really good block. We mentioned how Dexon's life total is kind of a little bit in danger, but the 2/2/1 first strike bodies happen to do a lot of good on defense because they can just double block the Thought Nuts here, kill it, and then you end up taking 6, but that's fine because you kill the Seer and draw cards. So a lot of ways this could happen. That might have been a pass from Dexon. Not killing that card is... I don't know about that. Maybe forgot.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but as it stands, this means Daniel's going to untap and be able to minus Karn for anything he would like.
And we have 13 mana. So 13 mana can go for a Walking Ballista. There'd be a Ballista for 6, and then you could kill the Raptor, kill the Reflection. That could be okay. You can also just get it.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I was going to say Daniel's down to 6 life, but Dexon, I mean, there are lightning bolts, but the odds of getting lightning bolted twice here are obviously very low. If you can get control of the board with that Walking Ballista that you're mentioning, you probably feel pretty comfortable with it, outside of course, the Gigant.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's actually kind of difficult looking at Daniel's sideboard. There's not really a ton here. Actually, that's not true. You could just get Cityscape Leveler. Right. That's probably the safest. You just go minus Leveler, kill Giganta. Because then the other thing that you have to consider from Daniel's side of things is if you put too many cards in the graveyard, then Flage plus Arena is lethal because now you're at 6.
True.
So a lot of things to consider here for Daniel.
Here we go, Devourer.
Okay. So maybe the line is Devour the Giganta, and then you could Karn for Tormod's Crypt, and the Crypt would be able to handle the Flage. Because the way that it sits, if you just attack, Dexon says, okay, chump block with Raptor, untap 5 cards in graveyard, haste Flage, deal you 6. So Daniel kind of has to go for something like a Tormod's Crypt here, because that Flage is going to threaten lethal next turn.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way for this to develop, right? And just the threat of Flage, but the Tormod's Crypt out of the sideboard would certainly be an answer. Not the answer you expect to often go for, I think, against Boros Energy. But hey, when it comes up, it comes up.
Yeah, so it looks like Daniel is attacking with all 3 creatures, and Dexon does have the opportunity to do that block that I mentioned earlier, where you can go Reflection, copy Raptor, and have 2/2/1 first strikers. And Dexon is choosing, I believe, to take the damage. The other reason you would consider taking the damage is because you just want to go end phase, Reflection, copy, and then that gives you an additional attacker next turn.
That would seem, I mean, at this point, that seems to be the line, right? Hope to burn it out, but we're just going to pick him up when he reveals the Walking Ballista.
Oh, right. Life totals. We didn't even think about
3.
that.
Yeah, life. Okay. That just does it. When you don't, when he didn't block there, that opens up 10. The Walking Ballista line. And Daniel Glonek here in round 8 of our Modern Showdown NRG Championship Series, playing for a possible shot at the top 8, at least a chance at the top 16. Is Daniel. We're going to be heading to a game 3 to see if they can make that happen. But this is it. We've been playing all day Modern. 8 rounds has brought us to this point. The top 8 is coming up next. The final few spots are being decided now. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined in the booth by my partner for the rest of the day, Devin O'Donnell. We will be bringing you the rest of this game 3 and, of course, the top 8.
Yeah, that was a really interesting last couple of turns there where, Daniel was able to draw that Myco spawn to set up Tron, had exactly enough to go Karn for 1 ring. And then there was the option where, the Arena of Glory plus Flage had to be taken into consideration. But yeah, I think on that last turn, we did have the option to chump block to not die to Ballista. But then if you block, then Daniel probably just goes and gets the Tormod's Crypt at that point anyways. So I think that was probably a 1 game from Daniel either way. But we'll have to see how game number 3 goes.
Yeah, we'll head down there in a minute. Let's take a look if we can at the sideboards again, if we get a chance to pull those up, because if you are playing in this last round, all the pressure is on these choices. And we have seen many times today those final sideboard choices come up, especially when you're playing of course, a Karn deck. It's more about what your Karn board is and can you find a use for them. And that game, we saw plenty get used. The Ballista, the Leveler would have had a place. The Crypt always has a place. Daniel playing to go X1-1 and position himself for a chance at the top 8. But what was actually really good there, I think, was the Myco Spawns, right? Like those did a lot of work, and it was one of the only possible cards I think that could have got him out in that last turn where he both needed to somehow impact the board and create Tron. He was able to do all of the above thanks to the Myco Spawn.
Yeah, that Myco Spawn was kind of perfect. And not only did it set up Tron, it also gave him an extra blocker. And the blocker was relatively relevant on that last turn. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on, but we'll have to see how, like I said, game number 3 goes. As far as, this matchup is concerned, I think it's very, very heavy play draw dependent. Dexen with the presence of stuff like Ragavan into Blood Moon, which is exactly what we saw at game 1. We'll have to see. Maybe we see that game number 3 as well.
We saw Gigantha not just get brought into hand because you have an extra 3 mana, play a key role in that game.
Gigantha not only had flying and haste and was a 7/7.
Like, think about it. We've seen people spend 3 mana on Nadu in the game just in. He spent 3 mana to put Gigantha into his hand, and then 5 turns later, it was still irrelevant. Wide range of outcomes in this. And this is the aggro deck, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly why I love Gigantha in these decks, because the combination of both Guide of Souls and Arena of Glory, Gigantha, I feel like Gigantha gets a bad rap. And, in this deck, it is a lot better than it has been in previous decks, just because of how relevant it is when it comes to stuff like Guide and Arena. As we see, looks like a Guide of Souls into a Johnny. It's a pretty good start here for Dexen. And maybe if he has something like a Blood Moon to follow up with, that could be very, very backbreaking. Do we have a Dismember here for Daniel? Looks like we do, yeah.
It's a key Dismember because this was threatening to be just a 1, 2, 3 perfect start from Dexen.
Now, it still might be, perfect 1, 2, 3, because I think there might be a copy of Blood Moon over there, Corbin, and that is going to be really tough for Daniel to come back from. Unless we have Thought-Knots here.
I would think he would have slammed it if he had it. He's got a command. Yeah, this is the classic double Eldrazi Tipple into Thought-Knots here. Is exactly what he needs to not get got here. Instead, we're going to go, well, not instead. That's not available. What we do have available is a command to take out a Johnny and I assume make some tokens. So, okay, this unlocks colorless mana through Blood Moon.
That is a good point. And not only that, but it also ramps you a little bit to All-Is Dust. So even if you get Blood Moon here, you then go land, have access to 5 mana, and that could get you, if Dexen doesn't have enough pressure after the Blood Moon, then you might have enough time to get to that All-Is Dust. As we see Dexen attack here for 2. And the Scions could also enable a second copy of Kozilek's command too, where it's kind of nice that the second Kozilek's command, even if you sacrifice the spawns, you basically just replace them because you're sacrificing spawns and getting them back anyways, but it lets you dig a little bit deeper to try and find that All-Is Dust if that's what you're missing.
Yeah, it's honestly a very well-designed card. I enjoy the command quite a bit.
Oh, same.
We did have, by the way, another land for Daniel, and it looks like another one as well in his hand. So he's going to be able to get to 6 mana this game easily. So if we're talking about, and that would allow a line to 7 there with the Talisman. So if the plan is All-Is Dust, which to be fair, he doesn't have yet, but it is very reasonable. His life total quite healthy at 14. He was able to use that Dismember and that command to keep the board relatively clear. So for Dexen, he had it 1, 2, 3, and Daniel had the answers.
Yeah, and like you said, Daniel still has access to that second Kozilek's command. So, maybe if Daniel just takes this turn off, next turn can play the 4th land, and then you have 4, 5, 6, 7. That could be command for 5, scry 5, get 5 spawns. That could find you the All-Is Dust, or I think also had a card in hand and might even just kind of play this game where we just let Dexen keep the Blood Moon and then just say, okay, you can have a Blood Moon. I'm just going to cast card and maybe the One Ring and then kind of bridge that, to the later game as well.
Yeah, depending on obviously, I guess what Dexon follows up with, like, and Johnny's a really good follow up by Dexon. I was like, Data might just be able to play this game more or less, quote unquote, normally and win it, right? Just with the commands and kind of and making a plan. But here we go, firing off command again. Just I think 1 or 2 to here. We're going to take out a Johnny.
Yep. So a Johnny is down.
Daniel's sitting on Karn and Tower in hand.
Yep. I think Dexon might have double Flage left over. If I saw that correctly. I know there's at least one. So yeah, command's going to take care of the Ajani. It's going to make some spawns. And yeah, now that, I mean, it's interesting though, because the Karn is good, but it does kind of just get pressured by these 2/1s. So you can go say maybe tap 4 lands for a Karn.
Ensnaring Bridge is
Yeah, I was gonna say,
in the
you could go
sideboard.
for-
That's live.
Yeah, you could go for Bridge here.
Bridge with 1 card in hand.
It's awkward though, because if Daniel goes for Bridge, Dexon can then Flage the Karn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're kind of just like playing. I don't know. It's really tough. This is interesting.
I would be extremely tempted to just slam a Bridge here and try to ride Karn to victory if I'm Daniel. That said, if the next step there is to try to figure out what happens if your opponent has Flage, because that is the card that gets you. And then do you think you're in a better position top decking against the Blood Moon than your opponent is with a Bridge, than your opponent is top decking against a Bridge? So really interesting sort of dueling, at least right now, it's a theoretical idea for a 3-mana prison piece.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, if you're worried, is that a Wormcoil Engine? Yeah, I think it was. The other thing is, if you're worried about something like a Bolt or a Flage on your Karn, you might just want to get a more expensive card that takes over the game that you can't cast, hence the Wormcoil Engine. I was thinking about the One Ring, but yeah, the Wormcoil kind of makes sense too. And Daniel's like, okay, I'm just going to let my Karn die. Or you could even just chump block with the 2 Scions. Yeah. You could just go chump, and then the Talisman plus the land in hand gives you 6 for the engine next turn. And then hopefully, if you're in Daniel's side of things, engine plus, Karn left over will be able to kind of close out this game. But we know that's not going to work with Flage.
To ride to victory for sure.
Yep.
Looks like Dexon hit Ragavan. So now, the idea of a hasted Ragavan can get thrown into the mix.
So I almost wonder if Dexon... Yeah, and I think Dexon might just ignore the Karn here. Because he has the Flage anyways. So you can just say, go upstairs with these 3. Give you the option. Okay. Daniel's going to...
Well, if he chump blocks... if he chumps Ragavan, then you can't Flage without a land drop.
Oh, that's a good point. I think there's an arena.
It does look like he has it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Yep. So
there we go. He was able to make the attack, which I don't know about baits necessarily being the right word, but gets Daniel to block. That removes those. We're able to use Flage to take out Karn. You got to be feeling great if you're Dexon.
I mean, do you? How do you beat a Wormcoil Engine?
Well, you
let me take a look at the
part out
here.
later.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's problem.
Yeah,
I know that there are some Boros decks do have copies of Static Prison, but there are no Static Prison in Dexon's deck list. The one card that I think Dexon is really looking for at this point, weirdly enough, is Goblin Bombardment, if that was kept in, because that is kind of the only way. You know where I'm going with this. You just go block before damage sack. Oh yeah. You go block before damage sack to the bombardment, and that will deny the life gain from the Wormcoil. But yeah, as we see, this Wormcoil is going to be really, really tough to beat for Dexon.
Okay, well here comes Wormcoil. You probably take the first hit, I would guess. Maybe not.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, look, if Daniel whiffs on the draw, then you get the hope, the idea of connecting with Ragavan, and getting something great. However, if Daniel does not brick and instead it's a Karn, we go back to the Karn board and we decide what we want.
Interesting. So I don't know if Daniel has a land left over, but even if he does, you don't even want to get bridge at this point because your Wormcoil is just beating the battlefield anyways. So you could maybe consider going to something like Ballista, and then you go play a 1/1 Ballista. If Dexon attacks with all 3, you go block a cat, kill the Ragavan, and then, presumably Karn would take 2 and you would keep your Karn in play. So you could do something like that. You could maybe go towards engineered. Oh, you could actually engineered explosives for 0 to kill both cat tokens. I don't hate that.
Then leaves Ragavan hitting probably him at that point, maybe.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, the Ragavan's not going to race Daniel, but maybe Dexon figures the Ragavan, like, maybe can find something that can help answer the Wormcoil. It's a weird spot for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and basically, like, if you're Daniel, you've got to be feeling just good in general about the state of the game, so you don't just give Dexon extra cards via Ragavan either, right? So,
yeah.
But I do think, like, he had pulled Walking Ballista to the front. The idea of Walking Ballista here to block out, as you described, is pretty strong. I also think what's interesting here is that Daniel has to feel very confident about the format to have gone to made this Wormcoil play, right? This Wormcoil is completely taking over the game. But your opponent's playing white mana. What if your opponent plays Path to Exile and hits your Wormcoil engine? You have to know what you're playing against and feel confident. And that is exactly what someone who is 5-1-1 playing in round 8 of the NRG Championship Series is. The play he opts on is to go grab the 1 ring, it looks like, and just pass the turn back.
It's not 2018 anymore. We can't play Path. Actually, maybe be before 2018.
I don't know the last time that card was playable, but
There was like a brief period of time when Murktide was the best deck where some people put Path in their deck because it was really good at killing Murktide and it felt like nothing else could because it even dodged heat at that point. But in any case, we see a 1 ring was snagged from the sideboard for Daniel, and we get an attack at the Karn. It's going to let Karn die.
All right, this is what I'm talking about. World Breaker got exiled. World Breaker, I believe.
Oh my God, do we have a land?
Lands.
Oh my God. Because it exiles the Wormcoil.
It can exile all kinds of things. If we can get there, we go. Thank you, World Breaker. When you cast an exile target artifact, enchantment, or land, this was the danger. I said they could just path it, and then it got exiled.
Yeah, I mean, not quite Path to Exile, but yeah, Ragavan getting a green source, and oh my goodness.
Oh, by the way, a 5/7.
World Breaker, by the way, Corbin, that is a 1/of.
Ragavan.
You can't draw it up any better than that.
Ragavan, very, very good, I guess, when it hits like that. Well, the 1 ring, Daniel knew he was going to need more gas, and the 1 ring will do it. That gave him protection for a turn. Now he's got a card off of it, but he definitely looked a bit dejected as he passed it back to Zhang here. He's got no blockers. He's staring down these tokens that have been here forever. His own World Breaker and the world's luckiest Ragavan.
What is this game? Remember, like we said a few turns prior that we we're looking at Dexon's deck list, and we were, how does Dexon ever beat a copy of Wormcoil Engine? Well, the answer is he doesn't. He has to have Daniel beat his own Wormcoil Engine. That's the answer.
Yeah, see, well, you did it to yourself. I only take your cards. If your cards are bad, they wouldn't help me here.
Now, I was going to say, interestingly enough, we can actually Karn for the Wormcoil again, but we don't quite have enough mana for that. We're a little ways away from that.
Yeah, so resetting, I guess, where we're at on the game. If the game is, in fact, not over, because, Daniel still has Tron in his Tron deck and the 1 ring, and Dexon is back to, he's got a great board here, but most of that board, I guess not the World Breaker, would go away to something like, say, All Is Dust, and we can see that Daniel has a Causal X command in hand. So we've got at least a little ways to go here as Daniel tries to work out what to do with a lot of mana.
Yeah, and Daniel really wants to try and find a copy of All Is Dust. Corbin, do you have any clue, any inkling as to what that that full art card is in Daniel's hand? I couldn't. It was like towards the back of it. I couldn't quite get a good glimpse.
I didn't quite catch it. Although now that I think about it, Does he have 2 colorless sources? Is that what it takes for the command? He might not. Is it 2 or 1? I need to double check.
Command
here,
is
but
2.
yeah, he
Command
might
is 2.
not actually be able to cast it then, right? Because he's
Oh, it's
out of
Lullaby.
spawns
Okay. I
at this
think that
point.
means
So
we're done.
yeah, it's looking kind of rough. Although not sure
Yeah.
what. I assume that's what's happening
So
right now, right?
yeah, because Daniel's at 13, and then there's 2, 4, 6, 8 plus 5 is 13 damage on board. So I think Daniel
Okay, I think
recognized
we can
that he
probably
was dead, and Dexon is going to take it. That was, you know, like I said, that Worm Coil engine was really, really, really good for Daniel, and we weren't sure how Dexon was going to be able to beat it, and Dexon found a way.
That was a wild ending to a match and a great way for us to do round 8 here of the NRG Championship Series in Madison as we get ready to play the top 8. You saw players who have done very well in Modern all day battling there. And I think before we head to that top 8, action to bring you from the last round. We'll head down to that match. I believe we have here, we've got some regulars right here. Garrick Alford on the left, Jess Sky Control versus Christian Valenti on that Dimir Murktide list we saw earlier on the right. Garrick getting a first appearance, I believe, of the day here on camera. We get to see him playing in the last round at 6-1, both of these players.
Wait, Corbin, I'm confused. I don't see any Nadu. Where'd the Nadu players go?
No Nadu. Now we'll have to see. I haven't seen the full top 8 bracket yet, so we don't know.
Oh, they're there. They're there.
Oh, they're there. Okay.
Don't worry. It's fine. We can't avoid it, but it's okay.
My optimism. It was a you know.
Christian
But that's
Valenti,
okay because there is no Nadu here. Just 2 very good, accomplished players playing some what might be the future of Modern if you want to look at it that way. Dimir Murktide on the right, Jeskai Control on the left, and it looks like we're talking over this Psychic Frog on the stack. It resolves.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup, one that we have not seen yet today. We saw Christian Valenti a little bit earlier on camera, take down the Nadu player, but this is kind of going to be a very, very, as far as the matchup is concerned. I mean, Christian is presenting more threats than Garrick is, but Garrick this is kind of like classic control versus mid-range, where it's, you need to like try to make good card exchanges. And Psychic Frog notably is one that is pretty good at doing so. Now, here's the question: if you're Christian, we are gonna save the frog here. I love it.
Wow. Okay, let's go deep. Let's save the frog by pitching from the Galvanic Discharge. Fair enough. All right.
Ooh.
You said what is this one?
This is Wrath of the Skies. So this
There you
is the downside to we're gonna fight over Force Negation. So this is the downside to discarding with Psychic Frog, where if your opponent has a second removal spell, like with the discharge, they can just choose to not use the energy and then use it later on, which is exactly what happened.
Right.
But Christian did have the Force Negation and is essentially going all in on this frog. And I kind of like it because now that you've untapped, now you can potentially play Sink into Stupor as a land and get the hold up counter spell this turn. So Garrick is really, really under the gun here, and it's not clear that he has a good answer to the Psychic Frog.
Protect this John at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the original Ophidian, I think, right? Anyway, this is it's a good strategy. You just keep drawing cards and spending your cards protected. You can make it bigger if you need to. An interesting line for sure from Christian. Fighting over it and like choosing to just throw so many cards at it. And another Force of Negation, just hard cast this one onto Fairy. That runs in to Subtlety.
What are we? Oh, he's going to Subtlety his own to Fairy to put it on top.
Back to
Yep. Very, very heads up play here from Garrick. Garrick is a mainstay on the NRG, has been playing a ton of control decks. One of the best that we have on the series to play control, and very, very knows what he's doing when it comes to control decks. So that's a play that not a lot of people would make. But yeah, now setting up to draw the Teferi again next turn, and Christian really needs to see if we can find an answer for that. Maybe another Force Negation, counter spell. I want to take a look at Christian's deck list. I don't think there are. Yeah, there's no copies of Subtlety of his own, but does have 3 Force Negations total, and we've gone through 2 of those, so it could have 1 more left over.
Well, there it is. It's actually, the counterspell is what comes out because Garrick recognizing that, hey, if Christian can dump cards into the frog, so can I, and therefore throws away those subtleties to get back to Fairy, which would have been a great answer. However, you said it, Christian had the counterspell when Teferi came back down, and that leads us now to this preordain.
Protect the king at all costs.
The frog there.
Protect the frog. I mean, hey, this is kind of exactly what we discussed earlier when we were talking about the blue-black deck in a nutshell. It's play a threat, and specifically with Psychic Frog, because every time you hit with Frog, you get that card back. Even if you're trading down on resources like Force Negation or anything like that, because you're protecting the frog and you're getting damage every single turn. I mean, this is just like classic sort of Delver. This is basically just Legacy Delver, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what it feels like, right? And it makes sense. Hey, look, it's a small creature swinging. Speaking of though, Garrick playing Teferi, or I'm sorry, Tameo to try to fight back here. But this has been a really interesting game from Christian's side, right? Like, I don't know if we'd ever get a chance to interview him about this particular one, but like the idea of knowing when it is correct to go all in on a frog like this, and because the idea of playing a blue-black deck and just throwing your cards out of your hand is very foreign to a lot of players, especially blue players. And I made this a very fascinating game and well played from Christian's side. It played out just so much differently than it could have if he just let the frog go.
Yeah, I mean this is a perfect example of assessing your role, right?
Yes.
Christian's deck does have the ability, like with the cards in his deck, he does have the ability to play a bit of a longer game, but knows that Garrick has cards like the One Ring and Wrath of the Skies, and Garrick is much better equipped to play in those longer games. And just said, hey, I want to just try to get this game over with, and get the game over with. He will do. I believe that's lethal.
Yeah, what an excellent game from Christian. If you're a Dimir Murktide enthusiast, if you're somebody who wants to get good at playing a deck like that, go back and watch that game. I know we ran through that one quick. We are in here in round 8, getting ready to head into the top 8, but there are some lessons to be gained from watching that one back. That was a kind of a masterclass.
Yeah, that was, I mean, no notes. I mean, everything was perfect about that game. He just slammed the frog, made exchanges that looked bad on the surface, but if you're protecting the frog and getting a free card out of it every time, then that is more than worth it. And the thing about Psychic Frog is not only are you getting the card back, it's also dealing a lot of damage. Like knowing when to turn up the pressure is something that a lot of players have maybe struggled with. And Christian, I think, played that flawlessly.
I am not a veteran of the Psychic Tog days, but I can start to see where it might have been pretty good. Also pretty good. All of the players who are going to be in our top 8, which is where we are headed next here at the NRG Championship Series Modern Open in Madison. We are playing for a lot of prizes, a lot of invites, a lot on the line, and we are going to be heading to the top 8 next. We will get that bracket for you as soon as we can. But I think that wraps us up on round 8. What has stood out to you, Devin? This has been an excellent day. Of course, everyone knows Doomwake. You are a veteran of all of these formats and decks. What has stood out to you from what we've got to see today?
I mean, really, we've seen Christian on camera twice now, and Christian has been making that blue-black deck look really, really good, and something that maybe I have to try myself. But yeah, I mean, the talk of the tournament is obviously Nadu. We've seen a ton of it on camera, and we're going to see probably a lot of it in top 8. But we'll have to see really, these energy decks, because those are probably the second most played deck. We'll have to see if any of these energy players can finally take down Nadu Menace. But yeah, I mean, it's been a blast. I've been having a great time.
Yeah, for context, I believe we checked this morning. It was something like, for those curious, around 20% of the field or so was Nadu. Energy decks were something like, I don't know, maybe 50 to 60% of that, and then Atraxa. From there, it kind of played out. That's kind of the high level breakdown. So We saw some Nadu, but we also saw a lot of great non-Nadu decks
Non-Nadu.
perform well on camera and hands capable players. We might even get to watch some of them battle it out in the top 8. Speaking of which, we have a top 8 bracket ready to bring you. Here we go. We will head to the reveal. Garrick Alford, Just Guys Control. You just watch him. You'll see him again in the top 8. Grayson Nimitz on Nadu. Nathaniel Perigo on Nadu, a Simic version. Ted on the Naya Affinity list. Dylan Ham on Goryo's. Wesley Hickman on Nadu. BBD, we saw BBD back in round 2. He said, I want to avoid coverage. Well, I don't know if you're going to avoid it for much longer because you're in the top 8, BBD, to no one's surprise, with Nadu. And we have a Dimir Murktide representative in Blake Thompson. Congrats to everybody in the top 8 of our NRG Championship Series bracket here in Madison. Devin, what do you think?
There's a lot of Nadu. There is a Nadu player in each individual matchup. And this has kind of been the story of the whole tournament. Will the non-Nadu decks be able to overcome the Nadu decks? We could have a top 4 that is 4 Nadu players, or we could have a top 4 that is no Nadu players. Now, mathematically speaking, that is extremely unlikely. But yeah, there's a good representation of each of the other decks that we've kind of seen today. Esper Goryos, Dimir Murktide. The Naya Affinity deck is actually Boros Energy. It's just a little bit mislabeled. And then Garrick on Just Guy Control. So it's should be a good one.
Well, I'll tell you, I want to believe, and we will see how it all plays out on the other side of the break. Stick with us. Welcome, everyone, to the top 8 here in Madison NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler, joined by my co-host, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We have watched 8 rounds of Swiss today, a lot of modern action. 177 players came here to compete in not just for prizes in this event, but of course for everything that comes after this event, which includes the NRG Championship, that $35,000 event we're building towards at the end of the year. One of these players is going to qualify directly if they can take down the top 8 that we will be bringing to you next. So I think we'll get a chance to take a look over our top 8 bracket. But I am excited. We have 4 Nadu players and 4 non-Nadu players. What are you hoping we see out of the next couple hours, Devin?
Well, we talked about this a little bit during the break, and I think that there is maybe a chance that we would have 4 non-Nadu decks. Because for those of you who are watching at home that maybe didn't see the top 8 bracket, which maybe we can get up on the screen real quick. There are 4 Nadu decks and 4 non-Nadu decks, and it turns out that the Nadu decks happen to be on separate sides of the bracket. So each Nadu deck is playing against a non-Nadu deck. So no Nadu mirrors, but we do have the potential to either have all Nadu or no Nadu. Now, I think it's most likely going to be a little bit of each. But the matchup that we are going to be starting with is going to be none other than BBD himself, former world champion. No scoffing at that. Taking on Blake Thompson on Dimir Murktide, who we did see this match a little bit earlier in the hands of Christian Valenti, and Valenti was able to take that down, and we'll have to see if that is going to repeat itself.
Yeah, and here we go. We are off and running. The top 8 in Madison begins. Blake Thompson on your right, Brian Braun-Duin on your left, with Bant Nadu, one of the best players in the room, playing the best deck in the room against another excellent player, playing a deck that we've seen do pretty well today. But I have to say, Murktide's always just kind of a deck where you're like, yeah, it exists. But it's looked great today.
Yeah,
this Dimir version is really a new. Sorry, go ahead. I think go ahead to take off on it, but I think this Dimir version of Murktide is a new twist that's been found a very nice home in the format.
Yeah, and we like I said, we saw Christian Valenti a couple of rounds prior. Actually, we saw him for the last 2 rounds on camera. And one thing that we've kind of noted is how good of a threat Psychic Frog is,
Yeah.
where it is a card that when you are trading 1-for-1, which these blue-black decks are very good at doing with counter spells and fatal pushes, every time you're trading 1-for-1 and making that exchange and then attacking with the frog, you're getting that card back. So you're always up in a card in the exchange. And then one other thing that I really found quite fascinating when we saw Christian Valenti prior was the synergy between Psychic Frog and Murktide Regent, where you get into these spots where maybe you cast a Murktide Regent with a smaller graveyard, and then later in the game, you can dump a bunch of spells, exile those to Psychic Frog, those get counters from discarding to the frog, and they pump the Murktide. So it kind of like gives you this Splinter Twin-esque type kill where you can just kind of kill people out of nowhere.
That's true, and we've seen it several times play out in a similar way today, which is, a combo-esque finish you don't really expect. All right, here we go. What is that a frog? We've got a fancy art frog. I'm not sure where you get that one, but that is what we've got from Blake Thompson there, namesake of a lot of these decks. They just call it frog decks, right? On turn 2, BBD's Wall of Roots ran into the spell snare that has been making a big comeback in Modern. And that is the state of things. It doesn't look like they're beating turn 3 kills on the table this time.
Yeah, BBD's hand pretty slow. Nothing on turn 1. The Wall of Roots got spell snared on turn 2, and maybe trying to follow up with something like a Nadu. But if Nadu hits the battlefield, maybe Blake can just have a copy of Fatal Push or some other sort of removal spell. But Teferi is actually quite good here for BBD. If that does resolve, which it looks like it is, that's not only going to bounce the frog, which is going to set Blake back quite a bit, not able to attack next turn, get that card back, not able to kill the Teferi and start pressuring, but it's also going to mean that now Blake cannot interact with BBD on BBD's turn. So, maybe BBD has something like land 4 Shuko plus Nadu, that could spell disaster, but Bowmaster is going to clean up that Teferi pretty nicely.
Yeah, this is looking pretty clinical from Murktide, just like it looked earlier when we saw this matchup play out.
Yeah, turn 1.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Turn 1, spell snare your thing. Turn 2, play the Psychic Frog and then have the ability to go Bowmaster plus hold up interaction. It looks like was holding up Spell Pierce. Now, Spell Pierce not going to be good enough against Nadu, but could have potentially Spell Pierced to Shuko.
Yeah, certainly worthwhile to hold up. Remember, it's game 1, so no sideboards in play yet, although players have seen each other's lists. So BBD aware that, of course, 1 mana could mean Spell Pierce. It could mean maybe a couple other things, but it could certainly mean Spell Pierce. And whether you played around it or not, it doesn't work here. Nadu and Halfling hit the battlefield, but nothing for BBD to trigger anything quite yet. I didn't see what was in his hand because a Core to Calling here would enable him to go get his Encore and start the combo. So the danger zone is there. Blake with a lot of cards he's staring at.
Yeah, Blake got a lot of lands in hand, though. Well, I guess there's only 2. It looks like 2 lands. Yeah, 2 lands, Sink into Stupor, Psychic Frog, Spell Pierce. Funny enough, been to Bowmaster and then drew a Bowmaster anyways. So
Bug.
I know you didn't want that Bowmaster, but what about the second one, Blake? Can I interest you in another one? But yeah, Blake doesn't really have a ton of good options here. I guess can hold up Sink into Stupor if BBD goes for some sort of combo, but I don't know. You can like Sink into Stupor the Nadu, that's going to get a trigger. I guess you probably have to just go maybe like untap land, Psychic Frog, hold up Bowmaster, and maybe hope that's good enough, but kind of a rough spot here for Blake. After that, you can imagine if BBD didn't have the Teferi to bounce that Psychic Frog, this game looks a lot different. Where Blake connects with the frog maybe once or twice and is able to have a little bit more pressure. But that Teferi was a really backbreaking turn.
When you think about the game we actually watched earlier, where we watched Christian Valenti, I believe was right, counter Teferi, and then someone else subtlety their own Teferi to get it back because they viewed it as that important. And we see how good it was here when it did go ahead and land. And here we go. BBD look like we're opting to go for a bestow onto the half lane, which will run into the sink into stupor that Thompson was holding up. It was, of course, telegraphed, so I'm sure BBD's not surprised here. He knew he had Frog and he didn't play it, but it does run into sink into stupor.
Yeah,
That's
this is
interesting. Put it back in her hand, though. It's not ideal.
Yeah, it's also interesting that so the Sink into Stupor can bounce the Delighted Halfling, but that not only is going to give a Nadu trigger for BBD,
Right.
it also means the Spring Heart is going to resolve. We
And
get
there's
2, right? Because we get one from the Nintuko, one from the Sink. Yep.
Right. Yeah, really, honestly, kind of brutal, as these Nadu triggers are. And here we are, BBD with Court of Calling in hand, is... I don't think even with a land would be able to go get an encore this turn. Although with a
fetch
wall
land
of roots,
I think a fetch land would allow you to do it, right?
You might be right.
Because fetch land would give you 2 tokens. You'd have 3 lands
Maybe
plus
just
2
land
tokens.
might do it, right? He's got a shot
Yeah,
here.
any untap land. Yeah, untap land would give you 3 mana, token, Nantuko, Nadu, and then you could go 6, cord for 3, get the I forget the name of that card. What is it? Outrider and Core. But we know that's actually not good because Blake does have that copy of Spell Pierce.
That's true. And while BBD may be aware of it from earlier, or at least aware of the possibility of it, it doesn't mean it's not still going to work. So here we go. He actually just opts to play out all of his creatures. And has a Court of Calling that's revealed and 2 cards that are not revealed. That's why you see him with that face up. Blake Thompson knows about it. So BBD playing where he can see it. Although I'm sure he still wrote it down. But that's what you're seeing there. Blake, meanwhile, on the other hand, is going to go ahead and fetch here. He's got that Spell Pierce open. And he's got to figure out what he's doing. So everything's tapped. It looks like BBD is casting the
yeah, it looks like I think BBD announced the cord and Blake is responding with a fetch land. So yeah,
here we go.
Pierce
the Spell Pierce is going to eat it.
And that means BBD is going to be left passing. But, BBD is kind of okay with these exchanges because he's not really under a lot of pressure. There's two 1/1s over there. BBD's at 16, can take a few damage from there. And the leftovers in Blake's hand, not particularly great. There's Fatal Push, Bowmaster, Frog, and I believe a fetch land or Surveil land, not even a fetch land. So you can't even get, not being able to get Revolt for Fatal Push is kind of tough.
You can see why we saw Toxic Deluge in the sideboard earlier too, right? Because imagine having a Deluge in this spot. You completely clean it up and be in a good spot. As it is now, that Frog was all the difference, right? Like the Frog fueling all of this game would look entirely different. Instead, Blake's got limited resources to try to deal with here. Not a lot of pressure. BBD's got plenty of life and is obviously has Nadu sitting in play, and it just takes anything to go off from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a desperate line where you could go Bowmaster your own Bowmaster to get Revolt and then push the Nadu, but I mean, that's a really tough line.
I've heard worse lines, I'll say that, in this situation, right? That said, Blake, he's got that Surveil land, surveils an island to the graveyard, plays the Frog, just passes the turn back, I would assume, here with push and Bowmaster up.
I feel like maybe at that point you could potentially just Fatal Push not Fatal Push, but you could Orcish Bowmaster the Springheart Nantuko, and actually pretty heads up here for Blake, going to wait until BBD's turn, because that, if the Nantuko, it gives you basically one less trigger if the Nantuko stays in play somehow, so... but that is going to find a land, and that land's going to generate another token from the Nantuko. So, yeah, he is able to get rid of the Nantuko, presumably. Not exactly sure what BBD's leftovers are.
Yeah, this game's an interesting spot if BBD doesn't have an easy way to get Nadu rolling here. I see at least one bestow trigger in hand.
Yeah, another Nantuko, and I believe Bill I think was the top deck here. So you can actually go Bill first. Yeah, Bill with the halfling. and then you
So
can
go ahead for people who may, if you don't mind, Devin. How does Bill
Sure.
interact here?
So Bristly Bill is kind of sort of like another Shuko in a weird way. So basically, if you have Bristly Bill plus Springhard Nantuko, every time you hit a land, you're generating a 1/1 token off of Nantuko, but you're also generating a trigger off of Bill. Bill says put a counter on target creature. That target creature will get triggered by Nadu. So basically, it gives you kind of this way to keep going where you
Right.
hit a land makes a 1/1, gives you a counter that triggers Nanu, keeps going, gives you, and then basically until you hit a non-land. But presumably, a non-land is maybe another way to keep going, and so on
Right.
and so forth. So it acts as a Shuko in a weird way, and well, that Court of Calling is going to act like a I keep forgetting the name of the card, Outrider and Core. That's what it's
Yeah.
going to be.
Yeah, everything tapped. BBD knew he had it. He shows the Court of Calling. Blake Thompson looks sadly at the fatal push in his hand that won't save him. Nadu is Naduing on the left side of your screen. And you know what? It's doing so in the hands of a world champion. Who better than Brian Braun-Duin to show off in what could be the last weekend of the Nadu deck, show off what it's capable of. Because this was a really tight game played by BBD against the Dimir Murktide deck that has, we've seen, dismantled Nadu in times in the past. He played this game really nicely to navigate himself.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to the third turn of the game, right, where BBD had the Teferi, and I believe, maybe had some other options to play. Could have maybe played a Nadu that turn. Could have maybe played, Springhard and Tuco, excuse me, or something like that. And yeah, was just able to kind of sequence this perfectly. And you can imagine if that Psychic Frog were able to stay in play for a couple of turns, this game looks a lot different. Where maybe Blake is connecting with the Psychic Frog and getting extra cards and dealing BBD damage, but just really wasn't able to recover from that Teferi bounce. And that was essentially the decider of the entire game.
And
going
this,
through the motions.
yeah, this, friends, is maybe one of the last times you get to watch this happen on camera. Somebody comboing off with Nadu is that's what BBD does and just works his way through it. So, all right, assuming Nadu, nothing wild happens here and Nadu finishes this one off, they'll be up a game. If you are joining us here recently, we are in the top 8 here in Madison. We have 4 Nadu players playing against 4 non-Nadu players in the top 8, giving us the possibility for an all Nadu top 4 or a no Nadu top 4. Either way, it's a compelling storyline, and that's what we're watching. So we thank you for joining us. Look at Blake getting a head start on the sideboarding here.
Looking up the sideboard notes, you love to see it.
That's efficient use of your time right there, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you could even maybe go up to the judge and say, "Hey, can I just look at the deck list while BBD is comboing just to get a better idea?" I'm sure the judge would allow it.
Yeah, chat requested standings. I'm not sure if we're able to pull those up. If we can, we'd love to look at them with you. Because remember, players who are playing in this event, like not everybody top 8s, obviously, but just because you top 8 doesn't mean you don't have a good tournament. And if you have a good tournament, you can earn points for the end of the year championship that everyone is trying to qualify for, that $35,000 event that NRG puts on. The winner of this event is going to have an automatic berth there. Everyone else who top 8s this event, these players you're looking at here, are going to have a line on accumulating points. More points, of course, the better you do. That's what you're trying to get. And the ultimate winner of the championship at the end of the year gets every Grinder's Dream free entry into all events for the entirety of next year. An incredible prize for an incredible winner at the end of the tournament circuit. One of these players could be them. BBD in the middle of comboing off here with Nadu.
Yeah, and one thing we can't forget about the showdowns is the custom token. If you win one of these showdowns, you get a token with your likeness on it, and I'm sure that that would be a huge achievement for both of these players. And we're just trying to find some stuff to talk about while we go through the motions. Maybe BBD will eventually explain the combo, but yeah. Game 2, we could look at sideboards. Let me. I'm gonna pull up Blake's sideboard real quick here. We got, it's very similar to what Christian was working with, Christian Valenti. 3 Consigned to Memory, 3 Break the Ice, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Deluge, 2 Stern Scolding, a Narset, a Spellbomb, and a Shadow's Verdict. Yeah, there's some stuff to work with. I mean, Toxic Deluge, definitely want to go towards that. We did talk about earlier whether or not Christian would maybe bring in the surgicals to, like, either Fatal Push or Thoughtseize and Nadu and then surgical it. I don't think that's where you want to be, but yeah, the Deluges are at least a slam dunk.
Yeah, the surgicals are what we keep going back to, right? It's just like because the Nadu deck is so good, it makes you want to take these lines that maybe are not as consistent statistically. Like, oh, well, maybe I can get a Nadu into the graveyard and then I'll surgical their Nadu and then they won't be able to do anything. And that doesn't work as often as you want it to. But hey, it does work sometimes. And that's how it can feel when you're playing against a deck that does, as you see what BBD is doing. You want to chase some of those more aggressive lines and possibilities in the sideboarding. As you can see, BBD on the left is the number 3 seed. So was on the play in this game 1. Blake will get to take the play back in game 2, have full access to his sideboard. We know he's got a plan for it because we saw the notes. But all right, I've got something queued up for just this moment, Devin.
Okay, what do you got? What do you got for me, Corbin?
You see that windswept heath Braun-Duin has there?
Yes, I do see that windswept heath.
Are you familiar with the story on the art of this windswept heath?
No, tell me more.
There's a deep I wouldn't want to use the word conspiracy because it's true.
Oh,
that the art for Windswept Heath, the original art, was swapped last minute with a different card. I believe it is a basic forest or maybe a basic plains of one of the tribes or one of the groups in the story. Right. Because it is a picture of their homes and the art style is the same. And like 4 of the lands are done by one artist and 1 is done by another artist. So
that
someone did the work and they went back and they looked at all of the arts going back, all of this and the arts from all of the set going back 20 years, putting this together. And when you see it in summation, you're like, yeah, that's what happened. And it's just this fun little fact about Magic lore that we now get to see on our camera 20 years later, because that art for the original Windswept Heath, of course, has become so iconic as one of the original fetch lands that we've all been watching on camera for 20 years.
Do you know by any chance, is it one of the basic lands from Onslaught or is it from a different set?
No, it's from Onslaught.
Okay.
I wish I had pulled it up entirely in front of me. I could tell you the exact one, but no, that is the story.
Well,
there, and it's fascinating.
We got some time, Corbett. If production wants to pull up each individual basic forest and plains from Onslaught, we can go through them and figure out which one it is. I mean, we got time,
We do have time, it seems. Nope.
Production is saying they can't do it.
Nope, we will not be going through basic land art in our time. That is not how we will be spending this. Let's watch Braun-Duin combo off. All right, I'll say this. People very rarely ever get to see the end state of this combo, and they may never get to see it again. What, Devin, in a nutshell, is the actual loop that is going to be presented at the end of this?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't exactly know how it works. I know it involves like getting your library to no cards and like besiegeing your opponent, and you can also sacrifice copy Haywire Might, and gain infinite life. Basically, it's besiege all of your stuff, Odawara all of your stuff, gain infinite life, and then pass. I think it's something along those lines. That's like the official end state after you've demonstrated the full loop, as it were.
Yeah. Well, there we go. It involves that, and Blake is going to learn all about how it works right here as he watches it play out. For those who don't know, by the way, we keep referencing Braun-Duin, world champion, all of this. BBD is somebody that I think many Magic players watching this stream should know about and honestly aspire to his career. Right? He started at sort of the ground level that we all start at, playing at your store, going to slightly larger tournaments, 1Ks, 2Ks, trying to get better. And he just kept grinding at it, just kept improving a little at a time, shared his entire results and journey over years online in content that people followed across, of course, a variety of platforms. And what was amazing about his story is he just took one little level up at a time. The idea if you just get a little better every day, you'll eventually get somewhere. That's what he did. He just started winning smaller tournaments and then slowly grinding results and never being the guy who just breaks through and wins it all. And everyone's like, that's the best Magic player in the world. He was never that. He was just a guy who always worked really hard and improved. And then he won the world championship because he worked so hard and improved for so long. And he took those steps all the way up to the very, very top of the game.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the year he qualified for Worlds, wasn't it just from GPs? It was like he was the top GP point leader, I think, or something like that.
I don't recall offhand for that particular year, but yeah, back then we had, the way it would work is we had kind of different masters is what we call it. So the player who had the best limited record at the Pro Tour would get a World invite, and the player had the best constructed record at the Pro Tour over the course of the year would get an invite, and the player who had the best GP finishes within the system would get an invite, and all of these things to fill the seats of a very, of a small, like select 24-person field world championship. And yeah, that is one of the years that BBD qualified to beat Marcio Carvalho, I believe, in the finals. It lasted an extremely long time. You think this is taking a long time.
Oh, that was
a
Bant
company
right?
mirror and standard. And I sat there at that table with them for hours, and every one of us had to use the bathroom. Just the players, but no one wanted to stop the game. But I'll tell you, it was a slog. But it was hey, that was a world championship. BBD won it. Really kind of capped his incredible story.
Now that you mention it, that I feel like the Bant company mirror was kind of fun back in the day. It was a lot. Like the games took forever because both decks were just playing a ton to the battlefields, but there was some nuance to it, like when to Reflector Mage and things like that. That was kind of a
lot
mirror.
of that, and then it became a lot of I don't remember the card Tragic Arrogance.
Yep, I remember
Tragic Arrogance became the real breaker there. In those mirrors, you'd both build up. One player would try to get ahead, and if they couldn't, the board would just get bogged down until someone played Tragic Arrogance. I have to just add one more note. We've been shouting out our production.
Coverage.
Yeah, well, and shouting out our production crew all day, as we rightly should. Look at how on it they are with the tokens. Do you think they thought they would need this many insight tokens?
No. Well, I mean, they probably went to, they probably opened hundreds and hundreds of cases to get these tokens. I don't actually know what happened. I'm just,
I think it's probably one of the hardest things to collect in Magic. A game where people love the collectability and all these things. One of the hardest things to collect is probably like a complete token collection of all the tokens in Standard. And I know because we used to have to keep them for all the Grand Prix.
Yeah, tokens, some of those are hard to find too. Like when I was buying tokens for Boros Energy, like finding the specific 2/1 cat token, that one, I think there's a couple of other 2/1 cat tokens that have been printed, but it was kind of hard to find those because, a lot of the people who were playing Boros have, they need a bunch of copies for their decks. So they're not that easy to find. Remember the reflection token? And it got to a point where, people were wondering whether or not the reflection token was going to cost more than Fable the Mirror Breaker itself.
Yes, I do. Funny, I was actually looking up some tokens for a deck the other day. The Dragon Broodmother token from Alara Reborn is worth more than Dragon Broodmother itself.
It's really
tokens are important, man. The Godsire token used to be worth a ton. Hey, pull your tokens out of your bulk, I guess. You can help fund your Modern deck and come to an NRG event. Where you might get to watch Brian Braun-Duin combo off with Bant Nadu. We saw BBD back in round 2. We actually got to interview him after he won his match, and he said his secret plan all along was actually to avoid coverage. He didn't want the bad luck. He said, I'm worried about messing it up. I'm afraid I'm going to misplay it. And I said, well, we'll avoid you for as long as we can. And that embargo was up for the top 8. And now he gets the opportunity to practice it because this is about as deep into it as you can get.
I love Blake throughout all this is just saying, he's just chilling. He's just having a good time, hanging out.
if we're talking, this is we actually referenced Stanislav Sivka winning a pro tour with eggs back in the day. And if you don't know what eggs means, essentially it's a combo deck that does this. It's a combo deck that where its combo turn is categorized by about 1,000 different small game actions. And that is the status of what's happening right now, right? Every one of these game actions matters because it's not a loop, although it appears that BBD is probably trying to explain the loop right now. It will eventually have a loop, but this is what got the eggs deck banned after it won a pro tour. It's that, you know how you think about tournament logistics, you get to the end and you go, okay, everyone, you have 5 turns, then we have a winner or a draw or whatever, and we're on to the next round, because at some point the hall will close down, they will lock the doors, and we will have to leave. The problem with that, yes, I've been there past the times I've still needed to work when they've locked the doors and kicked us out. The problem with that entire paradigm is, well, what if my one turn were to take 30 minutes?
Yeah.
And I'll win on
5 turns, you know?
Yeah, but it'll take 30 minutes. It just completely breaks the actual logistics that, you know, govern Magic tournaments. And that is, you can see, maybe not the exact same thing, but very similar, the problem we are encountering with the Bant Nadu deck, which is deep in the infinite loop now, but is, you know, still going on. Hopefully, the judges can maybe explain at some point what happens, but BBD will get there. The end result will be a victory, and we will be on to a sideboard game and a game 2 as soon as we can. I don't know if we're able to get any updates from the other matches, perhaps any
we can do that too,
to see what's going on. Just to check in, reminder, we came into this top 8. We have 4 Nadu decks versus 4 non-Nadu decks, with the possibility for an all Nadu top 4 or a non-Nadu top 4 based on the results. So we want to check in, of course, on those other games when we get a chance here.
Yeah, like you were mentioning, you brought up the kind of the eggs example, and it maybe this isn't as good of an example, but similar to KCI, where KCI had some of that, like, you know, go through my whole deck and do these like weird rules loops with like Chromatic Star and Chromatic Sphere, sacrificing to pay for the mana cost, and they like created this weird rules loop that sometimes I remember, like, I think there were some judges that didn't even know how it was supposed to work in the end, and some similar stuff to that. But yeah, the tournament logistic aspect, like you mentioned, just, you know, it's the physical aspect of having to go through all this stuff. Just it makes tournaments take quite a while.
All right, I've got some more information here, though. This is an important update. The card that Windswept Heath, the art was switched on, Daru Encampment.
Oh, so it wasn't a basic. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I got that you know, a little bit of memory hole here. Rob Alexander illustrated 4 of the 5 original fetch lands in Onslaught and 1 basic plains. What if that art was originally for Windswept Heath? Okay, so it is the basic plains art. The Daru Encampment is showing that many of these cards look similar. The point is, you can go look at this and you can find this, and it's a real thing. But as you can see, BBD is favoring the old school Windswept Heath art because it is just iconic.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, those old school fetchland arts, you can't get any better than that. That original set of fetchlands. I mean, I can't appreciate that they printed the Zendikar fetchlands in retro. I think it was MH2 when they did that. And those look pretty good. I think those are kind of nice.
Yeah,
I'm a
we were
big
talking
retro
earlier.
guy, though.
Yeah, the retro ones are great. We were talking earlier as well about the Galaxy lands at Infinity are very cool.
I mean, as far as basics is concerned, you're probably a fan of both of these. You know, they both got Zendikar basics.
It's true. Well, look, the Bull Island, right? That Blake is rocking there is kind of
it's so good,
classic. You know,
yeah.
Back when, if you weren't playing back then when original Zendikar came out, we're Blake's stepping off camera, so we may be hopefully reaching a conclusion here, where we find out that the deck is going to present an infinite loop and will win. The Zendikar came out, and at that point, the only full art lands you can get came out of the unsets, right? So it was a big deal to have your unhinged lands, your unglued lands, and that was it. after that, it was just you had your draft basics, and then Zendikar came out, and all of a sudden everybody could have them, and everyone the Bowl Island was really a favorite of many people.
Were you playing way back in the day when they first came out with the unglued ones? Because that was like that was kind of the beginning where I wasn't playing around that time. I started a little bit after that, but that was the very first like, oh my goodness, we can actually do like real lands like this. And I remember, you know, when I started playing, there was still a lot of buzz around those because people had just never really seen them before. And now it feels like the full art lands, we get at least 2 or 3 different ones in every single set, which is, I can appreciate that. You know, they do look nice.
Yeah. And, you know, you can talk about how on the one hand, well, if you get them in every set, it's not as special. On the other hand, almost every set that comes out, I look at the full art lands, or more specifically, maybe I see the artwork for them online, and I say, it's just amazing. That's just beautiful, right? I got a bunch of decks, and I get to choose which basic land theme I want in those decks, right? And that is sort of the benefit of having so many beautiful and distinct ones, and really very unique land arts that they do in the age of secret layers that we live in. All right, we've got Blake back at the table. Brian Braun-Duin has revealed the Otawara, and I believe we are going to be working our way through things now.
I wonder what so there's a whole bunch of dice towards the bottom. It's counting up to 28. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but it's hard to keep track of sometimes. There's a lot going on right now.
Well, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot on the line for these players, because remember, the winner of this event, not only do they get, of course, a large check, they get a qualification. They get a qualification for events that are not just this one, including the NRG Championship at the end of the year. They get all of the points for that as well. There's a lot going on here. We have 2 days of events here in Madison. We had a sealed event in addition to this modern event today, and tomorrow is we will be back, both Doom and I and our buddy Will Hall, tomorrow for Team Trios will be on tap. That's standard, modern, and legacy. A little bit of legacy. We can see some more Psychic Frog take off, I think, in legacy tomorrow. It is nothing beats team formats, team events, and it is always incredible to watch legacy on played on.
Oh yeah, I'm very very excited for tomorrow. There's going to be like I said, you know, there's nothing the camaraderie about team events and just getting to play with your friends, and you know, and also just getting to see some different formats. You know, we saw a lot of modern today. We're going to be able to see some standard and some legacy. You know, legacy is a format. I don't know how much legacy you've partaken in over, you know, the past couple of months or so, but legacy is a hotly contested and debated on format where, you know, we have a bit of a bird problem in modern, but they might have a bit of an elemental problem in legacy. And there's kind of been some discussions about grief for quite some time now.
Yeah, as of course it's been discussed, there is a banner restricted announcement coming soon. And that kind of provides context to a lot of what you're going to see. But, you know, the thing is, we saw a lot of Nadu decks today lose. We saw a lot of Nadu decks win, clearly. But we also saw a lot of players find success who weren't on Nadu, which gives me a lot of things to be excited about when we aren't watching what we're watching right now. But in the meantime, those tokens those dice down there, by the way, those are representing tokens, I believe. We did officially hit the limits
a lot of tokens
of all the insect tokens that were in fact printed.
We've reached the token limit on Magic Online. We are now using dice. Right. We can no longer get tokens in play.
You might not know it. They only print so many insect tokens per set, and we've hit them all.
I wonder what the token limit is on Magic Online. I'm sure somebody in chat might know.
I broke it once playing Mono Red Token Storm. This was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, long before we had any good cards for the deck. But you could play Battle Hymn and make a lot of mana off your tokens and just kind of keep going that way. And eventually Young Pyromancer would make enough tokens. You could burn at the stake people for lethal. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, once you started storming, it would break. It would break. I've broken Magic Online once or twice.
It was the ritual that gave you a mana for each creature, right?
Yeah, battle him.
Yeah.
It was so it's so good.
That card's cool.
And of course, it triggers your Young Pyromancer before it resolves. So you get a you could do a lot of fun stuff. Imagine it with
Ruby Medallion.
Medallion now, yeah, it'd be truly insane. But
Yeah,
it turns out Mono Red Storm was in fact a deck they tried, and it turns out it wasn't any good. Should they try Burn at the Stake? Would that fix the deck's problems? I'm just saying.
I mean, I've been playing some Storm recently. I think that Storm is Storm's okay. I mean, if your opponent doesn't draw their sideboard cards, it's a lot better. But it can be a little tough if they.
I was a little. I'll be honest. You know, going into the Pro Tour, I obviously we knew Nadu was going to be an issue. I don't want to say more concerned. I was also concerned about Storm because the idea, at least, is that if Storm is too good or whatever, you basically can't interact with it, right? They just play it and then you die, right? The idea was, well, if Nadu's too good, maybe people can at least interact with it because it's a creature. As it turns out, Nadu was just way too strong, and Storm is way too weak to hate cards. But sort of historically, it had the hallmarks of being concerning. A Storm deck breaking a new combo Storm deck breaking out off of a colorless card that enables a mana discount. That is a recipe for breaking Magic.
Corbin, we're running out of things to talk about.
Well, we might just have to get a little more esoteric. Like, for instance, I'm not sure I used the word esoteric correctly, but I think I did.
I mean,
that's
fine.
where we're headed here. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, everyone always I don't know that anyone has actually recorded the Nadu deck going through the full combo. But we are. Look, I'm not going to complain if we're able to get off of this and get on to another game. But you know what? This is what is happening in the tournament. We are covering the tournament. The tournament is not going to progress until this match is over.
That is true. That is a good point.
Folks. We are along for the ride.
We must determine a winner. That is a requirement of the match. A winner must be determined. I'm trying to figure out what we're missing, because it gets to a certain point where you've deterministically presented a loop. And I wonder if maybe it's a situation where BBD has not been asked to do the combo fully. And is it maybe possible he's having some trouble setting up the actual deterministic loop? And maybe that's what Blake is playing for, hoping that BBD has to pass the turn and then maybe Blake can rip a Toxic Deluge. I'm not sure.
This is why you play Thassa's Oracle.
Right, yeah. I know it's not technically correct, but boy, does it save a lot of time.
I mean, you say this, imagine you just do this to your opponent in the Swiss, though, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess in the Swiss, if you were asked to play it out, you could just do this. You know what I mean? You could just basically win the match 1-0 at that point, right?
Yeah, if you're in that circumstance, yes, you're right. We'll keep going.
Yeah. Some lands, some counters on endurance. I don't know if those are counters on endurance or if those are copies of endurance. Okay, we got some updates in the back. Actually, all three of our matches are already done. Okay. Good news, bad news. So Dylan Ham
and then bad news again.
Yeah, good news, bad news. Bad news. Dylan Ham, who was on Goryo's, has fallen to Wesley Hickman, who was on Nadu. That's going to be 2-1. Wesley advancing on Nadu. Garrick Alford on Jeskai Control has defeated Grayson Nemitz on Nadu 2-0. And Nathaniel Perigo on Nadu has defeated Ted on Boros Energy 2-0. So that is Garrick, our savior, on Jeskai, and then Wesley and Nathaniel both on Nadu. There's at least one left, though, Corbin. There's at least one left.
Hey, that deck is cool, right? So it'll be fun to watch play out when we get there. And you know what? We are going to get there. I have confidence that we will arrive. I guess you know what? Everyone's along for the ride now. Those other matches you're going to be watching. All your intel is going to be given away. That's for sure.
Oh boy.
Let's talk about standard for a minute though, Devin. How about that? Have
Oh,
you
I would love to.
yeah, what have you been playing in standard?
To be honest with you, Corbin, have been playing kind of everything. I have been focusing a lot of my energy towards standard. Not necessarily because there are specific tournaments coming up that I plan on playing, but just because it's a lot of fun. And I genuinely do am having a ton of fun playing the format.
Yeah.
I've been liking lizards. I've been trying a bunch of the different sort of caretakers talents decks, which that card is kind of taking over. It feels like we might have another Fable the Mirror Breaker situation on our hands.
I don't know if we can pull that one up on screen, but it's exactly like Fable in that it also, I mean, not for as long, slipped past everybody, but no one was talking about that card for what, like a couple of weeks, it felt like.
Yeah.
At least a week or so after rotation came out. It really did sneak up on people, but yeah, explain to people what that card is doing, man, because it is a Splinter Twin situation.
Yeah, it's weird because it looks like it's kind of an innocuous card where you play the Caretaker's talent. You have to, like, if you play it on turn 3, it's not going to do anything immediately the turn that you play it. And you have to invest maybe a little bit more mana next turn to get the first level off of it. But it's just so good with cards that generate tokens for like quote unquote free, specifically Urbrask's Forge, where you get into this, you have this engine where if you have Forge and talent, you don't have to spend mana on you don't have to spend extra mana on the talent to draw cards at like an additional card every single turn. And on top of all of that, talent lets you make a copy of the Forge token that you can then keep and play. And then the other thing that I didn't realize about talent was how quickly it actually killed people. A lot of these Boros decks are playing like they have Mirex, they have Fountain Port, and they have Carrot Cake to make a bunch of random 1/1s. And sometimes you just go, turn 5. Here's 1 mana to copy a token, and then 4 mana to flip talent, and you have 5 3/3s attacking, and they're just dead that turn. So it's both the combination of a ton of card advantage, but also is able to close the game quickly against those control decks. Love that card.
Yeah, it is been making waves. And of course, Vraska being the other, right? When we talk about the Vraska combo that's been in standard.
Yep.
That's the other
the other Splinter Twin.
Yep. So it's there's a lot going on in standard, that's for sure. The domain decks have kind of even still stuck around. I guess you give people a way to cast Atraxa. They're going to try to figure out how to do it.
One interaction that I've been trying somewhat recently that I've been kind of falling in love with is Iridescent Vinelasher and Freestrider Lookout, where Vinelasher is the offspring landfall that deals the target opponent takes the damage, and then Lookout is whenever you commit a crime, you look at the top X, or I think it's top
5.
Top 5. Yeah, look at top 5, put a land into play. So basically, if you have, like, say you go Vinelasher on turn 3 with the offspring, and then turn 4, you play the Lookout and then play your land, you deal them 2 damage, you get a trigger off of the Lookout, which then finds a land to deal them 2 more damage. So it just kind of like is this engine, and there's a good amount of value lands in standard. You have Mirex, Restless Cottage, Fountain Port. On top of, you also have Fable Passage. So you can actually Fable Passage to trigger the Vinelasher Lookout on your turn, and then crack the passage on their turn to get an additional trigger out of it. So that's been kind of like a cool synergy I've been liking.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like Outlaws, of course, has obviously a ton of good playable cards, but it's had a lot of sneaky kind of cards with like there's the 4/2 that people were even talking about in Rhinos, or the card that Drew
the Lookout. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. It's really been interesting. Speaking of, by the way, we can touch on that for the moment. What happened to Rhinos?
I don't know. I don't know. I tried.
We banned Violent Outburst.
I know.
And now you can't find a Rhino anywhere in the room.
There was I actually didn't take a look to see if anybody was playing it this weekend, but I did play a little bit when MH3 first came out because Flage was a card that I wanted to try. Where you have a lot of cards that naturally go to the graveyard. You have like Lorien Revealed, Fetch Lands, Fire Ice, Subtlety. So you can actually fill up your graveyard pretty fast for Flage. But the issue that I've been coming across is the mana is really tough, where you kind of have to play Breeding Pool so that Lorien Revealed can go find a green source. But if you're playing Breeding Pool alongside Forest and Island, then you have 3 lands that don't cast Flage. So the mana base is something that it's really tough to figure out. But I think that there's potential. Oh, wait, well, I see a land being untapped. Are we passing?
What's the...
No, I'm confused.
Oh no. No, we're still going.
Wait, was the land untapped the whole time? I forgot.
Yeah, we I think we're still going here. So we appear to be at the deterministic part of this, right? Because at this point it appears to be triggers that are just all putting lands into play for BBD. So this we're just working our way through it here.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah. But anyways, back to going back to the Rhino talk. I mean, I don't know. Flage did feel very, very powerful when I tried it. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's the combination of like the Boros energy deck it gets to this kind of, the Boros energy deck has so much life gain in it between like the Guide of Souls, the Ocelot Prides, and pumping the Ocelot Prides and things like that, that it's kind of hard to race them. And they can also fly over you with Guide of Souls, so that matchup felt a little tough. Nadu is basically impossible. Like, you could never beat Nadu with Rhinos, so that's could be a reason as well. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a combination of mana being bad with Flage and then the metagame maybe not being in a great spot for it.
Yeah, it's just we came a very long way from banning Violent Outbursts to the deck. I just checked. Nobody was playing it today.
No Brave Souls, huh?
That is sadly true.
Well, we can hope. Maybe there's somebody playing it at the team tournament tomorrow. Although it's less likely in teams because you would have 2 other people who would bring you to your senses to not play the Rhino deck, Because you have to convince 2 people, not just yourself.
Well, that's also what I mean. Look, we talked earlier about Modern just kind of feeling like it's in a little bit of a holding pattern because of what we're watching right now. Yep. So, like, the idea, who knows? Maybe Rhinos will loop back around at some point. I'm not sure. All right, we if you've ever wondered how this deck won, and I hope you never have, now you know. I believe we are very close to a complete loop of Odawara. If I remember right, Devin, to half an hour ago before we got off of this particular match, I think Blake had a fatal push in him.
Yeah, but there's a Teferi, right?
Blake has no game actions to take, but did have the fatal push. So maybe at one point there was, a thought to that being what was going to go on here. But just to be clear, there is a Teferi in play. Blake cannot do anything.
Now BBD's stepping away.
Oh, BBD's going to go consult. Okay. Or maybe just go to the bathroom. Maybe he said, all right, we're in this.
30 minutes. 30 minutes into the loop. Actually, you know what? I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh boy.
Oh man. I
This is something. This is fun.
We've talked a lot about Magic history. Now we're being a part of Magic history. Devin. That's what we're getting to do right now. So you know what?
Yeah, I mean,
that's what we're here for. You and me getting to hang out with all of these players, including Braun-Duin, who has the world champion, who has returned to the table after a quick break, and we will see where things go from here.
We talked earlier about we talked earlier about the like the Hogak metas and the Eldrazi metas. We sort of were part of those in different ways, and now we're this is sort of maybe the first time that I've been able to commentate on a Nadu match, because this is really it. This is the first weekend that I've been doing commentary since the deck has been around, and this is it's definitely something to be part of for sure.
And you know what? Hey, I'm glad that I could spend it with you, Devin, and all of you here on our NRG stream, hanging out. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Look, we know what we're watching. We know what's going on here, but I still see that there are a ton of you hanging out with us because you, like us, enjoy Magic. And frankly, this is one of those things you just have to see how it ends at this point. If we feel like we
It's
know
like
how
a car
it's
wreck,
end,
you know, you
right.
can't look away.
I have to know. We're part of a moment here, and that's something. And after this, we'll be part of more moments because this is the quarterfinals of our modern event here in Madison. Our other players have wrapped up their quarterfinal matches. We have 2 Nadu players as well as a Naya Affinity player into the top 4 thus far. They will be joined by one of these players, and then we will work our way through the finals to crown a champion for day 1 here of our event. Day 2 is tomorrow with team trios on tap.
I wanted to take a look at Blake's deck list because I was thinking that maybe he's like, oh, well, if BBD has to pass, then I can draw Toxic Deluge. But there are actually 0 copies of Toxic Deluge in the main deck, so can't even draw towards that. There's 2 in the sideboard, but you know, to the last time I checked, I don't think you can draw cards from the sideboard.
No, it's where we'll be looking. Sorry, Chad, I appreciate you hanging in there with us, Chad. You're also making me laugh. So thank you for hanging out with us as we work our way through this one. When we do get to the sideboard, we've watched Murktide handle Nadu earlier in this tournament with access. So we kind of talked it through earlier. The deluges obviously would be huge. Is there any thought to the surgicals, right? Based on what we've just watched, is that where we want? Do we think that it's time to pull the trigger somebody today on just bringing in the surgicals and just going for it?
I mean, maybe it's a situation where you just have to hope that there's no Thoughtseizes. I don't know why I thought there was Thoughtseize in this deck. So you would have to specifically have Fatal Push or Counter Spell or Drown or Charm. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's like you have to line up a Fatal Push or a Counter Spell with it. I don't.
There are the Drown in the locks though. For what it's worth.
Drowns.
So there are ways, but it's interesting. He does feel like he's going to have plenty of options, though, once we do get to those sideboarded games, because the Drown Unlocks in the main deck, along with the full suite of counter spells, in addition to the spell snares, it is a lot to sit behind in this game, right? So it was kind of in this one, we saw Blake have the Bowmasters and that line, but just a lot of counter magic to keep the relevant threats off the board is at least a possibility in the next game. That's where we talk about Halfling and so on out of the Nadu.
Yeah, this is so I think, I don't know, the way that this game is played up, maybe Blake wants to go towards those surgicals. It is, I'm trying to think if there's like a window where you can surgical the endurance to prevent the loop, but then I don't know how much that matters, because even if BBD just goes through his entire deck once without endurances, like just the board presence of having a bunch of 1/1s, maybe build counters, all that kind of stuff, that's probably going to be good enough anyways.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's you kind of have to specifically line up the surgical with Nadu, and there's not really much else that it's good with.
Okay, so we're back to BBD, putting the cards in a loop.
We're still going. I mean, at this point, we could have just run some Twitch ads. I don't know if Norm could hear me right now, but that might be a good idea.
I am interested, just sort of from a academic standpoint, what is going to occur from here, or why we're even still making BBD track the dice. Like, can we? The judges, someone has to be able to get involved here. We have to be able to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that BBD would have explained the loop, right? And maybe it's just the phrasing that he's using. Maybe he's not explaining it properly. I don't know.
I don't know. What we do know is the judges and the rest of the top 8 are at the table involved, watching along with all of us and you hanging out with us. And you know what? I see that we've got a lot of you who are interested to see how this shakes out. You're witnessing Magic history unfolding.
You know, it'd be a really good thing to do right now is remind every single person in the chat to hit that follow button. NRG
right.
and Nerd Rage Gaming putting on a fantastic show, and you know, I love doing these shows, and every single person who follows really does help support the stream. So hit that follow button.
Yeah, that's a great point. We really we appreciate all of your support, because speaking as someone who has been a part of Magic, the community, for a long time, and Magic coverage for a long time as well, there's really no replacement for these events. And I don't mean just, hanging out, us all watching BBD string together this combo together here, hanging out on Twitch. I just mean the general vibe that you get from Magic events, community, the streaming of the events along with it, like providing coverage. All of that is a service to the community that allows us to hang out and experience moments of Magic history like this, even if in the moment there's something. But the point is, we appreciate all of you. Hit that follow button. There's an Otawara happening. Otawara has bounced Endurance.
Okay, what are we doing with that? Otawara bounce Endurance?
Along with a waterlogged Grove in the graveyard. Okay.
It's funny
I
because
think we're getting there.
Honestly, Corbin, throughout all of this, BBD, I mean, he knows the deck list, right? The players have access to deck list. So knowing that there isn't a copy of Toxic Deluge, he could have just passed the turn, and he knows that this is good enough. There's no Deluge in the main deck, so.
I've thought that through once or twice. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone play Battle of Wills in a minute, but this is a Battle of Wills.
That's fair. It is. No, it is for sure. I mean, if there's anybody in the tournament to play Battle of Wills that I would want to, I would bet on, it would be BBD for sure.
Yeah, because that's what this is at this point. Maybe Blake is making a point about the deck. I don't know, but I see BBD counting. It looks like we might be explaining and presenting a loop the right way. Not sure, but a smile has broken out.
A rare BBD smile.
I think I saw a matching one from Blake. We've got grins, folks.
Okay. That means something, the players, either something changed about the game state or something changed about the players' understanding of what's going on here. Both of those are good things.
He picked up the cards.
There we go. Blake has picked up the cards. I want to see, the thing that I want to know, Corbin, is how many tokens were made. That's the real question.
There were a few. I think they might have started hitting up random people in the hall, asking them if they had any extra dice. We've run out of tokens. Please. I have all of these Nadus, and all I need is one token. That's where we were at there. But BBD takes, you ready for that? Game 1 of our match in the quarterfinals here in Madison of the top 8 of our modern event. These players are playing for a lot on the line here, and we are marching towards the semifinals next. Our other 3 matches are in. All that remains is this Nadu from BBD against his opponent, Blake, on we will see which of them are able to take it down. But I think we may be in for a small break next for everyone to catch their breath before we go into the next game. Welcome back, everybody. We have returned to the top 8 here in Madison. It is the Modern Showdown today. We have crowned 3 members of our top 4 thus far. We are coming back. You are witnessing Braun-Duin on Bant Nadu on your left, Blake Thompson on Dimir Murktide on the right, down a game. Players playing for a spot in the top 4. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. Welcome in to the last match of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Corbin, we all needed a little bit of a reset after that game. We don't usually take breaks in between games, but after that game 1, we needed to rest our brains a little bit. We'll see how this game goes, though. So this is post board, remember. We did kind of talk briefly during the game. We, whether or not Blake was going to board in those surgicals. Almost certainly the toxic delusions are going to come in. We didn't really get to briefly touch on BBD's sideboard, so I will kind of read it off for you real quick. It's 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Run of Fell, a Scheming Fence, a Draenith Magistrate, 1 ring, 1 Soulless Jailer, 1 Endurance, a Veil of Summer, a Force of Vigor, a Sun Cleanser, a Vexing Bauble, a Barenton Forge Tenor, and a Dismember. Maybe wants to go like towards the Spell Pierces to fight over counter magic. Run Afoul could be interesting against Murktide Regent. The 1 ring, if the game goes long, something like that. And then probably the Endurance too, to like help stymie the Murktide Regents. But this game is... Oh, that's the other thing I kind of didn't consider. Now, there's not a lot of targets, but what do you think about Blake boarding in the... What's that card called? The Stone Rain? Break the Ice. Now, Break the Ice kills Urza Saga, which is a premium target, but that is the only target, so maybe it's a little too narrow.
I assume he has enough good cards. It's not a situation where he needs to board it in, but man, would it have been good right here or what?
Yeah, imagine.
Is that surgical? What is that? Because that's a big scorecard, right?
That is Surgical Extraction. He did bring him in. Now, graveyard right now. Oh, there's a Shuko in the graveyard. That could be a target.
It's a breaking card.
Now, even if Shuko does get surgical, BBD still has access to the Outrider Encore, so that could be something he goes towards. So Blake might want to hold off on the surgical until he can fight over a Nadu on the stack, and then maybe kind of like set that angle up. But, now something we don't normally talk about because it doesn't come up in a ton of games, but Urza Saga. Now, the Nadu deck does not have a ton of artifacts, but, you can say BBD's in a spot where he can go end step, make a token, untap, make a token, get a Shuko, and now you have 2 3/3s. So that can present a relatively fast clock here for Blake.
And here we go, surgical. A little bit of a nod and a look there from BBD at that one. Think that one through. This is fascinating. The Surveil land putting the Shuko target into the graveyard for the surgical. We talked about like surgical has to line up with your opponents getting their cards into the graveyard. Well, they happen to surveil one in. That can work too. Oh, there is the Encore in hand though.
Yeah, and BBD just has the Outrider in hand. That's pretty funny. So BBD... The Shukos are going to be gone, so you can say end step, make a token, untap, float a mana, and then you have 2 lands, 3 with the mana floating plus the token, and then you can play land for turn. That would get you to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think you'd be you'd be a little bit more than 1 short. So it'll be interesting to see what BBD decides to go for. I would imagine this is probably just going to be a construct game, but it is kind of funny that because the Shukos are gone, there's actually no additional targets here, unless BBD boarded in the Vexing Bauble. But yeah, and that's actually going to be a big difference because having 2 3/3s versus 2 2/2s, that makes a world of difference here when it comes to BBD clocking Blake. The Shukos are going to be off of the table.
Wow.
And Blake just slamming a Murktide.
Yeah, well, this is looking very different than the first game. Braun-Duin playing the small creature deck, doing nothing but with small creatures, and instead just making a card struct. Meanwhile, Blake with a very fast Murktide, putting the pressure on here.
Yeah, and those construct tokens, those construct tokens are decent against the blue-black decks,
Yeah.
where if you have a little bit more time, right? You can
Right.
imagine a situation where Blake maybe has an Orcish Bowmasters or doesn't have a large threat, but these construct tokens are certainly not going to be racing a 5/5 Murktide.
That's right. That's exactly right. And in fact, BBD drew a second Urza Saga there. So in a different world, making another construct here and then playing the other Saga, and you're planning just making 3 or 4 constructs over the course of the game to win would be viable if you weren't just getting absolutely beat down in the air by a very, very fast deployed Murktide. So in this case, the Saga going away, and if you're not going to get in Shuko to combo, it's certainly going to be worse here. Actually losing the mana from it matters.
Yeah, so BBD is going to float a mana. Oh, I missed the Hex Parasite. I missed that. Okay, I was looking. I was only looking under artifacts to try and find targets, but that was hiding out in the creatures. So there is a target here for the Urza Saga.
Well, this is this is cool.
The Hex Parasite is kind of interesting with the second copy of Saga, where given enough time, you can actually start removing counters from the Saga so that it never actually dies.
Yeah.
Now, granted, under a 5/5 Murktide probably doesn't have that kind of time in a game like this, but it is something that is it is an option available to BBD.
Parasite's an interesting card too, just like a neat card because it was not playable in Modern for many, many, many years, and it wasn't even like a new combo that made it playable. Just kind of things evolved in such a way that I guess you could say it's a combo with Urza Saga, but it just actually works against a surprisingly large swath of the field.
Oh, that's something I didn't even realize that chat brings up. The Hex Parasite can actually remove counters from the Murktide.
Correct.
So
yes.
that can actually make it a much smaller clock.
Right. It can. It's going to cost some amount of life or whatever on the first, but it does slow it down. And now you have Sylvan Safekeeper Protect, and you have this other Urza Saga, and the Parasite grows your construct. I mean, I'm not saying BBD wants to play a fair game of Magic here, but it's not completely off the table.
Yeah, and looks like the leftovers here for Blake are Counterspell, Subtlety, and a couple lands with that 3/3 Murktide. And now, we talked about the Murktide being able to race the construct tokens, but 3/3 Murktide versus 2/2 construct token. Next turn, it's going to make another one, the turn after another, and then they're going to be 4/4s. This is actually a race that BBD can now win.
That's another Saga drawn. We're one Gavany Township away from him really going off here.
What a throwback on that one. I love that card.
Oh, Sylvan Safekeeper would have fit right in. Yeah, well, this is not at all like the first game we watched. I'll say that, but it does have BBD's creatures sideways again, and they're coming in for damage here on Blake.
Yeah, and we know that Blake has a subtlety, so I guess you could maybe go subtlety in front of the Hex Parasite. But then if that were to happen, BBD could then use the Parasite to remove counters from the Saga to then trade for the subtlety. It looks like, I think what Blake is maybe interested in is just take the damage and then end step and we're just going to get into an old-fashioned damage race. End step, play the subtlety, hit BBD down to 9. Is Blake facing lethal on the next turn? So 1, 2, 3, that would be 4, 8, 9, 10. I think it would not quite be lethal.
And so next turn, BBD untaps. He's able to instep. If this is the way we're going, you can make another construct. You can untap. You could actually then make another construct. I think just one more, even with losing it. So you end up with 3 of them. It's a big swing. I mean, it kind of puts it down then to what Blake might have to interact. And as we can see, Blake he's got a shot in this race. He's got 4 cards in hand, one of which is a Fatal Push. That's a great answer to a construct.
Yeah, that Fatal Push is a huge pickup because that's going to be able to answer. Oh, actually, it's not because of the Safekeeper. I forgot about the Safekeeper.
Right? At least. Yep. But okay, the Veil of Summer. Even worse.
And we are okay. So we could have fought over that with Counterspell, but I think Blake is preserving the mana to hold up Subtlety, which makes sense. And look at this, not even an attack from Blake. This is now a race he has recognized that he can no longer win. So yeah, these Urza Sagas, like I said, we don't really see a lot of this from Nadu, but yeah, these Urza Sagas are going to put a hurting on Blake here. Like I said, you can untap, make an additional one that's going to be 4/4s, and just kind of go from there. Boseiju was the pickup here for BBD, I believe.
Well, BBD's just been able to play the fair game. We don't see it very often, the plan B, but the the Hex Parasite taking counters away from a Murktide Regent to be relevant is not an interaction you see often in Modern. It's certainly not before, a couple of weeks ago anyway. But there you go. But Urza Saga, ever since it's come out, has done exactly this. Make constructs, take over games that otherwise look stalled. Very powerful stuff here from BBD trying to work this one through. And Sylvan Safekeeper, you can use that, throw away your lands. It's a big cost to protect yourself. But with Veil of Summer, you're cycling off of it. You're countering spells that way. You're really just getting a ton of value off of every single interaction you played. And all of a sudden, the fair game for Brian Braun-Duin has kind of outdone the fair game from the Dimir Murktide player.
Yeah, and the fair game for BBD is infinite Urza Sagas, because with that Hex Parasite, he's going to be able to keep both of these Urza Sagas around effectively, just indefinitely. And that means that he's just going to be able to make a whole bunch of construct tokens, and it's going to be very, very tough for Blake to be able to answer that. I mean, I guess you could play the subtlety and double block one, but you can't really just trade one of them, because there's 3 artifacts and BBD has threatening the ability to make a 4th, as he is going to do in combat. That's going to mean Blake is taking 8 all the way down to 3, and now even if there is a top deck Toxic Deluge, does not have enough life to work with.
Yep, great point. Yeah, and I'm not sure that racing would have worked out any better. I am pretty sure that Scalding Tarn off the top is not going to be the answer. That sets things straight here. So things looking pretty good for Brian Braun-Duin. He won one game with the most convoluted combo turn you will ever see in Magic. And he won one game by turning some small creatures sideways, just like Richard Garfield designed.
Yeah, game 1 took maybe 45-ish minutes. Game 2 took maybe 4.5. So there you go. That is going to be BBD advancing 2-0 over Blake Thompson.
There you go. What a match. Maybe for not all the reasons we wanted, but what a match that was. BBD advanced into the semifinals, where he will join the other winners of our quarterfinals as we make our way on towards the end of the day here in Madison. We had Sealed this morning. We had Modern happening. We've got Team Trios on tap tomorrow. A lot of great stuff happening this week. I believe that we are going to take a short break here, and then we will be back for those semifinals. We will bring you the one non-Nadu player I'm sure that we have to watch. So looking forward to it. We will see you on the other side for our semifinals. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Madison. We are at the NRG Modern Showdown, where we are our semifinals. That's right. 177 people turned up today. Only 4 people remain. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, here to bring you all of the action as we count down towards a champion today for Modern. It's been a great day up to this point. We've got 4 players to remain. We're going to take a look at them to see what's coming to you. Of course, we just watched BBD win an epic marathon of a quarterfinals. What are you looking forward to here in the semis, Devin?
Well, we are going to, unsurprisingly, we are going to be watching, our last remaining non-Nadu player. That is going to be Garrick Alfred on Jeskai Control. Corbin, he's our savior at this point.
Yeah, I
And
guess so.
he's going to be playing against Nathaniel Perigo on Nadu. And then the other matchup will be Wesley Hickman against Brian Braun-Duin. I can't speak. So, Jeskai Control against Nadu. Now, I was trying to see if I could load Melee, but I'm having some issues loading Melee, so I can't pull up Garrick's tournament history. I wanted to see how many times he's played against Nadu today, because you would imagine to make it this far into the event, you've probably had to play against Nadu a few times. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Garrick can kind of, I'm sure that he built his deck to beat Nadu, and we'll see if he can put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've had much Jeskai control on camera today. As a matter of fact, we've seen almost everything just sort of as it's worked out. I don't know that we've got to really watch it. So watching outside of perhaps maybe one round towards the end. So yeah, I'm excited to get to see Garrick sleeve this thing up on camera, give it a shot. It's one of the pillars of the format, and now it's our hero to try to take down Nadu. So I think we're going to get ready and head on down to the match. Jeskai control on your left, Garrick Alford against Nathaniel Perigo on Simic Nadu. So we've got a slightly different build of Nadu, I guess, rather than Bant here.
Yeah, I'm still having some technical difficulties with Melee, so I'm unable to pull up the deck list. But yeah, so Garrick Alford, Jeskai control. From I do remember Garrick's list earlier, there are no copies of Solitude, so keep that in mind. But kind of the usual fare, counter spells, the One Rings, Wrath of the Skies, subtleties. And Garrick is going to just be trying to remove everything that Nathaniel plays and eventually close the game out with a Flage. And I'm not the only one. Production also having some issues loading Melee, so we may have to do this one the hard way here as we see a Wall of Roots cast from Nathaniel. But as far as the matchup is concerned, I mean, it really comes down. I feel like Jeskai control has to be in a reasonable spot in this matchup. The combination of, like I said, removal, counter spells, plus those sweepers. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and a pretty ideal start here, I guess. If you're Nathaniel, you've got your Mana Dork, you've got your Wall of Roots, and it looks like we have even more with the Wall of Roots here. I don't remember the name of that one. That is quite the card, though. You reveal the top.
Oh, Malevolent Rumble.
Yes, Malevolent Rumble. There you go. You reveal the top 4. I believe you get a spawn out of it, and then I think you get to pick up a land, right? So,
permanent card. So
permanent card, even better.
Yep. 2 mana, look at the top 4. You get a spawn, you get any permanent card, and the rest go to the graveyard. And what's important about that, there was a nice little sequence there where you put the Saga in the graveyard. So you now have enchantment, land, creature, sorcery, and the Rumble took the Shifting Woodlands. So you've achieved Delirium and you have the Woodlands available, which is kind of exactly what you want for Nathaniel. I'm being told by the one and only George DeBoer that Garrick is 5-1 against Nadu so far today. So yeah, he's putting his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, he clearly, I mean, like as you said earlier, you don't enter a tournament like this without a plan to beat the deck. And Jeskai Control has, I think, typically been an archetype that you can tailor against something when you need to. And especially in the hands of an all-star like Garrick, it has happened. And here you go, Wrath of the Skies. Clear out that board, even though it's just a small board, a little 2-for-1. I'll take my 2-for-1. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the really important thing about that is it clears the board, and clearing the board is huge because of cards like Court of Calling and just having a bunch of material in play for the eventual Nadu turn. And looks like Nathaniel is lining up a fetch land, wants to break the fetch land main phase to not get, not have the half or the Spring Guardian to go removed in response. And we'll have to see if Garrick has a follow-up here, something like a Flage, or, I mean, ideally for Garrick, wants the One Ring.
Yeah, especially when you're at a nice high life total where you can buffer how you play around the One Ring. Obviously, at this point, it would be very, very strong to have early. So he's burned through some resources, although I do spot plenty still in hand. Another Wrath of the Skies in there. I saw a Force of Negation. Garrick feeling like he's got some options, and he chooses a nice simple one here. Just play my Flage out, remove your creature, pass the turn back.
Yeah, and with 4 other cards in the graveyard currently, if Garrick can find a fetch land next turn, then that would be the 5th card in the graveyard to get back that Flage. And Outrider and Core doing it the hard way. Now, I know this card has text. I think it's, what is the Encore text is pay 0.
And
the next one,
damage?
I think it's the next 1 damage that would be dealt to the Outrider, right? Is dealt to something else instead. So, for example, if Garrick goes, say, Flage target Outrider, you can redirect 2 of that damage to, I believe, the same insect token. But we're not even going to mess with that. We're just going to cast Wrath.
Yeah, another Wrath of the Skies, and you see why this card is so good. There goes everything again. And now you're Nathaniel, and you have Court of Calling and no creatures to convoke. That said, you do have
Nathaniel's
Nadu.
leftovers are still pretty good. There's the woodlands that we saw earlier has the Nadu and a Court of Calling as well.
Oh,
And Garrick is interested in fighting over this, wants to subtlety that Nadu. And, it's only a temporary answer, but Garrick feels like he's, lining up to cast the copy of Flage next turn. So just wants to buy that additional turn because he knows he wants to tap out next turn and then, can deal with the Nadu maybe the turn after.
well, and you weren't going to conceivably get a target if you're tapping out this turn for that force of negation, unless you want to pitch something you want to keep. So you just do it this way. You use your subtlety to buy you that turn, and that turn's real big when that turn is used on Flage, because that knocks Nathaniel, I believe, down to 11 life, and that means that it doesn't take much from here to just finish the game off entirely. It also makes Nathaniel be real cautious about how he spends his life total on this turn.
Yeah, not quite lethal. The Flage, the Flage attack plus the 3 damage trigger is only 9, so Nathaniel is not in a position where he has to chump block this turn. But maybe it's in his best interest. I guess you're probably never winning if you chump block. So yeah, you just have to go to 2 here and kind of just hope that it works out. And maybe for Nathaniel's sake, maybe Garrick doesn't have a good leftover. And I could not quite get a good look at Garrick's hand, but the way he's motioning, it doesn't sound super great.
Well, another chord for Nathaniel. However, Outriders.
Yeah, you just go Woodlands the Outrider.
Yeah, I think we've got a line here. But let's see here in response to this if Garrick has anything or if he is going to be forced to watch.
Yeah, and you can imagine if Garrick is not responding to the Woodland activation, probably does not have anything ready to go. So here we are off to the races here. Now, again, with Nathaniel at 2, if Garrick can fade, does have lethal with the Flage in play. So, there is still a potential, but Garrick needs Nathaniel to whiff. I think specifically on Nantuko. I think that's the one that Garrick or that Nathaniel really wants is Nantuko. Oh, but we have Cord for the Nantuko. So I guess if we just find lands
we'll see.
More creatures.
We are hitting some lands. We got an Arboreal Grazer there. I guess fetching's kind of awkward.
Yeah, 2, because you don't have the Yavimaya.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. Nathaniel actually... Oh, I don't know if it's going to matter, but Nathaniel milled over the Yavimaya from a Surveil land earlier on, so may not have access to it throughout the entire combo until an Endurance, comes and the library comes back in. But once we've gotten to that point, it probably won't matter. So that could actually be somewhat relevant.
Well, and it restricts him now, right? It restricts him in the moment as well because that's a Misty Rainforest that you can't do anything with.
Yep.
So
doesn't need more chords. They already got 2 of those.
Yeah. Well, think about those Wrath of the Skies. Even though they just seem like little 2-for-1s, not that great or whatever, they were actually really big, just for clearing away the bodies. But here we go. That trigger, Nathaniel needed more, and he got it. He was able to hit a Colony Garden that gives him another body, but he didn't on these. So now we are at, that's a Vincer. Okay, I like that piece of tech. But we got the Haywire Might. That's the next one to try.
Okay, there's the Nantuko, but he's out of mana. Hold on. Wait a minute. So as of right now, Nathaniel can cord for 1 to get, I don't know, like you can get an Arboreal Grazer, a Halfling, but that's still only 2 more triggers. And if you cord for 1, then you don't have the ability to get the Nantuko into play. And you can't cord for 2, I think, because you're at 1, you can't fetch. Corbin, I think Nathaniel might have bricked.
Yeah, about as much as it could be possible to. It does seem like it might be possible. Now, can Garrick pay it off? Okay.
So cord for 1. Okay, I think Nathaniel found the line. It's
right.
Yeah, it's cord for 1, get 2 more triggers, and hit 2 non-fetch, non-shock, untap lands, which, to be honest with you, I don't even know how many are in Nathaniel's deck. I guess a Seiju and another basic, maybe?
I mean, Safekeeper allows you to keep going, but that is... It's a very small series here. And what do we got? That's not going to do it.
Springleaf Drum. That's not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Neither will the Rumble.
Wow. Yeah, the Yavimaya...
Garrick points to the sky, says thank
Yep.
you.
Wrath of that sky. Yeah, Nathaniel picks it up.
Wow.
Crazy. A lot of triggers here for Nathaniel, but just a little bit shy on lands, and that is going to be game number 1. So I believe, this is normally the part where we would take a look at deck lists, but I don't know about you, Corbin. I'm still trying to load MTG Melee, and it's not happening. So unfortunately, it appears we may not have deck lists for you this round.
Well, everybody, we can tell you that one player is playing Nadu, and if you Google
That is true.
Nadu, it'll look like exactly what you see. Or close enough. It's a Simic version of the deck, which I suppose is slightly different than the version that was the most popular. But hey, it's had success today. But hey, let's talk about Garrick on the Jeskai control deck. You said 5-1, I believe, against Nadu on the day.
Yeah, that's what I was told by George DeBoer, and I can't imagine George DeBoer would ever lie to me. So, yeah, it appears that Garrick is 5-1 against the Nadu Menace on the day. So, yeah, I mean, maybe built his deck in such a way where really made sure that he had a good matchup against it, and it seems like it's been paying off so far as he takes down game number 1. And like I said, that last turn sequence where, I mean, if you look at the draw from Garrick, right, it was removal spell, double Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
And Nathaniel was still able, even through all of that, was still able to just barely come up short. And that just that goes to show you how completely absurd this Nadu deck is.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate, if we're being honest, about the Nadu player whiffing that hard. It doesn't happen that often or that hard. And while I suppose it is just for the deck doing what it is before, to us before all day long, it is occasionally what happens. Combo decks can brick. I'll tell you whose combo deck did not brick. That would be Braun-Duin, who we watched play it last round. We can tell you that he is up 1 game in the other semifinal, and now just a single game away from punching his ticket to the finals, where he will meet either Nathaniel Perigo playing Nadu there on your right, or Garrick Alford on Jeskai Control, which has been the bane of Nadu thus far today, on your left. Garrick is up 1 game to none.
I gotta say, Corbin, after that first game, I'm maybe convinced. I might be a believer in Garrick in this matchup over Jeskai Control over Simic Nadu.
Yeah, the cards have to go your way, right? And they sure did in that one. I mean, if you can count on a brick or 2 from a Nadu player, you're feeling good.
Yeah, and I mean, just the way that Garrick kind of sequenced that, he sort of lined everything up perfectly. And as you would expect, Garrick plays a ton of these control decks. He kind of knows the ins and outs of all of these decks. And just the kind of the knowing when to transition from trading 1 for 1 and casting these wraths to here's my flage, I'm going to buy this. The turn that I want to go back to is that subtlety turn where he knew he was going to tap out the next turn. It's only a temporary answer, but because he knew he was going to tap out for the flage, just wanted to buy that turn, and it was good enough to close the job to get the job done. So
yeah, I mean, look how important it was, right? Just literally the extra turn, them not having 1 extra body or 1 extra card. That's what makes all the difference. And so a situation like this. Now we can obviously flip this around and say, wow, Nathaniel was so close to comboing through multiple removal spells and multiple board wipes. He still just had it all. And I mean, look, that's what the Nadu deck can do. But Garrick 5-1, game away from moving to 6-1 against Nadu on the day, and then into the finals of this tournament. So, all right, we've got a pretty decent start here from Nathaniel, right? We've got the Saga, and then we've got the Malevolent Rumblings off a Caldy Garden to give you a token. I mean, it looks pretty good. What a baby blot out the skies, man.
Oh my goodness. Wrath of the Skies for 0. Spend 2 mana, blow up your land and 2 of your tokens.
Whew.
And Nathaniel is now just set back to the Stone Age. My goodness.
And that is what Wrath of the Skies does right there, is it can hit Urza Saga. And as you said, at the Stone Age is how you describe it, because all of a sudden, I was saying this game looks pretty good for Nathaniel. It's a good turn 1, turn 2, nice mix of tokens and bodies and setup. And oh my gosh, it did not matter against Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, that was brutal. Now, we see Nathaniel did board in the copy of Vexing Bauble. Presumably that is an Urza Saga target. And I kind of like that because Garrick has copies of Subtlety and Force Negation, and getting to shut those off Because Garrick ends up in a spot a lot of the time where you're tapping out for a threat, whether it's the One Ring
Right.
or Flage, and holding up that free interaction. And it really makes it awkward for Garrick to be able to commit to that threat on the turn if if my free spells are shut off, that I can't really afford to tap out. And I like that decision from Nathaniel.
Yeah, it definitely changes the dynamic of how these decks function because, if you can't hold up mana for counter magic, well, the free counter magic can come into play. And just, the Vexing Bauble is a really easy way to shut it off. I mean, maybe you prefer to get it off of an Urza Saga where it doesn't cost you a card per se. But it does a little bit of work. And I mean, that said, Nathaniel seems to be up against it already, right? We're going for, is that a traverse the Ulvenwald here just to go get a land? He doesn't seem to be thrilled with where he's at, and actually it's going to run into a counter spell.
Traverse the Ulvenwald. Okay. That is that. Okay, I don't mean to alarm you, Corbin, but I believe Melee is back, so we can
Oh gosh.
grab deck lists real quick. We go to standings and here. All right, we now have deck lists. I repeat, we now have deck lists. We are good to go. As we see a Shuko cast here for Nathaniel. That plan token, it's so funny. Yeah, it's also hilarious. The fact that it's like actually able to kill the Teferi,
super
you
relevant.
not normally think that the plan token is that relevant, but Shuko it does some weird things sometimes.
That was huge, right? Because I feel like if you untap with Teferi there, Nathaniel may never get, a priority in the match again. Not literal priority, but like he may never get control of the match again. But instead, Shuko on our plant token off of Colony Garden, and all of a sudden the game is afoot. Now Garrick's still in a great spot here. Plays out a land, but just passes the turn, and Nathaniel still trying to claw back from having that land blown up by that early Wrath of the Skies. Doing a pretty good job, and is now going to be up to a possibility of 4 mana on his next turn.
Nathaniel's on the beatdown plan with that plan token. Just getting in there. Plan B, folks. Plan B. See a Surveil here from Nathaniel. Likes what he sees. Going to keep that on top. Didn't quite get a good look at what it was. Maybe a Nantuko. Okay, Nantuko. So now we can go. Do you want to bestow is the question. Looks like we are choosing not to. And I think the reason for that is the Court of Calling in hand.
Yeah.
So if you don't bestow, you have one extra creature to convoke for Chord. So fetch land is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which that's the magic number. 6 lets you Chord for 3, which can then get you towards Nadu. So looks like Nathaniel not wanting to commit that on the main phase. Kind of makes sense. Maybe he wants to do it on Garrick's end step and get him to spend a little bit of mana.
Well, and Garrick's not doing anything with his mana at the moment, too, so you can potentially brick sort of that round of his possible mana spend. Although we're going to just go ahead and tune the narrative here in the end step, I believe.
And I believe that might have been a Wrath of the Skies. The full art Wrath and full art Flage, like from a distance, have a similar vibe to it. So sometimes it's a little hard to tell which one's which, but I think it was. Oh, okay. Well,
how about that
one?
Stream verdict, right?
Everybody knows what that one is.
Oh man. I love these arts, though. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I don't love not always knowing what they are on camera, but I do like looking at them.
They're pretty cool.
I can't deny it.
This one's
Nathaniel into the tank a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, you can Chord in response, but what does that really accomplish, right? If you just Chord for 3, I'm going to look at Nathaniel's deck list real quick. We can Chord for... I'm not seeing a ton of good options here.
Well, looking at Nathaniel's hand, right? So let's maybe move past this Wrath that is in fact going to happen. I think I spotted a 1 ring. So he's at least got a rebuild plan.
It's something.
If he can resolve it. That said, Garrick's sitting on 2 open mana. to tell. I'm going to guess subtlety, discharge, and something in Garrick's hand there based on that quick fan, but certainly does not seem to be out of answers.
Yeah, Nathaniel's going to pick up a Temple Garden here. And so the leftovers for Nathaniel, I know that we saw the Court of Calling. I didn't quite get a good look of what else was left over, but I don't think there was a ton else. And Court of Calling, not super great here. Looks like, oh yeah, the One Ring, right? Okay, so Court of Calling, the One Ring. There's the Dryad Arbor. But yeah, it's like, do you just slam the One Ring here into 2 open mana, or do you play the Dryad Arbor and maybe Cord for 2? You can't imagine your ring is resolving, but he's just going to slam it. Say, Garrick, do you have the counter
Make him
spell?
have it. Yeah.
Yeah. And Garrick posturing like he does not have it. And that is not good news if you're a Garrick Alfred fan.
Well, that's why you make them have it, I guess, because sometimes they just don't. Garrick does have answers, but maybe not all the right ones, because he didn't have an answer for the One Ring. I think he may have a creature type answer, not a One Ring answer. And that's a real problem, because One Ring with 19 life to play with for Nathaniel will obviously get out of control extremely quickly.
Yep, and that is a way for Nathaniel to kind of claw back into this game. Garrick's deck is very, very good at trading 1-for-1, sometimes 2-for-1 with the Wraths, as we've seen this game and previous game. But notoriously, these Jeskai decks are not that well suited to remove or answer a One Ring. We've seen some versions that play Leyline Binding, but I'm going to take a look at Garrick's deck list. And Garrick is not on the Leyline Binding. So taking a look at the deck list, I mean, as far as answers are concerned, Teferi Time Raveler is technically one where you can at least reset it, maybe if you find a counter spell later on. But past that, there's really not a ton else here to answer this One Ring. So it's kind of just the game that we are playing for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, and you can see a stack of cards there in Garrick's hand. So I don't think this game's over by a long shot, but with the ring now getting 2 counters, it's getting going. Things might get out of control. So trying to spot now. Nathaniel seems to have a stack of lands in his hand. That's a Court of Calling in there. Both players just trying to figure out where we go from here. Because if you're Nathaniel, the big moment was, oh, I resolved my One Ring. Yeah. Well, now what?
Now what?
Question. You got to try to dig your way out of that. You didn't expect that to work, but it did. And now you're in it. And now this tournament is very much alive for Nathaniel Perigo, playing for a spot in the finals. Seemed like
and
he
I know
was in trouble, and he's back in it now.
Just to kind of give Chad an update, because it's I know that it doesn't show on the screen, but Garrick did win game number 1. So Garrick is currently up a game over Nathaniel. This is game number 2. And I think Garrick's plan at this point might just be subtlety and try to race the One Ring. Maybe that's something. So Garrick's hand, I think it was a Discharge, a Wrath of the Skies, and one other card that I cannot quite make out. But I think I saw Discharge Wrath.
Well, the ring is going to get real here. The subtlety was probably a good choice. You get to poke in 3 damage that wasn't expected when Nathaniel's already trying to account for the ring. It's possible, as it takes up to 3 counters here, that if you can answer, well, there's 3 Nadus.
That's a lot of Nadus, huh?
Okay.
Well,
3 draws, 3 Nadus.
Found the bird. We have the bird has been located. I repeat, the bird has been located. So
I was going to say, if you're Garrick and you just have a couple counter spells at this point, or removal, and you just keep from losing the game, like there's one counter spell on a Nadu. But that is a swan song from Nathaniel Perigo right there.
Have this bird. Here you go, Garrick. So Nadu resolved, and we got a Discharge. So Discharge is going to trigger, and then the Nadu is going to get a trigger from the Shuko. So that's going to be 2. It's going to be a little bit more mana here for Nathaniel. And I wonder, do we have enough mana left over for Nathaniel to be able to set up a combo this turn? Because, we know there's 2 more Nadus in hand. So I would imagine we can at least do something.
Yeah, well, there's a Safekeeper, which could create a couple additional targets. He certainly has lands to spare at this moment.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about shocking there.
Yeah. So he's got protection against additional discharges with that. So he's got a lot of options even after this. So, but okay, we've got Discharge resolving, taking out the Nadu. trigger resolve Sun Cleanser to hand.
So now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Nathaniel has played a land this turn, correct? I don't think we have.
I don't think so. He
So you
does
can
have that
go-
Temple Garden there, so Sun Cleanser
Right.
is available.
Yeah, you could maybe say go 3 mana for a second Nadu, and then equip, get 2 looks. Dryad Arbor, if there's no land for turn, that'll give you 2 more looks. Okay, there's a Saga as well. Okay, I'm being reported on by chat that Nathaniel has played Misty this turn, so. Okay, no Dryad Arbor then. And it's actually kind of awkward because now you can't fetch the Misty for the Dryad Arbor because I believe there's only one in the deck. Let me just double check. I know sometimes they play more than one, but yeah, only one copy of Dryad Arbor. And because that's in the hand, that's kind of awkward there for Nathaniel.
Yeah, certainly not as clean or as easy as he would have hoped for it here. Garrick forced to just kind of to look on, at least for the moment.
But, I mean, Nathaniel is now at 6 life, and there's a subtlety in play and a 1 ring on 3. So, Garrick does see the path to victory here, presuming that he does get an untap step.
Yeah, and if Garrick is able to kind of turn this around and pull it off, it'll be because 2 or 3 turns ago, or I guess 2 turns ago, he looked at the board and he said, well, okay, well, how do I beat this ring with my opponent at 14, 15, 16 life or whatever? And me out of answers. Well, the answer was I try to sneak in damage with the 1 ring or with subtlety and then hope that the 1 ring can finish him off. And while that was unlikely, it was also unlikely for Nathaniel to break in game 1, and he did. It's all about giving yourself a chance of success and playing yourself into a spot where it can work out for you. And that's what Garrick was able to do in the first game. And that's what he's going to attempt to do in this game, as we've got Nathaniel, falling low in life and the ring sitting at 3 counters.
And Nathaniel also stealing Garrick's Tamiyo. 2 more. Oh my God, Nathaniel bricked again. 2 more non-lands. Wow. So yeah, I believe lethal on board. Now we obviously know that Garrick has the Wrath of the Skies, but even just on board, attack with both 3 power flyers, Nadu blocks. Oh, never mind the Tamiyo. But so Garrick can actually go Wrath for 3 to blow up every creature but the subtlety, attack Nathaniel with the subtlety for 3, and then Nathaniel with that of the 1 ring. So I believe that is going to be. I'm not sure if is there anything Nathaniel can have on upkeep, I guess is the question. Cord for Haywire Might to blow up the ring in game 2, maybe?
Yeah, we've been down this path before today. It's a possibility. There's a Minamo for Garrick. He thinks about combat. I think Nathaniel might still have. If life totals are correct and Nathaniel's at 8, then he's not dead to the attack. But if he gets his board wrath, he is still in imminent danger to the 1 ring because he will need to still untap after that. So, look, this is a dangerous spot here for Nathaniel, no matter how you cut it.
I got a little confused because I saw the life total of Nathaniel flash to 6, and I just, for some reason, thought he shocked. So Nathaniel did not shock. But my apologies. My apologies. We do have the Wrath here, though. So the Wrath is going to take care of, presumably, the Wrath for 3. That'll remove everything but the subtlety, and that will put Nathaniel down to 5, and then the ring would put Nathaniel down to 2. Notably, that also removes the Shuko. So that is, that's something to note here for Garrick.
Wrath of the Skies has been the absolute all-star in every game we've watched it played today.
Agreed.
And if it delivers Garrick Alford to the finals here, it will be because of that card. If he's able to move there with Jeskai control, which he could very well be on the verge of doing as we head towards the end of Saturday here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison. All right, Nathaniel, this is your big opportunity. You have 4 counters on the 1 ring. You're at 2 life. You have all the cards you could want in your hand. Your only limitation is going to be the mana.
Surely we can't brick this time, right?
Yeah, right.
Surely we can't brick again. But yeah, we know about the Nadu and the Outriders in core, so that will most likely do it.
Yeah. Okay, well, here we go. We got a Yavimaya.
I guess how many Nantukos are in the graveyard? I actually don't remember. There's at least 2. I don't think there's 3.
All right,
Well,
there's the
we're gonna
cord.
cord first.
Yeah, we should be good here.
Yeah, so cord likely going to go find that the Springhorn Nantuko. Yep, and now we can start the fun. Would
Yeah, and
imagine this should be good enough.
I don't assume Garrick is going. I don't think we'll be watching the entire thing play out this time. But also, this is unlike that first game we watched with the Nathaniel. This is a much less precarious situation because he
Yes.
simply has so many creatures that he'll be able to target here to continue looping. The odds of whipping in this circumstance are extraordinarily low, especially now that obviously there's an Nantuko. I think that we might be headed off to a game 3.
Yeah, looks like we have 11 triggers currently, so would have to imagine that it should be enough here. And it's just a question of how long Garrick wants to hang on. See, the thing is, Corbin, we ran out of things to talk about in the last match when we were doing this, so we got to come up with some more in between combo topics.
Well, I'll tell you that we're now a month into Bloomborough, almost 3 weeks, and we're not all that far out from Duskmorn previews. The modern horror set, as it were, and I'll tell you that's what the set I'm most looking forward to this year.
Yeah, Duskmorn looks like a lot of fun. I've seen a few spoilers so far, and there's some interesting ones that maybe we can talk about when we start getting official spoilers. But the set looks really cool. I'm excited
Yeah,
for it.
the idea of modern horror when they previewed it and I saw the set, I was like, wow, they can do that. That was essentially my reaction. It's like the idea of seeing a Magic set that is both not a secret lair and not set in sort of a traditional fantasy setting was very different. And I was like, wow, this is definitely some breaking some new ground in that sense for Magic as a game. So I don't know. It's pretty cool for that sense. And I think that it's going to be a fun release. Very excited for that. And obviously, you mentioned some of the strong cards we've seen. We'll see what breaks its way into standard and pioneer and modern and so on. But it just the aesthetic of the set, I think, is going to really hit in a way that Bloomborough did for a different crowd.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that whole like horror trope stuff and Innistrad vibes and vampires, werewolves, all that kind of stuff. So like that like general area. I'm a big fan of Innistrad sets, and I think that there's some cool stuff to find out with Duskmorn. You like the Innistrad sets, Corbin?
I mean, I think original Innistrad was the set that probably most sold me on Magic's potential as a storytelling mechanism, if that makes sense, right? Because that was the one where I really remember being hooked by the setting and the way they played on it, and it was also just one of the best limited sets ever designed up to that point.
Oh yeah.
So the original Innistrad, right? And that's when I really got into competitive Magic and started playing, for traveling for tournaments and doing the whole thing. And I drafted the heck out of original Innistrad. So yeah, it's always going to be a fun memory, and the entire setting has been great. Now, I don't know if they always followed up on it and it hit perfectly, but all in all, Innistrad A+. And I know we've got I think they did the remastered recently, which was fun as well.
Oh yeah. It appears that maybe when we have this going, I think we might be able to switch right over real quick to BBD in game number 3, because this game is kind of over. So, but we actually have some real action to take a look in. Well, I mean, it's more Nadu stuff going on, but not necessarily a loop has not been demonstrated as of yet. It appears. We see Wesley on the right, BBD on the left. Remember, this is game number 3. What are we coming into? So we have Wesley with a Nadu, a Construct, a Haywire Might, a couple of lands. And BBD says, you know what? I want that Nadu. Get over here.
Well, that works out pretty well because now he has it, and he's got. Anytime I think you see 3 counters on Wall of Roots, you know you're deep into a Nadu game.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
here. Yeah, go ahead.
This is one of those weird situations where you don't want to be the first person to play Nadu against the Storm Drake.
Yeah.
Where it's, Wesley played his and BBD now got to steal Wesley's for 2 mana effectively. So that is kind of interesting.
Yeah, and now BBD is untapping with said Nadu. No cards in hand, I think, though. Right? Outside of what he just drew. So
yeah, 1 card in hand for BBD. Was it a Shuko? It looks like it was not a Shuko.
So these are very, very deep in the grind for the Nadu mirror, right? But players appear to be top decking or near top decking. There's 1 Nadu in play and it's not doing anything. This is a very interesting game state.
Yeah, Volatile Storm Drake, Construct Token versus the World. Wesley taking a peek at this surveil, presumably looking for a Nadu or a way to find a Nadu. See if we is thinking on the surveil. Wonder what we're thinking about here.
Yeah, you got to try to figure out, okay, well, my opponent is got Nadu. They're 1 win away from knocking me out and heading into the finals. How do I dig out of this if I'm not just dead? Because when your opponent takes your Nadu and then untaps, you're like, well, this is probably it. But now it's not. Now you've got to reset and figure out how you can get back into it. All of that, I guess, just for BBD to, in fact, find the Shuko anyway.
Yeah, so I believe our other match is ready to go to game number 3. So we'll take a look over there because that is the non-Nadu player who is our last remaining hope. And
check that out. Yeah, go ahead, check that out though. That we saw an Ottawara bouncing that Nadu back to its owner's hand, and its owner was not its controller. So that one will be fun to see how that wraps up while we get back to this game 3.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff going on in the Nadu mirrors. But as we see here, Nathaniel, no 1 drop, but we have turn 2 Wall of Roots into Sylvan Safekeeper. And now the question for Nathaniel, do you want to Stone Rain yourself to keep around the Safekeeper? Tough question to answer. I mean, I did see at least 1 more land in Nathaniel's hand, so it might be worth it to keep it around. But I guess it's the other question of if you save it now, are you going to save it next turn if a second copy of Galvanic Discharge comes off? And
right. Yeah, you start to go down that path, and at the end of it, you might end up with a Sylvan Safekeeper and no mana to play anything.
Yeah, at least Wrath of the Skies wouldn't have been too bad that turn because he can only Wrath for 1, and the Galvanic Discharge. What's nice about the Discharge being countered is you don't get the extra energy for Garruk, so it does make future Wrath of the Skies a little bit worse for Garruk too.
Nathaniel, a little bit in the tank here, actually trying to think this one through, has a couple different land options, opts to go with the Misty Rainforest fetch. Yeah, the Wrath of the Skies has been obviously the defining feature of every game, but what's nuts is just we watch it happen. We see how good it is. It's wildly good, and then Garruk looks like he's in complete control of the game, and all of a sudden Nathaniel is able to combo anyway, right? Like, let's not get it twisted. Through 4 Wrath of the Skies in 2 games, Nathaniel Perigo has comboed twice. One of them happened to hit a very low percentage brick, but he has executed the combo twice with Nadu. So that's the strength that we're seeing here. So Garruk is, though, Nadu on the day and is now on the play against it. So Wrath of the Skies is very good against Safekeeper, of course. He can go around it. So there's a lot of things for both players to consider, a lot of interplay to what threats they deploy and in what order.
Yeah, speaking of threats, that Sun Cleanser going to be handled by Garruk's copy of Spell Snare, and going to pick up a Surveil land, really looking for maybe something to cast next turn. This is kind of maybe sort of the perfect turn for Garruk to tap out for something like a One Ring, where Nathaniel is maybe not threatening too much, although I say that, and maybe if a Nadu comes up, a Nadu comes up next turn with the Safekeeper, that could be a little bit awkward. And I'm getting note from production. Wesley has defeated BBD to move on to the finals. So the winner of this match will be taking on Wesley on Nadu. And we'll see if it's going to be a Nadu mirror or if Garruk is going to try to beat every Nadu player he gets his hands on.
Well, he's had plenty of chances today, and he's beaten them most of the time. It may be his toughest bout yet here in the semis. But he's over there. He's talking to his friends off camera. He's looking pretty comfortable. I think all in all, he's used to it. He's played in a ton of these. He's he's put in leaderboard work. Eric knows what he's doing. He's comfortable in that seat. Same with Nathaniel Perigo, over on the other side. So this is just a very great match that we're getting to watch through two very good players as we kind of send out what could be a swan song weekend for Nadu here.
See Nathaniel doing some finger math on the table. That can't be good if you're in Garrick Alfred's seat.
Yeah, he's been deep in the tank on this one for this turn, and I think he might be coming out of it with something here. I see Malevolent Rumblings in hand. There's a Springheart and Tucko. He's thinking about playing.
Yeah, I think there might have been a fetch land too, so you can go Nantuko. No fetch land, but there is a Saga. Ooh, love this play. You know, as we talked about, Garrick has these sorcery speed threats that he really wants to jam. And on the turn he taps out, having one of these free interactive spells, really, really good to at least buy him that additional turn. And sometimes that's all you need.
Well, especially when that card you're tapping out for is the One Ring, because it enables it in a way that almost nothing else can. So this, when he's already even on the cards, because the One Ring drew him a card, and now he's going to untap, draw 2 cards with it, and all of a sudden you've made up the cards from the subtlety, and you're back where you started, except you get this advantage every turn, and you got protection, and you've burned through several of your opponent's cards. And it all in all gives you, we keep using this word, but the bridge you need to get from the mid game, the early game through the mid game to the late game with the control decks, or just the sort of the big mana late game oriented decks in general.
Yeah, and Chad bringing up a good point there. So the subtlety, taking care of the Nantuko, that only worked because Nathaniel decided to cast the creature half of it. So could have potentially prevented a subtlety from happening if Bestow was cast. But the reason Nathaniel wanted to cast the creature half is because of that Chord of Calling. So, ran the numbers a little bit, figured if the Nantuko resolved had enough mana to chord for what he was looking for. But that is a risk that Nathaniel was willing to take there.
Yeah, also force of negation considerations. If you go for a different line on that turn, a lot to keep in mind that Nathaniel was working through. A lot easier for Garrick to just say, "I'm gonna tap this ring, draw a couple cards, and then make a play."
Yeah, I was gonna say Garrick really wanted to try to find a copy of Wrath of the Skies this turn to be able to clean up the Saga, the Safekeeper, the Walroots, but just settling for a Flage here. You cannot be happy if you are in Garrick's seat over there.
Yeah, it's, I guess, depending on what's in his hand, it's not the end of the world. You get rid of one. I couldn't see if he pointed at the wall or not, but regardless, the Safekeeper will either sack a land and you'll get rid of that, or you'll get rid of one of these mana creatures, or you'll get rid of a Safekeeper, and all of it equals mana when we're talking about Chord of Calling, which you'll notice is sitting in Nathan Perigo's hand along with an Outrider and Core. He's got everything he needs to combo. He's just trying to find a window to deploy it, and that is where Flage can hopefully break it up if you're Garrick.
Yep.
Also, why Nathaniel's deep in the math.
Nathaniel doing some more finger math here. It's all about trying to figure out what we want to chord for. I mean, presumably you would hold it for, well, I guess, can you afford to hold it? The Calling Garden gives you a plant token. I guess you would have exactly enough. He's trying to think if he has enough to go, trying to figure out a situation where he can go land, Outrider, and chord for Nadu. I don't think you can get enough mana to do that. I think you're a little bit short, right? Because if you let the Walroots, well, what if you sacrifice a land here? So you sack a land here, and then you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 minus 3 is 4, plus 1 is 5, plus I think you might have enough, actually.
Yeah, it's possible because
enough.
because saving the wall should net you 2 for chord, right? So it should be +1 over throwing away the land to the Safekeeper. All in all, math equals math. Nathaniel might have a window here.
Because you can also use the spawn token to, it's not tap sack, it's just sacrifice, right? So you can actually use the spawn token to convoke and use mana for it, right?
No.
So Calling Garden makes
no,
it
you
a
cannot.
plant token.
I actually
You
know
can't?
the answer to that one. You cannot.
Really? Does it not work like wall roots in that case?
Unless it does. Oh, is this the Magic Online thing? Because I've encountered this on Magic Online and you couldn't. But so we'll see. Yeah, it doesn't look like he sacks it there. It looks like he just taps it. And
Well, I guess the way that you could do it, right, is you could cord first.
Right.
And then you cord using the spawn token, and then sack the spawn token to cast the Outrider. But all that's moot point because the cord didn't resolve anyways. But
well, it runs. Well, it matters in this sense, I guess, that Nathaniel gets to keep that spawn token, right? It's still in play, even though the cord ran into the counter spell. So if you're Garrick, that's what you needed. That was the turn Nathaniel seemed to go for it. He didn't have it. Now you've untapped with the One Ring yet again. You haven't even gone and drawn your 3 cards from it yet if you want. You've got some options here. And in fact, a good way to draw 3 cards is with Tamiyo.
So Tamiyo's going to flip. Now, fortunately for Nathaniel, the Tamiyo cannot immediately minus. So Tamiyo has to plus for a turn before it can minus and get back a counter spell. And Garrick's looking at a full grip of cards here. Again, really wants to find a copy of Wrath of the Skies. That would be very, very brutal here for Nathaniel.
Yeah, this was such a great. I mean, this was clear. That was clearly the turn, and Garrick had what he needed there. Like that was probably the inflection point of the game. Now the ring is giving Garrick a full grip. He has multiple counter spells he's sitting behind here, in addition to that transform Planeswalker.
Yeah, there is also an Arena of Glory in Garrick's hand. So with the Flage in the graveyard, could potentially go towards that Arena. But maybe is a little bit worried about tapping too much mana here. And so let's say you go Flage. You Flage, target probably the Safekeeper. Make Nathaniel use a mana to sacrifice a land to keep the Safekeeper around. And then maybe on the attack, you target the Wall of Roots. And then maybe Nathaniel also sacks another land to keep that around. It's interesting.
Yeah. This Exert land, though, has been making a huge impact today. We mentioned it at the top when you came on, and it's been shown up now several times throughout these matches we've watched.
Yeah, very curious to see what the target is. Presumably you go after Safekeeper first, which Garrick is going to do, and then Nathaniel has to decide if he wants to keep the Safekeeper around, because if he lets the Safekeeper die, then the Flage gets to kill something else. But if you keep the Safekeeper around, then you have to sack another land for whatever Garrick is targeting. So it's basically lose 2 lands or lose 2 creatures. And I'm guessing if... maybe the hope is to draw Court of Calling, and in that case, you would want to keep the Wall of Roots around, because you would imagine that's probably going to be the second target on the Flage attack.
Yes. And the wall is the most important creature on Nathaniel's board, because if you think about the game in the context of Court of Calling, lands and creatures are the same thing. They each equal 1 mana for Court of Calling, except for Wall of Roots, which breaks parity by equaling 2. So that, by that metric, would be the only card from a mana perspective that really changes anything that you can interact with from Garrick. So I think you're absolutely right about the direction these targets will go and the order in which they will go. And if you're Nathaniel, maybe it's, all really the same one way or another outside of trying to keep your Wall of Roots. So you'd rather throw away the lands and keep Wall of Roots if you've determined that the only way you can possibly win this game is to play that Encore in your hand and then have enough to cord for Nadu. And we're falling into a very, very small window here for Nathaniel.
Garrick's looking around. Maybe there's a world where Nathaniel can find a shifting woodland, where if you say you sacrifice 2 lands to keep around the Safekeeper and the Wall of Roots, you then have 1 land left over plus the Scion. That would be, so if woodland was picked up off the top, you would still have enough mana. Unless you keep the Saga, and then the woodland would enter the battlefield tapped, because you would only have 3 mana left over. So, it doesn't seem like Nathaniel has a ton to think about, but there's a lot of, Nathaniel's hand maybe doesn't have a ton of decisions, but it really depends on figuring out what outs are left in your deck and, giving yourself the best chance to maximize as many of those top decks as possible.
Yeah, that's very well said. A lot of people in this situation would just go, "Oh, my opponent had it all. There's nothing I can do." They had the ring, they had the hasty Flage, and that's it. But with Nadu, perhaps especially, you should never consider any position unwinnable, because you can win from almost any position with this deck, and you may not, but you play to the outs you have. So Nathaniel has decided that involves getting rid of his creatures, moving to his turn, hoping for something off the top. It was a Nantucko. Okay. We've added mana with Saga, and now we're thinking about Saga.
So I believe there was a Rumble in I think Nathaniel's hand is
Yes.
Rumble, Outrider, and Nantuko. So 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. If you, I guess, can you float, get Shuko, Rumble into Nadu? No, because you don't have blue mana. You can make blue mana off Springleaf
He's looking at
Drum.
Springleaf Drum.
But then if
Drum, tap the spawn, sack the spawn.
The problem with that is if you Springleaf Drum to make blue, you don't have enough mana, I believe, to play Rumble, Outrider, and Nadu. I don't think you have enough mana.
Probably not, to be honest. I think this is a lot of mathing that is in the end not going to math for Nathaniel, but working his way through it all, trying to find out if there's a line. This is for a spot in the finals here in Madison at the NRG Championship Series Modern Showdown. Huge prizes on the line, invites, custom tokens, the works. We have one finalist ready. He will be joined by Garrick or Nathaniel in just a few short minutes. Looks like we've gone with the Rumble.
All right. Rumble is never mind. Going to get spell snared. And that is going to do it. Garrick Alford, our last bastion and our last hope, advances to the finals over Nathaniel Perigo. 2 games to 1.
He did it. That spell snare came in clutch. We've talked about how it's been making a comeback in Modern for reasons exactly like that. He was able to use his mana incredibly efficiently, Garrick was, over the course of that game. And we saw some really nice play sequencing, honestly, by both players around the one ring. So that was an excellent match. And you know what that means, Doom? It means we are ready for the finals here in Madison. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we will be ready. So stick with us for the championship match. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the NRG Championship Series. We are in Madison this weekend. I'm Corbin Hausler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are bringing to you now the finals of our Modern Showdown today. It's been a great day of Modern to bring us here. Devin, you ready to take it into the finals?
Oh, yeah. We have 2 players remaining. On one side, we have Garrick Alford, who is the hero we deserve. And Garrick is playing Jeskai Control. And on the other side, we have Wesley Hickman playing everybody's favorite bird in the form of Bant Nadu. Now, we're going to get into some discussions about champs and, talk about players that are already qualified. One thing that I will mention, and I spoke with production in the break here, the invite does not pass down. It actually opens up an additional at-large bid. So we'll see in a second here on this slide for players that are already qualified for champs. Garrick is actually already qualified for champs. So if Garrick is to win this event, that means that will open up an additional at-large bid for I believe it'll go down to points over the year. But how about these players that are already qualified?
Yeah, you can see here the players who have already punched their ticket to the $35,000 prize pool. You can see for that 2024 NRG Series Championship. You can see previous winners. You can see our Showdown winners. That is a heck of a crew of some of the best Magic players, not just on the NRG Series, but on any series across all of North America and the world. We cannot wait to see them at that championship at the end of the year, and we might see you there. There are 12 seats that remain. You can earn one by winning a Showdown, by finishing on the leaderboard high enough in points, which you can get by attending all of the NRG Series events coming to you. We play for the championship every year. That's what all these players are chasing. You can see some people who have attended in the past who are aiming to head back because they had such a good time. That is what everyone is aiming for at the end of the year. And we will be possibly adding one more new name to that very soon because, of course, Garrick already qualified, but his finals opponent here in Madison has a chance to add his name to the list as well. That's what Wesley will be trying to do as our players get ready for the final match of the weekend. We have played 10 rounds of Modern to get here. We got to our top 8 with 4 Nadu players and 4 players who were not playing Nadu. We had about a 20% or so portion of the field that showed up with the bird, but you can see that's what we're all playing for right there. 2024 Showdown winner, Nerd Rage Gaming Championship Series, the table, the trophy. It all comes down to this: Garrick Alford, Jeskai Control, Wesley Hickman on Nadu.
Yep, and as you can see on your screen, Garrick is the number 1 seed, was able to... I actually took a look at Garrick's tournament throughout the rest of the day. It looks like, funny enough, he actually took a loss to Nathaniel in round number 1 and then defeated every other individual he played against up until the top 8, so was able to get a little bit of revenge on Nathaniel. And the count right now, I believe Garrick is currently 7-1 on the day against Nadu. Now, you can count how many rounds have been played versus, where we're at right now, and that's a lot of Nadu. But Garrick really has been showing up today and was very well prepared for this Nadu matchup, and it has certainly shown. And one thing that I want to highlight here is Wrath of the Skies, about how much of a beating that card was in his match against Nathaniel, especially with these Urza Sagas. The fact that Wrath not only cleans up a lot of the small creatures, makes the Nadu turns get a lot worse, but yeah, as you can see here, he's willing to just spend 2 mana and just say, you know what, Stone Ring, get out of here. And Wesley's like, you know what? All right, we'll run it back.
Yeah, I guess so. That's a very... Garrick is clearly comfortable with the matchup. He just has no compunction at all with running it out there on turn 2 and just going for it. Doesn't even have to think like, oh, this seems kind of weird. Is this right? I think I'm supposed to do more with this. No, he just knows that is the correct play to make. Very strong. Also, I just want to note, Garrick took a loss then to Nadu in round 1. Is that how he started his day?
Yes.
And here he is 10 rounds later, playing against Nadu in the finals. He hasn't lost to it since then, with the title on the line. Quite the full circle moment on a full day of Magic for Garrick Alford.
So Wesley here cast a copy of Malevolent Rumble and chooses to take the Hedge Maze, which is interesting. Second copy of Wrath of the Skies, Stone Rain once again. Actually better than Stone Rain, get that spawn token. But notably here for Garrick, no third land.
Yeah, this could be a double-edged sword. Double Wrath of the Sky is probably a large part why he kept the hand. It was great. But another Malevolent rumbling for Wesley Hickman is, I guess, kind of keeping the gas flowing. And that is why you see Garrick Alford pulling the trigger on Force of Negation.
Really just wants to keep Wesley stumbling this entire game. The land that Wesley picked up was a breeding pool, not a hedge maze. I got a little confused. They look a little similar sometimes, wanted to just make sure that I got that out of the way. And Garrick tuned the narrative, but still no third land. And Wesley picked up a third copy of Urza Saga. Looks like Wesley's hand right now is, I believe, a Rumble, a Springheart Nantuko, an Urza Saga, and then I think a couple of other leftovers. Not exactly 100% sure, but that's going to be Saga token and 1 land. Yeah, production's bringing this up too. Garrick's only loss to Nadu on the day was to Nathaniel, who he just beat in the top 4. So yeah, that was pretty good.
He also found his third land off the top here. And he didn't even get too punished for, I guess, having to go find it. He definitely looked a little disappointed when he did not hit that third land before. He even tapped that Mystic Gate along with his red-blue land because, of course, that Mystic Gate filters in case you draw, let's say, another Tune the Narrative. You want the mana. But he wasn't able to get anywhere with it. But he did find his third land here as the Saga ticks up to 2 counters. So 4 cards in hand, 3 mana. Garrick has all the interaction up possible. So Wesley going to have to navigate very very carefully here, and that's why we see actually a third Malevolent Rumblings, which is just kind of like slowly adding to the board, to the graveyard, to Wesley's hand, just kind of just chugging along in a way that is vaguely threatening enough that Garrick ran off those Wrath of the Skies, but also isn't really going card negative for Wesley.
Right. So we see another Rumble here for Wesley. And that is going to be the turn. And yeah, just kind of like the thing about this for Wesley is, you're already down. You've already seen 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies for Garrick, so kind of can afford to overextend a little bit more than you would be willing to normally, just because of the fact that 2 of them are already gone, and that is something that Wesley is definitely keeping in the back of his mind. As we see a copy of the One Ring here for Garrick. So yeah, that will be a little bit of a threat. But Wesley can sort of do his thing through the One Ring. It's once he sets up the loop, there's it's not like he's dealing damage to Garrick in the turn that he's going for the kill, but once the loop is set up, it's it's likely going to be enough even through the One Ring.
It was a nice, straightforward turn for Garrick, at least. Play the One Ring, activate pass, and now Wesley has some choices to make. It looks like we're resolving the Hedge Maze this time, and we're going to put the Shuko into the graveyard.
And is that a Construct token activation? I think it is.
I think it might be. Yeah. Or we're...
Yeah. Oh, we made a copy of Grazer. Yeah. I see. Okay, so we fetched, made a copy of Grazer. The Grazer put in the Shifting Woodland. Okay. Take a look at the graveyard, and that's what Garrick is going to do as well. I don't believe... Yeah, no Nadu's in the graveyard, so cannot currently Shifting Woodland that. There's Shuko, a couple of other things that, maybe would want to. There is kind of this interesting thing with Shifting Woodland and Urza Saga, where you can Shifting Woodland to copy the saga in like basically before your main phase, so upkeep or draw phase, and then I believe you get the first chapter on your main phase. So I guess that doesn't do a ton there. But yeah, nothing really too crazy in the graveyard that he wants to copy. We're spending some mana. Looks like we're going for a Construct and then fetching off of the Saga. Presumably going to get a Shuko. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, where am I? No, that makes more sense. Yeah, you want to kill the One Ring.
Yeah, you just get it out. And look, you've just got this little board of creatures that may or may not get there. But the Construct is certainly a plan, albeit a very slow one. But hey, you're playing against the control deck. Any plan is a good one because they'll have to answer it eventually.
Yeah, looks like a Teferi picked up here for Garrick. So that, not sure exactly what we're going to do with that. Probably bounce the Construct token.
Yeah, that slows down the value train the most, and that the value train is not really slowed down at all, but at least you don't die as soon. Looks like they're trying to figure out what is going to be the target here. We're going to bounce the Springheart Nantucko.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then go ahead and surveil land and put that one into the graveyard.
I wonder, I can't quite tell if Garrick has a counter spell in his hand, but I wonder if part of that was bounce the Springheart, hope to find an untap land, and then you can hold up untap land, counter spell, and then Nantucko when it comes back down. But Garrick is holding his hand a little close, so I can't quite get a good look of what's in there. As far as Wesley is concerned, looks like Wesley picked up a Nadu this turn. That's, as you can imagine, probably a very good draw step here. But does not currently have the Shuko access.
Yeah, and I think we actually saw him graveyard a Shuko earlier, so that's interesting. But here we go. We're going to run off a Subtlety, as we talked about before, Subtlety on Nadu. That said, this time Wesley is he's got a bit of a board left over and is thinking about how to utilize this combat stuff.
All right, so we're gonna start with like this Nantucko on Construct token. And then the insect is going to go after Teferi. That's going to bite the dust. And then everything else is going upstairs. So this will be an attack for, how big is that construct? 2, 3, 3, and then 2 1/1s, I believe. Or no, 2 2. Sorry, 2
Yeah,
2.
we'll have to see if letting him have that Teferi matters or not, right? Because being able to do things at instant speed could be relevant. That said, Garrick doesn't look thrilled with his current position in the game and passes it back over to Wesley, who is in a position now as he redraws that Nadu to try to go up a game here in our finals.
Yeah, we talked about this where the games that Garrick has Wrath of the Skies look very, very good. Now, Garrick, to be fair, did have 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies this game, but because Garrick was a little choked on mana early, felt like he was maybe pressured into using them early on just the sagas, and now is in a position where he really needs to find another copy of Wrath to kind of clean up the board a little bit.
I do see, I think it's One Ring and Flage. So
was it Flage? Okay.
I think it's Flage. That gives you a line, right?
It's tough to tell. I don't know what it is, but like if I just look at it very, very briefly, the Wrath of the Skies full art and the Flage full art look a little bit similar.
They do look similar.
It's kind of tough to tell sometimes.
I did see the one about it. Yes, it's One Ring for sure. Thinking about what to do with the subtlety here. Garrett got a bit definitely in the tank, but he's been through this matchup plenty today, as a matter of fact. And instead, the answer is going to be the One Ring. Immediately tap to draw.
Yeah, see what that finds. Subtlety getting in there. Going to get a chump block from the Grazer copy. And again, we all know that there is another Nadu on top of the deck. Does Garrick have another answer? Does not appear so.
No, I don't think he does.
Bestow, that's going to hit a Grazer. So I believe Wesley does not have a land in hand to keep going. So Garrick is going to get a turn of reprieve. But, I really think at this point it might be Wrath or Bust.
Yeah, well, see, that was the turn. That last turn, Garrick put a lot of thought into that, right? About whether or not to deploy the One Ring or to just play Flage and try to hit something. Opted, I think, to try to just fade one more turn and play the One Ring so that you can get your cards for now. Because you clearly needed more than just that Flage to win the game, which means you just try to have to ride the lightning and survive for a turn. And as it turned out, he did. He was able to survive the Bestow onto the Nadu, and now he may or may not be able to find an answer, but this play did work out for him to the best of his abilities. He has way more resources than he would have if he had gone for that Flage over the One Ring last turn. With that said, this is still an extremely dangerous situation because Wesley obviously has just about everything he wants, and Garrick is still going to be hoping that Nadu doesn't start triggering. And Flage is going to go for the Nantucko.
Yeah, I guess that is the one thing that Wesley is missing. Does not have a Shuko or a way to target creatures. No Shuko, no Outrider Encore. So that's what Wesley's going to be looking for. One thing that I kind of want to go back to the turn before, where you mentioned that Garrick had the opportunity to play the One Ring or Flage. The Arena of Glory, I think, is maybe something that gave Garrick a little bit of pause, where maybe he wanted to play the Flage that turn and then set up for Arena the following turn, which he still has the option to do that the next turn. But that is such a backbreaking play that maybe wants to get that on as quickly as possible. And looking at the hand for Wesley, it's just 2 Grazers. So
Shifting Woodland, though, is likely going to get us there, right? And that becomes
Shuko,
a copy of Shuko. Yeah, it was hiding underneath the lands, but there it is. Shifting Woodland is, the further we've gone into the Nadu meta and the more players have become adept at playing against it and beating it, man, the more of an all-star Shifting Woodland has become.
Yeah, I got to tell you, in these matches that we've been watching, with the Nadu matches we've been watching, Woodland has looked fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Start the train. I mean, I would imagine that Wesley can't brick here because there's 6 tokens left over. I mean, I'm not going to say never, but it seems impossible.
Certainly seems unlikely. Wesley trying to go up one game here in the finals. NRG Championship Series. We've played 8 rounds of Swiss, 2 rounds of the top 8. It's all come down to Wesley and Garrick. 175 players have fallen. One of these two will be your champion. And Wesley trying to go up 1 game to none here by comboing off with Nadu.
Yeah, and this, as we mentioned earlier, Garrick is already qualified for the Players' Championship. So if Garrick wins this match and an additional at-large bid opens up, but Wesley can qualify for the Players' Championship if he wins this match. So how about those windswept heats, though? Not quite as nice as BBDs.
Not quite the same history with them, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That said, they work just as well as Wesley goes to fetch with it. Working his way through the combo here. Garrick thinking it through. Garrick picking him up.
All right.
And I think that'll do it. We're off to game 2 here in the finals. Game 1, Wesley Hickman. Welcome back to the booth, everybody. Welcome back to the booth. Corporate and Hosser joined by Devin Dumwick O'Donnell. We are 1 game into the finals, and that was a great one, Devin.
Yeah, that was really interesting because, we saw Garrick drew 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies. And you would imagine in a situation where that happens, you would feel pretty good about your position.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue was because Garrick was missing all those land drops, kind of had to trade them 1-for-1 for the Urza sagas. And once he was able to finally start hitting his land drops, didn't have access to those Wrath of the Skies anymore. And, that game really came down to if Garrick had drawn Wrath on that last turn, that game looks a lot different.
Yeah, or if he's able to find his 3rd land on turn 3, right? It all could have gone a little differently there because we saw him with no problem slam down those Wrath of the Skies, just like we watched him do so to beat these decks throughout the day and in the last round. But if you can't follow it up, you kind of lose the small window of time you gain there. And weirdly, the Malevolent Rumblings, the awkward 2-mana sorcery, did some work there. It just kind of kept the board presence going, just kind of kept things moving for Wesley, which allowed him to kind of eventually snowball that into a victory there. All right, I think hopefully we'll get a chance to look at sideboards here, right? To get a shot to see what Garrick, who has been really the hero all day, 6 or 7-1 against Nadu, what's he looking at here?
So Garrick, as we said, Garrick has defeated most of the Nadu decks that he has played against, and you would imagine there's probably some things in the sideboard to work with. So 2 Tameo, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 4 Consigned to Memory, 1 Marsh of Otherworldly Light, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Celestial Purge, 2 Supreme Verdict, and 2 Soul Guide Lantern. So I would guess you almost certainly want the Supreme Verdicts. Those seem pretty easy includes. The Spell Snare is interesting because it hits Wall of Roots, Nantuko, and then I think that's mostly it for that.
Rumblings, yeah.
Yeah, the Rumbles too, and those are pretty good targets for it. And then the March of Otherworldly Light, because that one can also hit Urza Saga. So I think I like those cards here for Garrick.
Yeah, he's certainly got lots of options, and he's going to have a plan because he's been playing this matchup all day long. And we've seen a lot of these cards be good for him. And you look at that sideboard, you could make a case for pretty much, almost all of them against Nadu. So we'll see which ones he actually wants. It's as these games play out, it's as we've seen, it's often less a case of do you have the perfect sideboard cards, and more like do you have a coherent game plan for moving through this match? Because it's not always just I have a silver bullet and that just does everything I need. You've seen players go down to 5 just to look for a coherent game plan from their hands. And that's what both players seem to have found. And we are off and running. Wesley Hickman 1 win away from taking down the title.
Yep, as we see Garrick Alfred leading us off with a Thundering Falls and did keep a card on top. I believe he kept the Arena on top. That's interesting. That kind of leads me to believe maybe kept a bit of a Landlight hand or potentially has Flage and doesn't want to lose that Arena for later. As we mentioned, Garrick is Garrick wants to set up a position where keep the board clear for a couple of turns, have that one turn where he feels like he is safe to tap out for a threat, and then once, get one turn, give Wesley one turn to say, okay, you can do whatever you want, that's fine, maybe have a subtlety, and then untap with that threat, and then kind of go from there. And Vexing Bauble is something we saw earlier, and I think actually, is really good because on that turn where Garrick wants to tap out for the big threat, you now get to shut off the forces and the subtleties.
Yeah, and those have really every match we've watched Garrick play throughout this top 8, every game he's won has come on the back of casting a free spell at the correct moment. And just kind of preemptively turning that off, if you're Wesley, has a lot of value to it, kind of regardless of how the rest of the game plays out, regardless of the fact that, oh, wow, Nadu resolved here.
Ugh. Now, good news for Garrick fans. I believe I saw a copy or two of Galvanic Discharge and does have 2 energy left over. So the Galvanic Discharge is going to be able to take down that Nadu. And see what the leftovers are here for Garrick.
Yeah, you're certainly hoping if you're going to have one of your answers that it's a counterspell based one, because we can discharge down Nadu. You do have to give Wesley a trigger that way, which always feels bad, and I suppose feels like a win if you're the Nadu player outside of actually winning. But this might be even better. Wrath Out the Skies.
Yeah, this is kind of perfect because you get to go Wrath for 1 up to 3, blow up the Nadu in the Bauble, and hold up Discharge. I think Garrick is considering tapping 1 extra mana to float and basically, keep an energy in reserve for later on. But if he does that, he would go Shields down this specific turn. I don't think you're in danger of dying next turn, so you can probably afford to just bank the energy for later. And you see Garrick is really thinking about this.
That's what you would think because, well, okay. We opt, all the energy is burned. Nadu is down. So if you're Wesley, your first couple plans here, they have run into a Wrath. They won't work. Move on to what is next. You didn't get any, unfortunately, the card advantage you were hoping out of a simple removal spell. And there's the Shuko that would have really sent things curtains, honestly, if he had been able to untap with that Nadu. So Shifting Woodland, though, has made an appearance.
I gotta tell you, I don't think Wesley cared about untapping with the Nadu because I believe I saw a second copy in hand.
Oh gosh, there you go. Shuko in play, and now Nadu in play, and Garrick just wave his hand. It resolves. Here we go.
Okay. So presumably, yep, Garrick's gonna get a turn here. Now, the really awkward part about this is, do we find an untapped land? I think it was a subtlety because I think Garrick had a second copy of Wrath of the Skies, and if we had untapped land, or Corbin, if we had that energy from earlier, again, Garrick really tanked on that decision, and I think is getting severely, maybe is getting a little bit punished for the decision he made last turn.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate if it didn't work out. Here's something you don't see a ton: Nadu turning sideways to attack, which it does for Wesley.
I mean, it's a 3/4, It attacks. All right, we got a rumble here from Wesley.
Oh. We saw Nadu and Shuko in play, and the game is still continuing. So I guess if you're Garrick, that's all you could ever really hope to ask for.
That's true.
But you might also ask that Wesley doesn't find a Sylvan Safekeeper here, because this can be pretty rough when you're staring at a hand of Galvanic Discharges, although I do spot the Wrath there. So we'll see what Garrick wants to do. I think he's going to have a window to try to get back into it, though. Depending on how hard Wesley wants to go here, right?
Yeah, Wesley's got a couple of lands. You could start sacrificing lands to target the target whatever, get a couple of triggers there, and then see how many things you hit. Well, never mind.
Yeah,
how about if we just hit the Outrider?
And you need a really specific answer for this one, Garrick, because this is the one, of course, that can be done at instant speed, and this is what we've got. I guess the game is not over. It will continue because there is a subtlety pitching a subtlety with the Outrider. It will go to the top of the library, and that will be Wesley passing the turn back. Garrett has staved off elimination.
And
He
there's the
finds
untapped
the
land.
land, and he's got a block. He's got the wrath.
Okay, we're back in this. We're not out of it yet, Corbin. I repeat, we are not out of it yet. So now the question for Wesley is: do you want to sacrifice a couple of how many lands do you want to sacrifice, if any, to get some Nadu triggers? You know what's on top of your deck. You know that you're drawing the Outrider and Core.
That's right.
So that's going to go to hand, and I believe trying to take a look at. I see a Chord of Calling. I can't exactly tell what the rest of Wesley's hand is, but at least a Chord of Calling for sure. Picked up an N2 go.
It looks like we stopped there. He didn't decide to go any deeper by sacrificing lands. Saga, Onrider, Chord, Nantucko, and the fifth one, I don't know, appears to be Wesley's hand. So he's got some options. I'm just not sure if any of them bring him closer to comboing this turn.
And I believe we have Artifact, Sorcery, Creature, Land, so the woodland should be turned on. Now, that is all of your mana, so it's tough to say how much that matters, but maybe you could say go Outrider, put some more stuff into play, and then next turn use the woodland to copy the Nadu with the Outrider in play. But we know that's not good enough because Garrick does have the discharge for the Outrider, so I mean Garrick's still got some play left.
Yeah, and he's just going to pass the turn back as we've seen. Here we go, activating the woodland. Will respond. Galvanic Discharge. Target the Encore.
And Wesley does not have the ability to court, so the Outrider is going to die. And that must have been on Garrick's end step.
Yeah, I guess so.
Got it.
We've got another chord hitting the hand here for Wesley.
So now what do? You can go Nantuko as a creature, and then you can chord for 2. Okay, we're bestowing. And now play the Saga to get a land. With the Outrider already gone, I guess you can. Is there? Yes. Okay. I'm wondering if there's a world where you could chord for Nadu and then woodland the Shuko.
Not till next turn, I believe, and I think that might be the line that he'll end up on.
Actually, the Shuko got exiled, right? I don't think there's a Shuko in the graveyard. I'm pretty sure the only one. Yeah, I think the only one that Wesley had this game was exiled. I can't quite get a good look at the graveyard, but I think that might be the case.
Well, here we go. Chord of Calling is hitting the stack for Wesley, I presume, on Garrick's end step. It looks like it's going to resolve. I don't know what land they were looking at there. I can't exactly tell. It does look like Garrick has played a land that does something special. There's the Nadu, and there's the instant discharge.
That land is the Monumental Henge. Most notably, the most important thing that Monumental Henge does is you take the top 5 cards of your library and you put them on the bottom of your library. There's a couple of hits. It finds, let me look at it again. I think it finds historic cards. Yeah, so it's 4 mana tap, look at the top 5 a historic card. Then artifacts, legendaries, and sagas are historic. So there's a few number of hits, most notably Flage and the One Ring are kind of the big hits off of this.
Yeah, it's just a little extra value you can pop into your deck. And speaking of, these Malevolent Rumblings have been some extra value for Wesley over the course of the top 8. Now he finds himself inching ever closer to taking down one last match. If he can knock off Jeskai control from Garrick Alford, he will win the showdown here in Madison, trying to lock up those final steps as Wesley Hickman with Nadu.
Garrick is doing a very, very good job of not dying.
He's certainly done a good job of holding it off. Yeah. He's falling inches behind every turn, though, right? Like, we're just falling further and further behind. If you're just joining us here at the finals, well, first of all, welcome to the finals. Second of all, I see people asking about BBD. We caught him first in round 2. We caught up with him in the top 8, where we watched him play a 30-minute Nadu turn. And he advanced all the way to the semifinals, where Wesley Hickman defeated him in the mirror. Garrick Alford came out of the other side of the bracket on Jeskai control, bringing us to right now, where Wesley Hickman is very close to taking it down, but Garrick has the One Ring.
So you said 30 minutes, but I think 30 is being generous. I think it was more like 45.
Oh,
it was closer to an hour. but
don't want to know.
who's counting? Who's counting? All right, we see Garrick find a 1 ring off of the Monumental Henge, which is not too bad. I can get him a couple more cards here. And one of the leftovers here, we got a 1 ring. Can't quite get a good look. I mean, really what's Garrick is missing here is that Flage. We talked about how Garrick's deck is very good at answering all the threats and, as we talked about, not dying. But, not finding something like a Flage to help close out the game, especially with that Arena of Glory, right? Garrick has access to 7 mana. If he finds Flage, he can just, in the same turn, play Flage and escape it with haste. And there's a chance that maybe could just be good enough, if he can find it soon.
It will need to be soon because Wesley is untapping. Wesley has another Court of Calling in hand. So the ability to put something together here is certainly looking imminent in terms of what Wesley is building towards. And if you're Garrick, you maybe get one more chance here.
Okay, so we can get the Shuko, and then we can use Shifting Woodland to copy the Nadu in the graveyard, I think is the plan.
Got Swan Song in hand as well.
Yeah, we can do all of that with the counterspell up too, which
There
is
you
pretty
go.
pretty huge here for Wesley.
Yeah, Shock's in the breeding pool. This might be it. Activate Shifting Woodlands. Target Nadu. That's a lot of creatures in play. That's a Shuko. That's a Swan Song in hand for Wesley. By my math, this might be it. It could be the Swan Song weekend of Nadu and Modern, and it might fittingly end with Wesley Hickman taking down the entire tournament with the deck. He is going through the motions, it seems, if he doesn't whiff. We have seen the deck occasionally whiff. It seems unlikely in this spot. I think Garrick's letting him play it out, but we are on our way.
Now, does it matter? We've talked about this a little bit before. Does it matter that Garrick has protection? I don't think it does, because the loop doesn't actually involve targeting your opponent with anything. It's just
Right.
Boseiju / Odawara a bunch of your stuff, and that all of that stuff is still doable through the 1 ring protection. So,
right, and that's where the 1 ring, for all it does in Modern, and it does a heck of a lot, it doesn't actually interact with this particular combo. It just targets the permanents, and then it just says that player. So the protection aspect of it won't come into play here.
Yep.
There we go. That's a handshake, and that is victory. Wesley Hickman on Nadu takes down the NRG Championship Series Modern Showdown here in Madison. Congratulations to the winner.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very well played match. There was definitely some interesting things about game number 1 where Garrick was missing a couple of land drops and had the Wrath of the Skies, and that was game number 2. Sorry, definitely some interesting things about that match in particular. But yeah, congratulations to Wesley. Garrick, was able to defeat most of the Nadu players he played against today, but not the one that mattered the most.
Yeah, look, if you're Garrick, I think you're going home with a 6-2 record, maybe 7-2 against Nadu on the day. You have to feel pretty darn good about that. I think if you offer that to anyone yesterday, they'll probably take you up on that. And the result is a second place finish. And as a matter of fact, we will see both of those players at our NRG Championship later this year. Garrick, of course, already qualified and now will be joined by Wesley. So congratulations to both of them for their incredible weekend. And thank you all for hanging out with us. We are going to go to an interview with the winner, if we can get it, to talk to him about his tournament, about what it feels like to what is perhaps the last weekend of Nadu to win a huge tournament with it. That is, I guess, if someone's going to have to send it out, you want it to be you. Right? That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament, you and I both know, and everybody else at home knew that this tournament was not going to end any other way. It was destined to be. Nadu was obviously going to win this tournament. As much as we didn't want it to, the bird is very persistent when it comes to that kind of thing. So yeah, again, congratulations to Wes. And like you said, this is maybe the last opportunity, but we're going to play some Modern tomorrow, and maybe we can repeat that.
Yeah, Team Trios coming back tomorrow. We hope you will join us. I'll be here. Devin will be here. Will Hall will be back to join us as well. And the three of us will take you through Team Trios tomorrow, Standard, Modern, and Legacy. But before we get there, I think we are going to head down to the booth for an interview with our winner, Wesley Hickman. Wesley, Devin and Corbin here in the booth. Congratulations on that. How are you feeling?
Feels wonderful. Very long day. Very long day. Yeah. My friends just dropped the big misplay on me. That's okay though, you know. Letting Outrider die. Letting Outrider die to burn spells. What am I doing?
Well,
it happens.
It does have the it does have a lot of abilities, but your entire deck was full of abilities.
Absolutely.
And the entire day, as you mentioned, was very long and very busy, and you played a very complicated deck very well. Tell us about that. Tell us about your top 8 experience, right? You go through BBD, you go through Garrick to win the tournament and earn a spot at the championship. What was the top 8 sprint like for you?
Yeah, it was really awesome. Actually, my first round was the round I was most worried about. It was a rematch against a Goryo's Vengeance player that I played earlier in the day, and that matchup's like number 1, number 2 matchup I'm most scared for. And then yeah, playing as BBD was obviously an honor. Absolutely amazing. You know, it was great to hear the compliments from him at the end about my play as well.
That's great.
And then yeah, beating Jessica in the finals is my other worst matchup. You know that I'm also like thinking of. You know, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to mention, so obviously, you know, this is potentially the last opportunity that you may have to play Nadu in a tournament, and the deck list that you chose to go with, it's maybe a little bit less traditional than we've seen. I think the more popular version was Bant with Teferi's, and some of them didn't have Rumble. Was there any sort of specific decisions that led you to want to play this version or over maybe some of the other versions?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, I want to shout out a good homie of mine, Nate Perigo, who's also qualified for Worlds. We've been working really close together on the list. I'm sure you also saw him in the top 8 as well, with maybe like 4 cards or so different than my list. But yeah, we've always been really high on a Broiler Grazer and Malevolent Rumble. Just sort of highlight one of my favorite play patterns that did come up in this specific tournament. If you have a Broiler Grazer and Colony Garden on the draw on the mirror, you put it into play on turn 1. You can Quarter Calling for 2 for Volatile Stormdrake. To be able to not lose on turn 3. So like my version playing Grazer and Colony Garden, you know, I think gives us a nice edge. Also, Grazer's being one of the best 1-drops ever. So
certainly it showed up, started putting in work in Amulet, and now it finds its way into another deck and into a tournament winning deck list. So
right.
Wesley, congratulations on your entire run today.
Yeah.
We're gonna see you back tomorrow. What's next?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'll just spill the beans on it. I'm playing Legacy, or I'm playing Nadu in the Legacy seats tomorrow. So my experience with the bird is not going to be limited. I'll be able to play in Legacy forever. So.
All right. Well, we look forward to it, man. Anything else you want to say before we head out of here?
No. It was a really good tournament. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Thank you so much, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again to Wesley Hickman, your winner here in Madison.
Appreciate y'all.
And thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Devin, thank you for hanging out with me today. We got to watch some great Magic. You got to talk us through some amazing moments. We appreciate it. And look, we're coming back tomorrow to do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to be in your position tomorrow. You're stuck with me all day tomorrow, chat. And I believe I don't remember if you're first or Will's first, but in any case, we'll all be back here tomorrow for some more lovely team action. And I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's right. Well, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on the NRG Championship Series. Check out the stream tomorrow. Remember, you can toss us a follow, all of that great stuff here on the channel. Your support makes it possible. We really appreciate NRG bringing these tournaments to air for all of us to watch and hang out on Saturday. I'm Corbin Hostler, Devin O'Donnell here in the booth. Come back tomorrow for more NRG Championship Series.